And I'm back. He's back, ladies and gentlemen. Do you think these guys need some help? I think these guys need some help over here. Yeah, will he be on time? Will he be 45 minutes late? Will he fall asleep while playing videos? Stay tuned to find out on this all-new episode of Late Night Pineapple Power Hour. Yeah. I think these guys need some help here. Let me just show you what I mean when I say what I say when I say it. All right.
Yeah, you know I lagged for a second there.
In honor of the
but there's a bunch of translations that don't quite mix. Like,
yeah, no, I'm okay on that one there. I'm gonna do my own thing. I'm gonna do my own thing, and that's just the way it is. You gotta stop wars and legal secrets, brothers and sisters. You know? I got so many 47s and a preacher today like me tripping. I don't know if I do get it, sir. Now, I know I don't usually do karaoke on Saturdays. It's usually just a Friday thing, but I was inspired by Mr. Southside. Generals gathered in their masses, just like witches at black masses. Evil minds apply destruction, sorcerers of death's construction. In the fields of bodies burning, as the war machine keeps turning. Death and hatred to mankind, poisoning their brainwashed minds. Oh, Lord, yeah! Gotta stop wars, dude. It's not simple. You gotta end wars and legal secrets. I'm at 3 minutes and 22 seconds into the stream. How about that? Far distance and ourselves away. They only started the war. Why should they go out to fight? They leave all that to the poor. Yeah. Similarities between this and BYOB by System of a Down that I just did at a bar is uncanny. Time will tell on their power of mind, make it yours. Treat them people just like pawns in chess. Wait till the judgment day comes. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna put it in a quicker speed here. Launch. Oh, too fast, too fast. I'm not going to even try to do that. Not even going to try it. Not going to do it. Oh, Mr. Talcott, how are we going to stop these wars, man? Now in darkness, world stops turning. Ashes where the Twin Towers were burning. No more war pigs have the power. And God has struck the hour. Day of judgment, God is calling. On the knees, the war pigs crawling. Begging mercies for their sins. Satan laughing spreads his wings. Oh Lord, yeah. Wait, what? It's supposed to be. All right, whatever. It's a different version, probably for copyright purposes. These things happen. Let's see how they're doing over here. Let's see how they're doing.
Like I said, Spanish is my second language, but there's a bunch of stuff that doesn't quite translate.
I guess it's just what I needed. I needed someone to be. I guess it's just what I needed. I needed someone to be.
A little better. A little better. Who else is live?
I don't mind you coming here, wasting all my time. Cause when you're standing oh so near, I kinda lose my mind, yeah. It's not the perfume that you wear, it's not the liberty in your hair. I don't mind you coming here, you're wasting all my time. I guess it's just what I needed. I needed someone to be. I guess it's just what I needed. I needed someone to be. I guess it's just what I needed. I needed someone to be. I guess it's just what I needed. I needed someone to be. Yeah.
Hey, let me know if I have background sound because I'm doing this new thing where I'm not really using headphones at the moment. So I have them here though, but I noticed it was all right last night. So yeah, let me know if there's background noise or feedback. Please and thank you. Who else is live? Machine Lies is live. Let me see what he's talking about.
It's just what I needed. It's just what I needed. It's just what I needed. Yeah.
Hell yeah, dude. That's a choice. I like that. That's a good song. And Cars was awesome. Oh yeah, they got a number of good ones, man. Oh yeah, they were solid. There he is. Oh, come on. I was excited to see you back, man. That was a good thing. I wanted to see you back. I was like, yeah, here he is. You're muted, sir.
That was a loving greeting.
Yeah, it was. I was muted, so I was trying to figure it out.
Oh, okay. I'll take your word
It's the
for
New
it.
York greeting, right?
Yeah. Even though he's from California.
Fuck that. Everywhere, man. You know, and then somebody else go, and then I go after that. Who's next?
Well, up.
the goodies here or move the fuck out. You know what I mean? Show and prove.
So the Machine Lies is live. Speak of the devil with Mr. Talcott and Ken Before the Storm. And I don't know who this is at the bottom with Trump as a fat guy.
I want to
Yeah, a fatter guy, I guess you could say.
the Ravens out.
Drew's trying to fucking destroy this guy's mind. Like, if this guy killed
of
himself,
course, it's JG. So it's literally Machine Lies, Ken Before the Storm, Jack Talcott, and JG. What a mixture. What a mixture.
Drew's gonna be smiling all happy and shit.
Well, I'm sure that
That's how Drew gets down, man. He's trying to kill you. He wants you to die.
Well, I mean, I doubt that this guy's gonna be going much anywhere because any suicidal thoughts are just a reiteration of his. You were leaving. I knew those people were waiting outside for you.
Spiritually, I don't see why not. Physically, hate with
Looks like
some.
Paulie joined the panel as well. That's interesting. See what they were talking about. Looks like he was on there for a little bit. As his SPLS representative moniker. That's pretty cool.
There's nothing here anybody's experienced that
Adopt a slave today, folks.
upset and don't want to talk.
What's going on, everyone? What's popping? We got Paul and Slave back in here, and Sugar Free, the pimp, unslave you.
What's going on, Machine Lies?
What's going on, my dude? Oh shit. Yeah.
All right, so let's just air it out now. He's down there saying that you're being controlled and not letting her leave the house. How much of this is true and false? Let's just all be real about it. Or you
Well,
don't
I'm
wanna
just,
talk about it?
I'm just for real. Just because she's getting upset, I'm just off the topic for now. But yeah, if you want to talk about any other shit on the channel, go ahead and talk about it. But yeah, I'm happy to talk in general terms about relationships and in general. If you have any
But you
relationships,
gotta be real, right? Because even what you're saying right now, she's not upset. She's down there still typing and talking about it. If you're upset and don't want to talk about it, then just say that.
well, I mean, she said I'm so humiliated and upset I could barely hold the phone to type. So I'm just like, I'm like whatever.
So can we get her to understand- can we get her to understand that that might be a good thing? Because certain spiritual practices, you actually practice humiliation in order to get past the fear of what others may think of you, so that we can find some kind of unifying practice and process of truth.
Yeah, that's some shit for real. I believe that.
There's nothing here anybody's experienced that we all haven't experienced, right?
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, I'm definitely, as they say, an old man's, young man's knowledge is not worth the old man's experience. You know what I mean?
Right? But that's why I'm saying once we come to the realization that all of our experiences are, if not the same, very similar, because there's only one consciousness and awareness, and then there's responses and reactions to what we experience. So it's probably a good thing that you're having this happen, even if it's in a way you'd rather not like it. Oftentimes the truth comes in a way you don't like it. I think the humiliation can be good if you can be really authentic, air the shit out, be real with yourselves and each other, and find reconciliation and resolution. So yeah, I mean, again, man, I'm not gonna like push something for content or for my own whatever. I mean, I'm fascinated by this stuff. I love talking about it, but I'm not gonna try to compel you to do something for me or the people or the content if you're not comfortable with it, right? So I totally respect it if you just kind of want to.
Yeah, no worries. I just really wanted to play that Sugar Free song, but it is what it is. But yeah, I'm glad you came back up here. You know what I'm saying, to talk
We
about
gotta watch that too, right? We gotta watch what ourselves does. When we're like connected to the woman, we're like all lovey-dovey, all emotionally invested. As soon as we have a disconnect, we want to go into this, walled off kind of pimping mode, right? So the reality of it is usually what I see is the man is not doing or being all that he could do and be, one way or the other, either too controlling and disconnected and distant, or too lovey-dovey and obsessed and focused on her, right? So I thought, just again, I made a presumption based on what I was seeing and hearing, which I still think there's some of that, you being too ready to let her lead you emotionally, you know? But with that said, the proof of that is if what she says is true, that she can't go out or go anywhere without you giving her ultimatums and being controlling, that's an insecurity, right? So, I mean, I'm not telling you do it with me. You might just see me as a trailer gorilla. What the fuck do I know? You're gonna have to go do it with somebody who can mediate and kind of give you the perspective and show you from the man side and the woman side what you're seeing and what you're missing. It seems to me.
But I agree with you that you know, I shouldn't be. I'm not supposed to take orders or opinions, you know, from you know, over where to be and what to do, you know, from my wife. But you know, it has been one direction. I mean, I've been taking care of her, you know, in some time. She's basically, you know, having a mental crisis. So it has led to certain times where it has led to like me not being able to leave or not be able to, you know, engage in things. But I don't consider that a loss. You know, I've always, you know, loved spending time with her. You know, she's my.
For another human being who does not choose to help themselves, I guarantee if I asked her what she's done to help herself in her life, it's been little to nothing lately. I would bet anything on it.
No, that's
Not within us. I don't need you as his counsel, and I'm sure he doesn't either. I just said he's intelligent.
Say I was his counsel, buddy.
So then I'd rather not speak with you, and he can decide what he wants to do from here on out.
Oh, poor Paul. It's got to be all about you, fragile ego.
Thank you, sir, for your contribution.
You're welcome, Paul. You're fucking herpes, bro. Why are you coming up in here trying to infect him with your disease of, I don't know what the fuck you even talk about. Just gibberish. Your vanilla psychology trying to apply it to him, trying to groom him out of what? Out of his marriage with his wife? Get the fuck out of here, dude.
It's really weird because I thought that I was trying to bring closer to either reconciliation where they could get better together, or he and her can move on and find their ideal partner. I thought that's what I was doing, but you must have seen it a different projected way.
Oh, so now you're encouraging monogamy now. You're encouraging his monogamous ways.
Now you're off on it again. I don't know how I got into a now discussion with you when I came up to talk to him.
To be Smiley with the face I've never seen, 2 CDs, his eyeballs, and the nose in the middle. That's a good one. I'm gonna have to use that from now on.
You made it about you and said I had to make it all about me. Kind of bizarre projection there, don't you think?
I mean, you're here. We're here.
You made it all again like you always do about me and you when this man is here talking about his life and relationship.
You used to be consistent.
You project onto me that I'm doing that.
We're talking about consistency here. You say one thing, other days
You
now you're up here promoting other shit.
may want to go get a Rosetta Stone for your first language, English. Because you can barely talk. You can barely form a sentence.
Amazing, Paul.
Yeah, amazing that anybody would fuck you, let alone stay with you. And I don't think you've gotten it done. I suspect you're identifying with this condition because you're experiencing it. You know I have the way out. You don't want out. You're okay with being what you are.
Oh, there you go. Now you're soapboxing. Nobody cares about your soapbox.
That's fine. He was talking to me.
Soapbox with somebody else. I don't know.
You're right. So you came over, made it all about you, this stuff and everything I was going to say, and you got your way. And now you and your buddy Machine Live can identify with each other and get no resolution. Great job. This will be your loser failure friends around you at the Boys Night Out Club who want to tell you not to listen to me while they have horrible results. So go ahead, everyone out there, identify with him in this procedure and watch what happens to you. I really don't have any.
You're a deceiver, Paul. You're a
That's
deceiver.
fine. I'm here for the truth because I saw somebody who was simped out and in pain, and I've been there, and I want to see
Simped out and in pain. Wow, what an amazing assessment.
Yeah, so I kind of wanted to
Simped out
give
and
him
in pain. Okay.
Yeah, so I kind of wanted to give
Because
him
he
a
loves his
perspective.
wife, that means he's simping for
That
her.
wasn't what it was about. There's other things I was trying to bring awareness to through conversation with him, but apparently his counsel girlfriend took over to defend him when he didn't seem to need to be defended. The weirdest thing is, Machine Live is sitting there almost like, hey, let's talk, let's hear it. It's all the other broken hoes and girlfriends around him that got an issue with me talking to him. Really bizarre.
It's really bizarre. Let me hit my bingo sheet. It's bizarre. Let me get that one. Bam, got it. Loser failures. Oh yeah, you said that too. Let me get my bingo sheet out.
Well, bizarre is a trade-in word for effeminate homosexual with latent qualities. So I believe you're an effeminate latent homosexual who identifies with a man and wants to hang out with him and keep him. Yeah, I think you want to keep him on panel with the rest of the beta boys losing and failing rather than getting resolutions with women in their life. That's what I think. You're an online incel loser failure beta gamer nerd who wants the community to focus just like you. You don't want him to move up and move on. You want him to stay with you.
Bam, got it. What else you got, Paul? What other loop?
Like I said, I knew it would be a waste of time interacting with you because you're
here.
You have no substance, right? It never goes anywhere with you and people like you.
General platitudes is not substance.
I got it. Platitude. Did you define platitude? This should be easy. The silence is deafening. So go back and figure out what that word means, wherever you heard it from, and then come back and use it correctly, and or define it so I can show you how you're wrong.
I know your growlers like to jump when you say jump, and I'm not going to do it, bud. Sorry.
We know you're too egoic to listen to truth. You'd rather just prove how better you are than me while failing at truth. Great job.
You go, girl.
Great job.
Thanks,
None of this has anything to do with revolution, but that's great. This way, Machine Lives can stay in the problems you and him are in. I'm not in them.
Nah, you're a deceiver, bro. That's all. You're a child of Satan, and you're a deceiver. You need to go somewhere else with your nonsense, bro.
Got it. Hey, Machine Lives, would you like me to leave, seeing as how I'm the child of Satan, according to this dogmatic zealot freak?
Paul, how old are you?
I just turned 34, sir.
You're like the same age as my brother. Why are you trying to give him advice, bro? You're not like older than him.
Okay, I didn't know that I was giving you advice. I was trying to bring awareness. I was trying to bring awareness to the human condition that I think we're all experiencing and having issues and struggles with in certain areas. I didn't know I was giving advice, but if that's what you took it now that he came up, we can reorder the conversation to appeal to him and your buddies. I don't mind. I don't know anything. I don't have any results. Clearly, you guys got it all figured out. So I'll just leave. You can get back to that. Is that cool?
You did. Jerry,
He's
basically a senior citizen. I mean, what do you know about women, really? Didn't you get laid at 26?
I don't know why Monty doxed Paul, by the way, but I have a feeling it's because of the pedo stuff that might have slipped out on the show, and Snafu was I feel like it's Snafu and Monty related that he got just in the middle of it, essentially. Again, Monty had done a video on Snafu and later took it down probably 6 months later, but I actually have it mirrored on my other on the Sean channel, Sean Sports channel. So it's still there. It should be there. I forgot what stream it is, but yeah, I'm probably gonna skip this. I want to see. I didn't catch Mr. Townsend today. I'm gonna see. It looks like he was talking to Tommy and some other guy named Jay.
Look at what is really happening in this world.
Right.
The signs are there. It's time.
Of course.
People shouldn't wait until they're directly affected.
Did you? I think you and Paul both forget this though. Let's hypothetically say you're talking about veganism. Do you know how much of the war was like, fuck all you animals, man? So it's like,
I'm
with Paul with the rights and freedom, standing up to the man, it's like some people just don't care, especially Zoomers. And then with your movement, it's like, you're going to have to sell it.
Tommy, why is it so difficult to sell the idea of ending slavery and ending wars?
Dude, it's called an unrealistic goal in a way. I mean, it's shoot for the stars, but at the same time, are you going to get that done in your lifetime, dude? Are you going to even put a dent into that ideal, that idealistic fucking utopian vision you got there?
That's the same as all Zoomers. They don't, like, the Zoomers are fine to be slaves. They're like, fuck it, do I have an iPhone 12 and some fucking piece of shit Kanye shirt? Like, I'm good.
Hey,
I can't read the chat today.
What this says, ageless, timeless being. Thank you. You're right, Jack. They shouldn't wait, but unfortunately, that's what it takes for most people to make a change, as we see. Let me offer that is what the past has shown, but the past does not have to control what happens in our future. And I truly believe. Well, I thought
you never controlled the past, controlled the future.
I truly believe. Well, and he just changes the subject from what he was going to say because he doesn't remember what he was going to say. All right, let's check this out.
You're there to win. If you're not there to win, what the fuck are you doing there? Go start a sewing circle. This is their problem. Motherfuckers don't want healthy competition. They want participation trophies where they can show up.
Half-hearted and be entitled to something. Fuck you. That's the advantage of human existence right there.
Be incompetent, half-assed, half-hearted, and be entitled to something. Fuck you. That's the bane of human existence right now. I don't get comfortable and say, oh, we can take a day off now. I get fired the fuck up. Now I gotta put on for these motherfuckers. Now I gotta give them a good day. Now I gotta put a fire under their ass because they're on their way possibly to a slave job, working on themselves, wanting to be better, and wanting out. Well, I'm gonna help you with that. I don't fucking get any benefit out of shitting on people and tearing them down. That's easy. If anything, I want you to be better. And you're gonna see this gorilla monkey face in your face every motherfucking day till you put me down telling you that. Because I've been waiting for it. If you just do what's true, what's right, and you create.
Oh, he cuts it off there. Yeah, he doesn't like his voice. He doesn't like his voice at that part, is what I'm guessing. Or he had to keep it a minute. But then if that's the case, why is it a minute and one? Damn. Is Paulie dealing with some self-consciousness there? I might have to ask him about that one. Did he purposely cut himself off? Steel, sharpen steel. Like them all across the board. Yeah, so what's the deal? No one's gonna fucking click that link, I guess. So I'm just gonna go to sleep. Fuck you all. Just kidding. I got some videos I want to catch up on, actually. Shout out to Allison McDowell putting in that work. Said I could mirror her stream, so I might do that not tonight, or I might do it tonight. Actually, you know what? Because I'm on the free version, and I'm gonna be ran out of storage of streaming space, so I'm just gonna do the full probably 12 hours tonight, and then which means I'll probably make a playlist so that I can fall the fuck asleep at some point the next couple hours, which means it'll just be hours of fucking mirrored content, right? So maybe I will play this. Actually, it was a fucking great stream. She already did a part two rather, but it's about the Jumpstart Maui project that essentially the equivalent, right, of like a cyber polygon or an Event 201 that took place right before the Maui stuff. Right. Where they said they were going to make it into a smart city. Right, exactly. So all coincidental, of course, obviously, all sheer happenstance and coincidence. But it's a two-part series, so it's only it's only part one and part two. So part one, signals, systems thinking, and Polynesian culture. Talking about decentralized smart energy grid pilot that was launched in Hawaii in 2011. Okay, but this one that launched in 2011 isn't if I remember correctly, isn't the Jumpstart Maui like expo type of, not expo, but simulation exercise, kind of like, you know, like I said, like Event 201 or Claydex or Crimson Contagion or, you know, on and on and on. Cyber Polygon. If you know what I mean, you know what I mean. But Amalgam Virgo, name another one, the 9/11 one. But yeah, like it's pretty obvious what's going on here. The context for the discussion includes Polynesian culture and consciousness, the island's occupation, militarization, and encrypted communication. And then part 2 is about Web3, sociotechnical systems, and glucose monitoring. And I'm pretty sure the glucose monitoring she's meant talking about is getting into the Internet of Bodies aspect of the whole, you know, social credit system we're trying to build, and all part and parcel to the whole thing. The beast that is this system slowly being slowly being constructed in the background. But yeah, Plain Truth's got some work that he put out. I don't know if you caught these clips, dude, but you got to, oh man, they're genius. I'm gonna download these actually. Snafu Snaps dances on the table. That's one. But in the meantime, you know what I could do? Play this really quick. Where am I at? I should already have it queued up. I get it. It makes sense. But I don't. All right, so this is a new one. Shout out to Talcott Clip Collection.
Table for daddy to see. Dancing on the table, pay attention to me. Pogos and pedos, the optics are high. Say fuck big tech and just watch me jive. Marfugel, Monograph, the cupcakes too. Pay attention to me, daddy, let me dance for you. A 1, a 2, a 3, 4, 5. All I want is daddy's love. The optics are high.
Yep. Good stuff for Mr. Snaps, Mr. Evan as well at Talcott Clip Collection. Getting mumbled and jumbled here. Blah. All right, let me see. I was gonna join the panel, but I wasn't really feeling it. I'm just, you know, somebody asking about Jerry Marzinski in a chat. Let me see if Talcott's piped up yet. Maybe I'll go.
wife and child ain't gonna head for the hills. He was
Wow,
wrong.
I'm dumb,
So do you want to
dude.
listen to him or me? He's interested in hearing our
Once
conversation.
My
again,
bad. I didn't even have it.
Entertainment
my
has come
fault.
to you tonight. The Machine
I'm
Lies.
dumb.
Entertainment, not support, not honest conversations,
Right.
clown ass arguments.
Right,
For
and you're not
content.
peaceful and loving
I-
again because you didn't get your way. That's why your children and wife head for the hills. Anything else?
Gaslight projection. Check, check. Very cool. Very cool. Very cool, guys.
So we were speaking about how he couldn't afford $29 a month for StreamYard. What makes you think that a woman's going to be with a man who can't afford $29 a month for StreamYard?
Was that really the topic of discussion, though?
Yeah, what's this
Exactly.
guy
You just wanted to come back to that. Jack Talcott's broken, has no job and no source of value. His
You
house is on
are
the
a
way out.
Dude, look at your.
It was
loop.
about the
You're fucking-
reflections of the mind creating your own
I
reality.
understand that. So is this not different levels to this?
Hold up. So did I just have like Snafu's like face just stuck at the end there with, and you couldn't hear it the whole
Dancing
time?
on the table for Dad. Mark Fugel, Monica.
Did I just have it here like this and you couldn't hear the fucking stream in the background the whole time? Oh man, that's fucking hilarious, dude. That's hilarious. Bruh. Let's go. It's fucking ridiculous, man. Come on.
Can we start at the base level and move upward, or do we have to stop at the most self-righteous and move down? Where do you want to start?
Well, I say start at the base level.
Right, base consciousness. How much money are you making a month, and how are you getting it? And are you doing what you
Why
said?
are you asking
And are you doing?
Why
most
are
of-
you
and
asking
most
him
of
how much
the
money
because
he's
they're
making?
afraid of what it's going to reveal about them
I'm
because
not
it's a
How
two-parter
much
on
money
this
do
one.
you make a month?
It's a
Paul?
two-parter on this one.
How
Are you
much money do
doing?
you make
It's a
a month, Paul?
two-parter on this one.
Here's
How
the
much money
thing,
do you
okay?
make
It's a
a month,
two-parter
Paul?
on this
How
one.
much money
Are
do
you
you
doing
make,
what you
Paul?
love to do and what you're best at?
How much
So
money
it's
do
a
you make a month?
two-parter for the base retards and back. That's the new
How
lingo.
much
I don't know
money
what
do you
base
make a
means, but it seems to me it would mean like base consciousness. But I'm not up on the Reddit language. One of the gamer nerds
No,
will
Paul,
have to
Paul,
correct me.
does StreamYard provide for your woman?
What does that mean?
Parasite's off of a cougar all day.
Oh, we're doing more false claiming. Hey, Jennifer's right here. Would you like to speak to her, Beta Boys?
Yeah, bring her on.
Ricky
That'd
boy,
be
I
great.
think
So would you like to tell them all how I'm parasiting off you and how I'm poor and broke, yet I'm also all about money?
Yeah,
Would you
yeah,
like
bring her on, Paul. That'd be great.
Right, yeah. You're not going to bring your woman on, but I'll give you all the good content and the real shit you won't. No problem, because I'm a real motherfucker who's about my information. You ain't, so I'll give you what you need.
Look at him
You
waffle.
look like
Look
a
at him waffle.
You look like a clown, but where's your bitch? Oh, she ran for the hills with your child and blocked you. And no one's
You're
within a
the-
mile of you since.
Oh, don't you
Anything else you want to give up? Your child's going to stay with a man who's in a house for
Thank
5
you,
years who doesn't intend to pay the bill for.
Thank
No
you for
remedy.
being here. Thank you.
I mean, what did I tell you, Jack? What do I
Yeah,
tell
this new thing Paul's doing, bro. Like, I don't know what it is, but this thing right here.
Hey, TBE.
Your
if
wife
you
and
claim to
child have a
understand-
problem. I'm trying to help you understand their
Oh,
problem.
shit,
And you
I'm
don't want to
done.
listen to them or me or anyone else, online or offline.
I'm here for you.
Come
Encouragement or
Who's
solution.
going to buy your bitch ass out
Hey,
again?
Paul. Hey, Paul. You got a problem with the way I've lived my life? Take
No,
it up
your
with
wife and
God.
child have a
Kiss
problem
my
with it. I'm
ass,
helping
you
you understand
arrogant
their problem.
prick. Hey, TBE.
Your
if you
wife and
claim to
child have a
understand-
problem. I'm trying to help you understand their
Holy
problem.
shit,
And you
I'm
don't want to
done.
listen to them or me or anyone else, online or offline.
I'm here for you, Machine Lies. I'm done engaging with
What
this.
woman or child's going to stay with a man who's in a
what
house for
is-
5
Thank you,
years who doesn't intend to pay the bill for?
Thank
No
you for
remedy.
being here. Thank you.
I mean, what did I tell you, Jack? What do I tell you? I mean, how many times I gotta
Hey,
tell you?
TBE, why
Well,
don't
I'm
you
not
see
gonna
this
say it, man.
opportunity? Why don't you see this opportunity instead of being defended by what I point, instead of feeling defensive by what I pointed out? Why don't you see this opportunity that this is a chance to get Paul to see his speed?
Results. They're offline.
I'm here for you, Machine Lies.
Rub your head. And when he doesn't say Talcott says, if you do it,
Yo, I want to hear a Paul Unslaved guided meditation. I think everybody.
Yo, I'm done.
No,
definitely
no, nothing to do with me.
How about-
Anything
how about you
to do with
guys?
what I want. No,
How about you help us?
No,
Maybe Paul Unslaved can help us all calm down.
no, nothing to do with me. He
You
doesn't
can't
want
offer
it.
anything of value? Nothing of value can be offered or shared by you, Paul?
Well, TV doesn't want it. If I had value to offer, he'd smack it out of my hand because I was.
Why don't you ignore that and why don't you recognize where the
All right,
idea
let's go.
came
Let's do a
from?
guided meditation. You gotta close your eyes, everybody. Close your eyes. Just really feel that.
My eyes are closed when I'm not cam.
All right, you can't talk through guided meditation, folks.
Okay, here we go, folks. We're gonna do
Love you, bro.
a guided.
Take it away, Paul. Take it away.
All right, I want you to go ahead and close your eyes. I want you to really
by
feel.
Paul Unslaved. Here,
I'm
give me
feeling it right now. I'm feeling it right now.
Yeah, really feel that wave of slavery. Just kind of
I love
up and down
slavery,
your
bro.
spine,
That's
that
great.
Cooling sensation, warming.
I love
cooling,
slavery, bro.
tingling, up and down, up and down.
Slavery,
down,
paying my
slavery,
taxes.
Yeah, and then just,
Yeah.
just notice
Yeah,
that from a distance.
paying my taxes.
There's like an island, right?
I need to.
And you see
I need
this
to get a
island
driver's
start to come
license.
forward more and more as you walk toward it. You notice as you get toward the island that there's someone there. And you start to notice it's Jack Talcott. He's been marooned on his own island of dysfunctional delusion, some might say. So you approach carefully, cautiously, and you reach a hand out to him. Can you see yourself really reaching a hand out? Jack Talcott, you're on the boat now. Forgot that part of the. Go ahead, manifest the boat right now. Good thing about guided meditation, you can manifest instantly. You're in a boat. You're in a boat, you're on the water. You're reaching out for Jack, reaching and reaching, but he can't quite grasp it. So you let go. You don't reach him.
Yo, Talcott's very true. I like that. Can you highlight Jack's comment?
All right, I think we're coming out of it. All right, we're coming back. We're coming back to the
Also
room now. You
doing
guys
how
back?
Mox
Wait, you guys back now?
spiritual.
We back? All right, we're back. Man, that
Paul
was
is revealing how he mocks the spiritual and helpful. That's very true. He's a mocker and a scoffer. This guy.
Right, I will at times.
Because you don't
Yeah.
believe in prayer, do you, Paul?
Well, no, the thing is that I mock and scoff from a place where no one quite knows how and why and what
You
I'm
do
doing.
it from ignorance, Paul.
Right, there you go.
Cowardice. foolishness. I've been trying to get you to look at yourself.
Right. Praise God.
Who's that, Paul?
Oh, I don't presume to know who or what it is. You all do.
It's Jesus Christ, my friend.
Of course it is. Whatever white man you were told about, that's got to be it.
Jesus Christ. You got to give your life to him. You got to give your life to him, Christ. You got to give your life to him.
If my life turns out like yours, I don't want that prospect. I don't want to take on that prospect.
So prosperity means
I don't
God's
see
involved
that.
in my
I
life?
see abundance in your life. I see lacking in fear.
Oh, so prosperity and shekels and shit like that. That means that God's involved in my life.
You can tell me this, but you'd have to show me and prove it to me. In which case, I haven't seen the evidence yet. I've seen evidence to the contrary.
That's what I'm asking. I'm asking, is
Sure,
that
I
the
don't
metric?
understand. Why do you have to have me believe on your Jeebus?
No,
Does
what
it make it better for you? If
What
I
I'm asking
choose not to?
is that your metric for how God is involved in someone's life if they're prosperous?
No, not necessarily. Like I said to the man before.
Well, you just literally said
Are you
something
going
to
to
the
let me answer
contrary.
any question, or are you not really wanting an answer? You want your answer.
You literally just said something to the contrary. You just said, "Well, I don't see anything." You don't. Come on, Paul, keep up.
Yeah, I meant in your character and your presentment and in the way that you think and perceive and emote.
And metrics, and I just think it's silly. I think you have a lot more to offer because you don't have a ton of metrics to compare with. You have a lot of insight and a hell of a personality, but it kind of makes.
I mean, that's kind of, I guess, respectable for you to say that, being someone who typically would go against me. So I respect you for calling that as you see it. I want to believe that about myself. I do see that now. I didn't always see that. But you have to understand that when I argue with worldly folks who claim to be Christians, that I have to talk to them in their language because they apparently don't see what is evident to you and many others. They say, "What do you do? Who are you? You've done nothing, and you have nothing to put forth." And I go, "Do you not watch?" I guess this is what kind of throws me off as an ego. Is I go, I feel like I have some value now. Part of that is through the results in the faith I've experienced and what people have reported back to me. But then if I get confident in that, they say, "What are you doing? Who are you? And what makes you think you could speak on it?" And I go, "So do you want to talk worldly results?" Which, like you said, I may have less of compared to other people. Still more than I had. So that's results for me. It's progress for me. Or would you like to go to the way that I speak at certain times, or the energy?
No, I'm cool. Honestly, I'm not a tone policer. I told you your tone and the way you speak reminds me of
What the fuck is this shit in the background, man? What is this video they got playing, man?
family holidays, and I think that's what half draws media. So that I'm not saying
Is this real, brothers and sisters?
change or whatever. My perspective is, I'm a little older than you. I got, 15, 16, 17 years on you. Not old enough. I could probably be a biological dad, but more like a much older brother.
But you're also, whatever you're about to say, you are willing to concede before the statement that age is really no barometer of.
Absolutely. Age is no excuse. Okay. Judge yourself. Yep. Judge yourself. Age is no excuse.
Positive or negative, right? I mean, you see, I'm dealing with my father. The IQ and EQ is lacking from my perspective.
Yeah, no, don't get me wrong. Absolutely. Fucking ton of dumb old people. And it's pathetic because young people have an excuse for it. So, much like you, I'm an observer of the world. And I did time. I told you I got in a bar fight, but I also got caught for a little thing and did a little Fed time. A couple years. That's where the 10 comes from. 8 in the state, 2 in the feds. And there's a lot of big brains in the feds, especially before they started bringing all the gang members in. It used to be a lot of white collar crime. And there's a lot. So playing dumb, not dumb, but just not pretending like I already had it made a lot of smart dudes willing to take me under their wing and tell me shit. Just, business shit. Guys that, maybe they smuggled, embezzled $20 million and then went to South America and hid out and got caught and then had to work it. Marshall came down and picked them up. I mean, there's stories. And that's not even a fascinating one. That's pretty mundane for the feds. I was in there with a dude in Vietnam that was the head of the, that wanted to overthrow the communist government. He was like the leader of the people that wanted to overthrow the government. The USA doesn't want that to happen. Guess what? He made a trip to the USA. They trumped up charges. Now he's in federal custody. Like, there's just all kinds of people in his life experience. I mean, just being able to talk about a dude that could be voted in as a president in Vietnam. Like, give me a break. So, or maybe it wasn't Vietnam, but it was anyway, one of the countries over there. Wow, whatever. So what I'm getting at is, if I walked in and said, like, I already fucking know everything, I'm the biggest, baddest, they wouldn't talk to me. They wouldn't think I had anything to learn. So you're only going to get dumb motherfuckers that look up to you that want to hang out with you. The only way to get people that have something to, because those dudes that have done big shit, you're too old to be acting that way around them. That's my person. Like, honestly, I was going to come up and kind of fucking bang on you a little bit and say, okay, dude, let's do some metrics. Let's do some calm metrics and kind of give you some real numbers on whatever you want. Because I do know where you're at on some level. I mean, if you say $1,500 in 10 days is decent for you, I mean, I made over 6 figures for a couple years, like almost $250,000. Like I did big shit. I also was in prison and done dumb shit. And I didn't, I'm not broke, but I'm not a baller like Tommy. I don't pretend like I haven't made. I got to go work, but I took care of myself. I don't have debt.
Again, there's levels to everything. People want to stick on the numbers and the amounts and not talk about the way and what you had to do to get it.
Well, I'll give you that. People do not know what it takes.
That's my point. You tell me about going to a room with people and people giving me shit or not. I come to a room and take what the fuck is mine with the truth. You just
see, if we were in a room, hang on, TV, let me take this. If we were in a room and you talked to me like that, I would have already said, shut the fuck up. And if you didn't, I'd be like, are you treating me like a bitch? You want me to leave? And then because you interrupted me and started yelling. And I'm telling you, when I talk to you with an even tone, you better talk to me with an even tone. Because if we were in the same room, you know exactly what I would do, man to man. And you talk so much shit. I'm the dude that said I'll meet you. And you hit my hole.
Because there's nothing you're going to do to change.
See, but you want your social media to eat you. Like, where's the bingo card?
Foolish, man.
Where's the bingo card?
Wisdom offering you some care and attention.
He tried to put his arm around me and big time me. Listen,
son. Oh, you're being a little bitch.
Because I can't in every avenue that you pretend like who thinks you are actually a fucking person to listen to? Fucking who else? The bitch printer? Who listens to you, Paul? You have no one about you that listens to you. I'll be here in person when you're not here because you have something to big. That's the difference. Paul, you pretend they you let around weak ass broke motherfuckers. You think because you came up on a fucking
You just told me everything I
you're doing something. You're a bitch, and everybody sees it, except the simp and your fucking hundred a year.
Yeah, you gotta fucking polish somebody.
No, I don't care. People don't want to hear about this stuff because I got this motherfucker. He's a bitch, and I know it, and he knows it. And the fact he's bucking up when I'm real to him, everybody knows it. Exactly. You're a fucking. I'm starting to think you're actually a faggot.
Calm you down.
As much as you talk about mounting,
Relax.
and you say you suck dick.
I know I got a little bit animated there. It triggered your like threat system, and you got insecure, so you started trying.
Oh, okay. So because I said that's the you want.
For daddy to see. Dancing on the table, pay attention to me. Pogos and pedos, the optics are high. Say fuck big tech and just watch me jive.
I'm with you.
Like you. Who's going to get
So now-
threatened and defensive and try to pop
Okay.
you online? I should
Well, then let's get back to why I came up. Pick a metric. Let's go for why I came up.
So you don't get threatened and get into
Pick a
your defensive
metric.
mode.
Pick a metric, darling.
All right, what'd you have to do to get the $250,000? Here's your metric.
I started a business. I told you this a fucking 10 times. You stupid to remember?
Slave tax? Did you pay slave
Oh,
tax?
shut the fuck up.
There you go. There's your
You don't worry about
You
I
pay
got
for
more
the
than
system.
I got it more than a year.
You
Are you
went
worried
to
about
a bullshit product that you didn't make.
here we go.
That they got 1,000
You
of.
want me to indict myself online? I told you, hey,
Here's your
dumbass.
metric. You're
Hey,
a hoe.
dumbass.
You're just a
Hey,
high price
dumbass.
hoe. What does that mean
I
to you?
told you what I did the first time I came on your panel. You're too stupid to remember.
Hey, Paul, if you stop your
So I made more money in less time than you.
Not
I
interested.
mean, I made more money in construction than you made. How many subs did you have on your biggest channel? You like to talk about subs. How many subs did you have on your biggest channel? How many subs did you have on your biggest channel, big boy?
Subs on the channel now we're going to go to.
You said every metric you have to beat everybody, big boy. Now you run like a bitch. That's exactly why I came up. Because you will always run like a bitch when I come up and compare real metrics with you because you're a fucking little boy.
Just because you got a mouth doesn't mean you got to use it.
Oh, Wizard, show everyone how you can take a piece of paper and write and make it money. Show everyone what a fucking idiot you are right now, Wizard. Grab your piece of blank paper and say, this is money. I can put ink on it and make my own money, but I live in an apartment on government assistance where I make fucking fat rods and I
Wizard's a fucking
which
retard.
is super gay.
Wizard's a retard. He's a welfare baby. Don't worry about him.
Total. I know. I don't even honestly entertain him for anything reasonable. I just fucking mock him.
Yeah, he's a fucking insane person.
It indicates Paul's company.
No,
That's
because
the problem, though. To be honest,
came yesterday and admitted that the only reason
I want to say, Jack,
I'm his biggest competition. So that's
I don't know if it was me or if you just did it, but I see you're fired up, and the way you talk to Paul is exactly like this is what we call cleaning house on the yard. Sometimes you just got to sweep the yard up.
Right.
Get all the Kilmos, all the Kilmos and the debt.
So you're gonna come do violence to me, huh?
I'll do whatever you want, bro. I already said that.
Right. So because of what we spoke in our disagreement, you're gonna do violence to me?
No, I'm gonna sweep the yard metaphysically, homeboy. Or physically. I don't care.
Shut me up and do violence to me. How you gonna
Let's
get
compare metrics. Let's compare metrics. How many subscribers did you have on your biggest channel? You love to do it. Let's play the bingo card. Let's play, was it 20, 22, 25?
Training you have?
Go ahead, buddy. No, you wouldn't. If you were smart, you wouldn't. But if you want to keep running your mouth, then I'll fucking take you wherever you want. It doesn't matter. That's the difference. That's what confidence is, Paul. That's called confidence. That's somebody that's done shit and knows what they can do. Not somebody who talks about buying a Honda one day. I'm gonna buy a Honda one day. Remember that conversation we had? I thought you.
This is some dumb shit, bro. Oh, someone's about to pop in.
Something about that. I'm gonna buy a Honda one day.
I'm doing what I am because I don't need any of that.
Paul,
so how many subscribers? Subscribers or get out?
I'm not interested.
Subscribers or get out?
What did you do for your subscribers? Go to the next metric. What did you do for your subscribers?
Got a false array. Go look at my channel, you dumb fuck. I did more than you. I did more than you. I didn't fucking even talk.
This is a grown. This dude's like, I don't even know what, 40 something, by himself in the middle of nowhere, if I'm not mistaken. Just rapping.
So get the fuck out of here, rolled my window up, never got out of my truck, and rolled away with never fucking getting into anything. And then fucking got put on the list because I'm a real sovereign citizen that pushes back and fights their shit, doesn't run from work like a bitch like you do.
So you just proved
I'm a real sovereign citizen, he says. I'm a real sovereign citizen, proving he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Guaranteed. If he does, then he's a fucking dumbass. Either way, he's retarded. So
dumb you are because you acted dishonorable.
One would say. I wouldn't say that, but some would say.
Not give them or anyone else an opportunity to be who and what we need to be.
So
and then
you
categorize yourself as a real sovereign citizen.
Not like you. I don't fucking bow down. If you want to violate me, you get right or you die.
Vice Entertainment only put me in a video and called me a sovereign citizen because I'm so threatening by understanding
truth. You a fucking idiot, psychopath you are. Leaking idiot. You know what's funny? Dumbass prostitute hoes back on a million subscriber channels, but they won't have you on any channel back.
Okay.
That's what's funny. You talk about all the people that want you. How many people want you back? Nobody. And you pretend like you turn it down.
No, dude. So now you're shitting on me for being the thing you just characterized
wrongly about yourself. You've done a lot of talks and shows. You've done a lot of talks and shows. How many talks and presentations and trade shows have you done? How many talks and presentations have you done at trade shows? 2 or 3? 2 or 3 talks at trade shows? You want to talk about it? We're comparing metrics. Come on, big boy. Let's go, big boy. How many fucking talks have you done? How many presentations? 2 or 3?
2 or 3, right? 4 or
Right,
5.
so
I
let me
mean,
get this straight.
I did
Let me
14 in 1 year.
stop yapping so we
14
can.
trade shows. Cost $5,000 for each person to show up and get a booth, and they were always booked. So how many did you do again? I did 14 in 1 year.
Good job,
That's
Captain.
how
Good
I
job,
made
bud.
money, bitch.
Hey,
I
good
didn't
job,
sit
bud.
there and lie.
Hey,
And
good
say,
job,
I'm gonna
bud.
buy
I
a
think we're
hustle
done.
one
I
day.
think we're done. Good job. You did
Oh,
good.
they're run, bitch. Get the
You
fuck
got
out
me.
of here.
I'm running. You
They're
got
done.
me. I
Exactly.
can't.
You're
I
cooked.
can't.
Pick
Okay, you
another
got me.
metric. Pick
Yeah, you
another
got me.
metric.
No, you got me.
Go.
You're
Get
so
the no one
mature
wants
and
you here.
powerful.
That's
You're
what
so
you
mature,
don't get.
accomplished.
You're a
You won the
psychopath
competition.
loser,
It's clear
and
and
nobody
evident.
wants you here.
I'm a fat loser.
Yeah. You're a
Right.
childish,
And you made
attention-seeking
Portland nice, giving
5-year-old
away a
that's
13
literally
corporation to
somewhere
get a
that
real
nobody
Thompson.
wants
Tell
you.
you.
You're useless.
Great job.
The machine lies is a married man. Let another married man talk to him.
Yeah, let
Let
another
another
married
man with a
man.
woman that's actually an
Hear him?
appropriate breeding
Do you
age
hear him?
says he wants to have children
Imagine
talk
this.
to him at least.
Could you imagine this anytime? Let a married man talk to him. Another man
Yeah,
who's beaten and
or
broken.
someone with
Desperate,
experience.
blind, bitter, angry,
I don't know,
resentful.
somebody that doesn't lie about
Constantly
everything and make
evaluating
shit up.
themselves
If they don't know
and
about
how they're not
relationships,
equitable and
okay, shit, how
compatible.
many businesses have you started, Paul? Since you talk about
Right.
employees and businesses,
So you're just going to keep yapping and yapping. You're not going to actually have a back and forth like you said you were going to because you're bad faith and dishonorable. So I think
What
I'm just
employees
going to
have you
execute
taken care of?
Shows humility.
How
Maybe
many
you can learn
countries have
from
you
the
been
man.
to, Paul? How many countries have you been to? I don't fucking care what
Here
your
we
big
go.
ass
How
bitch is a
many
metric.
countries have I been to?
Yeah,
Here's the
take the
next.
metric, bitch. The only metric you'll beat me in is weight.
Okay, how many countries did you go to? That was great. Another fat joke.
That was funny.
Yeah, hilarious. Like the 1,000th time. It always gets better the more you tell it.
It's
For daddy to see? Dancing on the table, pay attention to me.
true. It's funny.
Right, that's the only thing you got on me is that
That's why
I'm
it's
slightly
funny.
overweight. That's all you all got on me.
No,
and it's
no,
pretty
there's
pathetic.
much more, Paul. There's much
How
more.
many
You're
countries
so
have you got
fucking
to?
arrogant,
People
you
there
don't
told you they
accept
want you to stay because you
I
represent so
haven't
much value
fucking
and
visa in
understanding.
China because they want me there so bad. Could you go get a
I'm
visa
sure they
in
do want to dump
China
subs
because
there.
you do somebody's
I'm
business
sure
and
they
want you
do
to
want
come?
a collectivized status who calls himself a sovereign citizen in China. I'm sure
Oh,
they do.
yeah,
You're a confused moron.
that's just called
They'd love
gaslighting.
you there.
Anything you say, you can
They
never
could
do
convince you of
them.
anything, I'm
Yeah,
sure.
look, see, a smart man might be like, interesting. Why did you go to China? What did you do there? Oh, you're manufactured? How the fuck you figure
I'm
that
not
out?
interested in
Maybe
trying to
one day
talk
that'll
to
be
you and
useful
relate
for
with you.
me.
You've been
If I
yelling
ever
nonstop
do
and
anything
you're
except
emotional
sit in
and
the
you won't
chair.
listen to
But
anything
no,
being said
you
back.
just talk shit
All
so that no
Jack
one knows
tells
about
you
you.
is
Never
bad.
the energy of you. The only reason I'm giving you this energy is because people I like, you are in their zone. No one
I
cares
don't
about you,
care,
Paul.
bro.
You're a
Do
fucking joke.
you think that
You
this
and
does
Wizard
anything
are
to me in my
so
life and my
funny.
day? Do you think there's any effect on me in
Get
my life every
body
day? Because
bag.
the
No,
energy you're
it's
giving
for
me.
people. Paul, do you think I care what you think? This is for other people to see
Yes,
what a
you
clown
do.
you
You
are.
did yesterday.
And
You absolutely do.
everybody,
You said I was the biggest competition online. You guys only
sound
started
like
me
you
that.
give you
You want a
credit.
good competition.
This is
Good
where
fight.
you lie.
You got a good argument.
This is where
So I
you
do
lie.
think that I don't care what you think, but you care what I think. You said
100 with the
yesterday.
biggest
You
channel
think
online.
that
Are you
actually.
fucking kidding me?
And you guys prove it everywhere I go. You show up.
You want to
You're
do a bet?
desperate to talk about whatever I'm
You
talking
want to do
about.
a
Even
bet? You want to
interrupting
do a
this
bet?
man's broadcast
Paul,
and
you want
all
to
the
bet?
situations.
Like,
Shut the fuck up, Paul.
Once
Shut up,
again, when
Paul.
you go back.
The cupcakes too. Pay attention to me, daddy. Let me dance for you. A 1, a 2, a 3, 4, 5. All I want is daddy's love. The optics are high.
Let's put some money up. Let's put some money up on live stream. I'll bet you in 30 days I can get more people. I've never live streamed. I'll bet you in 30 days I can get more people on my live stream than you. And I'll put 1, 5, 10K on it. I don't care. Whatever you can afford to lose.
You do that,
Let's
bud.
do it. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Okay. I know.
Holy cows, brothers and sisters.
You need some competition to get up off your ass and do something. And you want me to be the biggest
No,
competition. That's what you said.
you
So you want me to motivate you.
I'm
You want Daddy to do something.
probably going to be doing it anyway, Paul. So it's not you that'll motivate me. I want you to know what a loser you are. I'm going to again do better than you in 30 days because I know what it
The only
takes.
reason
You're
I
a
know
fucking
you is
idiot.
because you followed me like everyone else over to my channel to suck my dick.
The only reason I know about you is because you followed us over to Benton and CBO. That's the only fucking reason I know about you, Paul.
I'm a
And you're the loser that live streams all day to give us something to fucking pay attention on. Jesus Christ, are you that
you don't see the
stupid?
difference in that position,
Like, you don't understand it's just the people that are bored that want to see a live stream. And you live stream all the time. So everyone's going to happen to pop in to see what the idiot has out. Is it a piss drinker? Is it a dude that makes his own stamps? Oh, is it someone else that's an idiot? Who's on
You're
all
enamored with my whack pack. I purposely created and formed the whack pack. Jack Talcott's one of them. Transformation Life Code.
I am not part of your. I am not part of your pack, Paul.
I you again. I outside you again. I outmaneuver you again. I'm in your mind, I'm controlling you.
You have one idiot.
I'm not part of your pack, Paulie Paul.
Media.
You are the fraud of all media. You are a fraud.
The fraud of all media, he says, Ron. The fraud of all media, Ron. You know what's funny is that he's the thumbnail for tonight, and it just all worked out. I'm not even on his channel. I went to his channel and skipped it. I played a minute of it. He was with Tommy there, Mr. Illumatometh, as I coined him. But now they're all on Machine Live's panel. So you even got the toilet bowl face there.
And I get your support directly or indirectly.
Thank you for your views. Thank you for your support of the algorithm. Thank you for your thumbs down. Still win traction.
Cut your tail. Get the
As long
fuck out
as
of
you
here
want me to
already.
be part of the conversation,
Is
stay
there
relevant.
anything else you want to look like a dumbass on,
Do it
Paul?
for free. I keep moving on what I do. Thank you.
Yeah, no, Luke, we're gonna play Paul Bingo when you leave. Go.
I'm going to take
Get
another
out of
20
here.
people from this platform, and this man Machine Lies is going to
We're
get
gonna
another 20
take
people from
Trivia
mine
Night
today.
Bingo night. Get the
40.
fuck out of
He's
here.
probably going to get 40 or 80 from mine just by having an interaction with me here because they're all here from my area watching.
What? If there's no metric, I won't challenge you in and win, Paul. That's why you're
How
such a
about
fucking
you
idiot.
being completely
Let's do it.
autistic and lacking in discernment of
Let's
morals and
do it.
principles?
Let's
How
do
about
it,
that,
buddy.
Matrix?
I wanted to get IQ test. I challenged you to a live IQ test the other day. You kicked me off the fucking panel because you're a bitch.
Right.
What else you got, man?
I
What
already
else? You
told
said
you.
you had high IQ. What was your IQ at 12? You said you had an IQ test at 12. I'll
That
put
was
my
the
dumb ass one out there.
That
I
was
was
the
12
point.
too. I don't
You
believe it.
keep
What's
telling me to do
132?
shit
What the fuck
I've already
is
done
yours?
that you haven't
What
done
was yours,
yet.
smart boy?
You
With
keep
a
telling me to
better
do shit
win.
again that you haven't done yet.
132 is a better
I have
than
2
12.
IQ tests on record. Why won't you take one yet so we can
What
compare
are they?
results?
I
Why
just
does
told
Tony
you
have
what
to
it
hold your
is
hand and
on
do it with you
record.
online?
I just told you what it is on
Why does
record.
that have to happen?
Let's do it live because that was a long time ago. What was it at 12?
So I can get more
What was yours
attention
at
and
12?
entertain
You want to answer the
conversations and be
question.
relevant.
This bitch
No,
will
I'd
answer the
rather not.
question.
I'd rather just
You're
let you
punk
say
ass
and
bitch.
panel hop and be a
You
loser.
said it the other day.
And get
I know you
excited
did.
and interrupt
That's
conversations
not
like
what it was, but
I'd
you
rather just
said
watch
it.
you cycle and fail. I just keep doing
Dude,
what I do.
come on, man.
You sound scared, Paul.
I'm really scared, man. I'm shaking right now. Holy shit. I can't even hold this
That's why you keep talking while he's talking.
I know.
Exactly. He
You
has
guys are
no.
right, man. You guys are like really good. How long
Yeah,
did you
never
study
received it,
psychology and
Paul.
sociology? Like thousands of hours,
I
right?
mean, we could
You
be
guys are
pushing
really
that
good
shit
at
out.
it.
Nothing physical,
So
I'm
I got
sure.
thousands of hours into it with provable concepts.
You know the
And
word.
thousands of
You
hours
are
into it,
very
really good at it.
confused.
You guys seem really like on the ball with your
You are
assessments.
very confused about the words you know.
I know.
It's obvious.
Says
So
a
is
life
Wilbur.
coach with 2 failed websites and
Hey
failed his own
Paul.
assessment.
Hey Paul. Irrelevant. You know, you want to do
Life
the
coach
comparison
says, "We don't
can.
listen to me.
You're the fucking to fucking deflect any day. The
Life coach says,
comparison
"Live
can
with me,
drop, but
listen to
you're
me."
I'm gonna
you
buy
look
a
at
Honda one day.
Hashtag live
Hey
without fees.
guys,
Hashtag live without
hey
accountability and
guys, I'm
responsibility.
gonna take 3,000 the big old dollars and go buy me a used Honda one day because I'm successful.
You didn't listen. I said 19. I said 19 to pull off a lot new and show you how to keep it as an automobile rather than a motor vehicle and not be subject to their jurisdiction. I didn't say 3. I said
Paul,
19.
fuck up or get the fuck out, man. Start throwing some metrics down. You're embarrassing. You're embarrassing yourself. You embarrass yourself every day. And when you come over here, you can't dump people where you don't have any control. You're embarrassing even more. It's pathetic. You're a bitch. No, you're not in the club. Well, don't you get it? Until you be a man, until you be a man, you're not in the club. We don't want you here.
Please
That's
have
the
mercy.
difference. You're a little boy. We don't hang out with little boys. You're the kid that we let come along because his little brother said you have to come.
Please stop.
Like, come on,
I
man.
can't take anymore. Someone stop the carnage.
Oh, the abstinent
Machine
guy. The
Lies, will you
fucking
please stop the
abstinent
carnage?
guy is going to give advice in a relationship.
Can't
No woman
handle
would
the
stay with a
temperature
fucking
as long
abstinent.
as
You
you
don't even know how to
never
fuck
constantly
someone right,
asking
Paul.
for
And you're
interaction
saying
with
you
them in
get
their
women?
life.
No,
Hey,
trust you, but real women want to get fucked real good.
Beat me down.
They don't want a little boy to come in there and think, bro.
Fucking
They don't have to listen to their mouth.
You beat me down. I'm withered. You got
Yeah,
me.
you're weak.
Stop the carnage and the
Get
hate.
the
I
fuck
can't
out.
breathe. I
Bye.
can't breathe. No, I'm not leaving.
Bye.
I can't
See.
breathe.
Bye.
Please stop. You're bullying.
Bye.
Bullying.
We don't, you're so stupid. So you know how people think when they just hate stay on your channel? We're going to let you.
Yeah.
Do you have a?
Somebody's
Does
actually
your mouse have a wheel on it?
getting
Or-
We don't respect you, Paul.
I'll see you guys later. Have a good
Hey,
night.
zoom it in a little bit. Zoom it in a little bit.
There it is. Oh wow, that's actually kind of good. Yeah, could you get that? I'm gonna take a look at that, then I'm gonna leave. And I'm gonna give
I don't know
You
how
see
to
this pimp bingo right now? It's just fucking classic.
zoom in the page, but yeah.
Do you have a?
Somebody's
does
actually
your mouse have a
doing
wheel
something
on
and
it?
getting
There we
something
go.
done. See, this is you guys should study
Oh, I
whoever this
okay.
person is and how they live. This is a successful person. Whoever made this, they're bound to have some potential to be
Yeah, it's the
successful.
person you hate the most up here.
Well,
Literally,
I
the
didn't
whole
say
fucking
that.
earth
I didn't say
made
that
it.
the loser failures up here didn't have
The
potential.
guy that you was the guy that you were saying never had any success, didn't make any money, didn't have a wife.
There's so many of them
All
up
the
here. I
shit
can't
you
keep
actually
straight.
are that you project on other people, he's that.
Bam.
There's so many of them up here. Are you talking about you? Yeah. So again, he finally did
That's
something
what's funny
successful.
is, yeah, I would say all of us up here have actual metrics better than
He
you.
finally did something funny.
Yo, that's hilarious. You thought you were in Machine Lies chat? Is that what's going on? Or you didn't realize this is, yeah, not my panel. I'm just mirroring. This is TBE. I mean, this is fucking Machine Lies channel. So check out the Machine Lies.
And interesting, and
I have no idea what this stream's about because it's a picture of two people wearing slave muzzles, a guy and a girl. So yeah.
Finally, you're such a child, Paul. You have nothing to offer. We've all seen what you have to offer. You have a couple days of material, and after that, it's a loop. And that's nothing else to offer. And even on top of that, it's entertainment. You have wizards saying you can make money out of paper. The fucking idiot. Like, you are so silly. You're silly, big boy. You're silly, big boy. Come on, go put some on stuff.
Yesterday you liked me, today you don't like me.
I didn't say I liked you. I came up and said the same shit I'm saying now, but I said, honestly, I did say what I said when I first came up today.
Love me like the broken
No, I don't respect you. I do not. I said what I said. You have potential. You have a strong personality. You're obviously not stupid, but you're a fucking pathetic idiot, and I'm trying to let you know.
I think you said enough. You keep saying the same stuff over and over, and it's going nowhere.
It's called a loop.
And I see that you're really emotional and triggered over just my mere presence and presentment. So
hopefully you can consider some of the words you heard.
Yeah, I'm not going to consider it.
Fly away from here through this dark, cold hotel room and the endlessness that you feel. You are pulled from the
genocide and slavery.
You're in the arms of the angel. May you find some comfort here. So tired of the straight
Hi, I'm Paul Unslaved. Everyday slaves of all colors and creeds cycle and loop in their abject insanity and unawareness. And they're crying out for help. Will you be an angel to a looping slave today? Please call the number on your screen and join the Paul Unslaved SPLS with a monthly gift right now. For just $18 a month or 60 cents a day, you'll help rescue slaves from their looping. You'll provide them with things like food, shelter, and even psychological evaluations. But most importantly, love. Call or join online in the next 30 minutes, and you'll receive a free welcome kit with the photo of a slave in their dark hovel right now. One who's been given a second chance thanks to you.
in the arms of the angel. Fly away from here through this dark hotel room.
Right now, there's a slave who needs you.
After Kobe was Michael Jordan's birthday, and 666 days after Obama, who's the Antichrist. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, Smith. I love you, bro.
Your call means I'm here to help. Please call right now.
Call toll-free today at 1-800-752-8379. Again, that number is 1-800-752-8379 or 1-800-SLAVERY.
This is your chance to say, I refuse to sit by while a poor slave suffers. Don't let their pathetic cries go unheard. Please call and save a slave today.
Together, let's stop wars and slavery.
Some comfort here.
Idol! 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 Idol!
Oh yeah, it's Aaron. I mean,
SPLS is a non-profit organization. Participation does not necessarily guarantee the cessation of looping in any given slave.
shout out to Mr. Talcott Clip Clip.
Table for daddy to see. Dancing on the table, pay attention to me. Pogos and pedos, the optics are high. Say fuck big tech and just watch me jive. Marfugel, Monograph, the cupcakes too. Pay attention to me, daddy, let me dance for you. A 1, a 2, a 3, 4, 5. All I want is daddy's love. The optics are high.
Optics are high.
You can keep hoping one hand shit the other and see if you get that house paid.
Not all. Stay
So,
confused.
Toilet Bowl Earth, it was
Not
nice.
all.
Whatever. I'm saying my goodbyes now. Can I say
All
goodbye
right.
to the panel members?
It's all good. Not bye. Just
Toilet
go.
Bowl Earth, it was nice
You don't
seeing
control
you.
anything.
We had a
Go.
great
Just
interaction.
go.
I control
You're-
you, sir, and you don't, and you're never
Yeah,
going to.
no, I don't know if you do. You don't control your mouth. You sure don't control that mouth you got on you.
Before I leave,
You
don't
sure don't
me.
control that
You know
mouth
that.
you got
And
on
if
you.
you try to come try it, you're going to get a surprise. Do you,
I
do we
told
understand each
you
other?
I will do.
Do
I
we understand each
already
other?
said I
Translate?
will.
So,
I said I will.
I'm going to say goodbye now.
I said I
You're
will.
not gonna do
I
anything
will
online,
to you,
I know.
Paul. It's not even like to hurt you. I will just teach you a lesson. It'll teach you to keep your mouth shut. Running that big old mouth. Nobody's checked you, obviously. You've been around a bunch of punk bitches.
Okay, Daddy's here. I
Let
love
me give you what
I
you
love you. Daddy
need.
loves you.
Let me
Daddy
give you what
loves
you need, Paul. You know you need it. You just
Wanna
need a
go
good.
Friday
When is the last
later?
time you had a good ass whooping,
You
Paul?
want to go for?
When's the last time you had a good ass
Haven't
whooping,
got
Paul?
done yet. Hey,
Wait, nobody? There's the problem. There's the problem. He's been running his whole life. He doesn't know what it's like to take a good hit. He's probably
Right,
fucking
you
practiced
wanna
in
go
every
for
fucking
ice
place
cream
he's got
later?
himself in. And that's why he's such a bitch.
You want to go for ice
Now
cream
it's
later?
all making sense.
Right.
It's
Yeah, I
totally
mean,
making
usually
sense.
people sucker punch me and then we do whatever or not. And
You
sometimes
ain't
I
never
won't.
done nothing. You ain't never
Right,
done
sometimes
nothing.
you're right.
What have you done?
Hey,
You got in a couple high school fights and you pretend now. I heard you
you
sat on your own because then you sit in jail.
When I write the book that you won't write about your horrible life, will you buy it and read it to hate on your There you go.
Is that like Neurojack? Somebody with Neurojack? Like,
What's going on here?
She's a good woman. You know, they say not every good man is a good woman.
that's good stuff. It's actually pretty original. I kind of like it. It's kind of like borderline Mudvayne, kind of like riding on Mudvayne kind of territory.
Mrs. Chem, could you please calm down because I'm speaking to your husband right now. Oh, your ex-husband, excuse me. Mrs. Chem, would you like to speak now that the other Mrs. Chem has quieted down?
Sweet dreams, Paul. Have a good night.
I love you, Jack.
Bye.
That wasn't against anyone in particular.
Jack, are you upset with me that I'm not going to allow you on my panel anymore? And I'm not going to give you
The best thing that could happen to Jack would be to you to ignore him. He literally everything.
After what I've received from the fucking flying monkeys you surround yourself with, yeah,
Is this
no.
what you guys do here
Thank
regularly on
you
the
for
weekends?
finally
This is
giving
what
me
it
the
is?
reason to stay
Yeah, I'll
the
make sure
fuck
never to come
away.
back here. It's pretty fucking bad, huh?
It's literally never been like this until you got here, buddy.
Doing a loser failure broadcast. You come on over my
Oh, loser failure. That's not my.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can have these
Bingo
guys
card.
perpetually forever. I mean, you know, it's your choice. All right, you guys gonna say goodbye to me one at a time?
No, get out.
Come on, I know you guys love me. You don't like me.
Oh, I love you.
Respect me.
What do you guys think about Christian nationalism? That's what I want to know. You guys think
Paul,
about
I love you.
No.
And when it started out, Paul and Brother the Machine Lies was having a completely
Here
competent
we go. The
conversation
fucking ball sucker over here. Here
until
we go.
others
The
came
ball
up
sucker.
and couldn't give the Machine Lies the decency and
ball
respect to
sucker
communicate with
wizard.
him.
You're
And
such
then
a
instead
loser.
sit here
Spineless
arguing with
beta
Paul.
male.
Machine Lies, I
Spineless
hope your
beta
situation
male
turns out well
loser.
for you. Please take it into deep consideration.
Loser. Old man. Loser.
Thank you, Wizard, for your well wishes there. I
Stop
truly
fucking
appreciate that.
groveling for Paul and be a fucking real man for once in your decrepit hairline life.
That man's onto something down there. He said you're all loser failures, obviously.
Yeah, everybody's a
He
loser
might be
failure.
onto
That's for
something.
sure. No, that's
This is the
correct.
thing. Just being
Yeah,
here
but
around you guys.
I've earned the right to be a loser failure. I get enough
I'm all right.
to burn myself out.
It's
I
lower
just
than
sit
that
around
to be here.
and get lazy and talk about it.
Again, Jennifer, I've got confused with the rest of the losers.
Like what Jennifer sees in you is amazing to all. She's that poor woman. Put her on screen so she can blink 3 times if she needs us to come get her. There's no fucking way that any real woman would respect you, Paul. Even if you treat her good, why do you act like a fucking pathetic child all day and have a bunch of loser failure people surround you?
That Batman
Come on,
hairline he's
man.
got. That Batman hairline he's got. Look at that shit. It's amazing. She loves that shit. There he is. It's that Batman hairline. It's amazing. She loves that. She loves being abused.
It's sad. Is she an ex-stripper? Did I hear that right, or is that a bad rumor?
What's the difference? I mean, we made somebody false
Yes
claims
or
already.
no? Can you answer any question ever? Can you answer any question ever?
Let's just go all the way with it. She's a
Hold on,
reformed
hold on, hold on.
whore,
Prostitute?
who's
Is she a
buried on 90%
reformed
of her
prostitute?
body and is also a cancer patient.
Yeah,
So
hold on
all
one
over.
So you're just a liar.
She's got
You're a
AIDS,
liar.
too,
You
I
can't
think.
answer an honest
Yeah, she's
question.
got AIDS,
So
pretty
she's someone like had race car, and they're like, you got the fastest race car, and the dude's like,
Ain't
Hold
like
on,
that from the
hold on,
Lord
hold
Jesus.
on, hold
I'll
on.
make any claim.
One of God's
Only the
children.
truth. You promote
sycophant.
rapists. You promote gang rapists.
Hold on, hold on.
Violating
Carlson,
guarantee
what?
anyone.
Can you read Freeman, you
Hold
lying
on.
little bitch?
Slave,
Tell me
baby,
what lying
slave,
coward. Look at what a coward Paul is. That's shame and being such a bitch ass coward like Paul. I couldn't imagine.
Hold on a second,
Imagine
hold on.
going to bed tonight thinking about what a bitch you are, Paul. God
I love you,
damn, that's
brother.
pathetic.
Come out of your demonic ways. I love you.
Hold on, now, Paul. You said you're not pro-abortion. But I heard you talking to that Verily chick who's had two abortions, and you were sitting there legitimizing with that. How can you explain that? Can you explain that to me?
No,
He's a
why would I
coward.
be able?
He has no standards. That's why.
Can you explain that to me? Because I mean, you
Can you
say
ask your little buddy to shut his mouth so I can talk to you?
I ain't
Or
shutting my mouth for you, motherfucker. You bitch ass coward. You ain't doing shit.
Emotional. Yeah.
Come
You're a
on.
coward, Paul. I don't respect what you say. I don't want to hear what you
He's
say.
emotional and
I don't
triggered.
care what you say. I already know where you are. TVE just hasn't seen it. You have no standards. You have no respect for yourself. Get the fuck out of here.
Shut out. Leave. Talk to me.
Coward.
Leave.
I'm
Talk to
gonna
me.
buy a
Leave.
Honda
Talk to
one
me.
day.
Leave.
Go Honda shop.
I need a daddy.
Hey, Paul,
look at
is there
porn.
anything holy in
So
your
get
life?
off. Whatever you do, man, get out of here. You don't have sex. So
Are
get
you
the fuck
okay?
out of here.
Is there anything holy and revered in your life?
No, I mean, hold on one second, Jack. I was just fucking talking to the guy. Now, hold on a second, Paul. Now, you were sitting there legitimizing this lady's abortion. That
No,
Verily
I was
chick.
not, sir. You must have heard
Yeah,
a
you
different
were.
content.
Yeah, you fucking
Okay,
were.
so you're gonna yell over me when the tape. You want to go
I'm
to the
not
tape now?
yelling
Do you
over
want to
you.
roll the footage, fuckface, and look like a moron? If Machine Lies, you went real quiet there. If Machine Lies is willing to roll one of the
be quiet,
broadcasters,
Paul.
with
You all
three-
just get out of your opinions and your imaginations, brothers and sisters. Please.
three of them
Otherwise,
so
you'll start
far, I
crying.
absolutely did not support it and told the woman there
We're
was other
trying to end wars and legal secrets here.
options and even gave her the options with other people who would have adopted that child who are in a good position to do it. She chose not to. So you made another dishonorable false claim. You blasphemed again in front of the whole world and the creative force. Great job.
We don't need to blow it out of
That's why we don't need to, but we do because he just made a
Well,
false claim
Paul,
unless he's willing to.
you make many false claims, you ignorant.
All you do is make false claims.
To me, that no one wants to go to now. Absolutely not supporting that and doing the opposite. But we won't do that.
Bullshit. You give her a platform. That's sport. You give her a platform. You have no fucking standards. You have no standards.
That's one way
You
to
have no
speak,
fucking
Paul.
standards. You should be saying this is exactly what we don't need in this world. This is a prostitute, a fucking stripper, a whore, a degenerate. Let her go fucking fend for herself and cast her out, man. Bye.
Oh yeah, that sounds
No,
real
no, no, no.
Christian.
Yeah,
and
that's
loving and
exactly
righteous.
that's
That sounds
exactly what you do. That's what this
Jesus
world
would
hasn't had
do.
enough
Oh,
of.
wait.
Motherfuckers with
The scripture
standards.
says- Oh
There's
wait,
people like
the
there's people
scripture
like
says-
Paul that
oh,
sits
wait,
around and
oh,
allows
wait,
people to
oh,
exist
wait, oh,
because
wait.
it benefits
The scripture
him.
says to take in
It's not
everybody
benefiting
into
him.
captivity.
What do you mean TBE is Satanism? It's literally do what thou wilt. Pedophiles, whatever, bro. As long as you ain't harming me on my land, it's all good. I got no standards. I support pedophiles, rapists, prostitutes, abortion. I support that. Oh, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. But it's okay if you do it. There's big consequences. But it's cool. You can hang out with me. I don't have any standards for people to hang out with me. So just chill. Please take your little ass on my website so I can make some money. But that's no standards. I wouldn't mind. You out. Maybe even get you some with someone else that can impregnate you. But I don't give a fuck. I'm a loser failure that sits in my fucking chair all day and pretends that I have success. Hilarious.
Coward infidel.
I'm a coward? You must have forgotten yourself too. My kids don't call me a coward, Paul. My kids don't call me a coward, Paulina. Paulina. All right, Paulina, drop a pin. Where are we going with this?
Hold
You're going to
Drop a
hell.
pin.
Paul,
You're in hell. You're in a living hell. You're in a living hell for yourself. Imagine having to be you and live like
What
you
are
and
you
have
talking
everything
about
going
living
on
hell?
you.
You don't know what hell is. I'm not trying to know what hell is. You don't even know. I mean, you're so fucking pathetic and hurting. You can't get out of the chair. You gotta live with a woman and let her support you. Do you even support your own grocery bill? Do you even buy groceries, Paul? All that shit they ask for you to shut your fucking face while you're online. Do you even pay your own grocery bill?
Paul,
Hello?
it's not. You weren't exactly being.
I bought some pants today. I got some
literally
pants.
watched the footage.
Nice one, JG.
Let's not be dishonest, bro.
Can we wrap this up?
Yeah, bye.
All right, goodbye, Paul.
All right, Mr. Jack Talcott. It's a pleasure
Bye.
seeing you.
Nobody
It's a pleasure
cares.
seeing you
Bye.
as always.
Bye, Paul.
Sweet dreams.
See you later.
Fat orange man with the strange head.
Bye.
It was nice
Can't wait for you to hit leave.
Yeah, Paul, you ain't real, man.
TBE toilet bowl
Fuck outta here.
person. It was nice to have a completely dysfunctional, sick and twisted, broken
Let the
child like
loser
you.
say what he wants and go.
Cam before
Bye.
the storm, it was nice to have
Bye.
you waiting, watching
Good night, sweetheart. When it's time to go. Good night, sweetheart. When don't you know?
Because they're hating, jealous, and envious, they can't control themselves in their mouth and inner space. Oh wow, everyone just
Hey,
suddenly.
friend, if you wanted to say something to me personally, I will keep everybody in the background for now. And since you wanted to spend time with me on this stream, I am going through a difficult period, and I do appreciate the advice that you gave. And I'd like to talk to you more about several issues. One being this thing that we discussed about the self-created acts and the mind's quality, the ethereal quality of the mind, how that plays into all of it. I'd also like to talk to you about laws, principles, and all of those things, how to live outside the law, and any of those topics that you might want to discuss, and also topics on relationship.
Well,
But I
that's
do
the thing
think
too, though, right? We're not living outside the law. We're living within the boundaries of the original law. There's no we. I've chosen to not accept statute, policy, and code as my law.
But I've looked
I don't
into
believe
it.
that-
It is literal word salad. These motherfuckers.
thank you.
Look at Wizard.
I
Paul
said
calls
we were
Wizard a
having
genius.
You can see these folks can't allow me to do
TML.
that.
Paul
They don't
calls
allow me to do
Wizard a genius. Like, no offense, brother, but again, we have to have standards. And if I didn't tell you that he would be telling you bullshit, I would be doing you a disservice. Be like giving you a book that I knew was full of bullshit and telling you, here, man, you'll learn a
Well,
lot
there
from
they
this.
go. They're fighting you. They're calling you names now. They're attacking you. Machine lies. You see how the power manipulation game works.
No, Paul, you just gaslight. They literally have nothing to offer. Even if you had 2 cents to offer that was good, you would then manipulate him and gaslight him for the rest of the conversation. Hey, man, he can have you back every time, but tonight he's either kicking me or I'm staying until you fucking leave. So shut your fucking mouth, you little bitch boy. Everybody sees it. If he wants to listen to your word salad, let him listen to you. I'm not gonna fucking judge him for being curious. Hopefully he figures out what idiots you guys are and doesn't waste too much time. But get the fuck out. Bye.
He's not going to have to deal with fake
Get
friends who are
out.
trying to use him.
Get out. Fake friends. Yeah, Paul. You can't even meet someone in real life. You talk about friends.
If
Get
I
out.
choose to come over here and interact with him from a genuine heart space, talking truth, he will
Yeah,
see
any
who what
other
I am.
night.
And he will
Any
see
other
you
fucking
for
night.
who
When
you
you
are.
want to
He
compare
will
metrics
work
and then
with
you
me
bitch
and talk
out,
with me for
you're
us in
gone.
the audience, and you will not have
Compare
place in any
metrics or get out. You already bitched out, so get
It's
out.
just the way things work with people who have discernment. And I can tell he has some of it. I don't know how long it'll take. I've seen it many times before. He wants to have the conversation. He wants to go through these things. He sees the
Good.
value in us doing it. Just
You called motherfuckers out. You didn't want to have a conversation. You called motherfuckers out. You called motherfuckers out, Paul. Now you're getting called out. So handle that shit. You, Paul, came up to handle what you were saying. You called people out, and then you backed up like a bitch. And now you're trying to gaslight and turn it back to TML. But you backed it up like a bitch after you destroyed the broadcast. Paul, you were arguing for a half hour before I came up. I came up because you were talking so much shit. I got sick of it. So let's fucking get the fuck out. You're just a dummy. Here's the difference, Paul. I don't have an online persona that I care about. You are destroying your online persona every second.
Angry, you said you do this all night because you got nowhere to be and nothing to do. I mean, you told us everything.
What is your point, man? You fucking talk.
Why are you even here? Why are you even here? Nobody wants to hear from you. Bye.
He did. He put
No, you didn't. You were arguing. You totally got into it with TBE with TBE. You were arguing and fighting and calling TBE out. So I came up to say, shut the fuck up, compare results or get out. Do an IQ test or get out. Whatever the fuck you want to do, shut the fuck up with your talk or get
He must like
out.
the content and the asylum.
No, he's already said he doesn't kick people. That's the difference, Paul. You have no power here. We're destroying the broadcast. At the very least, I hope we're taking his mind off of his own personal drama. But at the same time, we will deal with him and talk to him after you go and give him advice that a real man will do. You're not going to give advice to gaslight, talk shit on someone, and pretend we're their friend 2 minutes after we were about to fucking clown him and call him monogamy boy. So shut the fuck up and get out of here. Bye, polygamy boy. Look at that kid. Can you imagine what it feels like to sit there right now? His big fat head on his big fat fist. That's a real man right there.
It's like to be me sitting
That's a real man right there. Take a look, boys. That's a real man right there. I'm a real man. I'm a real boy now.
Yo, toilet. I don't know.
How did I know it was coming? I knew it was coming. I'm Edgar Casey out here in this metaversal streets.
Toilet's mad at me also.
No, I'm not Edgar Casey.
You put me out, and Paul's my daddy. We're
Yo,
supposed
come
to
back,
be
toilet
friends.
boards. Yo, come back, toilet boards.
Tim, I can tell you, he wants you to mute Paul. I mean, Tim, you are, you don't, I don't know what to say. I know you're neutral, so I respect you for being neutral. But this bitch up here has caused so much shit. The fact you're giving us a platform, he doesn't control it. Like, you guys understand, TML. He literally controls Ben's channel. He controls OTW's channel. He controls his own channel. All the people that we go and talk to told us dunk us if we ever call him out on his bullshit. When I called him out on his IQ test, he kicked me out.
I'm grooming
He
you, see?
kicked me out. Just because he said he was the smartest motherfucker like that, let's do it.
You're gonna be caught up
So
soon,
he's
TML, for lying in a
on
conversation with
stage
me.
to hate state. He has no vested interest in anybody here. He's a literal hater that just wants to be here to prove a point to
Oh, yeah,
himself.
this is cringe.
Nobody else
They call it a
cares.
cringe God. I've gotten so comfortable with the
Were you
uncomfortable.
born a woman? That's another rumor I heard. Were you actually born a woman in
I
transition?
don't feel it anymore. So
You don't? So you did? That's a true rumor? You were born a woman in
Hey,
transition?
TML, would you like to? Hey, why don't you just turn his volume down to where we can hear him squealing, but he can't interrupt us? That's
Oh
always
yeah, go ahead. Ask him. I'm sure he'll listen to you. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm the first one, Paul. I'm the first one.
And can't say you kicked him out, but then
Yeah,
we'll find out
exactly.
10 minutes in they
You're
can't be heard.
so
They just
funny. You might make a day. You're such a good broadcaster. I'm in the big. I'm making $100 a day. That's like 12, 15 hours, an 8-hour job, dude. Give me a break.
The number? Did you just lie again? Because before you quoted one number,
No, I
then
think
to lie
I
just
upped
now
it. You
pathologically.
said you made 15 in a week and a half.
At least 50 to 100 just to lie pathologically. So you got to be better at that, right?
Oh, that's me lying
That's how you
pathologically?
get caught at court again, and a
That's
detective.
me lying pathologically?
That's how you do 10 years in prison. Is
Let
when you
everyone
ask
say,
something and you
I
tell
can't
people
believe what a
different
bitch.
stories.
Why is Tribe down there? Why is Tribe such a bitch? I thought he used to come up on panel and now he just sits down there and cries at people. It's funny that people trigger. Didn't I say that I trigger Lubab? So I trigger people. I trigger people like Lubab.
He's kind of got him there. I mean, Tribe. I don't know what's been up with Tribe, dude, but he just doesn't come up anymore. It's like he's a little bitch or something. I don't know what's going on with Mr. Tribe. Wait a minute. What is going on here? That's last night's stream. I don't know what the fuck just happened. I must have accidentally skipped it. So now I lost the place, and it doesn't really matter because it looks like Mr. Machine Lies ended. So
100,000
oh, no, I'm
subscribers,
wrong. And now you got Mr. Flowstyle on the panel.
even 10,000 subscribers is capable of such a thing. Well, I guess you just don't know to what minute instance and to what
Paul, like, I will be honest.
So it wasn't a real. I figured it wasn't a real compliment. It was a gaslight to kind of pat
On
his
his
ego and then
channel?
try to control him. That was
Tonight,
great. That was
had
great.
you come up and offered real substance and not argued with CBL and CBE, I might agree with you, Paul. It's not like you never have anything to offer, but you definitely were talking shit and weren't doing anything productive up here. And then you were calling people out, so I fucking came up and accepted the challenge.
with the trivia game.
Yeah, talk out.
Because only somebody.
Well, I get you, man. I get you. I've done it to people before. Like you're like, oh, I'll fucking shoot you, but I'll get you.
You want to step
Props to
in.
Jennifer.
Yeah, no shit.
I love
He's
Krugers myself.
obviously
I'm
an
a big
angel.
Kruger fan, Paul.
For real, yeah. Yeah, that's no, I take that to heart, and definitely I'll be here for you guys. There's not going to be a problem with me being here for you guys. Anybody on this
Time
panel?
after time?
Yeah, exactly. Time after time with my friend.
Yeah, and we'll be having
my
intelligent
TBE.
conversations, but once this one went south, I figured, fuck it, why bring it back? And I just want to point out here, I guess, Jessica, since you want to talk all that shit, Paul, you already apologized to her because you mistook her for Rebecca there. So just like you mistake me for being divorced, or the fact that I apologized for saying I'd come see you and actually thought I freaked you out and told you I was just playing, even though now I really will come see you. But before, when I was asking for your location and you freaked out and I talked about the golf place and I saw you there, I told you, no, friendly tone, if you want, if that's the metric you choose, or we can do shit online, whatever metric you choose. I'm just saying, if you pick the weapon, I'm telling you, you pick the weapon. But I apologize, and you keep bringing that shit up to me, and now you're bringing up Jessica. You see her in the chat, and you bring when you already apologized for Rebecca. It's just funny. Can you not admit your insanity? How about you apologize for that? Apologize for looping on me coming and seeing you at the golf place. Apologize to Jessica for bringing this shit up after you already apologized for mistaking her for Rebecca. Can you do any of that shit? No, it's just the reality. It's the reality of what's up.
So because you just proved what you said before is untrue, that I, if that's true, mistook her at that time, and I
And me.
said that if I said that to her after saying
Hey,
something,
Mohammed, I think it's time for some grave diggers.
Grave diggers, 1-800-suicide. I think this will be the time.
Machine Lies, Ken Person, JG, Jack. I'll see you later. All right. It's been real. It's been fun.
Thank you. Have a blessed
It's
day.
been fake. It's been real fake.
I'll come through on that panel when I get some time. As long as you get up there, yeah, for sure. Thanks for stopping by, and definitely have a blessed day. And I'm praying for you. And I'm hoping that that you hold on to all those things that you were pointing out earlier, that you had lots of successes, and may God reward you with more successes. And thank you. Have a blessed night, my friend. Thanks for joining the panel for it.
All right, Machine Lies.
Yeah.
I look forward to seeing you over there. We'll talk more.
Yeah, we'll get it popping at some time. Yeah, thank you, my brother, man.
All right.
Bless. Well, there he is.
Ding
Everyone.
dong, the
All
witch is dead.
unflaky.
The wicked witch is dead.
Toilet Bowl stay being my top critic out here, but yeah, it's okay.
Toilet Bowl's crying and bitching.
No, but we
Calling
got
your cock. He gets in his feelings, man.
Well,
he digs holes.
So this is quite an interesting turn of events that just like their father Plato, they're a baby.
Peterson was there, and C.J. Engels, who I have no freaking idea who he is, except that he's a thorn in my side on Twitter to some degree because he's a putz, bragged openly that Schmittians were the ones that were leading the commentary from The Blaze covering that event, in particular having a lot to do with Mr. Ron DeSantis, because that event was happening during the Turning Point action that Ron DeSantis did not attend, but Donald Trump did. So lots of little political things going on behind the scenes. And I know I've taken a long time to kind of not introduce what's really going on. So who's Charles Haywood? He's connected to all of these people. Well, Charles Haywood isn't just a shampoo, black hair care products guy. If you give a crap at all, he's not a black guy. That doesn't matter one bit as to whether or not he knows how to make formulas for black hair care. So it turns out that Charles Haywood kind of runs two operations on the internet. One of these operations is called The Worthy House, and that's what he talked about in very circumspect terms with Tucker Carlson. The Worthy House, which says toward a politics of future past.
And just to confirm some of the things I was saying, I'll pull up these fucking people here. And here is, where the fuck is Tucker Carlson today. Curtis Yarvin, who is the same person as Mencius Moldbug. That's his online pen name. This Jewish fellow here is Mencius Moldbug. This guy also supports the philosophy of Carl Schmitt, flaunts around as a crypto fascist. And if any of us claim that the United States government should be toppled and it should be replaced by a new system, and these guys walk around in broad daylight saying this stuff without being called, people who are committing treason in broad daylight, how the fuck are they not feds? It's, if you or I said some of this, if some Muslim guy, the machine lie said some of this stuff, they declare me a fucking jihadist and they'd cut my.
Wait, what am I? I'm like Friday now. Ronda's. Oh, trust the plan. A little slow. Did a super. No, it's a double match. 48 and 69. Okay. Right. Where's the fucking tab?
My fucking head off my body. So I don't understand how this is possible for these people to go around claiming this. I can't even make a statement about Ted Kaczynski without being, considered completely insane, and I have to dance around the subject matter there and say, well, I don't want anybody to be violent or anything like that. But these guys are openly declaring for violence, for overthrow of governments, for crypto fascism, and indeed, white nationalist overtones. So
did you say this guy was a Jew who espoused and Schmidt was a Nazi?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. So there's a red flag right there. I mean, you can't make this stuff up, guys. You can't make this stuff up.
I didn't know if I was tripping or not, but I wasn't.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, you can't support fascism unless you're Jewish, apparently.
Right.
Then it's fine because then it's never again. And it works that way. And if we go to look up some of this man's writings, well, I think I could just look up Schmitt and Moldbug and see what comes up out of the internet here. Let's just see what the fuck comes up out of the internet. Anti-democracy blogger. He's called himself pro-slavery. He's a supporter of monarchism, and you'll see a lot with these Christian nationalist guys. See, this guy's Jewish and atheist, and he's he's promoting all this stuff, the same stuff that the Christian nationalists are promoting. If that doesn't strike you as weird, I mean, I don't know what I don't know what will really get you there.
I've actually seen a lot of dots being connected, and like, are you aware of that podcast, Fresh and Fit?
Aware of it, not familiar with it.
That they just got demonetized.
Oh no, I didn't know that they got demonetized, but definitely no surprise.
It was like someone did a small clip online. Basically, I think it's a free speech freaking ploy, dude. Like, I think it's a setup.
What do you mean?
I think they were chosen. It's a script. I mean, it's really like, I mean, I didn't think it going into it, but now I see the script playing out, And I've seen it with a few other podcasters, and there's always, I actually just noticed this, but they always cry online when they're getting demonetized, and basically they were, doing, even though they're black, they were making fun of Jews and blacks on their, million plus platform. And now they're moving to Rumble, and it's like you just see, it's just literally seems like, to me, I see a marketing. I see it. I'm like, I totally just connected dots. And then I've seen the same thing with other guys that cried online about their podcast getting demonetized or canceled. And I was like, the first time I was like, oh, maybe he's just losing it. But now it's like, now this dude does it, and it totally seems scripted, like fake. It doesn't seem like a genuine tear jerker. And I think it's a humiliation ritual.
Yeah, I find it unlikely. I don't know. I haven't paid attention to it. I don't know what they said specifically, but I find it unlikely that YouTube would want to demonetize them.
Oh, if you saw what they did, you wouldn't.
I mean, I understand that it's trash content, but
they dressed up as Jews and totally, roasted Jews.
Okay, well,
like, the whole hat rabbi, like, I mean, it was, yeah. And so basically, people, the people, the advertisers, I mean, it was totally against terms of service. Like, they dressed up in gorilla costumes and, made fun of black people and shit. Like, yeah.
What?
Like exactly. It's just like, I'm not saying you can't do that shit, but I'm saying if you do that shit on YouTube, you're gonna get. I'm surprised their channel's not getting canceled, let alone just
What do you think,
demonetized.
guys? Should I jump on this fucking panel? I mean, I really don't want to. Damn it, I did it again. Fucking did it again, bro. Did it again.
For multimillionaires too. They went from making 6 figures a year to making 7 figures a year, and they're crying about losing shit. And this has all been proven. So I just think it's a free. What I'm getting back to is it's a free speech. It's to show people, if you do this, you will get canceled. But at the same time, the people that play their part get rewarded.
Right.
That was it. You were at the end of the round, so we have to do another round on a game.
How many people we got right now? We got 5, 6, right?
The James Brown version.
We did use the conversation, so
Yeah, exactly. I know I fucked that one up, but no, it has to be the original version who comes up.
Oh, so you guys fuck it up or what?
Well, I mean, we'll hang around.
You're gonna stick around for like with the.
Sugar inside, I feel I got you. So good, so good, I got you. So good.
Feel like the world. I break on the crowd. I'm on the hunt. I'm after you. Take that sound. I'm soundbound. And I'm hungry like the world. The line is going by. I howl and I whine. I'm after you. Nothing's alive. I'm running alive. And I'm hungry like the world.
Damn, boy, that was killer.
Hell
yeah.
Time I asked.
Somebody explain to me how I have 6 people watching, and they have 6 people watching, and I have 100 subs, and they have over 6,000 subs. How does this work? Like, how does this work? Honestly.
All right, so Jerry, are you ready with your stuff?
I'll do it.
Yeah, let's go.
All right, here we go.
Oh, I love Buzzcocks.
The Buzzcocks.
You make me feel like dirt, and I'm hurt.
I mean, that literally means, if you do the math, I mean, now there's 7. Now there's 7 here. 7 here, 6 there. They have 6, almost 6,500 subs. I have just over 100 now. Finally hit the fucking 100 mark on the backup to the backup. Yeah, how does that work? How do I have 60 times the amount of viewer ratio viewer to sub ratio or sub to viewer ratio or whatever. How does that work?
If I start a commotion, I run to the risk of losing you, and that's worth. Ever fallen in love with some?
All right, how about this? Drop a 1 in the chat if I should join Machine Lies panel. Drop a 2 if I should join this fucking panel. They've been on mine. The guy who runs this channel. He's come on mine before, and that was one of the only times I actually had a legit. One of maybe 10 times I've ever had a legit like karaoke night where other people were, because he's got this thing on his screen where the lyrics are like shown on the screen. It's a fucking dope feature. He downloaded something with like, it's integrated with OBS or something, I think he said. So I could probably do it on here actually. He's got a video on his channel. I've been meaning to learn how to do it, but I've also been considering getting this karaoke machine thing. It's like specifically for podcast style. But yeah, okay. Emilio's man says 2, so I should return the favor because I don't think I've been on his panel. Maybe once I did a jam on there.
Falling in love with someone, ever fallen in love with someone you shouldn't have fallen in love with. I can't see much of a future unless we find out what's the play, what's the shame. If we won't be together much longer unless we realize that we are the same. Ever fallen in love with someone, ever fallen in love with someone, ever fallen in love with someone you shouldn't have fallen in love with. You deserve your natural emotions, you make me feel like dirt, and I'm hurt. And if I start a commotion, I'll only end up losing you, and that's worse. Ever fallen in love with someone, ever fallen in love with someone, ever fallen in love with someone you shouldn't have fallen in love with. Ever fallen in love with someone, ever fallen in love with someone, ever fallen in love with someone you shouldn't have fallen in love with. Wow. Oh shit. Ever fallen in love with someone, ever fallen in love with someone, ever fallen in love with someone you shouldn't have fallen in love with. Fallen in love with. Ever fallen in love with someone you shouldn't have fallen in love with.
Killer.
Wow.
You got the right voice for that for sure.
Yeah, if I just knew it better.
Yeah, but you got the voice for it.
Yo, should I do Weird Al? What do you think? Weird Al? All right, drop a 1 for a Weird Al song. How about that? Drop a 2 for an Alice in Chains song. Drop a 3 for a fucking man, I don't know. Guns N' Roses? I don't know. Just drop an artist and I'll consider it. I went to a karaoke bar tonight. It was the second time. Went last weekend too. Other than that, I don't think I've been in years to do anything like that. So it's kind of cool to get back in the swing. But I did a BYOB by System of a Down. That was the first song I did. So people were just like, yo, what the fuck? People were looking at me like, all right, that's a good way to clear the air. I went all for it too with the Fry vocals and the inhales. I like to do both because Fry screaming will fuck your throat up. I think, well, mine anyway, faster than inhales. But inhales, they both fuck your throat up in a different way. But yeah, so I did BYOB, and then I did Rock and Roll by Zeppelin, and then I did everyone knows that song. If nobody knows that song, I mean, I don't know where you've been. Even if you don't listen to, even if you didn't grow up on that. But, and then what did I do? Incubus, Warning by Incubus, and I didn't realize I don't know all the words. Didn't know all the words to it. But anyway, I'll see if I'll see how this works here. I think you have to put your name into like a fucking.
So like,
what did I walk into? A shitstorm, dude. I love it.
Here, check this out. What the hell is Willie? Willie, you fucking cocksucker.
Willie got disappeared.
Okay. Like we'll pick the number from 1 to 4. So I got 1. And
yeah, I can do the new one.
Jerry is forced to do the Buzzcocks. So even if you don't know a song, you have to pick one. You have to improvise it. It's a little hot, and so for you can figure out this one. You can sing a free song, but the next one you go into the list with us. Yeah, you're on easy street now. I got the fucking monkeys, man. And like I was looking for like a cover of Minor Threat, and it's not there.
Oh man,
monkeys have a lot of hits.
We know what you'll be working on tomorrow.
Yeah, the monkeys up. Okay, Willie, what's Willie?
Hey, we're the monkeys.
See, that's already for the game.
I know, right? I'm just making him do the monkeys.
Okay, we got you down.
How song should I do? Probably take on you.
I mean, whichever one's the easiest one for you.
Yeah.
No,
I think I need to say like one.
I definitely do have a better version than that.
Oh, do you?
Yeah,
On
I
your
just made it. Yeah.
Oh, let's see.
No,
Ah,
I didn't make it now, but I do have it. Yeah.
All right.
Oh shit. It's gonna take every falsetto that came out. Talking away, and I don't know what I'm to say, I'll say it anyway. Today's another day to find enjoying away. I'll be coming for your love again. On you, take it on. Oh, we don't do what don't need much to say. I'm more than them, but I'll be stumbling away. And slowly learning life is okay. Say after me, there's no better to make this up. On you, take it on. Oh, we don't do what things that you say, yeah, it didn't like just to play my worries away. You're all the things I've got to remember, driving away. Only gonna win away. Oh, take it on. Oh, come on.
Right.
Sorry, neighbors. Sorry, neighbors.
Hell yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's right.
Give me the pump.
That's a loud one.
Okay, let me explain this to you guys. So we all choose a number between 1 and 5. Now you'll be the fifth person. And see, I would draw bands, and then we're forced to sing whatever lands on our numbers. See, I got the monkeys. He got aha. He just saying aha and blah blah blah. So you're gonna be number 5. But like right now, you get a free song. Otherwise, you have to redraw again. Gotcha. Okay, so I guess I have to do the fucking monkeys now.
All right, we're tied. We're tied for 7 viewers now. We're tied for 7 viewers. We both got 7 viewers, yet they have 600 times the amount of subscribe. Wait, no, I'm tripping. 60. Sorry, like 60 times the amount. 64 times the amount of subscribers. So same amount of viewers.
All right, so
pretty good.
Which monkeys songs should I do, man? I'm not just Debbie Stone. It is.
Hey, we're the monkeys.
Hey, we're the titles.
Oh man. All right, I guess this is it, dude.
Not just stepping stone. Not just stepping stone. You're trying to make a mark on society. You're releasing all the tricks that you told me. You're reading all the high fashion magazines. They both you're wearing girl that causing problem scenes. I said, not just stepping stone.
Got to pick up your solo.
Not just stepping stone. Go. Not just stepping stone. Not just stepping stone. Not just stepping stone.
Gotta put your toe.
When I first met you, girl, you didn't have no shoes. But you're walking around like you're from Beijing. Still, you have a couple about different you choose. But you find my name on your Google, who is who? Not just stepping stone. No, girl, not me. Not just stepping stone. Not just stepping stone. I'm not just stepping stone. Not just stepping stone. Not stepping stone. Not just stepping stone. Not just stepping stone. No, girl, I'm not just stepping stone.
God, how do this like big brands get away with like aging so poorly, doing like? All right.
I thought you killed it, man.
Yeah,
You did a great job.
You turned the monkeys into something worth listening to.
Yeah.
I turned them into the snakes.
There you are.
The double-headed snakes with 2 balls and a cocking gun. All right, Max, what you got for us? Oh, before we do this, we have to like do the thing. So give me 1 second.
Yep.
And you're gonna be number 5, Max. All right. So.
Oh, shit.
You ready? So the same numbers as before. Oh yes.
Oh, shit.
What the hell is
Okay.
Sam Cooke?
I don't know what that is.
You're gonna have to learn it quick.
No, no.
Everybody check their desktop audio.
Earth, Wind, and Fire. Oh my goodness. Yeah,
It's an easy one too. Like I built, but like the hard one is gonna be Yasu.
Fuck. Oh, so is that how they do it? They, you make requests. People make requests, and then they have to do the song. Maybe I didn't end up going on their show because I don't think I remember that part. So I think maybe he just came on my show. He came on Shaunosaurus. He was on one of the Friday night live streams, the open mic streams, karaoke streams, whatever. And he actually ended up hanging out afterwards, and then we got into a little bit of some, what some people would call conspiracy talk. But yeah, it was. Can't remember what exactly the subject was specifically, but I kind of just started to ask him, like, if he went along with the 2020 circus show, if he played into the game, if he, and I could tell he didn't really, that he wasn't really so much anti anything or strongly willed about it, but I could tell he didn't play into it. At least it didn't seem to. I didn't directly ask him, did you get the treatments or anything, but yeah, anyway, so I don't think you could just join. Let me see. So I don't know.
We'll figure it out. It's all good.
So
So I got a random one now, right?
Yeah, you go random. Then on the next one, you're
Here's my random one. I'll give you a random one. Present. Share screen. Screen 2. No. Screen 3. There it is. You guys see it?
Yeah.
We're good.
Oh, and check out your right, like the little thing on the bottom that says audio. Now we don't see it.
Wait, you don't see it now?
Now I do. Now I don't see it. If you get out of the screen and you try to like see if you share your browser tab, it'll be a lot easier.
Again, so shallow. The cops and queers. To swim, you have to swallow. Hey, today. No love for tomorrow. We're all stars now. In the dope show, we're all stars now.
Yeah, no, Marilyn Manson's not okay. That's a no-no, really. In my book, yeah, that's a no-no. Total no-no. Fucking creep. Pigo Poto optics are high. And I'm not really about that life, dude. All right, so this is the page. Let me see. That's funny. The first thing is Weird Al. That's fucking weird that I was even thinking of that. I was kind of joking. But it would be funny to go on there and do some trolly ass song. Like Albuquerque. If you don't know, then never mind. You won't get the reference. Not much. So I guess this is just what they. I don't get it. They have like whole ass albums by artists. A lot of Bad Religion. Holy shit. Bette Midler. This is fucking strange. So this is a mixture of, because he runs the site, I think, with his girl too, and then his girl they'll do like all women karaoke night, but the whole channel is basically karaoke. It's pretty wild. Pretty wild. I was gonna do Danzig at this bar we were at. That's not. How do they not even have Mother on there? Mother, tell your children not to walk my way. Tell your children not to hear my words, what they mean, what they say, mother. They don't even fucking have that. I don't even know any of the other songs. They have Death Clock. That's hilarious. Metalocalypse. That's good stuff. Dragon Force. Fucking Guitar Hero vibes. I almost want to do an Amir song because that just looked like a Amir. Fuck, I haven't heard Amir in a long time. Will I get copyright stricken if I play that? Is it too late to play that? That'd be fucked up, I guess, if I played that because people are sleeping with my. I think so many people just go to sleep with my stream. At this point, many people have admitted to it. So, yeah, I fell asleep to your stream, woke up listening to your stream, and you're still fucking yapping. A lot of times, I just fall out. I wake back up, and I'll get back into a monologue, but I won't necessarily. Not. I mean, I usually fall back asleep too. So, once I'm asleep, I'm mostly gonna want to sleep. So. But it is probably better if I just temper it, like get a nap in, play a half-hour video, set a timer, wake up, monologue some more, play something else. Hosier. I'm just looking at everything they got. 1 Immortal Technique song, 2 ICP songs. Yeah, that one dude does look like a juggalo. Definitely looks like a juggalo. Else. La Vela Puerca. Fuck. 1 less than Jake. I don't know most of this shit, honestly. Montes Yahoo. Nine Inch Nails. Nirvana, NoFX. Damn, I forgot about Pennywise. I say fuck authority. Silent majority. Raised by the system. Now it's time against them. Shake up the trees and shake up your mind. Fuck no, we won't listen. We gotta open your eyes. Two Red Hot Chili. That's crazy. And I gotta know at least a dozen Chili Pepper songs by heart, for sure. Kind of outplayed though. There's just so many artists that are outplayed by just by growing up on radio, listening to radio so much. Especially the few rock stations, classic, and then there was one that was more like modern, more alternative rock and stuff. Down here it was called Zeta, and then it turned into, and then that channel was no more, and then there was 93 Rock, and then there's always been 105.9 though, since I was like small, since I can remember. That's definitely what I was raised on. That's all the classic. That's all the 60s, 70s, 80s for the most part. Some 90s now at this point. Now that the 90s are so far away, so long ago, I mean. Streetlight Manifesto, Sublime. Taking Back Sunday. One time Paul was just talking about random. He called out like Rob Cleveland for being the type of dude to be hanging out with all white dudes listening to Taking Back Sunday or some shit. It was the funniest shit he said, man. I was like, yeah, that's funny as hell. Just that he even knew that. Oh, Aquabats. Man, pool party. That would be funny to do pool party. It was a pool party for the cool kids in my school. So cool. The Jasons. Yo, you know what? That reminds me. I never got into the Jason project. That was like months ago. There's so many things I think about doing streams about. I never get around to it. And that's just the way it is. I think I've definitely addressed a lot of the Hawaii stuff, but I'm still so fixated on now lately I've been trying to look more into the whole plasma fire theory around it, because just the broad brushed like energy, direct energy weapon like theory or narrative is very broad in the sense that people aren't really trying to think deeper into specifically what kind of dude tech are we talking about? Is it is it being beamed from submarines, from towers, from planes? People said there was Chinese spy balloons again right before that shit happened. I can't remember if I saw pictures or not. But I know I heard that a couple times around the interwebs. Chinese spy balloons right before this shit happened. And obviously, again, keep in mind the simulation they did, the quick start Maui or whatever. So it's gonna be a smart city. It's gonna be like the first smart city in the fucking. I don't want to say it and add to the energy behind it or whatever. But what it seems like is that it is going to be a smart city, the first fully autonomous smart city in the world. Although, if I'm not mistaken, the first fully autonomous smart island is what it would be. Because if I'm not mistaken, there's already tons of fully autonomous smart cities. Like Shenzhen in China, I think was maybe one of the first. Unless I'm thinking of might have just been that's the social credit system. But I know Orlando, if I'm not mistaken, Orlando is the first city in the U.S. that was a fully autonomous smart city, smart surveillance, everything, the whole nine. And if you go to Orlando, I mean, you could see it. It's Orlando is, with all the purple lights everywhere, and on top of that, the surveillance state is something else there. It's on another level. The amount of cameras down there, it's insane. It's insane, especially like downtown, obviously by the parks, by the amusement parks, by Disney, by Universal and all that. Yeah, there is no like doing anything out in the open and not being captured on camera. Let me see here. Yeah, I don't know why I even bothered looking at this whole playlist. Is anyone here still? Let's see. All right, well, there's more people. You know what I mean? So when you get into your flow and you get into your element, more people. There were 6, 7, whatever, and others 8, 9. So maybe on that note, I'll do a 6, 9 song. You guys want me to do 6, 9? What's what song called? I just like hummed 3 or 4 different songs, sir. I'm not sure what we're talking about here. Let's see what they're doing over here. Marilyn Manson.
In the dope show.
Sleep, he's a pedo.
You do want to go back to back, remember?
So I'm first, but I'm singing number 2, meaning.
Right, put the number first.
Okay, so yeah, I'll sing first, and I had Little Richard. Well, thanks. All right, well.
Wait, I need to change around before this. Damn.
I know.
So no one answered my question, but I asked like how to join, but they didn't answer me. So
that's a little draw. Here I am. So
happy 322, by the way.
Yeah, get ready.
No music.
I know.
No music.
Oh shit! That means I gotta do it again. That's okay.
Can somebody tell me what number 5 was again, so I know what I got?
Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Thank you.
Earth, Wind, and Fire. I go to the
She don't just what to do. That girl next to. She don't just what to do. She rocks to the east, she rocks to the west. She's the girl that I love best. To blue, yeah, all blue, yeah, all blue, all blue, all blue. That girl, they daisy. She almost got me crazy. That girl, they daisy. She almost got me crazy. She knows how to love me, yes indeed. Boy, you know what to do to me. To blue, all blue, yeah, all blue, all blue, all blue, all blue, all blue.
Someday you gotta find another way. You better write your mind and live by what you say. Today is just another day, unless you set your sights and try to find a way. Well, I say fuck authority. Silent majority, raised by the system. Now it's not against them. Sick of your treason, sick of your lies. Oh, no, we won't listen. We gotta open your eyes. Frustration, domination, elimination of a generation. What is it? Never gonna stop trying. Stop trying. Stop trying. Stop trying. I'm not really trying. I'm just fucking around. I'm not really even trying that hard. I already did like 6 songs tonight. No way. I'm gonna stand for it today. Yeah, they were pretty good. This was like middle. I might have listened to this in middle school. I said fuck authority. Silent majority. Raised by the system. That's not a system. Treason. Agenda point 30. Oh no, we won't listen. We gotta open your eyes. Frustration, domination, generation. Everybody. Enjoy your fucking world is on this show. Dominate. Live a day. What up? Everybody, leave us system. Now follow this is treason. No more. We're living, we're dying, we're never ever gonna stop. Stop dying. Stop dying. Stop dying. Stop that. Good times. Good times. Good times. But yeah, this is usually where the loop happens, and you realize it's probably time to go. Good. And then you realize, like,
But yeah, this is usually where the loop happens, and or what's going on here?
You realize it's probably time to go.
And then you realize like, but yeah, this is usually where the loop happens, and or what's going on?
You
Here?
realize it's probably time to go.
And then you realize like,
There's something wrong with his brain. Is he just there's something wrong with his brain? Is he sick or something wrong with his brain? Is he a Asperging type of guy? Does he have autism? Is he retarded? Is he Asperging type of guy? Does he have autism? Is he retarded? Is he Asperging type of guy? Does he have autism? Is it just kind of retarded? So you stop talking type of guy? Does he have autism? Is it just kind of retarded? So you stop talking type of guy? Does he have autism? Is it just kind of retarded? Right, exactly. All right, so I'm gonna drop the link. Right, exactly. All right, so I'm gonna drop the link. Right, exactly. All right, so I'm gonna drop the link. Right, exactly.
Bought the old farmland for a song. Sold it for many reasons, too many are wrong. Horseshoe bets and the women that can.
Yeah, I can't exactly play that. I think I'll get copyright stricken, but holy shit, there's new explosions in the sky. Nice, man. Nice. I haven't listened to them in forever. Fucking love explosions, man. I almost wanna give it a listen, but I don't know if I can. I don't think I've heard state radio
What
too much
is
this year.
vector similarity
So I'm gonna have to
search
check that out.
or vector search? It's
I don't
known
think I can
as
play either,
similarity
though,
search
really.
to some, nearest neighbor to others.
Classic vibes. Literally, I'm 30. You're talking about what was I, 15? It was my first girlfriend who I think if it wasn't for her, maybe I wouldn't even, who knows, maybe I wouldn't even know about them because they're not exactly huge. That's crazy. I've never even heard some of this. Disintegration anxiety from 7 fucking years ago. I listened to them so long ago that I don't even know their stuff from 7 years ago. But I know all their stuff from 10 to 15 pretty much, I'd say, years ago. But they're chilling at 52,000 subs and they've been around forever. So they've never been too big, but yeah, so maybe it's like, am I allowed to play it without, do I just have to stop and comment? Is that how it works? If I just stop and comment, maybe I'm, like I'm giving a review, right? I mean, I think then it's okay. Awesome as always, great vibes as always. Exactly what I thought it would be. And I have it at 1.5 speed in case it sounds weird. I think just because at normal speed, it's even more likely to. Happy 3:33, y'all. And it's 4 minutes and 33 seconds, and I'm 2:23 in. I don't think I've ever actually seen them live, but they did play at like 3 Points Festival, I think, which I've never. I think I might have been to it once, or no, wait, no, that wasn't 3 Points. That was something else. That was Rolling Loud, not Rolling Loud. What the fuck's it called? Maybe it was 3 Points. It was so long ago, but I saw Fostradamus there. I saw who the fuck else did I see? Danny Brown? Not Danny Brown. Man, I don't even know. It was so long ago. Maybe Vince Staples. Fucking long time ago. I haven't been to a festival in quite a long time, actually. You guys want to see when I met Mr.
So you think you know Wix?
Mr. Gay. Mr. Gay. Oh yeah, I got this tab open too. About how this wrestler that just died on Vince McMahon's birthday, who died at 36, which was the first death count at Maui, was 36. Of course, 666 is the 36th triangular number. But what is he taking a picture by? Like he's basically sponsored by it. Mountain Dew Pitch Black, right? Like how Mountain Dew had Maui Burst, and then Mountain Dew had Baja Blast. Like how Hurricane Hillary hit fucking Baja, California, right after Maui fire happened. The Maui fires, the so-called wildfires, right? So after that is Mountain Dew Pitch Black, which this guy's taking a picture in front of, right? Like he's sponsored by them. So what I'm thinking is we got like weeks, maybe months, probably months, maybe a few months, maybe 9/23, this date that everybody's talking about. And again, 9/23 is always, some shit always goes down on 9/23, but I check Shaunosaurus last year's upload on 9/23. You'll see what I mean. I'll probably hit home with it again this year, but it's a big number to the papacy, the Vatican, whatnot. It's also it's really, and that's really just because it goes back to Egypt, and Vatican takes everything from Egypt, remixes it like everything else. Like the Bible's remixed, like everything's remixed at this point. But beyond just holy texts. But ancient Egypt, 9/23, it's known as the Osiris Code. It has to do with resurrection, and I'll do a dive on it. I'll definitely do a dive on it. But now I'm off topic. Let me not get too off topic here. What was I looking up? What was I even looking up? See, that's what happens. Went off on a tangent. Can somebody get me back on track here? What was I looking up exactly? See, that's not good. Oh, Maui. Something to do with Maui. No, this was about Maui. See, that fucked me up, man. What was I gonna look up? What did I say right before? Because I switched to this tab to look it up, and see, this is a brain fart. This is what I get for smoking cannabis. Somebody help me out here. My birthday, nothing bad going down. On the breeze. No, it was before the 923 though. Also, it was before the 923, wasn't it? Jesus Christ! I have this open. You listen to this song. It's getting late. It's getting late. Fucking up. I'm fucking up. It's called a brain fart. It's called loss of brain cells. I got some plain truth videos I wanted to catch up on, and let's see. Not this one.
Hi, everybody. It is August 16, 2023.
No, it's not. It's August 27th at this point.
Alongside allies in ways that we don't want them to be. Right? We wanted Syria. We can't let them.
Let me see.
Hey there, friends.
Well, here's the one that A Plain Truth just did on 923, and of course it's corrupted, so I'd have to download it or open it on a different search, on a different browser. And this is what they fucking do. Again, it's only with like conscious content too. It's only with controversial, or not even controversial, but you know, esoteric type of occulted type of info. That, you know, those type of videos. It's never just like some stupid nonsense. You can always watch stupid nonsense. There's no issues with stupid nonsense. So I'm gonna watch a different one and check that one out later. Maybe throw it in the downloader. I watched the Bluebeam one. I didn't watch this one, but this one's kind of long. Supposedly bullet-ridden people in the midst of Hurricane Harvey. Apparently, there was word of that happening also in Maui. But again, you know, anyone can say anything and make it go, you know, around. Anyone could just start passing some shit around, or some agencies can just start passing some shit around. You know, some misinformation, so to speak. What is this about? I don't know what that's about. Somebody crying. Not sure if it's about anything in particular. I wanted to actually do this live, but it's kind of late now, obviously, but maybe at another, you know, in the daytime. But it says, please call or email this, quote, fire expert and educate him as to his lies and disinformation protocols. So obviously I was going to watch the video. It's not even 6 minutes. And then, but I'm not going to do it now because I'm not going to bother calling this guy now. But I'd be interested. It'd be fun. It's been a while since I did any call-ins like that into places. I'd also like to start doing some auditing over the phone. Would be cool, especially if Convid 2.0 is starting up. And I guess it's time to get back out there. Time to get back out there. So this is about voter fraud. Obviously, the whole thing's a fraud. So, fucking voter fraud. The whole damn construct's a fraud. Fuck voting. Not voting isn't even necessarily. That's just a starting point, man. If you're still fucking voting, you're lost in the sauce. Totally lost in the fucking systematic sauce. Did I watch this one more due to? Yeah, I think I watched that one. Watch that one. Where am I at here? The laser. Oh, and also Jeff Snyder too. I wanted to watch that Jeff Snyder. Yeah, I watched all these. Watched all these. Where are the children? We don't do body counts. I don't know how I feel about this guy though. He's got a channel. I think it's called Hawaii Real Estate. Kind of strange. It's gained a lot of traction over the last several days or a couple weeks, I should say. I guess we'll check it out. A little bit of it anyway.
Hey, aloha, everybody. Eric West here, HawaiiRealEstate.org. Welcome back to the channel. If you're new, please subscribe, share, and like the video. As you know, I'm one of the few voices on the island of Maui reporting daily live events as I see them, interviewing survivors that are here, that are suffering, that need help. Their messages need to be heard. If you haven't seen the ones from today, please look at the posted videos from today, the lives. You are making a huge difference in the lives of these survivors by donating directly to their Venmos, to their GoFundMes, their voices being heard. But there are many things going on here on Maui that I would like to report to you in no particular order, but I promised you that I would report in every single day. And my goal in this entire outreach effort is number one, to fill the gap. Our organization, our quickly formed makeshift by our bootstraps organization, John Morgan, myself, Nuku, Michael Hart, and a few other people, Buzzy Kerbox's brother Billy, those guys are here now helping. So it's a quick pull together of community members like so many have done across this island to help each other, because the government is not here to help it. Our cause is LFG, which is let's find the gap, let's fill the gap, let's F and go. If you want to give to that, Lahaina Fire Fund is the name of our GoFundMe. We've raised over $200,000. Every penny will go back into the pocket of the community, back in the pocket of survivors, and we would love to partner with you. So if you have a resource that you are willing to offer the island of Maui, we have a website, which is MauiLFG.org, MauiLFG.org. Please go to that, put in your resource, and if you need help, put in your I need help, fill out those tabs. AI will marry the two together, recruiting database, and we're connecting people with what they have to offer and what they need. And of course, your donations are very, very appreciated. And by the way, this channel is receiving almost 1 million views a day right now.
Yeah, that's crazy. Fucking Zach Hubbard streamed about Maui tonight, couple hours ago, and he tagged this guy in his stream title, Hawaii Real Estate Org. Huh. Synchronicity, man.
About 780,000. And so that is proof that you are hearing the message from these survivors and that you're liking, you're sharing, you're subscribing. It's making a difference to the algorithm, and it's getting the real news, the real need out there. So like we did last night, a quick business meeting. So please take notes. I've pre-recorded this video. Thank you, Ralph, for your suggestions. Sometimes the live streams get cut off, but they are important for many different reasons. But I'm just going to post this video real quick.
Hey, you. I would say grand rising, but good evening. And even that's too early. Good night, I guess.
Quick, and I just encourage you to please just take some notes. I'm going to go through these things quickly because I know the attention span of the American people has shrunk. But I know you, Joe Rogan, long format.
Do you want a little snaps? Do you want a little snaps for you?
For daddy to see.
That's for you. I mean, this is for daddy, but you get it. It's for you. You get it.
Dancing on the table, pay attention to me. Pogos and pedos, the optics are high. Say fuck big tech and just watch me jive. Marfugel, Monograph, the cupcakes too. Pay attention to me, daddy, let me dance for you. A 1, a 2, a 3, 4, 5. All I want is daddy's love. The optics are high.
It doesn't get old. That's like the 4th time I've probably played it tonight. I mean, it's just great. It's great stuff. It's great stuff. It's going to get old eventually, though.
Listeners are also ready to dig into the details, but here's what I've got for you today. In no particular order, but I'm going to cover some of the things I talked about yesterday, but also some new things that have emerged literally just today into my knowledge and things to be aware of. One of the most important things, I don't believe it's any mistake that one of the people that I interviewed today is Alani. If you haven't,
I think my laptop may or may not restart in a second, so I'll be a minute and I'll be back, and it'll be about a minute probably that I'm away. My apologies if it happens.
Seen that interview, please go and look at it, because it's just like God to put us in touch with an individual that was on the south.
My bad. My bad. All right. Yeah, I need to get a new battery for this fucking I've been saying it for too long. All right, where was I at here? I don't know if I want to watch much of this, but we'll see.
Was trying to escape the fire from Pulamana. Pulamana is a 20-acre oceanfront townhome community, luxury townhome community on the south end of Lahaina. That's where she has worked for the last 12 years. And with 14 other people that are now unemployed and have no money and need help. But ultimately, she was trying to leave. And by her own eyewitness testimony, she exited Pulamana. And to get to the highway to escape Lahaina, you would just take a right. And right there, you're at the highway and the south end of Front Street. And you could take a right and you'd be gone. You'd be out of Lahaina.
Yeah, I was a little bit older than Blue's Clues, kind of. I was a little too old, I think. But yeah, I think the guy from the original Blue's Clues guy was in Flaming Lips, if I'm not mistaken. I forget, Steve, I think's his name. If I'm not mistaken, I think that is the case.
That was blocked.
I think he was the singer.
It was literally blocked. The south end of Lahaina, at the time that she was leaving, which I think was 3:30 p.m., she could not just go back. She couldn't leave. So then she was routed up through Lahaina town. And eventually, if you listen to her story, she was able to come back and she followed a truck that went around the blockade to exit onto the highway and escape. Ultimately, what I'm piecing together here is the people that had the most success getting out of Lahaina are the ones that were pushing through the blockade, going around the cones, ignoring what the cops were doing. I don't know why they're doing it, but we now have two definitive points of evidence. What happened on the north end of Front Street, and now with her testimony, what was happening on the south end of Front Street, that was blockaded too. Please make a notation of this and do with this information. Say a prayer and say, God, what do I do with this information? Help me. If you're an attorney, if you're someone that can help us preserve evidence, is there someone that you know that can come forward and tell their story on this channel? We're interviewing people, we're interviewing survivors. We need to get the message out of what happened that day with as many eyewitness accounts as possible. Number two, did you know that our police chief is also our coroner? That's very unusual. If you look up Bill HB 869, was passed this January, Bill HB 869, you can look that up and Google it, Hawaii. It was passed a law that shouldn't be the case, that there should be a separate medical examiner, a physician, someone that's separate from the police chief. That's the law that was passed. So why is our police chief also our coroner? He admitted that on a press conference just the other day. Again, this is not tinfoil conspiracy. I'm asking the question for people out there. Is it possible to create some kind of a legal injunction or stop or force the mayor to assign a coroner right now, which is what the law says? Why is the police chief also our coroner by his own self-admission? That seems like a very massive conflict of interest, especially in this current situation. Please look that up for me if you don't mind. A couple other things. They have extended the no-fly zone over the burn area. Why are they not allowing independent drone operators to fly over that burn zone? We have put in a request with the FAA. They've come back to us for an exemption saying, we've applied for an exemption. They come to us asking for a statement of work. Why? We're trying to get citizens press into that area. We should be able to observe what's going on in the burn area right now. Where is the independent oversight? For those attorneys that are listening to this, what can we do right now legally as a people to inject ourselves into this process and say, no, wait, we require independent oversight from the citizens. Where's the citizens press? Why is the press not being given access into this area? Why are the citizens not being given access into this area? Why can we not observe from a drone, 500 feet away from the town up in the air, looking down with a camera, seeing what they're doing? Just to observe. Why is there still a blackout of communication on Maui? Why is there still no internet coverage? Why are the cell phones still not working? You can ask questions like, why did the cell phones not work the morning of? We didn't have cell phone communication the morning of. Why was the power cut out? Why would 40, 50, 60 mile an hour winds knock over power lines? That's a sustainable amount of wind that a power line should be able to withstand. So many questions. You guys got to start asking the questions, but from a legal standpoint, what can we do about making sure that the police chief cannot be the coroner? Next, what can we do to get independent oversight? Next, we need Starlink still. We need internet. Who is shipping them? Who is mailing them? We've got 2 that arrived today. Much aloha. We thank you so much for those. We need many, many more. They're not going to restore internet because I don't know why, but we cannot communicate. Victims cannot fill out the forms they need to fill out. We need internet. Please hear this cry loud and clear. We also need protective gear. People should not be allowed to go into that burn area. If at some point they are allowed to go in, which they're not allowed to right now, they need to have protective gear. Why are the guardsmen that are down there right now, nice brothers from Oahu, right? They're local boys here serving that are in the guard. Why are they allowed to sit there all day long, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 hours without any masks on, without any protective gear? N95 is a minimum. Notice that the FEMA workers that are staying at the Four Seasons and the Kealani and the Grand Wailea, right, for $1,400 a night, while meanwhile you give survivor site $700 a night. That doesn't make any sense. They have to wear protective gear. Why are the guardsmen that are from Hawaii not required to wear protective gear? Who do you know that you can contact or reach to ask this question? We are in an internet blackout. We are in a phone blackout. So you, the people on the mainland that love Hawaii, that love Maui, that love these people, you need to pick up the phone. You need to be our voice. You need to be our cell phones. Are you getting this message loud and clear? We are in a communication blackout. We are crying out for help. We need you to respond. Next, water and air purifiers. What's going on with the water? Do we know it's safe? I'm getting sore. I always carry a gimbal with me. That's how I shoot. But anyway, is our water safe? Is someone testing the water? Please send over water kits. We need water purification. What's the right water purification? Imagine all this arsenic and all this, what's it called? I can't remember the name of the boards, that were built with the fire retardant. Anyway, I can't remember right now. All of this is going into what, an aquifer? What's the water source for the rest of West Maui? Is it in an aquifer that's underneath the ground that's going to be absorbing these toxic chemicals, and we're all going to be suffering some kind of cancers down the road? God forbid. But what are we doing right now to know? We don't trust the government. Why would we trust them to say that our water's okay? Or will it be okay in a month, in 2 months, in 3 months? What are the implications of breathing the air right now? They're allowing people to live directly above and next to the burn zones in the Lahaina Luna neighborhood, Waikuli neighborhood. What are the implications of living in those neighborhoods without any protective gear? Is anybody got their thinking caps on with the government to protect the people that are in that area right now? Look at the FEMA workers and what they wear when they walk around. They are the ones that are trained to be on these type of burn sites. The stuff that burned up is highly toxic. It can create major health implications in the short run and in the long run especially. They say more workers died from 9/11 that were on the ground recovering than the ones that actually died in the actual incident. Also, I think I mentioned this already, but MauiLFG.org, please go to that website to submit yourself as a resource. If you need help, please go to that website to register as someone that needs help. We're marrying those two together. What else do I have? Look back to my list here. And this is probably the most important part of my entire update here. Well, there's a number of things. Before you get to the most important part, that comes at the end. Where's the PGA at? The PGA, Pro Golfers Association, whatever it's called, they have lived off the backs of volunteers on Maui for decades, right? People that volunteer at the events were the first stop for the PGA, a huge organization with deep pockets, and they have a very philanthropic aspect of their organization. Where are they at donating individually to the families of Maui? Where's the PGA? Numerous people have asked me that. Do you work with the PGA? Are you a golfer with the PGA? Do you know somebody at the PGA? We'd love to hear from the PGA and what they're doing for Maui. Where's all the celebrities? Where are all the people that have been coming here for years that have big names and big pockets and social media? Are they doing everything they can right now to help in this crisis at this exact moment? Also, I've had lots of
people reach out to me. Literally, I get about 100 text messages every 15 minutes, and I do my best to respond and answer. Please don't reach out unless you have something important to share. But I'm getting lots of people that are responding to me saying, Eric, we were involved in the Paradise Fire, the Camp Fire, the Malibu fires. The government won't do anything. FEMA won't do anything. The Red Cross won't do anything. Red Cross, they are literally a money-making scam. They show up. They do photo ops. They don't deliver the goods. They dump the goods in the dump when it's all over with. They don't deliver anything. They come and they make money and they leave. They sound good. They have sound bites. They have people, quite frankly, like the governor that must be paid off or something. I don't know. Why would he tell people to give to the Red Cross when there's many, many survivors from these other fires that are telling me that they didn't get anything from the Red Cross? Matter of fact, they got bills from the Red Cross. They had their personal property confiscated by the Red Cross. Hey, there's no Red Cross tents here. Every single person that I'm interviewing, I'm asking them in those interviews, have you seen the Red Cross? Has anyone given something to you besides the local charities and the local people that are coming together? The answer is a resounding no. And to get money, $700, you have to go on the internet, which we have no internet. Fill out this form, fill out that form. Every survivor of these other fires I talked to says, don't put your hope in these organizations. Okay, so lesson learned, thank you. So now I'm telling you, don't you put your money in those organizations because they're not going to do it. They're not good stewards of that money. So put on your thinking cap before you give to somebody or an organization, and don't believe the sound bites, don't believe the rhetoric. Listen to people that are on the ground in other fires. Do your research, be a good citizen, be a good steward. Don't be lazy. Do what you got to do to get to the truth. It's one of the gaps we're trying to fill, by the way, in LFG. Let's fill the gap. What's the knowledge gap? What's the truth gap? What's the false gap? What are the things that they're trying to sell you, that they're trying to sell me, they're just not true? And then the final thing is this, ready? Where are the children? Where are the children? Where are the children? And I mean that in every way. Are they alive? Are they not alive? What happened to them? Are you a parent that is missing a child? A lot of things are not adding up right now when it comes to the children. They're just not adding up. And I don't know what the answer is, but if you just think about it logically, there's 1,000 missing people. Let's just say a third or a quarter are children under the age of 18. Let's just be conservative. Let's say it's 100 children, just being conservative, that are missing. Wouldn't you expect then at least 50 or 60 parents that are crying out in the streets, that are posting on social media, that are frantically searching for their children, that are making a big huff and a puff and just incredibly upset and just out of their mind? I'm not seeing those posts. I'm not seeing those stories. So help me. If you are someone that's on Maui that is missing a child, or you know your child perished, the world wants to hear from you. We need to find, this is to me the point of the spear. This is the most important pressing question that needs to be answered right now. There's all kinds of rumors about by the way, the police chief said that there was one body recovered from the ocean. I had people in my home yesterday that showed me pictures on their iPhone that I didn't want to see, that were pictures of dead bodies in the ocean. I saw them with my own eyes. I'm not the police chief. I'm not anywhere close to this investigation, or I was in that town 2 days later when everything appeared to be cleaned up. The streets were already cleaned up. I'm just saying, I've seen pictures of people that were in the ocean. So regardless of well, I just feel like the government needs to come forth right now and be transparent with what they know and quell the rumors. And it just doesn't make logical sense. Another thing that doesn't make sense, these are neighborhoods, right? And there are guards posted at every neighborhood. They could easily ask the families to line up at the guards post and just submit your name. Who are the number? What was your address in this neighborhood? How many in your family? What are their names? What are the date of birth? Those guardsmen are just sitting there all day long, not doing anything. Wouldn't it make sense that you take a makeshift census right now at those, let the people come forward and just start a list? Like, how hard is that? Why are they not taking a census in all these neighborhoods to get a count of who's actually missing and going right to that neighborhood? These are small communities, they're small neighborhoods. Everyone knows each other. I have created a redirect to the Google spreadsheet where people can put in if they're missing somebody, which is Maui, this is going to be Lahaina Survivors, LahainaFireSurvivors.com. My apologies. Lahaina Survivors. I think that's what it is. .com. I'll put the link in the description. I'm thinking the kids got me kind of messed up right now. But in that list, you don't see people mentioning children. There's maybe 2 places I scanned through the whole thing. We do need a column there for date of birth. We need a column for sex, and a column for, children. Something that we can start to identify that. But I believe there's a very simple, organized way to gather this information. But I am looking specifically for your feedback. If you're here on Maui, if there's a way you can comment, if there's a way you can reach out to me, we want to talk to parents or anybody that's missing a child and find out what is going on with the children. To me, that's one of the biggest mysteries in this entire thing at this point in time. So that is my update for you. One last thing on my notes. How could a transmission case melt in a fire that's considered a wildfire? How can you get with temperatures that are that?
Again, I'm still kind of upset because I didn't go to the grocery store yesterday to fucking meet Mark Wahlberg was there doing a promo event, and the money being raised was, and again, I live in like a random suburban city in South Florida, so it was just random. Again, maybe it was just one of his clones or whatever. But he was raising money for his tequila, promoting his tequila or something, some probably watered down fucking, because it's not even premium tequila, which means it's probably some watered down like something or other. But anyway, when proceeds were supposedly at least partially going to a charity, which of course, if partial proceeds were going to charity, and then that charity, of course, was giving partial proceeds to the cause, then at the end of the day, you're talking about a fucking fraction of a percentage of anything worth, you know what I mean? Because I think by law, even like a Red Cross, for example, American Red Cross gives like 7% to the cost, if I'm not mistaken. So good old Knights Templar, American Red Cross, rocking the logo. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. How do you guys feel about this guy? Do you think this guy's body language doesn't seem too strange to me? Again, this is just one video though. I've only seen a couple. It's definitely viral though. If you see that other video there, Where Are the Children? Lost in the Line of Fire. That one under the first recommended there is that is his channel. As you can see, he's right there. It looks like the same. He's wearing the same outfit too. So he maybe that's where this video comes from. Probably, yeah. Where Are the Children? He just called it, we don't do body counts, because that's something that I guess the police said. Anyway, so this is from 3-4 days ago. It's already got over 500,000 views. Over 500,000 views, dude. You know what I'm saying? So, and oh, and how about that? That kid right there is holding his hand up. What is he doing? The one eye symbolism, whether it was on purpose or not, which it probably wasn't. He's just holding the scale of the fish. But I'm sure that it's not a coincidence that they showed this picture. Call me crazy. Call me crazy, man. Call me overly analytical. Call me anal in my analysis here. But really, the kid right in the middle is doing the one eye symbolism. Interesting. Interesting coincidence, or maybe not.
High. I've had many ex-firemen call me, many guys that are just, they're in the fire business. That just seems like a very high temperature. I don't know a lot about fire. I never thought I'd try to, but if you have any insight into that and how these temperatures are important, why the color blue is becoming important. Again, no conspiracy theories, but it is unusual. I pulled some blue shirts. If you haven't seen my video that I created of the 4K flyby, I flew over to the burn site in Lahaina town on my drone on the second day after the fire. I also rode my KTM through every street in Lahaina I could get to, and I took 4K GoPro video. So I put those out there in the Creative Commons. I already have people that are going to come over and pull it and put it on hard drives and save it. But I put that out there into the general public so you guys can look at it, you can study it, you can analyze it. If you have an insurance claim, you can use it. But we need to make sure that we capture as much video evidence as we possibly can, store it on a hard drive, pictures, stories, timelines, put it somewhere. Don't keep it on the cloud. Don't keep it on your devices. Put it somewhere on an external hard drive. I'm also encouraging people to put it on archive.org. So there will be major investigations, and the more we can organize this, every day that goes by is one more day that we will potentially lose the story. So come forth with your stories now. Come put a video testimony together with me at my house today. Within hours, we raised over almost $20,000 for Brittany. So that is just, Bethany, excuse me, for Bethany, and also for Lonnie. I don't know how much she's still getting back to me, but that's pretty cool. So if you come on this show or this channel or whatever, and you come tell your story, I can promise you the most aloha infused audience. And for you new members that are just subscribing, that's what I've called my audience. I've been on YouTube for 12 years. I've been monetized for almost that long. So this is not something new for me. I've been doing this kind of stuff, showing, Maui and sunsets, and my audience has been called the most aloha infused audience on planet Earth. Now I'm starting to see that means a lot more now than it did back then. Right now, it means that you guys are going to spread the aloha for the people of Maui with not just your money, but with your time, your energy, your talent, your treasure, which you can put forth to help this community right now will echo in eternity. We need your prayers. We need your help. We need your focus. We need your expertise. We need your intellect. We need your gut instinct. We need your prayers. We need everything right now that you can muster. Don't forget about us. We know how the news flies in this country. It's not even real half the time. It's just sound bitey, and they're just trying to direct you around like sheep. Don't let them do this to Maui. Don't let them do this to the Hawaiian people. Don't let it happen. So if you love your country, if you love your island over here, your vacation land, where the playground of the world, where the world comes to play, if you love these people that have humbly served you generation after generation after generation, going back to sugarcane and pineapples and just the salt of the earth, the working class, 5-6 families living in one house that was built in 1970. I've seen these homes. I'm a real estate agent. I couldn't believe it when I first got here. 1,200 square foot cinder block built in 72, 3-bedroom, 2-bath with 1,000 square feet, 750K, and there's families living in closets. There's cars parked on the lawns. They're old, they're dilapidated, they're not fancy. Those are the homes that burned. Literally, the working class are suffering. You have to ask yourself right now, are you willing to step up and help those that cannot help themselves? It's bad enough that they were struggling working class individuals, but now they just lost what little they have, what little they've eked together in the last 20 years or in the last 3 generations, or all the projects that they've done in their homes, all their cars, all their precious possessions. These were a working class people, and now they deserve to feel the aloha from the world. So I'm asking you to step up, to step forward, to get out of your comfort zone and do what God calls you to do. So in Jesus' name, I seal this video in prayer. I thank you, Lord, that your glory will shine. I thank you, Lord, that this Maui, this beautiful Maui no Ka'oi shall rise from the ashes, and that your will shall be done, that the bad actors, the evil, shall run 7 directions according to the word of God, and that you, Lord, shall be prevailing over the situation. You will give us insight, witty ideas. You will give us discernment. You will give us comfort. For those that lost loved ones, you will give them your consolation, and your hand will come upon them and console them. And we thank you, Lord, from the bottom of our hearts that you are here with us and that you are helping us, and that we curse and bind the enemy, and he shall not have 1 more inch of victory. And from this moment, from this day forward, we will prevail. In Jesus' mighty name, amen. If you agree, I'd love a thumbs up, a share, a shaka, subscribe. Do what God is asking you to do. Thank you.
If there's a problem if there is a problem with their water properly, between the sirens not going up, people are pissed. And it's
So I didn't realize I was fucking muted because I wasn't muted, and then I came back to switch the tab and I could see I was muted. So thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
justifiable. And in the face of all of that, these resilience hubs, whatever you want to call them, these Ohana hubs have been established quickly because of the relationships of the ties in West Maui and outside of West Maui that are beyond government and agencies. And the feeling, the palpable feeling in the couple of days after this disaster that we are on our own. Nobody is coming to save us. We've been asking for help for decades and nobody's coming to save us. And so now we're going to feed and water and medicine ourselves. And now, a few weeks in, agencies and government people are starting to come in and be like, we have the answer and we have these protocols you have to follow. And here's our policies. And people are like, get lost. Why would I trust you after you put our town in this position and after you left us for dead? And now you come in and you tell us how to do things. It's insulting. I'm not even from there and I'm shaking with anger because I see it happen every day and I just cannot handle it. It's really hard to trust the agencies that put you in this very position to get you out of it. The same people that made the decision about water and electric and egress and getting in and out of Lahaina that trapped all these people are now the ones that are being asked to be trusted to build the solution. The other thing, if you're going to eat, you have to have a FEMA ID. Nobody is going to trust FEMA right now. So we have to establish something outside of FEMA that allows people to be verified of their need and get response. I have to say one more thing. I'm so sorry. The other big thing is our pace does not match the urgency of the situation. The urgency of the situation in the beginning was gasoline, water, food, and everybody was so slow. And now all of a sudden people are talking about rebuilding. Like that's the most urgent thing. The most urgent thing right now is getting people in some kind of shelter where they know they're going to be there for a year. And it's not going to be a home that's built on vacant county land. That could be the urgency right now should be clearing out Airbnbs and non-essential units for people to live and catch a breath and mourn with their family so that in 6 months or a year from now, they can digest the conversation about what do we do next. The urgency about having this rebuild conversation when people still don't have roofs over their heads. They have 30-day vouchers for their Airbnb and they don't know where they're going to be in a month. That's urgent. People don't even have the space to talk about rebuilding because they don't know where they're going to be in 2 weeks. So this rebuilding needs to just hang on for a minute and urgently this county can clear out things that are made for visitors and house people there and the economy all around tourism on the west side. People should be paid those same good jobs to care for their own community at this point. And
This is the part where I usually do my usual, loop-de-loop, just to bring you guys for a little ride into the insanity. Because I don't do much insanity. This is the part where I usually do my usual, loop-de-loop. Not really much insanity. For the ride. I mean, sometimes we get an Illumitami. I had Smith on last night, but we were chill. But occasionally I get the Illumitami creature, or Mr. Unslaved, or so there are occasionally a circus can pop off here from time to time. This is the part where I usually do my usual, not really much insanity. For the ride. Sometimes we get an Illumitami. I had Smith on last night, but we were chill. But occasionally I get the Illumitami creature, Mr. Enslaved, or so there are occasionally a circus can pop off here from time to time. This is the part where I usually do my usual, not really much insanity. Sometimes we get an Illumitami. I had Smith on last night, we were chill. But occasionally I get the Illumitami creature, Mr. Enslaved. So there are occasionally
I'm going to click this here. I'm going to click this here. Right.
Enough of that. What do we got here, Mrs. Robin?
Say beams of green light flashing above Mauna Kea are likely from a Chinese satellite. Now, these are shots from the Subaru telescope late last month. The scientists there originally thought they were from a NASA satellite, making a 3D map of the Earth. But then their NASA colleagues told them the lights match the pattern of a Chinese satellite that does the same thing. The lasers are measuring.
Interesting. Let's see if this dude's still alive. I doubt it. Holy shit, he's still alive. He's still going, man. Unreal.
Oh, if you saw what they did, you wouldn't. Few other podcasters, and there's always, I actually just noticed this, but they always cry online when they're getting demonetized, and basically they were, are totally seems scripted, like fake. It doesn't seem like a genuine tearjerker, and I think it's a humiliation ritual.
Yeah, I'm never gonna be monetized. I'm never gonna want to give money to a fucking beast. If anything, you know what I mean? It's why would anyone give 30% to, like, I appreciate it and everything. Like, thank you, Google Tube, for the whatever opportunity for the platform. Thank you. I do appreciate it. I do. I mean that. I am grateful, but it's not like I can't be, on any other platform. It's because the people are here, and it's where the traffic is. It's where the numbers are. And again, I mean, it's because of that reason, it does have the most diversity and range. And, it's not just like a lot of these alternative platforms are just alternative media to where it's still top-down controlled, but like how last night I was just watching the documentary, whatever it was called, 47 Facts About Maui, and it was so ridiculous, and it ended with a almost hour-long fucking closeted Trump MAGA fucking campaign promo, like unreal, totally unreal. But I'm an hour behind on this.
I don't know
if I want to. That's Talcott Express. I don't know if I want to fast
I don't know what
forward.
they said specifically, but I find it unlikely that YouTube would want to demonetize them.
Oh, if you saw what they did, you wouldn't.
I mean, I understand that it's trash content, but
they dressed up as Jews and totally, roasted Jews.
Okay, well,
like, the whole hat rabbi, like, I mean, it was, yeah. So basically, people, the advertisers, I mean, it's totally against terms of service. Like, they dressed up in gorilla costumes and, made fun of black people and shit. Like, yeah.
What?
Like exactly. It's just like, I'm not saying you can't do that shit, but I'm saying if you do that shit on YouTube, you're gonna get. I'm surprised their channel's not getting canceled, let alone just demonetized.
Right.
That's why I'm saying it seems like a setup. And now they're moving to Rumble, subscription based. These dudes are multimillionaires too. They went from making 6 figures a year to making 7 figures a year, and they're crying about losing shit. And this has all been proven. So I just think what I'm getting back to is it's a free speech. It's to show people, if you do this, you will get canceled. But at the same time, the people that play their part get rewarded.
Right. I mean, hell, I can see it in my channel. Depending on the topic, they'll push traffic or pull it. So the reward system is baked in at every level.
Exactly. Well, that's what Truther Cop has been getting into. The big thing, I saw that before too. Like, people react to incentives. If you talk about a subject and you see a bunch of super chats, you're going to keep talking about that subject. If you talk about a subject and those super chats go away, you're going to stop talking about that subject.
Yeah.
It's pretty fucking obvious. Like, even if you don't want to and you want to hold the truth, it's just human nature. Very hard to, especially when you got bills to pay.
But when you've got the incentive structure, like the algorithm laid out the way it is, it does it in such a way that from the minute you enter, you're being rewarded and punished, but it's not overt. So it makes it real easy to lie to yourself.
Yeah, it's not overt. No, it's absolutely, like, dude, I think I'm a really good dot connector, and it was obvious before. Like, they did a lot of shifting in 2016. It was real fucking obvious what they were doing. Now, dude, it's subtle.
Yeah, well, they had to purge everything back then.
Exactly. Yeah. And yeah. But it is a slow constriction of free speech. And whether I'm right or wrong, I mean, like, again, I'm just connecting dots. I can't say I have receipts for this shit, but it just seems very sus.
What's training?
Yeah, like, right, free speech or lack of free speech training. Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. And it started, I mean, dude, I could really, fuck, Stephen Molyneux, in fact, he did the exact same thing. Got canceled and cried online and then went to a bigger fucking platform. I didn't even think about him, but that was one of the first ones.
Who?
Stephen Molyneux.
Well, Rumble is bigger than YouTube, but Rogan did it when he went to Spotify.
Did he cry?
No, he signed a contract, but then he cried. There was some free speech crying the minute that he got over there.
But I'm talking literal tears, like a humiliation ritual.
Oh, no, I didn't see any.
Alone, cry to a camera about this shit. That just seems odd to me.
So
it's kind of death. It's not something that's random. You can compose yourself and present a video about getting demonetized without crying. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe it hasn't happened to me yet.
Yeah, definitely some house Negroes over there at Fresh and Fit. Weird energy coming off of those people. Having those people on their podcast right before that. I don't know who just fell out. Somebody fell out. Yeah, I think it might have been JG or someone. Yeah.
Flo, you still here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah, cool.
But the Fresh and Fit thing happened right after. Oh no, it was the Breakfast Club that had that one dude on. And that might be something. There was that the guy running for president who went on Breakfast Club and gave him the business. And I don't know. This could be pulling attention from that because that was getting a lot of attention. But he made a lot of good points that are that counter the race wedge.
Yeah. Well, that shit I was talking about that I was giving Paul shit about with Charleston White, I learned about that from the same people that exposed Fresh and Fit because it was their podcast that Charleston White admitting to gang raping white chicks on. Like, admitted, bro, not alluded to. Straight up said how they did it. I'm not even going to talk about it and make you guys hear that shit, but it's out there if you want to go look.
Yeah, definitely disgusting type of behavior. Unbelievable type of energy behind this type of transaction that's taking place online and across the world with these cam whatever this kind of pimp stuff with this cameras and this the speed dating services and all of these things are responsible for child trafficking, and so are the cell phones.
Wow. Again. 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 All right. It's this fucking battery, man. It's the laptop battery, obviously, at this point. Do I ever want to like entertain any more of this?
People are giving their kids cell phones, and and this is this has caused this the issue of human trafficking to go through the roof recently, and with these cam services and these cell phones, tons of missing people, broken families and homes, all due to this type of business and these people running this business and then claiming that they're being attacked by Zionists, when this is one of the main businesses that people like Jeffrey Epstein and Harvey Weinstein, and this is some of the main businesses that they're
Epstein, Weinstein, what's up with these Steens?
Involved in. So how are you going against the system when you promote this kind of stuff? It is and these people are portrayed as rebels when they're nothing but house Negroes being honeypotted by the feds, and now they're crying about how they were honeypotted, crying about
Look at Musk.
Yeah.
Please let me know if I have any background sound at any, because I keep being like unmuted, and I'm not using headphones tonight, so let me know if there's any issues.
How the fuck are you gonna have the richest guy in the world be a man of the people, right? He's a government contractor entirely. All of his businesses are dependent on government subsidies, and one of them's Neuralink. But this dude's like the anti-establishment. Get out.
Yeah, that is just laughable.
That's the inversion they shove in your face.
Yeah, and we
Hegelianism, I guess. Is one of the people you're talking about initials HT?
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty much what they're doing, dude. Yeah. He has a message for you guys. He just wants you guys to know that, okay?
Yeah, good lord. And he just openly says that, and he's not a Fed. I mean, it's amazing.
I would love to get Jesse Lee Peterson to cover this topic, and he would just be like, what the?
But yeah, it says he has been.
We're going to live in like total communist hellscape on Earth, basically.
Originally, he's trained as a mathematician, right?
I can't remember.
And one of them, one of the rabbis says that the dwelling in the land is worth more than all of the laws of the Torah. So observance of all of the laws of the Torah, that actually dwelling in the land of Jerusalem outweighs all of those.
Like channeling is real, man. Like entities, demons, like people. And I'll just say this: like they all essentially give the same message. It's all the same. Like it's different, little bit different here and there to give people enough to distinguish themselves. So.
He's particularly, I think, eloquent in describing beekeeping and how nice it is until he gets weird about the idea that they use bees and they truck them to California where they grow almonds, and he doesn't like that. And almonds, I guess, should be expensive or something. Foundational going to save us from all of our problems. A possible objection, he says, is that technology is inherently anti-human, tending to atomize society and family, destroying the unchosen bonds and intermediary institutions that bind any competent society. I'm fine with kicking out the global citizen idea or pressuring them in some way like that, but not necessarily seizing their assets.
People, all these trains have the same ideas. You know,
Who is that you just read work? Yeah, you just read that from? Who is this that you're getting that?
That's right wing version of the Zeitgeist movement. Also thought of by a similar type of individual, somebody who's a programmer, and they, who elected you, who died and made you motherfuckers king, and you have the same.
Yeah, I'm bored. I'm definitely bored. Guilty as charged. Did I have anything here downloaded is the question that I haven't played. Other than that, I had, I think, one other Plain Truth videos. And then I wanted to watch some of the, either Allison McDowell or Jeff Snyder. Let me see. I played this one last night. Should have deleted this one. Of course, they got all the celebrities talking about it. I'm pretty sure I played this already. Nonsense.
Right now, we are in a state of emergency.
I don't even know who you are.
In Maui, destroyed by wildfire.
I don't know why.
Actor Jason Momoa devastated.
Yeah, I
and
played
safe.
this. Fucking Canada guy.
Desiree Dizon shared heartbreak for her home.
A childhood home has burned to the ground, and thousands of people have lost everything.
Right, and you're cooling it and smiling and laughing. So I love how they show the predictive programming. They even talk about it like in a little 2-minute fucking
and Clint Eastwood,
news
who
clip.
directed the Matt Damon film Hereafter, which filmed on Lahaina's historic Front Street. In the 2010 thriller, it's wiped out by a tsunami. But as the wildfires burned yesterday, the neighborhood looked more like a war zone. Another location.
Again, and keep in mind, this is what I realized. So the Eagles, I can't remember what song it is, but they have a song. Was it? It's not Hotel California. I'm gonna look it up really quick. But the Eagles have a song and talk about Lahaina. Who just died? The founder of the Eagles, Randy Meisner. Right. So, well, allegedly, reportedly, the news would say. So some would say that Randy Meisner, the founder of the Eagles, died. Yeah, I was gonna do an Eagles song tonight, but I ended up not doing it. But anyway.
Impacted.
I'm gonna drop those vids next weekend, the karaoke vids from the bar tonight that I hit up, and then maybe the one from last weekend too. I only did one song last weekend though, and I was with the sis, so I had to do one of her songs she liked. It's actually a song by an artist, 303, that I saw at my first Warped Tour when I was like 15 in like 2002. Sorry, 2005 or 2007. Wow, my math's terrible. 2007. Yeah, long time ago.
The Four Seasons Resort, where the first White Lotus was filmed, is strongly discouraging non-essential travel to Maui. As for the journalists covering the devastation, it's not easy when most of the roads into town are closed.
We're on a boat headed to Lahaina. This is one of the few ways to access the town. And what's incredible from this vantage point is the scale of destruction. We're talking miles of coastline completely burned.
Please keep my beautiful homeland in your prayers.
Fake as fuck. Fake as hell. Celebrities are all fake. Let's see here. Celebrita. Okay, I thought I had one of the Jeff Snyder videos downloaded, but maybe I played this one already.
Yeah, good one. What is that? That's lasers, right? yeah, I can actually talk about that one, but that is this is really bad, but you know the people that see orbs in the sky,
Yeah.
Go around that fly faster.
UFOs?
UFOs.
Yeah, there's Navy pilots. There's
Yeah,
multiple Navy pilots who talk
I've
about
seen them.
they got their so they were flying F-18s. These Navy pilots, and one of them's coming in here in 2 weeks. He's Ryan Graves.
Okay.
He's a Navy pilot flying off the coast of North Carolina, and they got their radar upgraded on their F-18s, and all of a sudden they were seeing these things darting around their radar.
Don't tell him what I'm about to say and see if he knows about it.
Okay.
So what we do is we play with our own forces, make sure our trickery will work on the enemy. And those are directed energy weapons of where we do intersecting beams or focused beams into the atmosphere. And notice they're always in the atmosphere to excite the electron orbitals of the oxygen and nitrogen in our atmosphere. And it causes a glow and it causes ionization. That ionization shows up on radar and it's like a cat laser pointer. And we're making planes chase them.
That's exactly how they describe these things moving, like laser pointers.
Yeah. And so we can do it in free space. We can make it look like
in three-dimensional space.
Yeah, and we can make it look like an entire fleet is about to drop bombs on, let's say, Europe, and then just have them disappear. And they get all their planes up in the air. We attack them from the other direction, assuming we're attacking
Who
Europe.
is doing this? The Navy, you said?
Somebody. Let's just say a group.
And you know this for a fact.
I know it for a fact. Yeah. So anyway, don't tell your guests.
A group within the U.S. government.
Yeah. Okay. We'll leave it at that. Yes.
And is this something that could be seen with the naked eye, or
Yes,
is this something
because
that would
it glows. It glows, so it would be seeable. You can see it by the naked eye, and it would leave a radar trace. So it's perfect as a deception, and it involves the voice of God weapons that I was talking about.
Project Bluebeam.
And this got leaked. So it probably won't have the effect, and they probably won't do it. But if you wanted to bring the world together, as President Reagan said in several UN speeches, you would have a common enemy like evil aliens attacking. We forget our differences and we fight against it.
We wouldn't look at each other as Chinese or Russian or American. We look at each other as Earthlings.
It's humans, yeah, as Earthlings. And so that was Project Bluebeam, was to trick the human race into believing either God is coming down, everybody hears the voice of God, the microwave hearing effect, get along, give whatever the new message is, or it was backing. And notice how they all of a sudden all the governments release all their information on UFOs, and there's a whole division dedicated, and that's just deception.
You think it's all deception?
I think it's all deception.
Really?
Yeah. But that's my opinion. I've looked at all the videotapes and that people have given me, and I can explain away each one of them.
So apparently, but there's apparently lots of footage and videos and photos that have not been released to the public.
Yeah, I haven't seen those, so I can't give
And
an
if you
opinion.
think this is all some sort of psyop, what do you think the ultimate purpose of it is?
Distraction against a lot of this human experimentation we're doing.
That was Robert Duncan, an outspoken guy on all the TI, direct energy, voice of God, BTK, AI, kind of stuff. Not sure how legit he is per se, but he definitely speaks on some of the more more deeper down the rabbit hole type stuff when it comes to the gay stalking, as I call it, gay stalking. Some people call it gang stalking. Let me see here. Yeah, it's a topic I don't really talk about too much anymore. And it served me well. It served me well. It helps to not, even if there is any truth to it, in a lot of ways helps to not pay attention to things that promote anxiety, despite how true they may be. It's just the reality, just the facts. Where's the fucking tab at, man? Not the acid tab, but the... here we go. All right. So it looks like Mr. News is Fake 4 had another video. I might want to watch one of the Gematria Effect News videos. No, I don't really watch this shit no more. But not lately anyway.
Down in parts of that island. Now new video shows wildfires moving quickly across western Maui. Hurricane-charged winds are making it nearly impossible to battle at least 5 separate fires, including one that did move through a Maui neighborhood. 911 service and cell service has gone down in parts of that island. Officials describe a dire situation as hospitals are overwhelmed with patients suffering burns and smoke injuries. Hospitals are overwhelmed with patients suffering burns and smoke injuries.
Hey, it's Fake News Phil, coming to you from deep inside Soviet States of America once again. So we're going to stay on this Lahaina topic, Maui fires. Let's call some hospitals. So I Googled it. I said, how many hospitals are on the island of Maui? And it gave me 2. One is Maui Memorial Medical Center. Let's give them a call. Let's see, 808-244-9056.
Thank you for contacting Maui Health. We understand you may have questions related to visiting hours, COVID-19, and other general hospital questions. Many of these answers can be found on our website at www.mauihealth.org. If you have additional questions, please submit them using the Contact Us form on our website or email mhsinfo@pp.org. Aloha, and thank you for calling Maui Memorial Medical Center. Please hold for the next available operator. For quality assurance, your call may be monitored or recorded.
Hi, are you currently treating burn victims?
I cannot really sit in for this one.
Oh, is there a place that we can donate blood or something?
Oh, you can call them Maui Blood Bank.
Okay, all right.
And then you can walk them a new dental. You'll have center set up sometime this week.
Oh, sometime this week? Okay, okay, all right, well, thanks. All right, bye.
You're welcome. Bye.
So we got the standard answer. We cannot release that information. It's called Kula Hospital. Kula Hospital is the other hospital on Maui. I'm a little tired. I just rode back from San Diego.
Kula Hospital. We are actively monitoring the ongoing brush fires throughout the island and are working closely with the county and state emergency management agencies. At this time, Kula Hospital remains fully operational. All nursing units, including the emergency department, are adequately staffed to meet the needs of its patients, clients, residents, and the community. Kula Hospital is not being evacuated at this time and will abide by recommendations from local, state, and federal agencies. If you are calling for updates on friends or family, please use the directory to reach the units directly. Thank you for contacting Maui Health. We understand you may have questions related to visiting hours, COVID-19, and other general hospital questions. Many of these answers can be found on our website at www.mauihealth.org. If you have additional questions, please submit them using the Contact Us form on our website or email mhsinfo@pp.org. Aloha. You have reached the Kula Hospital and Clinic. If you are experiencing a medical emergency, please hang up and call 911. For the emergency department, press 1. For the Kula Outpatient Clinic, press 2. For administration, nursing administration, or the business office, press 3. For human resources or medical records, press 4. For the nursing unit and resident room, press 5. For ancillary services, dietary, purchasing,
I press 1. Did you hear on the recorded message that said we are fully operational and there's no staffing issues. You see, that contradicts what they said on the news. They said all the hospitals were overwhelmed. That's what CNN said. This hospital says it's not overwhelmed. So we're having no staffing issues. I found that interesting. Oh, you're having no staffing issues. Interesting. He's telling everybody just calm down. Our hospital is fully operational. Just calm down. Don't believe CNN is telling you that we're overwhelmed with burn victims. Don't believe them.
Please hold while we transfer your call for assistance.
Maybe I should have pressed 5. I pressed the wrong number. As always, I always pick the wrong line in the supermarket too.
I'm sorry, we are currently experiencing system problems and are unable to process your call. Please try again later.
Okay, they're having system problems, but they're fully staffed. They're going to tell me the same thing. We cannot release that information. That's the HIPAA law. That's how they wiggle out of answering any questions about whether or not they're treating victims or not. We've done the same. We've gone through this dance. Like a Las Vegas shooting. We call the hospitals. They go, oh, we can't release that information. Except for one hospital told us, call the police department. That is a drill. And so that's why I kind of wanted to talk to Kula, because sometimes you'll get a person answering the phone who doesn't really know how to answer the question, and they'll say, call the police department. That's a drill. So, but I think I got my phone number is probably on their list now. We'll try again. One more time, just so I say I tried. We're trying Kula Hospital again.
You have reached Kula Hospital. We are actively monitoring the ongoing brush fires throughout the island and are working closely with county and state emergency management agencies. At this time, Kula Hospital remains fully operational.
Fully operational?
Nursing units, including the emergency department,
Don't worry.
are adequately staffed.
We're adequately staffed.
Patients, clients, residents.
Never mind what CNN News told you. We're fully operational.
At this time, and will abide by recommendations from local, state, and federal agencies. If you are calling for updates on friends or family, please use the directory to reach the units directly.
Thank you for contacting Maui Health. We understand you may have questions related to visiting hours, COVID-19, and other general hospital questions. Many of these answers can be found on our website at www.mauihealth.org. If you have additional questions, please submit them using the Contact Us form on our website or email mhsinfo@ap.org. Aloha. You have reached the Kula Hospital and Clinic. If you are experiencing a medical emergency, please hang up and call 911. For the emergency department, press 1. For the Kula Outpatient Clinic, press 2.
Maybe I'll press
For
2.
administration, nursing administration, or the business office, press Aloha. And thank you for calling the Kula Clinic. If you feel that you are experiencing a medical emergency, please hang up and dial 911 or go to the nearest emergency department. Kula Clinic is open Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. and closed daily for lunch from 12 to 1. Press 1 for appointments and scheduling. Press 2 to be connected to the nurse. Press 3 for prescription refill.
Hi, are you experiencing a high volume of burn victims?
No.
No?
No, we're not.
Okay.
We're up at Kula Clinic, so
Also,
anything, they would be going over down to our Wailuku Clinic. We have a wound care there.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're on the other side of the island.
We're actually up on the mountain, towards like Aleha.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so our other clinic is down in the middle of town, over in Wailuku.
Do you have their number?
Their number. What's the box number? 442-442-570.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. God bless you. All right, bye. They're not having any burn victims. CNN told us every hospital on the island was overwhelmed. You just heard her say, no, we don't have any burn victims here. So let's call this other one. The one that's in town. Where does it say?
Aloha, and thank you for calling Maui Memorial Medical Center Outpatient Clinic. If you believe you're experiencing a medical or
Oh, I already called them.
please hang up and dial 911 immediately or go to the nearest hospital. Please press 2 to refill a prescription. Otherwise, please remain on the line for further assistance.
This is the first hospital I called.
For quality assurance, your call may be monitored or recorded. Aloha. You have reached the clinic at Maui Memorial Medical Center. All patients are
Maui Memorial Outpatient Clinic, this is Anu. How can I help you?
Hi, are you experiencing a high number of burn victims right now?
So we're actually an outpatient clinic. I can have you speak to our hospital.
Oh, do you have that number?
It's 808-244-9056.
Okay, all right, great. All right, thank you so much. All right, bye. All right, bye. So the 244-9056, that's the first number I dialed. And that's the one that told me we can't release that information. So there's 2 hospitals on the island. The one Kula Hospital said that they are not having any victims. They told me to call this hospital, and they told me they can't release that information. So CNN is lying. CNN told us that all the hospitals on the island are overwhelmed with burn patients. And it sounds very much like when we called the hospitals after the Las Vegas shooting, and nobody had any gunshot victims. Or one hospital said we can't release that information, and the other one said, "Oh, call the police because that's a drill." This is a drill also. They're doing a drill. They burned some empty buildings, and they're playing like there's people dead, and there's nobody dead. All right. So there we have it. We'll call some hospitals. So I'll talk to you next time. All right. Bye.
He had all that and still his woman shit in his bed.
Jesus.
I was just gonna say that seemed like Yeah, it's definitely intriguing. I'm tempted to call now. I'm definitely tempted to call. It makes you wonder though, because all of Maui, all of Lahaina looks. It really does look like some fucking war zone. You know what I mean? Like post-war zone. Like it really did get hit by some fucking some dude, man. I don't know what else to. It looks like it got straight beamed, like some straight up high-powered fucking laser beams out of some sci-fi movie, straight up something out of War of the Worlds or fucking Star Trek or something. I don't know. Again, I'm tempted to do this. Maybe I will do this. So I'm gonna do it. I don't know why I clicked I never watch Hoax Wars. Not that familiar, really, all that much. But it looks like Brother Benton's going live too. It's just starting it up on the walk and talk. I'll see what he's up to also after this. And then I'll probably segue back to some Maui stuff. Maui. Pretty fucking crazy what's going on.
Jesus, dude. Like,
then again, what is going on over there? I don't know.
Remember, like, pooping in the
I'm not
bed.
talking
Dude.
about the fucking Michael Dowd guy.
Pooping in the bed, dude.
Dude, who was this Pittman guy in chat saying the days are numbered?
Wait, who said what? Are we being targeted? How is Mitch trying to say? Oh, dude, he should not quit using Mitch's real name, bro. That's not cool. The end is nigh for you. We're watching. Why don't you come on? You're a coward, Mr. Pittman.
Okay, James. James, how'd you like to meet Mr. Chainsaw?
Yeah, show your face or you're a coward.
We're watching you. LARPing ass. Nigga.
I'm showing my face from my fucking private jet.
Yeah, but there are people on the internet that are that mad, unironically. They're like, I'm going to go to chat and tell him about it. The end is nigh for him.
I got your back. I'm gonna threaten him. Here we go. Well, let me see how gnarly I can go without violating TOS, which is a lot easier than you think.
No, the end is not nigh. The end is not nigh at all. You know what is
No,
nigh?
nigh is in Pahrump, Nevada.
Victory is nigh.
Yeah, victory, bro. Go ahead, preach. Come on, brother. Victory is nigh.
You can't spell nigger without nigh, right, Jedi?
Follow it with the simile.
Nigger without nog.
That's right. Amen. Can I get a?
Dude, you know what? It's like so funny, dude. Like, why did Corey feel the need to come out of hiding? Why was it so important that he had to come out of like homesteading, just to come up and comment about the Nathan situation? You know, was he trying to see if he would get some traction or what? I mean, that's what we're talking about when Jesse radicalized it.
Jesse Davis radicalized. Exactly. All he was trying to do was homestead and like chill out. He hadn't been on the internet for like a year, and then he comes out. I mean, it must have been like start playing some right then when smokes cigar, like blowing the little horn, and all of a sudden he comes out and he's like, the LARP started happening. It's not even fair. I see justice for Phoenix Enigma.
Dude, could we get justice for my fucking ears? I'm driving and I put myself on mute if I'm not talking.
All right, I'll put on mute. I got mute.
Will, you got to save $50 a week, and I'll like match you pound for pound to get you a computer.
Thank you. It's just like, we need to hear.
And so will Jedi. Jedi just said he'll take like 10% of his fucking donos from his the people he's beaten their dicks out of on the poker table.
Well, have you guys heard of this guy Locksmith who goes on the internet, harasses people, and he showed up at Colorado Pet Patrol Tommy's house? And
It's actually not. Welcome to America.
Right?
Yeah, it's actually not.
Yeah, but like,
Marshallist.
here's the thing, though. Wait, this is like everyone's like children here.
He's
Everyone's
detrimenting
being
your own
over each
fucking
other.
channel, and you what, dude?
Yo,
It's
I
like-
can go. Ask me to leave. I'll go.
No,
Did I
no.
ask you to leave? I did
No.
not fucking ask you to leave.
You wanted to go, Dave. No, look how creepy he looks. Look how creepy he looks. Like, I'm on an Android. I can't see you and you guys.
And Red Hood, learn to speak for your fucking self. You don't need to speak for me, boy.
Yo, Locksmith, you want me to go?
I didn't try to speak
No
for you. I asked
issue.
you a valid question, and you got offended like a bitch.
A biatch.
I asked you a valid question, and you got more offended at what I asked
got
you.
offended of nothing. You asked me a question. Go ahead, ask me. Ask me like
I
a
already
man.
asked
Feel
it
like
to you,
a
and you
bitch.
didn't fucking answer.
Oh, maybe I didn't hear you because you're like a bitch.
People over talking.
Like everyone that comes at you sideways remotely with anything remotely critical is a bitch.
Did I say
Like-
that? When's the last person I
You don't
banned,
have
Red
to
Hood?
say it. You don't have to say it. Things can like you can emote shit and not have to say it.
Is this Fortnite?
But if I don't ban people, oh, somebody dogs, you have to ban them. There's no fucking winning with you cocksuckers.
No, keep in mind, I have not gone so like I haven't called you a creep. I haven't called you any of those names that other people call you. I'm trying to
give
be
a
as fair
fuck what
to
you
you
said.
as
No, you're not. But that's okay. I don't have a problem with that, Red Hood. What I'm trying to say is I can't be impartial. Because guess what? This person over here might say, oh, such and such, so-and-so. Oh, I said such and such, and that docks somebody. You have to hide that, or you're a piece of shit. So, I'm super close to just fucking deleting everybody's wrench and saying to hell with it.
Do it. I
Let
think you should.
let YouTube fucking cancel me.
Yo, Redhead, what do you have? What is the issue you have with me?
because you're I mean you think the law of the age of consent should be like 14 or 12. I don't remember what you said, but still, either or, it's fucking creepy as fuck.
You don't remember, huh?
That's not what I said, motherfucker. Make sure you get your shit straight.
Wow, buddy.
When did I accuse you of saying that? Talking to Marshallist, bro.
I don't know, but I'm just saying, if you do, make sure you get it straight, because I know how
talking
this
to
fucking
Marshallist.
community is, Red Hood.
I'm talking to Marshallist, dude, and he very clearly.
You want me to be defensive? Of course, I'm fucking defensive.
I didn't mention you in what I just said, bro.
Then don't.
Yo, hit me up in
Jesus fucking Christ.
If you
dude.
want to talk to me with
Yeah, Jesus fucking Christ. You don't mention me with that shit.
You're all angry as well there.
You fucking right, I get angry.
I know.
I didn't call it
I didn't mention
Chomo, and
you.
I'm fucking tired of this shit.
I didn't mention you. I told you already.
It's called a
you
Chomo,
idiot.
and I'm tired
I
of that
told
shit
you
too.
already, you idiot. I didn't call you a Chomo. I didn't call you a Chomo. I refuse to
Ain't
do
no
that.
fucking Chomo, and every one of you motherfuckers knows it.
What the fuck, man? Relax, man. Relax, please. No one's
Relax. Fuck. What do you mean, relax, man?
Don't call it Chomo. No one calls you fucking Chomo.
Yes, they are. They're calling Ed a Chomo, and he's not a fucking Chomo, bro.
I didn't call Ed a Chomo either.
And it's pissing me the fuck off.
Yeah, okay, real quick, Redhead though. You actually think I'm a fucking sex?
You want my real name? There's my real fucking name, motherfucker. Bring that shit. Buckeye, Arizona. Bring it, motherfucker. You want to come and see me, motherfucker? Bring it! Bring it, bitch! You stupid little bitch! Bring it! I'm right here. The fucking door's not even closed. Little son of a bitch! That's my fucking name. You want my social security number too?
No, they don't. Don't say
Fuck
that.
you!
Don't say it.
You little bitch!
Don't do that.
Yeah, don't say that.
Don't.
Don't
Say what you have to say. Don't send anything else.
Yeah.
Just say. Come on. Say what you need to say. Get it out. Get it
Oh,
out.
yeah, that's my name. Look it up, motherfucker. See what you find.
No, Locke. I
He
love
sounds
you,
like a
bro.
younger Jesse Davis.
Maybe now is the time to end the panel, and we can reconvene tomorrow.
Man, this isn't the time to end the panel.
Just
He wants
saying.
to end the panel.
I got no reason to end the panel.
Okay, just be
Why
chill.
would I end the panel right now?
I'm just saying, be chill.
I am chill.
Okay, don't be mad at me. I'm just, I'm just saying, like, we could be chill and like, and I could talk to Red Hood.
Is he man enough to give me his name? I bet not.
Well, do that, man. DM him. Give me your name.
What do you mean, relax, man?
Don't call it Chomo. No one calls it.
Hashtag never relax.
They are. They're calling Ed a Chomo, and he's not a fucking Chomo, bro.
I didn't call Ed a Chomo either.
It's pissing me the fuck off. You want my real name? There's my real fucking name. Hey, motherfucker! Bring that shit! Fuck out of Arizona! Bring it, motherfucker! You wanna come and see me, motherfucker? Bring it! Bring it, bitch! Bring it! You stupid little bitch! Bring it! I'm right here. The fucking door's not even closed. Bring it!
All right.
Dude, that clip you played, I have some stuff like that where it just makes me want to see what it was like with like halberds and maces and
Why
swords.
didn't you keep it going? I was about to click the link and add some growls, some fry vocals there. Just gonna do some fucking Chelsea Grin, like an Amir touch to it. Maybe a little Parkway Drive kind of, little Day to Remember type of vibe. I don't know. I guess not. I guess he stopped it. Now I want to look up a concert. Now I'm going to look up Chelsea Grin live. I think it's a good time. It's a good hour of the night.
We got some folks in the back.
Yeah, we got some folks in the back after bring up. So are you guys ready for that? Are you ready to bring it?
I'm ready, dude. Fucking Illumitomy
Right.
Schizo hours, right?
Not Tom was in the back and he waited
fucking
patiently.
gosh.
I appreciate it. Not Tom, come back up. Sorry for the wait. James Pittman, you got a lot to say, big mouth. Go ahead. Let's see what you got to say.
Tommy.
James Pittman, you're on the air. Well, whenever James is ready. He's on the panel. Anyway, James will chime in when he can.
So have you ever thought about getting a hold of the Bun Fights guy or who's the guy that had like the teenage girls showing their butts, the Girls Gone Wild, and seeing how you can make these intellectual bum fights into something like marketable?
Yeah, I'm thinking that is the best avenue to take, whereas we market these as DVDs, infomercials in the middle of the night.
Should have like dig up Howard Stern and put him on there.
Right, the best of intellectual bum fights. And it's you yelling at Jesse Davis. Jesse Davis taking all kinds of abuse. You got posted in there.
This might be the best way to get the truth out there, though.
Jim Bob and Lift the Veil spurging out at each other.
Everybody's smiling, sunshine day. Everybody's laughing, sunshine day. Everybody sings, so happy today. It's a sunshine day. I think I'll go for a walk outside now. The summer sun knows me by name. He's calling me, I gotta get up, gotta get out, gotta get away, gotta get away, get away, get away, get away. Into the sunshine. Can't you dig the sunshine? Every side of the sea. Can't you hear it calling your name? Oh, I think I'll take a walk every day now. The summer sun show me the way. To be happy now, I just can't stay inside all day. I gotta get out, give me some of those rays. Everybody's smiling, sunshine day. Everybody's laughing, sunshine day. Everybody sings, so happy today.
Hey, not Tom. What's up, man? Can you hear me?
Did this just fucking pull up?
I can hear you.
What? What's up, Shauna Sauce? You got a lot of stuff to say too, don't you? Don't porn bomb the stream. Come on.
Oh, I would never porn bomb a stream, right?
I appreciate that. We have enough of that going on from our own side.
Oh, me too, sir. Me too.
That's kind of weird when your biggest fans are the one porn bombing your streams.
See, that's just not okay, man. Not okay. I'm supposed to be there to support you. Supposed to bring something valuable to the broadcast, be it educational, be it entertainment value, whatever it might be, musical. I was hoping you would play out whatever that music was there. That seemed like a pretty sick circle pit there. I mean, wall of death, I should say, as it were.
Well, are you familiar with the guy screaming in that clip?
I don't know if I knew who that was. Who was that?
It's this guy named Locksmith.
Okay.
An unhinged character from the Predator Catcher panel community. You know about those people?
I'm vaguely familiar. There were a couple channels I used to watch, and I think they got taken away. They got removed or something.
Yeah. YouTube is removing all the.
I've been hearing that lately. Yeah, I think one of them might have been called Pedo Poacher or something like that. Or that was a long time ago. But yeah, I'm not surprised. Not surprised in the slightest.
You're not surprised that YouTube would start to crack down on predator catching?
No, yeah, I'm not surprised at all, for sure. I mean, I would expect nothing more from them.
Agreed. It's pretty disappointing. Because, it's very blatant. It's like you're making a statement by doing that.
So I'm only vaguely familiar, to be honest, with your channel, good sir. I've tuned in maybe a half a dozen times, if I had to guess. So I'm not really familiar with how the interactions have gone here with certain individuals, but I have heard your channel mentioned a few times by one Mr. Illumatometh, as I call him. I'm curious to know, what is the relationship here with that individual?
Who's echoing?
My bad. Let me see here.
Sir, do you have crocodiles in the background?
That might be the case. Let me see here. Is that better now?
No, I mean, if you have crocodiles, that would be rad if you just showed those. But yeah, no, that's fine too.
Oh, no, I just mean I don't have headphones plugged in, and I tend to have some background noise issues, so I'm not sure if it's an issue. I can't tell if you're making a joke or...
I didn't know if you're from Florida and you had like a...
Actually, I am in Florida, so now I can tell that you probably doxed.
Oh, shit, I just doxed, dude. I just like mentally doxed you.
Yeah, you're totally doxing me, clear.
Sorry, I didn't mean to, dude.
I'm guessing that's the drone that's outside my window right now. Clearly being gang stalked. There's 4 blacked out SUVs right outside my door. I'm not sure.
Nathan Stoltman told me about you.
Hold that thought, Pineal Power. Mitch is a bitch. You're on the air. Don't porn bomb us. Oh, come on, you piece of shit.
She's hot too, but a dude? Was that a dude?
I know. I was like, I hope they didn't have a penis.
See, it's always
so there's people.
It's always gay porn on my end, at least in your case. Oh wait, that is on my end because I'm fucking streaming. God damn it, we both just got fucking.
Haha.
God damn it. God damn it.
So why are people following us around the internet trying to make sure pornography gets out there to people?
At least, I'm still glad it was straight porn. It's like, at least if I'm going to get a strike, at least.
Whoever did that had a good sense of humor.
Yeah, it makes you wonder, like, could that have been the actual person who just did that?
Definitely not.
Yeah, I don't think so. Give me a minute
Did
here.
that look like a James Pittman to you?
I'm having a tech issue here.
It's like a 14-year-old stream is like, oh, and then the chick's super hot, and then I've saved the day, and I do something really cool, and she loves my muscles, and
think about this. Think about this is these people's lives. They get together in a Discord chat, and they plot out like, let's get on this stream and let's try to get this porn, usually gay, on this stream, and then they all clap and they celebrate. And this is like a great victory for them to do this. Nothing better to do on a Saturday night.
You know,
Anyway, I gotta end the stream. I'll be right back.
I was going to say it's hard for me to say anything after someone took over my account earlier and did something similar.
You fucking niggers. Yo, I just got home. Do you want me to start a stream?
Yeah, do that.
Yeah,
Jedi.
dual cast, bro.
See you over there.
All right.
Based.
Ah!
So, Jedi, are we keeping this same LARP up, though?
What fucking LARP?
The Streamcast.
Yeah.
StreamYard. How's
Yeah.
my baby boy after work? How'd
You know what's funny, dude, is this one person that's in a call with bots. I've seen them in shit. I've seen them in Paul's chat.
Yes, sir.
In a cult with who? Oh, thoughts.
Are you ready? Are you ready to take down that faggot?
If it has to be, it has to be.
Oh, you don't like Paul, huh?
Paul's funny, dude. He's a lolcow.
You think he's a
Like
lolcow?
the world's greatest droid.
A lot of people think he's a lolcow. I could see.
I mean, it's like this. Think about it. This guy's sitting.
He's almost intelligent.
He's sitting in a fucking trailer that's not even his,
with no plumbing.
not paying anything, and telling people that he's fucking so intelligent and blah 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 blah. You know, it's like that fucking other dude that comes on his stream. How can you fucking sit there and say anything if you're living in a fucking truck? You know.
I mean, I wouldn't really.
Yeah, I get the idea of not being a slave, but
Dude, he said earlier today, he said, I don't care if they send me to jail. I'll get a cell phone smuggled in and I'll do my show from jail. And you're like, so you're going to be unslaved in jail?
I mean, I think it was kind of a bit. I think it was kind of a joke, but at the same time, he would be the only one.
I just showed up for like 10 minutes and I saw that.
He would be able to say he's the only one who's ever, although he probably wouldn't be. I'm sure it's been done many times before where someone's done a broadcast from a jail. I wouldn't be the least bit surprised, honestly, because I've been in jail and haven't been in prison, but you'd be amazed at some of the stuff you can get just in jail. So,
Dude, like Atlanta is just nothing but like they're all streamers in jail in Atlanta.
yeah, I mean, oh, in Atlanta, yeah, I would think so. I would think in probably in some parts of Miami
I
too.
want to go to the East Coast. Dude, you guys got some like hard ass niggers over there.
I'm pretty sure I've seen a cell phone when I got locked up in Miami one time for some nonsense. But I've been out of those places for quite a long time, so pretty grateful for it. Oh, okay, so we're back with the pink ceiling foam here.
Dude, that's Owen's Corning, dude. That's ba-dum.
All right.
Ba-dum.
I'm gonna go back to my end and go down the conspiracy rabbit hole again with fucking Maui. So, it was good meeting you, gentlemen.
Rock out with your thoughts out.
What's that now?
Rock out with your thoughts out.
Yeah, that's the idea. We got some thoughts over my area. None tonight. I don't know where they're at, but it's all good. I'm taking it one step at a time, and yeah. Shout out to StreamYard. Thank you, StreamYard. Shout out to all the StreamYard employees that are watching us right now, knowing that the stream has ended and they're just lurking, curious to see what.
Hey, you did find out who that chick was showing her titties and her weird tattoos and stuff, you know? Like, let us know.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, you guys let me know as well. Come over to my area. That's right there in a cult with thoughts. Not hard to remember. Just remember the O in thoughts is a 0. I think might make the difference. Or if you just look up in a cult experiment, it'll probably come up because that was the name before I changed it. But I'll probably change it again because I'm doing a little bit of an experimental project here.
Wait, so what's your if you had like a CV letter, what would be your as far as like LARPing on the internet, what would be your CV letter?
CD letter?
Like, or you know, like, do you like long walks on the beach, or like, do you like trolling people, or You know, I'm not familiar with your work.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I like both. I like both. I like trolling people. I like long walks on the beach. You know, if I could do both at the same time, that would be good.
You sound like a good guy.
Say that again.
You sound like a good guy. That's awesome.
Yeah, well, come over, man, anytime, bro. And also, you guys should go. You should go over to Paul's channel, man. I'd be curious to see how that plays out. He's good at holding the fire to people's ass, and some people don't necessarily enjoy it. Some people don't get any value or entertainment out of it. Other people just like to watch him. Like he said, he as a lol cow. Some people see him as a lol cow. But I would say I've learned a lot from the man, and I do consider him a pal. I do consider him a friend beyond the metaverse, even though I've not met him in person. I've been watching him.
Did you know he was black?
A couple years now. I did know he's black. Yeah, he's an albino, essentially black man. I was aware of that.
It's funny because like I know more albino black guys than I know of regular black guys.
It happens,
Hey,
man.
mute yourself on mine.
What's that?
Talking to this nigger king.
All right, I gotta get out of here. I don't want to get hit out for hate speech. I already got the porn bomb. I don't want to get the hate speech bomb. Maybe I could edit it out. Maybe I'll edit it out. But good to meet you, gentlemen. Peace and blessings.
All right, I'll check you over there.
Much love. All right, so Maui, Russia, Greece, Boulder, and what? Am I still here? Whoops. All right, reloaded that. I'm good now, I think. Yeah, Maui, Russia, Greece, Boulder, and Parachute, Colorado, Cleveland, Ohio, Springville, and Nephi, Utah, Arizona, etc. So this is from 10 days ago. But anyway, these are about the fires everywhere. I meant to play this last night on the stream, but I forgot. It touches into the plasma too, the plasmology theory of how these fires happened beyond just the direct energy weapon theory that's kind of lacking in any type of solid evidence or demonstrable proof. So I'm going to check this out. I haven't watched this yet.
Not long ago, we saw that 2 Russian towns burned to
Hold up here. Damn it. Fuck. I know what I gotta do. Hold up. I just gotta close this one out. Damn. All right. Should work now.
the ground due to human negligence, according to the officials. Have a plasma fire that, according to this title, 2 towns burned to the ground due to human negligence. But anyone who's been watching my channel for a while knows that that's not the case from this single image alone that was used as the thumbnail for this video. Notice the trees are still standing, just like in Paradise, just like in Maui, just like in Lytton, British Columbia, just like in Boulder, Colorado. So, the 5 Secret Service vehicles of Joe Biden's proves that this type of energy can be directed, because in these fires, I've identified the tree burning on the inside and the glass on these cars. And when you see them side by side in the same fire, you know that it's the same energy that burns the trees from the inside as it is the same energy that melts the engine block of these cars. So I've been documenting these plasma fires for 5 years, and I lean towards, I've said it 100 times, 99% of what we see in terms of plasma fire is a natural release as part of the magnetic pole shift that we're going through. With the weakened magnetic field that we have, there are more fluctuations in that magnetic field, which creates those surges of ground current. I believe that that same current generated along with the Earth's magnetic field can be tapped into and directed in certain cases. Joe Biden's 5 Secret Service vehicles being the primary example, there is no chance that wasn't intentionally directed at those vehicles. But I've seen so much of this so many different places where there is no apparent target to be directing the energy towards, and it just burns random trees and fence posts, most of what I've recorded appears to have no target, thus is just springing forth naturally, uncontrolled, undirected. However, in some cases, it's provably directed. So while everyone else is running around saying, do, 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 there's an alternative, and it's not either or. It's both and. Both directed energy and the same type of energy that is releasing naturally as a result of the magnetic pole shift. It's also what is referred to as geomagnetic induction, I believe. And the fact that this was 2 Russian towns that burned to the ground might be key information. Like, in the current situation in Hawaii, maybe they just don't want to tell the public we're in the middle of a war and we just got hit. And that's also why they keep the casualty numbers under wraps, because it would demoralize the public and put them into fear and panic, and you don't let your enemy know that they got you good, so you minimize those numbers. That's one possibility, that this energy is being tapped into and thrown around. For sure. Uncontrolled, and what percentage of it is directed, which in some cases is provable, like the 5 Secret Service vehicles. The same people that are telling you what happened in Maui is a natural forest fire, the same ones that are telling you that's just forest fire are also telling you this was caused by a cigarette butt.
What the hell is going on? That's a good question. What's going on? Hey, what's going on? That's okay.
This is what the scene looked like in Boulder, Colorado. And snow fell 30 minutes after this fire took down all these houses. But notice the trees in between the houses are still standing. This is a pattern that people are starting to recognize. But I'm going to lean the other way and show you some of the stuff that seems to not be directed. There is no target. But we'll talk about that a little more in a minute. I'm sure they said this was caused by a cigarette butt or something also. My point is, there is a cover-up. Regardless of what the source of this energy is that's creating these new types of fire that behave like electricity, there is a cover-up within all of the institutions. The media, the politicians, law enforcement, even your church. Yes, you would think they might be the first to tell their parishioners that, hey, you know how in the Bible it said that the earth is going to be cleansed by fire? It looks like it's happening. And they could put some asses in seats and fill their coffers, and the donations would come flying in. But they don't tell their followers anything. This is the town of Lytton, British Columbia. Notice again, houses on the ground, trees still standing in green. Devastation is in between the trees. Notice the cars look rusted out. That's electrolysis that happens. Just like the corrosion on your battery terminal, when electricity flows through metal, it makes a corrosive effect. Same thing on those cars, they turn to rust. Same thing on the 2 beams that were sticking up out of the rubble pile after 9/11. The Judy Woods, called the Cheeto effect. Giant iron beams covered with rust, sticking out of the rubble pile after 9/11. It instantly rusts and corrodes the metal. See the bricks thrown all over the street? Links will be in the description for the original videos here. Trees still standing everywhere. It's everything but the trees that burn. See the holes in those trees as they zoom past them. I can tell you they're plasma burned from the inside out. With unburned spots still on them here and there. The rebar, you can see the rebar in these burnt out basements. These are the so-called wildfires from Greece.
The wooden tree, the leaves, the wood, the twigs are still intact. And this car.
Enough said. The presenter said the leaves and the wood and the trees are still intact. The cars, melted. That was a clip from a video that I titled "The Silent 9/11 Still Goes Unnoticed, a New Pearl Harbor Worldwide to Unite Us All in Our Shared Fate," Part 1 and 2. All of the videos that I'm using clips of will be linked in the description for you to watch in full. This is a video from my next door neighbor's house, not someone who lives in the neighborhood, the house next door, who our lawn shared a border with their lawn. And they told us that this was from a cigarette butt, and you will be able to see for yourself that is provably not true. This is the neighbor's house that burned earlier while I was the recording. I'm about to show you. It was 100% certainly plasma fire. See how it's burnt on the inside? See this pole over here? See this pole here? Burnt 100% on that side, not on this side. You see? You following me? See the line? See the line? Likewise here. Straight line. I'll leave the full video linked in the description. Perfectly straight line going up the telephone pole, and it's perfectly centered on the small piece of molding that covers that copper wire. And the square post that we just looked at is burned right down the manufactured edge, a perfect edge. This could not possibly be produced by a cigarette butt, because this could not possibly be produced by fire as we understand it, within the confines of thermodynamics as we understand it, absent some sort of factor like electricity entering into the equation. And it is electricity, but not from the power poles. Likewise here. Okay. So just boarding it up for him. This is a small piece of wood that actually kind of runs along the length of the telephone pole, and it kind of separated the burn. But how quickly, this is bizarre how quickly they're cleaning it up. Like yesterday, I showed you how the ground was black here and the weeds were still left. Anyway, what I'm gonna start showing you right here is that this piece of molding is split, black on this side, unburned on that side, all the way up, just like the rest of the foam pole, and it covers a wire. And that wire is the dividing line between burned and unburned, and it stops right about there. The burn on the left stops right about there. You see this pole? It's got the exact same burn. Burn on the left, unburned on the right, but you don't see a wire going up the middle here. But you do see the same burn on the left, unburned on the right. Okay, now let's ask a logical question. If this burned this hot, here's the other thing that's weird, like right here. But that's what I was mainly coming to show you. Here's the wire that goes clear down to the ground. And I assume that's grounding wire. I'm not exactly sure, but that's what is covering. And right here you can see the burn. Ooh, the burn took out the left half of this piece that right here, it starts to, there's still wood left there. Just barely though, I can kind of knock it out. But as you can see, just like the pole, it's burned on one side, unburned on the other. Fire doesn't do that. That's electricity. That's being electrocuted. And I propose that it's coming from the ground up. So anything. This is a video that I took just this weekend, which shows not all plasma fire is directed energy. This is the type of stuff that makes me think there is a natural release of this plasma fire energy. The electricity in the earth that accompanies the magnetic field. Because this is just one burnt piece and there's no burn pits around. This is like 45 minutes up onto a hiking trail. No burn pits around, one single piece of wood, and it's attached to this larger piece. So it's not likely that someone carried this in their pocket from some burn pit somewhere. Single piece all by itself appears to have burned right here. And you can see that the burning is only scorched on the surface, because down in that crack right here, you can see the raw wood that hasn't been burned. So the burning is only on the surface. There's this unburned streak that goes right through here. Flames don't do that. They cover the whole surface. They don't leave streaks of burn and unburned like lightning bolts. So this likely burned right here. You can see how buried it is in pine needles over there. It's got a pretty good indentation in the pine needles where the stick's been here for a year or so at least. Anyway, this is the kind of stuff that makes me think it can't all be directed energy weapons. And that there's just like geomagnetic induction. In my last videos, I probably included 20 or more links to plasma fire videos, but I've narrowed it down here to 4 of them, which give you enough examples. It does not come with an explanation about how this works or what causes it. But these 4 videos give you enough examples of what I call plasma fire burn that follows the behavioral patterns of electricity and not flame, These 4 videos give you enough of those examples that it can help a person come to the conclusion that something is happening here that is not easily explained and is not fire as we understand it. And once you come to that point that you acknowledge something is happening that can't be explained, then we can work on trying to explain it and figure it out. Step 1 is coming to the understanding that something is happening here that is not normal fire. Most of the viewers of this channel already know that, but there's an influx of new subscribers, so I thought I would collate these together for you to get you caught up to speed. Arming firefighters with the white hot sword of the truth. I literally go up to the firefighters, tell them what I see, and they tell me this is a crime scene, restricted area, you're not supposed to be here, even though it's just a random brush fire on the side of the road. And I'll show you why they said that. New Antarctic Fire Dynamics, Fire Experiment from the Valley of the Shadow, Cosmology 102. Those 4 videos are a good starter package for people that are new to the subject. Along with the half-burnt fence post I'm about to show you, also notice all the unburned weeds sticking up out of the scorched black ground.
So I'm driving by, I can see firefighters right there. You can see their lights going in the center of the screen. They're right at the beginning of where this fire burnt and the middle part starts. So I thought this would be a good place to pull over and the beginning of where this fire burnt and the middle part starts. So I thought this would be a good place to pull over and show you what I see as I'm driving by. You can already see it from here. The bottom part of that pole is missing. The bottom of that pole, the bottom of that pole, the bottom of that pole, the bottom of that pole. So let's go check some of these out, and maybe these firefighters will come ask me, hey, what are you looking at? You notice anything funny about these? When they see me looking at the same thing they're looking at going, what the hell is this? This ain't fire as we've normally known it, and you already know this, but those firefighters down there are probably wondering what the hell they're looking at. So let's go check it out. Maybe we can go educate some firefighters. Okay, I'm going to show you just in case you didn't see them. That's them, center screen. We'll work our way down to them. Same old, same old. Plasma burn, plasma burn, plasma burn. And just about every pole all the way down. Let's see if we can get it from the
Wow, dude.
burnt in the middle,
Wow.
not burnt on the outside.
That's crazy.
They're all burnt a foot or 2 up. Here, this one gives you another good example of what fire does not do. Think we should go talk to those firefighters, ask them what they think of this?
Shout out,
I've actually had
shout out to Jeep Girl for prompting me, for reminding me to check out some of Jeff Snyder's stuff here. Shout out to NJ Jeep Girl. I don't know if I would have thought to check his stuff out. I don't watch his channel all that often. So
couple of firefighters in my Uber. Look at this. That's what remains of this one. A little bit of unburnt here.
again, when you're subscribed to hundreds of these types of channels, truth-focused channels, for lack of a better terminology, phraseology, it can be easy to forget one. So
everything else disappeared. I had a couple of firefighters in my Uber. They were National Forest firefighters that were transported all over the country as required. And
Here you can see the same burn pattern, except this is on a different video titled Steel Belted Radial Dustification in Parachute, Colorado, Part 2 of 4. I will include this link in the description. It shows the same burn pattern on the fence post that is not possible using a flame. If that was a flame that burned the bottom 3/4 of that post, there would not be a fine line between burn and unburn. It would burn up the rest of it, or at least flames would have come up from the burning part to scorch the outer surface of the unburnt remainder. And here's another example of fence posts burning exactly the same way in another video titled Nephi, Utah Plasma Fire.
yeah, some more of these fence posts that EBT and Chalk Body Outline, they should got their work cut out for them. They're gonna have to do some major shit.
In this one, you can see the bottom 3/4 of that fence post.
What? Just what? Did I hear that right? The fuck? This guy. Okay, so what the fuck do EBT and Chalk Body? I guess maybe they were looking into the plasma fire stuff. Small world out here. Small world in these metaversal streets, I guess.
Fire.
Yeah, some more of these fence posts that EBT and Chalk Body Outline, they should got their work cut out for them. They're gonna have to do some major shit.
In this one, you can see the bottom 3/4 of that fence post is gone, yet all the trees around it still have their leaves and they're sticking up out of scorched ground. Links will be in the description. This is the one titled New Antarctic Fire Dynamics, where it's just got hundreds and hundreds of examples, but particularly where the roots are vaporized.
Where the roots are vaporized and missing, completely disappeared all the way back into the ground. All the way around. These are all root holes. And I pointed this out secondhand in the aftermath of a video I've taken. Hopefully I don't get bit by a snake. But that's what those are, is missing roots, because the tree that was this big around and it still has leaves left on the end. So it's highly burned here, completely blown out there, with the roots vaporized from the electricity that comes from the ground up. Yet right here, the wood is unburned, and right here, the unburned foliage.
In this video titled Fiery Sermon from the Valley of the Shadow, it's literally blown giant holes in the ground, and you can also see those same root holes where the roots of the tree once were, but I don't specifically point them out in this video while I'm taking the video.
It's getting to the point where I know I've said this before, that I'm going to stop doing plasma videos, plasma fire videos, but plasma fires just keep on happening, and I'm still the only one doing them. The closest I've come to anyone saying someone else notices this is telling me, oh, over in Duchisny, whatever the fuck his name is, I did, this one's clear up to my knee, right here. That's the level, that's ground level right there. That's what's left of that tree in the outer bark, right here. Big old hole blown in the ground. Someone told me, oh, people are commenting in his comment section, in his.
The same video, Fiery Sermon from the Valley of the Shadow, proves that these burn flamelessly because sticking out of a charcoaled trunk of a tree is unburned limbs, and I show you this multiple times.
Tree psyop alone proves it. Absolutely proves it. Just like this tree proves it burned flamelessly. You know why? This branch is unburned. All these branches up here are completely unburned. Brown. They're not black, they're brown. The focus isn't helping too much. There you go. Now you can see the brown wood, not black. It still has the outer bark on it, unburnt. Right there on the tree, center screen. You see that unburnt piece of wood right there, center screen? Right there. All these branches that come out are also brown and unburnt. That means this whole tree, look closely, burned without a flame, or those flames would have reached up and burnt those pieces of wood. When you open your mind's eye and you decide for yourself, I'm qualified to do this. I'm qualified to think for myself, to interpret what I see. I don't need someone to tell me what it means to be a good person, and that if I do what they tell me to do, then I'll be saved. Because those people, they can't even see what's right in front of their face and do whatever they're told in order to get the validation of their peers, and told that they're a good person for sending their kids off to Operation Mincemeat, or for burning some witches, or for breaking some windows and burning down someone's house, and then they'll be told that they're a good person. That's not the kind of people I want to be with. All you have to do, it's the golden rule, do unto others as you would like to have done unto yourself. And that means be the kind of person that you would like to be stuck in a group with other people that are just like you. That's all it takes to be a good person. And that's what's happening right now. And if you're not willing to let go of those groups of those people, then you're going down with the ship. Things. Who more holy than you, who have traveled through this world so far, and you can at this point either choose to receive the reward of a lifetime or come back and do it again until you figure out how to be a good person, rather than asking someone else to tell you what it means to be a good person. This branch is unburned. These branches are unburned. That's the option you have right now. And I know a lot of the people that watch this channel found the appeal of the way that I allude to Christ. And I've been directly very open and honest with my experience. It was a heartfelt, tear-drenched prayer to Jesus Christ that changed my life. But obviously, I've been being prepared for this for much longer than just the last 2 years. Trying to show you that this is flameless. There you go. Kind of. You can see this is unburnt. This is so highly burnt that if there were any flames coming out from here, it would have burned the underside of this. Are you willing to trust your own senses? Are you willing to think for yourself? Are you willing to have a personally relevant and personally meaningful understanding of morals and ethics and a code of conduct which you have derived?
All right, folks, I'm alive and I'm well. My family's well. A lot of people have been reaching out and asking if we're affected by the fires. No, we are not. We don't.
Grand Rising, Sunshine Time. I hope you're well. Yeah, I'm still up, as you know. I'm still up. Haven't been to bed yet, but I'm making a playlist, and that may or may not change very soon. So we will see.
Live in Kelowna anymore. We sold our place there a few years ago, and now we're up here, which I keep my location private. And but I can tell you that we are in southern BC, but we're not affected by the fires. So yeah, we're all right. Thank you for reaching out and asking and inquiring and praying for us. People have been saying they're praying for us. I appreciate that, but we're fine. So today, I wanted to talk about a subject I've wanted to make a video about for a long time. I've been making notes and building it up. So I got my phone with my notes on it today, and we're going to get into it. And the title of today's video is "We're Under Attack, but We're Fine." But it is finally time to obliterate the climate change narrative, and I'm going to do my best with that here today. And the reason I want to do this is because I'm a seeker of truth, and I care about humanity, and I care about the environment, and I care about the general overall state of the people and the community and the world around me. And I think the climate change narrative is doing a lot of harm, and it is going to potentially do a lot more harm to humanity, because it is not about saving the climate, whatever that means. It's about bringing in a totalitarian government surveillance state, big government state. That's what it's always been about. And you're the carbon. And reducing the carbon means reducing you and reducing the population. So I'm going to get into that today. And yeah, I was kind of inspired to do this video just out of a lot of things that are happening right now. You can see I've got smoke in the air. We've had maybe about a week of smoke right now, and it's been a bit of a drag, though fortunately for us, we're very high elevation. Well, we're 1,000 meters, 3,000 feet in elevation, and so the smoke is a lot less worse up here than it is in the valleys. But yeah, I kind of felt inspired to make this video. One, because I'm kind of pissed off at what's going on in Kelowna, because that was I was born and raised there, and I still have a lot of good friends there and a lot of memories. And what's going on right now isn't right, and it could have been stopped. And when I see the media virtue signaling about climate change and all this, and then blaming it on saying climate change caused this fire, I'm going to dispel that too coming in this video. But it's got me pissed off, because a lot of people have lost their homes and their livelihoods, and expedient politicians are using this as a way to bring in the New World Order, which that's what it's always been about. And so that's what I'm going to get into today. I haven't posted a lot of videos this summer, really. The main reason for that is I've just been so busy with the construction. I am involved in the construction. I'm not framing or anything, but I'm doing all the machine work and all the earth work and lifting up joists onto the deck with the machine and move materials for the guys. I am quite involved in it. But I'm also just doing a lot of landscaping and earthworks and things like that. So I've been really, really busy with that. But if you want to follow me and hear what's on my mind and things like that more often, I'm on Twitter now. And I went back on there. I've been on there for a month so far, but I took years off social media. I've gone back on Twitter, mainly because out of all the other social medias out there, I like Twitter because it was based on text-based stuff. Now people just share memes and stuff a lot more, but it's still a lot based on words. And I like words. I like writing. I'm going to write another book probably when I'm done this, maybe in a couple of years. I like writing. I like sharing ideas. I like hearing other people's ideas. I like interacting with other thought leaders and just people who have interesting things to say. So I'm on Twitter. You can follow me there at OffGridStone. And yeah, I'm posting a lot of stuff. I'm still on Telegram, though I don't use Telegram as much. But I am on there, t.me/SHDFfarmer. You can find me on there. And of course, I'm still posting at FromTheField.tv. Still, the majority of my videos go there, though videos like this where I'm riffing on ideas and things like that, I'm putting up on YouTube and Rumble. And the live streams happen on Rumble. And what I'm going to do in this video is I'm going to post this and premiere it. And I'm going to do a live stream right after it. So if you're watching this video, we're going to do this live stream on a Monday. I'll put the information in here, but I'm going to premiere this video at a time. You're going to see it pop up, and then I'm going to do a live stream right after. So if you want to riff with me, come in and talk and chat on the live stream, and we'll do a live stream as I've done them. But I wanted to do this thing first so that I could basically get all these ideas and words out without distractions of looking at the chat or things like that, and then just hang out and riff. And so that's what we're going to do. So again, yeah, those videos are on Rumble. The live streams go on Rumble after they're taken off YouTube. And I've mostly just focused on YouTube and Rumble, though my videos do mirror onto Odyssey still. The live streams don't, though, because Odyssey can't handle the length for some reason. And yeah, that's where you can find our stuff. And of course, all the courses that I make are at FromTheField.tv, and that's what I spend a lot of time on with content this year. So what I want to talk to you guys about today is what I said in the title. I want to really take a shot at the climate change narrative. And what we're going to do in this video is I'm first going to talk about, I'm going to address the elephant in the room right now, which is the Kelowna fires, because I have a number of things to say about that. And then I'm going to get into my backstory about climate change and why it was such an important issue for me, and how my position on it now is completely, it's not totally the opposite, because I've always had passion for the environment, but my position on climate change is very different than what it was a number of years ago. And then I'm going to lay out my case as to why I think the climate change narrative is a lie. And there's nuance to that too, because climate change isn't a lie. It's an issue that I'm going to get into. So first of all, let's get into the elephant in the room, which is what's going on in Kelowna and what do I think about it. So first of all, I got Roxy with me. First of all, Kelowna has always been fire prone. I was born and raised there. And in my life, I have probably witnessed it about a dozen fires that have affected us. It smoked out. You can see them from the valley or whatever, and they've been in the immediate area. I've witnessed about a dozen. And so I'm turning 44 next month, crazy to think. But I've seen a lot of fires in my life in Kelowna. So wildfires are nothing new whatsoever. Secondly, wildfires are so prone in Kelowna because Kelowna is a semi-arid desert. And it's actually very similar to the climate I'm in with less trees. And it's what's referred to as a BSK climate. If you look at the Köppen-Geiger climate classification map, which is a great way to view climates and get an understanding of, the nuance and the flora and fauna, the precipitation cycles, what the summers and winters like, all that kind of stuff. Understanding the climate classification system is very handy if you spend time looking at land and analyzing land, which I do. I spend a lot of time helping people find land. I mentioned the Homestead Accelerator and the Finding the Perfect Homestead Property course, which are basically me showing you how to do it, how to evaluate land, and then now we do it for you. But anyways, I spend a lot of time on this and analyzing this stuff. So Kelowna is a BSK climate, semi-arid desert. It's super dry, and it's a really unique microclimate. If you look at it on the climate classification map, what you see is DFB, which is boreal climate, which is what I'm in. Cold climate zones, kind of zones 4 to 6 would be in a USDA zones 4 to 6 would be in a DFB, and it's softwood trees. You have cold and precipitous winters in a DFB, but you have hot and dry summers. So a BSK, which is Kelowna's in this little sliver of a BSK surrounded by DFB, you have the same aspects of a DFB, such as the hot and dry summers, but in a BSK, you don't get a lot of snow. Kelowna doesn't get a lot of snow. It's as far as Canada is concerned, it's a fairly mild climate. There's many winters in my life, we had 0 snow. And so Kelowna in the immediate area doesn't get a lot of water accumulation in the soil and in the treat areas around it. It is fortunate though to be on a lake, and that's why Kelowna is a very special growing climate. And part of my success in farming and all that and getting started in Kelowna is that I was in a very good climate to grow in to begin with. The fact that it's a BSK surrounded by a DFB is really cool. A DFB is a great climate, but you get longer winters and lots of snow. In Kelowna, I could grow stuff. I was sometimes rototilling outside in January in some years of my farming career. So it's a unique climate that's very good for growing. It's why there's a lot of good farmers there. It's actually relatively easy to be organic in that climate too, because it's dry. So if you've got a large body of water or source of water and a dry climate, it's actually a really good combination. If you're in a really dry climate with not a lot of water, it can be a dangerous situation to be in as far as growing is concerned. So yeah, what else do I want to say on that? So anyways, there's a history of fires going back to the late 1800s when people first started coming out west to that area and discovering that area. It has been known that there's always been fires there. Because of that, Kelowna also has a massive amount of really good infrastructure for fighting fires. Many of the years that I witnessed fires, I saw the water bombers, the big planes. Kelowna has access to some of the best and biggest planes in the world. The Canadians and Russians, actually there's some American-made planes too, but Bombardier, which is a Canadian company, makes some of the biggest infrastructure out there for putting out fires. Some of these planes can carry 75,000 liters of water. You know, it's crazy. Just to give you an example, here's my cisterns. That's 16,000 liters of water in those 4 tanks. There's 4,000 each. Could you imagine a plane carrying a multiple of that, 5x of that? It's crazy. But anyways, that infrastructure is there. And so this brings me to a question that I have about the fires right now in Kelowna. That is sort of the main reason why I'm bringing this video and felt inspired to record this video. Is with all the infrastructure that Kelowna has, and I've witnessed many times that infrastructure knocking out fires very quickly. Why didn't they knock out the West Side fire very quickly? They could have, because now there's so much smoke out there that it's hard to navigate. And I have many years spent in helicopters when I was a tree planter that I know if it's too socked in, you can't. It's dangerous, and so you can't just fly into the smoke or thick clouds, especially with low flying planes and helicopters. You know, big jets up in the atmosphere is a different story, but you can't just fly in it. So I get why they can't do it now. But this fire started, and they could have hammered it right away, but they didn't. Why? I don't know. I'm not going to make a claim, but a similar thing, and I'm hearing reports already, and I don't want to speak too soon, too quickly, because this whole thing is still going. But I'm already hearing reports from people that I know, because I was born and raised in Kelowna, and I know people in all kinds of sectors. I'm hearing that people were told to not respond. People were told to not go at it right away. Just like in Kamloops, just north of Kamloops, in 2019, there was big fires. People remember. And it was a lot of virtue signaling about climate change with the leftist politics. And that fire could have been prevented. There are hundreds of testimonies online and people you can talk to if you go in that area. Farmers, ranchers, loggers had the infrastructure and the means to knock out a huge fire break when that fire started, and the government came in and told them to stand down, and they blocked access. They were told to stand down, and they prevented it from stopping. Why? So it's the same thing in Hawaii. The Hawaiian fire right now. You can go down a rabbit hole on that, and I don't really like how sometimes people just throw out too many ideas of potential conspiracies too early, because you got to let the dust settle. But we know from testimony, those fires could have been stopped early if they would have turned on the damn water. They stopped them pumping water. Why? Why would they do that? And that's going to go to the crux of what I'm going to try to break down with this whole thing about climate change, is that there's a big agenda to convince you that the sky is falling. And I'll circle back to this again and throughout this, but it really comes down to fear. And I can tell you, I was very scared of it. And when I was younger, and that's the next part of what I want to talk about, is how I changed my position on all this. But I got to give you a bit of backstory first. So I was all in. You can go, and just to prove myself, and I don't have a problem admitting that I was wrong about something, because I like change. I think change is good. And I'll actually propose that climate changes, and it always has, and it always will. And it's nothing to be afraid of. But I changed, and I'm not ashamed of that. But you can go back in my videos. It's probably the first video I ever published on YouTube. A really nice couple made it. and they made a video about me, and it's an interview with me probably 2 or 3 years into my farming career, and I was still really wide-eyed and bushy-tailed, and I had a lot to say, as I always have, but I really, really believed that climate change was impending doom, and that us driving vehicles and burning fossil fuels was an existential threat to humanity. And that's why I started my farm by bike when I did. People who are new to my content look at my videos and see all this nice stuff behind me in this beautiful place that I'm in, and we're building a nice house, and they wonder how I made money. Well, I made money because I worked really hard for a long time, and I'm not going to get into all that, but I started with a bike and a trailer, and I was pulling my BCS rototiller on a bike and a trailer, and that's how I started. And I bought in, all in. I was, for years, I was invited as a public speaker to conferences about sustainable development or climate change. And I contributed to pushing this narrative. And it's part of the reason why I'm coming out today. This isn't new to anybody who's followed me. I've been pretty upfront with this stuff for a long time, but maybe this will be your first time hearing this from me. But a big part of the reason why I'm coming forward and presenting this information to you is that I feel a personal responsibility in that I participated in something that was wrong morally, and something that if it isn't called out and more people don't start to call this out, humanity's going to find itself in a lot of trouble. And I think we're already there, but I'm an all cards on the table kind of guy. I've always been. And so that's why I'm coming out with this. So I was all in. And I used to go to bed at night from the time I was 12 years old, absolutely horrified of the world ending and us living in this dystopian environmental swamp that was just a complete mess, polluted skies, can't breathe clean air. That's what I thought was coming. And it's a tough way to grow up. When I look at that now, I go, my God, why did I tortured myself with this BS. And I look at my children now, because I have 2 kids, and I love them so much. And my wife and I love them so much. And we want the best for our children. And we want our children to grow up in the belief that they're born of the Creator. And anything they want to do in life, they can do. And they can achieve if they believe in themselves and do good things and help people and solve problems and contribute. And I don't want them thinking that this existential threat that they have no control over can end their life and their children's lives. And so, again, part of why I'm coming forward with this information today. But I was all in, and it really sucked for a long time. I was very depressed and angsty. And if you happen to know, if you knew me back in those days, I knew I've always been a fairly social guy. And I was really self-righteous about stuff with that. And I was wrong. And so what changed me? Well, about two or three years into my farming career, I really started to do more teaching, public speaking, and traveling and meeting other people and all that. And I started to spend a lot of time with a guy named Rob Avis, who's been a friend of mine for a long time. We're only 2 days apart in age.
All right, I'm taking a break for Mr. Curtis Stone at where is he at? He's at, give me a minute here, The Urban Farmer, right? I think is his name of his channel. He's just talking a lot about himself and whatnot. I thought it'd be more so about Maui and whatnot. But anyway, so I don't know if I played this yet. I know I played the other one after it, but I can't believe, I don't know if I played this Democracy in Action. This is how they do it. I played the Operation Jumpstart Maui one. But I'm going to play this one here. See if I played it already or not.
I never get lonely. I got these goals to keep me company. I took the rear view off of this so forward, so I only see in front of me. Now the past is out of sight and out of mind. Swore I'd change, now I'm back chasing these white lines. I'm just a long-haired son.
Babe, I need to lay on my stomach so I can tan my back.
Babe, this is what you always do. Babe, I hate the beach.
Babe.
Oh, it's cold.
Mountain Dew Typhoon. Can you handle it? One of 3 new flavors of Mountain Dew. You choose which one stays.
Right now, we are in a state of emergency.
Pure devastation. We've been pulling people out since last night.
Unbelievable and apocalyptic. The town of Lahaina in Maui destroyed by wildfires and, quote, basically gone.
Laser weapons have long been a staple of science fiction, but in recent years, significant strides have been made in their development and deployment by the United States military. With the potential to revolutionize modern warfare, these directed energy systems offer unprecedented speed, precision, and versatility in engaging and neutralizing various threats.
Mark Twain was famous for saying, "Everyone complains about the weather, but no one ever does anything about it." Well, obviously, to control the weather, you'd have to have superpowers. A simple thunderstorm has more energy than a hydrogen bomb. So to control the weather is very difficult. The CIA tried it during the Vietnam War. They tried to seed the clouds with crystals, iodide crystals, that form nuclei to form rain clouds to stimulate a monsoon season. The CIA did not like the Viet Cong, and the Viet Cong would operate in the jungles. So why not stop them in their tracks by seeding the clouds and creating an artificial monsoon? Well, that was a failure. And it's very humbling knowing that many countries have tried to control the weather. None of these harebrained schemes have actually worked.
The first step in understanding one's power is learning the extent of it. Only then can we begin the process of teaching you how to control it. If you do decide to stay, I can promise you that by the time you're done, you'll be able to go back into the world and play a stable, productive part. Why don't you take your bandages off and we can have a look at what we're dealing with? Alex, would you line him up? Face him in the right direction. There's a target just across the water. When you open your eyes, try and hit that. You can open your eyes, Scott. There's nothing to be afraid of. It's quite...
This guy saw this tree in a forest on fire only on the inside. This tree was struck by lightning, and when lightning passes through the tree, the sappy interior is a better conductor than the wood, causing a fire from just within.
My grandfather planted that tree when he was 5 years old. I used to swing from the branches of it myself.
The Air Force Research Laboratory conducted a test at the White Sands Test Range in New Mexico, successfully shooting down multiple air-launched missiles in flight using a fiber optic laser. The Self-Protect High-Energy Laser Demonstrator currently exists as a bulky, ground-based system for demonstration purposes. However, the Air Force holds an optimistic outlook regarding that could undergo testing on an F-15 fighter aircraft by this year. Furthermore, they envision its eventual integration into other single-engine fighters, such as the F-16 Fighting Falcon and F-35 Lightning II. If airborne lasers prove to be as viable and effective as anticipated, future laser weapons could have a profound impact on aerial warfare. They would significantly enhance the survivability of fighters, bombers, tankers, and even transport planes against deadly anti-aircraft missiles. Looking further ahead, lasers have the potential to serve as extremely fast and precise air-to-air and air-to-ground weapons, offering virtually unlimited ammunition capacity. This transformation would revolutionize the capabilities of aircraft, providing them with a versatile and adaptable tool to engage targets with unmatched speed and accuracy. To realize this potential, ongoing research and development will be crucial in addressing challenges such as power generation, beam quality, and size reduction. By overcoming these hurdles, the integration of laser technology into aerial platforms could reshape the future of aerial warfare. Laser weapons are rapidly gaining prominence across various domains, ranging from small arms applications to ground or helicopter-mounted anti-drone and missile lasers tested by the Army, as well as close defense systems on U.S. Navy ships. Lasers offer several distinct advantages, including exceptional speed, as it's challenging to surpass the speed of light, stealth capabilities, and unparalleled precision. Moreover, laser weapons boast an extremely low cost per shot and virtually unlimited ammunition capacity, making them highly cost-effective and efficient. However, lasers require a significant amount of power to maintain coherence over long distances. They can also experience when operating in hazy atmospheric conditions, as the laser beam may scatter or be absorbed. Additionally, lasers generate thermal buildup during operation, which may necessitate cooling systems. Until recently, lasers have also relied on bulky power sources, presenting challenges in terms of size and weight. Self-Protect high-energy laser is foremost a defensive active protection system designed to destroy or disrupt incoming air-to-air and surface-to-air missiles. Currently, long-range missiles like Russia's 48N6 surface-to-air missile or R-37 air-to-air missile can threaten vulnerable support radar and tanker planes from over 200 miles away. While 4th and 5th generation jet fighters only become visible on radar at much shorter ranges, their odds of evading more maneuverable short-range missiles are thought to be as low as 20–30%. Though lasers lack a kinetic pushback effect, even a relatively weak laser could in theory quickly and precisely disrupt or destroy the sensitive optical guidance systems of incoming missiles. More powerful lasers could damage missile flight control fins, or even thermally trigger warheads. More powerful lasers could also be readily adaptable offensive weapons targeting other aircraft and even surface targets. As lasers could potentially do double duty as sensor systems, these could allow for very rapid engagement times. Of course, effective range and the number of seconds of sustained burn required to achieve destructive effects will be important factors in determining a laser system's effectiveness. Furthermore, a laser can only engage one target at a time and must be mounted in such a way that it can draw a direct line of fire to potential targets.
Let's go! I'm feeling like I'm winning and I'm feeling like I gotta get away, better know that I don't and I won't ever stop, cause you know I gotta win every day. See if you really wanna pop it, just know that you will never flop me. And I know that I gotta be a little cocky, you ain't never gonna stop me. Every time I come in and I gotta set it, then I gotta go, and then I gotta get it, then I gotta blow, and then I gotta shut it, any little thing, and then I can get it be doing, cause it doesn't matter, cause I'm gonna do it.
Doritos Blaze, a bold new flavor that brings the heat. Icy hot. Ice works fast.
It's time to improve your writing
Makes it
game
last.
with Grammarly.
Feel the power of contrast
Grammarly is an
therapy.
AI service that offers
So you can
prompts to
rise
help
from rain.
refine your
Icy hot.
That's a regular profession. You don't know nothing about that.
Okay, can we get a close up on that?
I don't know nothing about
What
that.
is the profession? Yeah, which profession are we talking about?
Just look at it.
Is it a legal profession?
Of course it's legal. It's only my profession.
I'm trying to read it. Okay.
Okay.
It's too many times. That's too bright. That's too bright. Go ahead. Anyway.
Hey, what is going on with y'all, man? It's Black Balloon, and I'm coming back with another video, so y'all already know what's going on. Now, we're going to get into the Maui wildfires, right? It wouldn't be right if I didn't cover this video on my channel, so I figured this was a perfect time to go ahead and get it done, because I saw an article that really got me to want to do this video, and it's about the police chief of Maui, right? First off, looking at this picture, it looks crazy. It looks terrifying. This is a perfectly placed picture, and it's very odd how it got the top of his house that is basically like a pyramid, a triangle in a sense. So I thought it was really weird that this picture was so perfectly placed and took, and basically, it's symbolizing a pyramid, right? Which we could all go back to the Eye of Horus. So I really thought this picture right here was just really interesting. It's one of those like very calm, selected type of photos that you see in chaotic situations. You know, and these kind of things, they just pop out to me, you know, especially when you do this stuff and you report on all this stuff, you catch subtle things like this, you know. But I'm here to talk about whether or not we believe that this was direct and not by accident or natural causes of an actual wildfire. Could this been a DEW? We'll kind of abbreviate as much as we can on this video, but a lot of y'all know what DEWs are. They're used by the U.S. Navy, and I don't want to say anything too direct to get this video flagged. So we're going to hit on a couple of different points in this video of things that I have found. And, you know, I basically come up to the conclusion of if we feel like this is not on accident. Now, the article that I found about the police chief is crazy because it goes back and it ties into a video that I did on my Patreon about the Vegas shootings. And, you know, I didn't put that video on YouTube for obvious reasons of, you know, getting the channel strike down, you know, because y'all know how it is.
So, yeah, I heard that about that book. I've actually shown at least one or if not two videos of touching on that with the book. Supposedly, what one lady pointed out was that a lot of the details around the book seemed to change after a lot of attention was raised around it. And what I got out of it was basically a strong possibility that now they can just it's a good point because they definitely can just chat GPT anything and just come out with say a book. So like right after this happened, they could say, just chat GPT, a fire in a tropical, a fire in Maui, a fire in Hawaii, and, would write a whole script, and they could even add in some variables like, global conspiracy, billionaires, whatever. Again, so the optics around this whole thing are just very strange in that it does seem highly believable or possible that they could come up with this whole narrative just to, again, continue, just like back with the Epstein thing, which is very questionable, and all the Isaac Cappy shit, and all the, Lolita Express, and I was Clinton this, and man the third, Podesta, all that shit. It's like, Clinton, again, I'm sure I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if it's 99% true. But again, that therein begs the question, where is the lie then? Because a lot of times the lie is the biggest lie is the closest to truth, right? So just something to keep in mind, food for thought. But yeah, like you said with the book, and they called it, the fucking author is Miles Stone. It's like such a joke, such a slap in the face. Such a milestone for the, Agenda 21, Agenda 2030, Great Reset agenda. Shout out to Klaus, Mr. Anal Schwab himself. But I'm going to check this out some more. I got a playlist queued up. So much love, you.
Try to say some of these things aren't what they seem, they immediately try to strike the channel or, label the video to be misleading. So look, we're going to take the time to read from this article and see what it has to say real quick. So check this out. So the article
I haven't seen anything or listened to anything from this dude, Black Balloons, in fucking, I don't even know, a year. I don't even know the last time.
Maui police chief pleads for patience, recalls pain of victim IDs after Las Vegas mass shooting. This is him right here. This is the police chief. So it says he repeatedly urges patience, prayers, and perseverance as teams painstakingly search the ashes in the Seaside community for the remains of scores of victims from the deadliest U.S. wildfire in more than 100 years. It's the kind of message he has used before in the aftermath of another American tragedy, the 2017 Las Vegas mass shooting that left 58 dead and hundreds injured. He was the Las Vegas police captain when a gunman with military-style rifles opened fire from the windows of a Las Vegas Strip high-rise hotel in a crowd of 22,000 people. The violence shook the city to its core, like the wildfire has done in Maui. Identifying victims and notifying relatives was emotionally draining in Las Vegas, just as it will be as names are picked to remains in the aftermath of a wind whip fire that destroyed nearly all of the historic town of Lahaina. Now, forgive me if I'm saying any of these names wrong. So it goes on to say, at daily media briefings, the police chief has drawn the searing spotlight of his former supervisors in Las Vegas. Endured for weeks after the massacre, it remains the deadliest mass shooting in modern U.S. history. So the crazy thing about this is that this police chief was in the same city he was in Las Vegas of, and he was a part of the deadliest mass shooting in modern U.S. history. And now, in 2023, he's also a part of the deadliest wildfire in U.S. history. It says he was the commander of the Torch District that includes the Las Vegas Strip before he became Maui police chief in December 2021. So, it says the death toll is still rising and ultimately could go well over 100 as searchers find remains. Everyone wants a number, the police chief said, of the death toll. You want it fast, and we're going to do it right. Now, when I saw that, and y'all can go, if y'all want, y'all can go, sub to my Patreon if you want to catch that Las Vegas shooting video, it will dig a little bit deeper into, you know, I guess comparing both of them, and the fact that now we know the same police chief, or he wasn't exactly the police chief in Las Vegas, but the same guy who is now police chief in Maui was a part of both of two of the most deadly situations that happened in U.S. history as far as the mass shooting. Well, that automatically raised red flags. It screams that this was all planned, and it screams that he's a part of the 33 Club. And y'all know what that number 33 represents, because if you do your research on the Las Vegas mass shooting, you will also, like I said, you'll be able to make the connections between the two. Now, I don't want to cross lines and get too much into the Las Vegas shooting in this video. As I said before, I don't want to get this strike. I want people to be able to see it, that we be able to have a conversation about what we feel happened with this deadly wildfire. Now, also, you know, there's been rumors of cover-ups across the board, and that they're not actually telling us how many people died or how many children have actually died from these wildfires as well. And I found this tweet online from a page that I'd never seen before. I just found it online. We're going to go over some of the points that he said in his tweet. So it says, evidence keep mounting that the wildfires were deliberately shaped. It says, 1, the hurricane warning sirens did not sound and were they turned off on purpose. 2, the local fire department was ordered off the fire, claiming it was contained. 3, the fire was still burning, though with 70 miles per hour winds known to be approaching. 4, emergency responder resources were withheld as the fires raged. Local schools were counseled to make sure children were at home without their working parents, because I think I read somewhere that the kids were sent home because of the high mile per hour wind that was rolling through. Then it says 6, as a result, hundreds of little ones were burned alive as if this was a sacrifice ritual. Then he said 7, there's a massive cover-up right now about how many children were actually burned alive. This has the hallmarks of an engineered act of the T word waged against the people of Hawaii. You know, we're doing this video not to be insensitive to what actually happened, because it's definitely tragic. And I don't think any of us could imagine going through it. At the end of the day, we're searching for the truth. And when things start not adding up and we're connecting things back that happened 6 years ago, you know, in Las Vegas, and there's someone that's involved in both tragic incidences as far as him being, you know, well, I'm not saying that police chief is directly responsible for both events, but when we can make these connections, it makes this story questionable. You know, like, I'm not the only one that's bringing this kind of stuff up, because when it involves the little ones, and that's all we're hearing about, it's like, I've been keeping up with it, and I'm not hearing, you don't hear much about the adults and stuff that may have passed from what happened. I'm hearing things about the little ones, you know, and how many of them may actually be deceased from the wildfires. So it's pointing at things that sound like a ritual, you know, like, we have to acknowledge that, because when the little ones are involved, then it gets a little bit deeper than, you know, it's not having sympathy for, you know, someone that's of age, because we don't want anyone dead off of anything like this, especially if it was a planned disaster, you know. But when all I see is that there may be more dead than what they're telling us, there's cover-ups, there's the locals, you know, saying they're getting calls from people trying to buy their land, and, you know, they're not allowing help in certain places, so on and so on. I've seen a bunch of different videos. It just makes everything questionable, you know. And I don't know, it's something else to kind of go down the rabbit hole until, I guess, more, you know, facts come out about the entire wildfire. But whether or not we will actually get the real truth, that's left up for debate, because I don't think we ever will, you know, especially if there is a cover-up involved in the Maui wildfires. And to me, it just all screams the 33 Club, and things are a lot deeper than what they're actually putting out when they use the same picture on every single article there is. It's just like the video I just did on Magoo and Timbaland, the picture that they use of Magoo being in all red, you know, symbolizing sacrifice. I'll talk about it in the video I did. I'm gonna drop that soon, but I think I wanted to get this out first. But these are just like patterns. And if you Google Maui wildfires and go to images, this picture is used on everything with this triangle right here. And it's just these little subtle things that they do that tell you who's behind this kind of stuff. So yeah, man, we're gonna keep this video short. I don't want to talk y'all heads up too much. Y'all let me know if it's anything I missed or anything you want to add into the comments. And with that being said, it's Black Balloon, and I'm gonna see y'all soon. I'm out.
That's a regular profession. You don't know nothing about that. Okay, we gotta close up on that area. What is the profession? Yeah, which profession are we talking about? Just look at it. Is it a legal profession? Of course it's legal. It's only my profession. I'm trying to read it. Okay. It's too bright. That's too bright. Go ahead. Well, Mason, are you a Mason? Of course I am. Okay. You might as well put your pinky out when you drink your drink.
Quiet! Hush your mouth. I told y'all mother, y'all can stop me now. Listen to me now. I'm lasting 20 rounds. And if you want me, then come on get me now. Since you with me now, the biggie bounce. I know you dig it, boy. Sweet my style.
New Mountain Dew Ice, a clear, refreshing lemon lime dew.
Nonetheless, a laser would have virtually unlimited ammunition, would be nearly impossible to dodge, and could be useful for attempting precise, non-lethal, or low collateral damage attacks on material and vehicle targets. This last point explains why the special operations community is slowly working towards deploying 60 kilowatt lasers on its AC-130J Ghost Rider gunships. Lasers could significantly increase the survivability of both stealth and non-stealth fighters when operating in denied airspace, forcing enemies to expend more missiles to oversaturate defenses. Energy weapons could also provide a badly needed close layer of defense for deep penetrating stealth bombers like the B-2 Spirit or forthcoming B-21. Currently, the B-2 relies entirely on stealth for survivability and lack defenses against interceptors engaging them within visual range. Similarly, laser turrets installed on transport, tanker, and support planes could give these large and vulnerable aircraft a much better chance of surviving surprise missile attacks. If lasers are widely adopted, the current paradigm favoring stealth fighters with beyond visual range missiles may change as many more missiles are needed to achieve a high probability of kill. This could incentivize more aggressive engagements resulting in within visual range dogfights, possibly including laser-based attacks, which would not be easily outmaneuvered, intercepted, or decoyed. The Air Force's Self-Protect High-Energy Laser Demonstrator program consists of 3 components: the laser advancements for next-generation compact environments, developed by Lockheed and the Air Force Research Laboratory, the Strafe Control System devised by Northrop Grumman, and the Laser Pod Research and Development Container under development by Boeing. The laser advancements for next-generation compact environments, or LANC, still needs to be ruggedized to survive at high altitudes and speeds, and miniaturized to fit in a pod that can prevent thermal buildup from cooking the aircraft and manage the necessary electrical loads. In fact, the latest F-35 Block 4 upgrade program includes upgraded engines that can generate more electricity, likely with direct energy integration in mind. The Air Force Research Laboratory also issued a notice for a 6-month study called Compact High Energy Laser Subsystem Engineering Assessment, Chelsea, to identify most promising technology options to scale laser power by next year. The more powerful Chelsea laser may eventually replace Self-Protect High Energy Laser Demonstrator and would be more suitable for offensive applications. The Air Force desires an internal or conformal laser mount for its upcoming 6th-generation fighters, which would hug the airframe without compromising their aerodynamic and radar stealth characteristics. It has also indicated plans to integrate sufficient power management capabilities to support weapons with over 100 kilowatts of power for anti-air and surface targets. A third program involves the development of a laser-armed stealth drone designed to discreetly loiter over a hostile ballistic missile site in order to zap nuclear-tipped missiles during the boost phase. Earlier in 2010, the Air Force successfully tested a modified 747 jumbo jet armed with a chemical oxygen iodine laser to shoot down 2 ballistic missile targets. But the project was subsequently canceled because such an unstealthy plane would not be survivable in hostile airspace. The concept of using F-35 with directed energy weapons for anti-ballistic missile patrols is also being explored, though the idea may be impractical due to the limited loitering ability of the short-range stealth fighter. A stealth drone could address both the need for survivability and long endurance. In the fall of 2018, the Missile Defense Agency handed out contracts ranging from $37 million to Lockheed Martin, General Atomics, and Boeing to develop a low-powered laser demonstrator. The slow-moving drone must be able to transit 1,900 miles to a target location, then orbit the area at up to 63,000 feet high for 36 hours before returning to base. It must also have sufficient battery to sustain up to 30 minutes of 140 to 280 kilowatt laser fire. The program materials of the Franco-German Future Combat Air System, British Tempest stealth fighter programs, and the Russian MiG-41 interceptor explicitly state their intention to incorporate directed energy weapons into the design of their conceptual aircraft. Furthermore, the Japanese F-3 and the engines of the Typhoon are set to include a turbo generator that will generate and manage additional electricity, which is highly likely to be used for powering directed energy weapons.
Born in Hawaii.
Actor Jason Momoa devastated and heartbroken.
I come from a long lineage of watermen.
Metallica drummer Lars Ulrich, who owned the home on the island, tells ET he and his home are safe.
I'm on a big mountain in Hawaii, like 3,000 feet up.
Oprah's estate, which is about 36 miles from Lahaina, is also believed to be out of harm's way. But Shamar Moore's girlfriend, actress Desiree Dizon, shared heartbreak for her hometown.
I am from Lahaina. Some of my family is missing. We can't get a hold of them. My childhood home has burned to the ground. And thousands of people have lost everything.
You know, they were talking about climate change yesterday, and now we're learning that scientists and researchers are looking at how to change the weather on purpose. That's right. Lasers now could one day manipulate rain and lightning. CBS This Morning contributor Michio Kaku is a physics professor at City College of New York. Professor, nice to see you. Extraordinary seeing Al Gore and Bill Clinton there together with Charlie, wasn't it?
That's right, yeah.
They did not get into this discussion, though, but it is fascinating. I mean, lasers really to change the weather?
That's right. Well, as Mark Twain once famously said, everyone complains about the weather, but no one ever does anything about it. Well, instead of doing a rain dance, we physicists are firing trillion-watt lasers into the sky to actually precipitate rain clouds and actually bring down lightning bolts. This is potentially a game changer.
But this is experimental.
It's experimental. However, in the laboratory so far, it works. When you have water vapor and you have dust particles or ice crystals, you can precipitate rain. It condenses around the seeds. These seeds can also be created by laser beams. By firing trillion-watt lasers, you rip apart the electrons, creating what I call ions. And these ions act like seeds, like dust particles, bringing down rain and even lightning.
Go ahead.
Well, this fascinates me in part because, too, I remember reading the stories that China had used this during the Olympics, that the USSR had used this after Chernobyl to create rain clouds. I mean, do those really work then? We have some of these capabilities now?
Inconclusive. Even in the 60s, the CIA used this to bring down monsoons during the Vietnam War, to wash out the Viet Cong. Governments have been playing with this thing.
Alleged to.
Alleged to, right.
Yeah.
Now, we realize that for decades now, these governments have been alleged to have experimented with weather control, but nothing conclusive. This time we're bringing in the laws of physics rather than simply waving our hands and uttering mumbo jumbo. We're actually using trillion-watt lasers now. And in the laboratory, sure enough, they precipitate rain out of water vapor. Sure enough, you can actually bring down electricity down the beam.
So what does it mean for drought areas that need to have rain for crops? And if they don't have them, there's the consequences of famine.
Well, the bad news is if it's a clear blue sky, it's not going to do anything at all because it only takes water vapor that's already in the air and condenses it. However, for floods, for agriculture, farmers, for people planning wedding parties, football games, you name it, outdoor events and agriculture and flooding and even hurricanes, all of them could be subject to weather modification.
Incredibly interesting. Professor Michio Kaku, thank you so much.
And it's very humbling knowing that many countries have tried to control the weather. None of these harebrained schemes have actually worked. However, now that we have global warming, some people are saying that we really should think about altering the weather itself. There is a doomsday plan proposed by a Nobel laureate, and that is that if the greenhouse effect spirals out of control, we should put rockets to shoot pollutants into the atmosphere to reflect sunlight back into outer space.
A curious cloud above the tri-state had meteorologists and military experts captivated yesterday. So what was flying over our heads? Eyewitness News' Stuart Hammer is in our newsroom now to explain. Stuart?
Well, Shelley, it popped up on radar like a severe storm, but the National Weather Service said it was only between 5,000 and 10,000 feet off the ground, and storms are much bigger than that. So they looked to chaff. It's a bird. It's a plane. No, it's military chaff.
We can see birds, insects, even bats sometimes, but it looked a little too concentrated for that.
Meteorologists at the National Weather Service say the echo of a thunderstorm over the tri-state Monday didn't come from nature.
Of course, we knew that that was not what it was with clear skies on satellite.
Radar can pick up more than clouds.
We were asking the public for help because we saw it on radar. We knew it wasn't precipitation.
A lot of speculation of birds. At first, when I saw it, I thought maybe there was a fire 50 miles long, 10 miles wide. That just doesn't make sense, for it to be geese.
Looking at his radar in Paducah, Chris Knowles had a pretty good idea what it was.
We could tell that it was non-meteorological. It was very highly reflective. Chaff's been around since World War II, ever since the British developed radar.
Do you know what is a chemtrail?
What?
A chemtrail.
I do know what a chemtrail is.
Yeah, and is it true?
Well, there's a big debate.
Yeah.
Are you filming me?
Maybe. Okay. No, okay. No, but do you believe it? I don't know.
Well, I don't have enough information for that.
Okay. Yeah, because I saw a lot of videos on the internet, and it really looks believable.
Well, it's arguable both ways, I think.
Yeah.
Depends on which side you're on, but.
Yeah. But what is your personal opinion of it?
I think there's part of truth.
Part of truth, yeah. Yeah, we should investigate it because when it's true, imagine so many people they suffer of this. Okay.
Yeah, it's a necessary evil, simply said.
Yeah.
About the chemtrail generator. Oh, I would make sure that thing's working. Really good. Check yourself. 3.6. Oh, look at that. They're working. They're working. You can see the chemtrails coming out of the engine here. Look at that. I'm dying to take a picture. Oh, that's cool. My neighbor, you got it. So chemtrail generator. I'm doing a video. Chemtrail generators are on. And yeah, there it is. Look, you can see them. All right, that's awesome. It's working. Yeah. One thing I did is I grabbed mine, and I go wrong with the basic guidelines. I got mine as the same time. This one can't go mine.
Yeah. I mean, it's little things like after exclamation point, you need 2 spaces and a capital, but after a semicolon, 1 space. Not like where's that shit written?
It isn't. It's just
not
no.
What's that? Not probably, but it's close.
When we go to ALS and we do our EPR, not EPR, but our volts over there, it is absolutely, without a doubt, not anything like the volts you put on a real EPR. Really? The volts over there are 2 lines. It's 2 lines. It's 2 lines long, and it's like we don't do that.
I spray my chemtrails at night so I can work all night and hide from prying eyes. I spray my chemtrails at night so I can control your dreams and screams from the skies. Well, it's no conspiracy, changing your democracy, and you think you got a beat on me. I'll turn to you and say.
New Livewire. The spark is back. Is this the Express?
I never spray in the light of day, oh no. Unless I spread my chemtrails at night so I can validate your crackpot theory. I spread my chemtrails at night so I can hear rock bell while I see the skies. Well, no conspiracy changing your democracy, and you think you got a beat on me. Turn to you and say, I never spray in the light of day, oh no. Unless it's a cloudy, then that's okay, you know. You've never seen us.
Storm Chaser Chris Conley is an Army vet who jumped out of planes.
It's almost like a smoke screen for radar. So they could drop the chaff and it jammed the radar to where the signals couldn't even really see.
So chaff is made up of little tiny bits of aluminum foil or glass, something reflective. We'll just pretend it's this paper for now. And when chaff is thrown up into the air, well, it basically, as far as radar is concerned, makes planes hidden in plain sight. Chaff isn't a new technology. This Navy training film from the 60s shows its role.
Chaff usually consists of bundles of tinfoil strips.
Chaff returns on modern radar aren't new either.
When I was in Kansas prior to coming here, it was quite common.
But for about 8 hours, this mystery echo sweeping across the tri-state fascinated meteorologists. It's no bird, but it did come from a plane. And if you didn't see it, well, that's exactly what the military wants.
We never spray in the light of day, oh no. You can't escape us, 'cause we never spray in the light of day, oh no. I spread my chemtrails at night. I spread my chemtrails at night. I spread my chemtrails at night. I spread your out. I spread my chemtrails at night. I spread my chemtrails at night. I spread my chemtrails at night. When I lie to you, I spread my chemtrails at night. I spread my chemtrails at night. I spread my chemtrails.
Occasionally, the military will put some substances into the atmosphere that are detected by our radar, our weather surveillance radar. It's a substance that's called chaff.
The chaffs do look similar to the oncoming storm system, but they're actually an indication of an aircraft. We replayed the radar images from 8:40 a.m. Turns out several of those chaffs or planes were near the San Diego and Baja areas. Depending on how low and how fast the planes could have created that sonic boom.
Let's talk about military chaff. You may or may not have heard of this. Now, chaff is something that the aircraft are equipped with. It's a spray that they put out in the atmosphere to confuse ground radars. It's a protection against, say, the radar-guided missiles, okay? So when they're flying these test patterns, they'll chaff the sky, and it shows up on radars. Now, I was looking at my radar wondering, could it have been a flight pattern? Well, here's what happened. I called the National Weather Service, and something interesting here. They confirmed that this right here, this and this are not rain. That was not rain on our radar. So this is not rain. What is it? Could it have been chaff? Well, we may never know.
But we've been dealing a lot with some military activity in terms of chaff. Anyway, that's something that I experienced for the first time yesterday. That was a whole lot of fun. And that's where the military just basically dumps some of the tiny particles of plastic or metal mylar into the atmosphere. Basically, they do this when we do already have weather in the area because it's been around since as long as radar has been around. Because that's the shot from yesterday's 6 o'clock show. What they do is try to confuse ground-based Doppler radar systems, as Mark put it so kindly, ground-based meteorologists. And yes, ladies and gentlemen of the armed forces, it worked well.
See how the different lines converging there? Guys, look at the sun I have today. Tuesday, 2/20/2018. Walpole, Mass. I mean, really? This is what we're looking at today?
Maui is also home to Owen Wilson and Clint Eastwood, who directed the Matt Damon film Hereafter, which filmed on Lahaina's historic Front Street. In the 2010 thriller, it's wiped out by a tsunami. But as the wildfires burned yesterday, the neighborhood looked more like a war zone. Another location impacted? The Four Seasons Resort, where the first White Lotus was filmed, is strongly discouraging non-essential travel to Maui. As for the journalists covering the devastation, it's not easy when most of the roads into town are closed.
That would be a doomsday mechanism to control the weather. But weather control is really for a Type 1 civilization, minimum 100 years into the future.
We're on a boat headed to Lahaina. This is one of the few ways to access the town. And what's incredible from this vantage point is the scale of destruction. We're talking miles of coastline completely burned.
Chapter 3. Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field which the Lord God had made. And he said unto the woman, Yea, hath God said, Ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden? And the woman said unto the serpent, We may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden, but of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden God hath said, Ye shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die. And the serpent said unto the woman, Ye shall not surely die, for God doth know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened, and ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. And when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was pleasant to the eyes, and a tree to be desired to make one wise, she took of the fruit thereof, and did eat, and gave also unto her husband with her, and he did eat. And the eyes of them both were opened, and they knew that they were naked, and they sewed fig leaves together, and made themselves aprons. And they heard the voice of the Lord God walking in the garden in the cool of the day. And Adam and his wife hid themselves from the presence of the Lord God amongst the trees of the garden. And the Lord God called unto Adam, and said unto him, Where art thou? And he said, I heard thy voice in the garden, and I was afraid, because I was naked, and I hid myself. And he said, Who told thee that thou wast naked? Hast thou eaten of the tree whereof I commanded thee that thou shouldest not eat? And the man said, The woman whom thou gavest to be with me gave me of the tree, and I did eat. And the Lord God said unto the woman, What is this that thou hast done? And the woman said, The serpent beguiled me, and I did eat. And the Lord God said unto the serpent, Because thou hast done this, thou art cursed above all cattle, and above every beast of the field. Upon thy belly shalt thou go, and dust shalt thou eat all the days of thy life. And I will put enmity between thee and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed. It shall bruise thy head, and thou shalt bruise his heel.
I greet the English-speaking pilgrims and visitors taking part in today's audience.
Well, you're right. It affects the soul because it's a house of prayer and faith. Boy, it affects the heart because it's a place of love and gathering in community. It affects all the senses because for the French, my God, for the world, Notre Dame Cathedral represents what's most noble, what's most uplifting, what's most inspirational about the human project. And to see that reduced to ashes, my oh my, I remember our song, From the Ashes, We Rise Up.
So let's dedicate this to General Kelly, the Border Patrol, and the ICE agents for doing such an incredible job. Right? This was written by Al Wilson a long time ago. And I thought of it having to do with our borders and people coming in. And we know what we're going to have. We're going to have problems. We have to very, very carefully vet. We have to be smart. We have to be vigilant. So here it is, the snake. It's called the snake. On her way to work one morning, down the path along the lake, a tender-hearted woman saw a poor, half-frozen snake. His pretty-colored skin had been all frosted with the dew. Poor thing, she cried, I'll take you in, and I'll take care of you. The border. Take me in, O tender woman. Take me in, for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman, sighed the vicious snake. She wrapped him up all cozy in a comforter of silk and laid him by her fireside with some honey and some milk. She hurried home from work that night, and as soon as she arrived, she found that pretty snake she'd taken in had been revived. Take me in, O tender woman. Take me in, for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman, sighed that vicious snake. She clutched him to her bosom. You're so beautiful, she cried. But if I hadn't brought you in by now, oh heavens, you would have died. She stroked his pretty skin again and kissed him and held him tight. But instead of saying thank you, that snake gave her a vicious bite. Take me in, O tender woman. Take me in, for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman, sighed the vicious snake. I have saved you, cried the woman, and you've bitten me, heavens why? You know your bite is poisonous, and now I'm going to die. Oh, shut up, silly woman, said the reptile with a grin. You knew damn well I was a snake before you took me in. Does that explain it, folks? Does that explain it?
Trust in me.
Hello? Are you there? What are you doing with the rest of your life?
Catching up on some me time. Thank God.
My soul loves Jesus. My soul loves Jesus. My soul loves Jesus. Bless his name. My soul, it loves Jesus. Oh, yes, it does. Oh, yes, it does. Oh, yeah. My soul. My soul. Over the midnight hour, my soul. He speaks to my soul. Tells me everything is going to be all right. My soul, it loves Jesus. I'm so glad. My soul loves Jesus. Bless his name.
Everything is about to change based on this knowledge that we're getting. Literally, somebody who works in a facility of a hospital literally came out with information, and we're going to get you deeper down into what a man said in Maui that he heard, because a lot of other people were saying the same thing, and it just leads you back to that same question that we've all been saying. The energy systems. Check this out.
But none of them were moving. And I walked all the way from Safeway to the chart house. Not one car had moved. And I was wondering what was stopping the traffic. Well, it was a policeman. And I got to the end and I looked up north. There were no obstructions. There was no reason to keep those cars there.
Are you serious?
I'm serious as a heart attack. And I said, what are you doing? He goes, well, I'm under orders to keep them here. And I said, the fire is right around Safeway. It's going to hit Front Street. You know, these people got to get out of here. And he said, I'm following orders.
No way.
And so I just kept walking. Well, maybe he knows something I don't, you know. So, and I keep walking down the highway. And I looked behind, no cars are coming out. I walked all the way to Waikuli Beach, still no cars coming out. And I started hearing boom, boom, boom. And then I heard people screaming and stuff.
The boom, boom usually is a laser mounted aircraft. And now the officials there are staying at the hotels, and basically people over there is getting angry about that because they're in these nice luxurious hotels while everybody else are basically in this devastated camp. Because again, this is what they're doing, these recent comings. And also I see that they're moving more DEW weapons than recently. Remember I told you the top groups, Northrop Grumman is one of them. They're delivering lasers to the government as we speak right now. Has delivered a miniaturized high energy laser source to the U.S. government. This is ruggedized for the field use, and miniaturizing allows a rapid placement in tactical situations. So they're now getting more like, oh, we need to get like a little bit more tactical. It's 10 kilowatts, nearly the size of a mini fridge, weighing less than 200 pounds. So, and I got the manual basically where they talk about like, oh, well, you know, forest fire is a weapon. We'll talk about that. This is what that system looked like that I'm telling you about right here. President General Manager, Strategic Space Systems, Northrop Grumman, by miniaturizing the advanced capability, we're expanding the reach of our technology and continue to lead the way in high energy lasers and getting warfighter. So moving from there, though, I need you to listen to the coming scenario. We're going to show you the coming scenario. Before we get to that, look on the website of Defense Tactical Information Center. Forest fire as a military weapon was put on there, and there's something very interesting in this manual that we're going to go straight to. So when you go to this part, what does it say? It says, spray in late June, repeat spray in August if needed. Apply pellets in April or May, burn during dry weather. And it says November, December. But that was back then in the 70s. The weather's changed now. It was super dry right now. So it tells you that they specifically get ready to burn during these super dry times. We're going to get to the sun situation as well. But listen to what this lady says who worked.
On February 3rd, a massive fire ripped through Wisconsin River Meats in Malston. That same exact day, another fire ravaged Percy Farm in Stowe, Vermont, killing hundreds of cows. About a week later, the Bonanza Meat Company in El Paso, Texas, burst into flames. And that very same day, the Shearer Food Plant in Hermiston got burnt to the ground. Just a few hours later, in Claypool, Indiana, a raging fire broke out at the largest soybean processing plant in the country. In the months prior to those incidents, there had been 93 other instances of food processing plants catching fire. Hi, I'm Teddy Daniels. I'm a father, a combat veteran, a citizen journalist, and a private investigator who says it like it is and isn't afraid to ask the questions that the mainstream media tries to cover up. In that spirit, let me ask you a question. Do you think that all these food processors catching fire are a coincidence? Who's responsible for these fires? And why does the cost of our food continue to skyrocket? Those exact questions are what triggered an initial investigation by me and my team. As we begin to dig, searching for a potential culprit, I was stunned. Could the Chinese Communist Party be connected to our food processor fires? And why were the Chinese buying up so many of our farms? Click the button on screen to watch the full video and discover the jaw-dropping truth.
I am a body expert. That means that I transform bodies to take fat anywhere in the body that's concerning to you. TriScope is a modernized way to have liposuction with micro laser and gives you superior results. Once the fat is removed and thrown away, that's it. It's gone. You don't have the fat anymore.
In a facility telling you about the common scenarios. We're going to get into the whole lockdown situation they're talking about.
I work for a large hospital system in Broward County, Florida, on the anesthesia team. Last night, the house nurse manager came to my department and told us that we must prepare for a COVID crisis that's going to start next week. And the hospital will be taking part of our recovery unit, anesthesia recovery unit, to house COVID patients. And that we cannot allow surgical patients' families to come visit them. And I looked at her and I said, how do you know you're going to need our rooms, our bays? And how do you know there's going to be a crisis next week? She tilted down her glasses, she looked at me, and she said, you know what's going on by now. And I said, yeah, I do. And everyone else just went, oh, here we go again, and shrugged their shoulders. Does anyone else find this really strange besides me? It's about time that this whole corrupted, stinking system is brought down.
The real question is, how many of you are going to stand against the tyranny once it hit? Because I stood against it last time. I mean, I wasn't putting on what they were telling me to put on. I wasn't doing what they were telling me to do. I wasn't sitting there, oh, just do what you told you to do. Everything will be fine. No, it won't be. That's why the situation got worse. So I'm going to tell you the next piece of information. And all the bickering and crying and policing each other. And it's just sick. Like, oh, you're just high school students listening to mama and daddy again. This is where we at again. So again, it comes full circle to the same scenario. And if each individual stand up and have a backbone and have any spirit and has any intelligence, has any discernment to freaking stand against the tyranny that's about to basically envelop. Here it is right here. Biden's plot to send Americans back into lockdown must be stopped. Telegraph says August 24th, report comes out. And we go deeper and they talk about officers being hired. They put forth $1.4 billion into it. Biden administration buying CV equipment, hiring pandemic safety protocol officers, and federal government is also sending $1.4 billion to defense contractors and stuff like that. So it's coming full circle to that same scenario. And I'm gonna tell you, one of the states that's already like basically threw the funds out. And look at this right here. Pittsburgh shifts pandemic funding towards police, keeps whatever landslides, but just look how much money they gave to the police right here. Pittsburgh City Council approved $21.4 million in federal CV aid Tuesday to buy more police cruisers, stabilize hillsides, among other projects. Because they're getting ready to do this again. They're getting ready for that same agenda. So all they really would have took for us to beat this is the individual to not sit there. And I'm gonna tell you deeper about the plan. We gotta get into it. But listen to Bill Gates, what he was saying, the snake. Bill Gates, the snake.
Prepare for the next one. That, I'd say is will get attention this time.
See how happy they are, how sniggling and smiling the freaking slithering snake is? And you sitting here like, oh, it's just makes me do. It's gonna be all right. Everything will be good. We just gotta do what they say, I ain't saying like you, the general person. I'm just saying like people in general, like that's how they think, right? It's ridiculous. So let's look into this next part. Biden isn't waiting until next year to be ready for whatever comes next, said Becerra, adding that the program is really going to help us make sure we're ready, whatever comes around the corner. Because 2 weapons ain't enough for you, see? No, actually, it's more DEW weapons. They pulled out the Death Ray. They pulled out the Death Ray. Russia just did that in a few. We'll talk about that here, but let's get back into the plan. Secretary Xavier Becerra, HHS, returning from his visit to India, where leaders at the group of 20 countries gathering, said in Tuesday press call that world leaders expect to reach a global consensus on coordinating a global response to pandemics by May. So saying by next year, but Biden is saying like, nah, we're finna like go ahead and start accelerating and get to what we need to do eventually right now. So what I'm saying to you is that this is a coordinated effort between the DEW weapons, between everything else. Agenda 2030, they've moved into the populist plan. They're not playing. And Russia, like I just said, unveiled the Death Ray. So it ain't that you got to be scared. It's that you got to have courage, you got power, you got to have will, you got to have spirit. Can't be broken by the simple, basic person telling you like, oh, you know, like even if they outnumber you by large, you have the spirit and energy to overcome the demonic forces. That's the real question. So the battle is going to tighten up. So I just need you to really get ready inside your mind and spirit and heart. And I'm gonna show you this video about the Death Ray that basically during the whole tactics of us going through this, they're doing their little operation with the DEW weapons and everything else. And we'll talk about it a little bit deeper.
Electronic warfare is at the center of the Russian war in Ukraine. And not for the first time is Russia resorting to the use of electronic systems to nullify the Ukrainian weapons. On the 15th of August, Russia unveiled its latest version of the microwave cannon that can knock out enemy aircraft and drones within a range of 10 kilometers. And according to the Russian state media, this new microwave cannon that is mounted on the chassis of the Buk anti-aircraft missile system consists of a powerful relativistic oscillator, a dish antenna, a control and monitoring system, and a transmission system. And it is capable of providing a 360-degree perimeter defense. The repeated drone strikes by Ukraine, such as the one that was attempted over the Kremlin.
So yeah, they're pulling out all the tactics now. And what is the U.S. military doing next month? They literally tell me next month that in this post I'm reading, this is what you need to know. Combining lasers, Army experiment with 50 kilowatt laser combined with kinetic air defenses. They say next month we're going to do this. So when you start seeing the military vehicles roll out this, I don't want you to be surprised. And so what does it say right here? Prototype next month. Next month, soldiers will start to figure out how to use it in combat alongside traditional kinetic weapons. Sure, they already have some of this stuff, but you don't generally just see it all the time. So that's what it's going to look like. They've been taking it into the laboratory. Here's a laboratory photo where they work on the laser weapons, the direct energy weapon systems, and then they mount them later to the military vehicles. And this is the new stage of war, you know. So don't always think about missiles and stuff like that. They don't care about that anymore. They just burn up an entire city with a laser. And speaking of an entire city being burned with a laser, Tiger Island fire, Louisiana continues to burn residents as residents have entire Louisiana town forced to evacuate. So the question is, do you have a plan basically that when things happen, things burn down, will you know where to go? Where you know, it's not FEMA camps to go there. I mean, during Katrina, I know much about that because I was in Hurricane Katrina. But here's a big thing right here. We're going to show you this video real quick of the town burning and people having to evacuate. And we found out something else that they're doing with plasma. They've came out and scientists have admitted something. So we're going to get into that and show you the device that they could be using as well. So first, check this out. So the sun has literally been baking and cooking and just whipping us up like in the last couple of days. And I put a video out yesterday. It's highly important. I said sun dew. And I said that because it's seen energy coming from the sun like never before. And it was super high. And so this came from an observatory. I looked deeper into this though, because we've seen a video yesterday and another video where it looked like something was behind the sun. Scientists beam solar power to Earth. They say from space, but it's from the sky for the first time ever. So they're using something called MAPLE, M-A-P-L-E, experiment, and they're transferring energy. So the question is this a beam system? And here's a video of the object here. So the only question is like, is it a beam system that's beaming something back down at us? And yeah, it is. It's actually, why am I asking that question? So the thing is, like, it is a beam system. And so the question is, are they using that to wirelessly beam stuff? They also have these mirrors. Also, they came out recently and talked about some plasma. Taming the sun's inferno, controlling fusion plasma heat at 100 million degrees, August 24th. And you're just walking around every day like, man, it feels like it's almost 100 million degrees. No, I'm kidding, because we'd be like melting and stuff. It was 100 degrees. Ah! Anyway, an international team of researchers has discovered a method to predict and control the rotational temperatures of hydrogen molecules in fusion reactor. You know what the fusion reactor is? It's an artificial sun. Humans may never be able to tame the sun, but hydrogen plasma making up most of the sun's interior can be confined in a magnetic field as part of fusion power generation. So again, right now they're playing with some plasma hydrogen field, and I'm thinking like they must be doing something that's basically mounted up in the atmosphere where they're like messing with temperatures. Like, it's really strange at this time, but this is what they're talking about. They're controlling, and then we got something beaming energy down, and then we're seeing stuff behind the sun. It's just, it's insane. Got caught in Greece, 79 of them, and they've gotten arrested. And because look at the fire over here in Greece. So yeah, what we know now is that if you just tuned in, you need to watch the beginning of the video again, because we put in somebody who's a part of a hospital facility who's saying that next week, some of this crisis that's engineered by the Gates, snakes, and everything else is going to be becoming more prevalent into our faces. And we showed also the DEW sounds was heard by a man who walked away. Everybody who was blocked with the cars, this one guy walks away and he hears boom, boom, and people screaming. So it's like stuff like that you need to hear in the beginning. One strange thing that happened was President Xi Jinping's aide got blocked from entering a venue recently. So I don't know what's going on with that. I'm gonna show you this video clip because that's kind of strange. You see him in the video right behind him, and then all of a sudden he's walking, and then so he goes through this door. After he goes through the door, this was just recently too. It was just this month. The dude gets blocked, and they just lock him out. It was a South African, pretty much government stuff. And then Xi Jinping looks back, and then he just keeps walking. Again, after the longer aspect of the video. But that's what's all coming. That's what's all cooking up, and I need you to know that so you can be prepared for that spiritually. In every single way. Just like please don't comply with the tyranny, because once we do that, now we go further down into it. If we all could just have the heart, mind, spirit, and courage to do that, and I'll have more information updating here. Don't forget though, this was important. The Sun Dew is something I really need you to look into if you missed it. And 2, donation link will be below. Basically for the last couple of weeks, I haven't seen much donation support, but please link below. Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. I'll have it at the comment section.
Keep it quilted means you keep it the best. Keep it quilted means comfort that feels good and does good. With 5 million trees planted. For her. And for generations to come. Keep it quilted with Quilted Northern.
Welcome to another edition of the Truth Zone. As always, this is your host, Truth Seeker here. And as always, I want to ask that you would please hit that like button. Comment down below. And if you're new to the channel, please be sure to hit the subscribe button. And let's talk more about Donald Trump. I know I've covered him a lot on my channel and how he is a controlled puppet just like Biden and all of these other political figures and things like that. Here you see Elon talking about next level. And of course, Elon is a controlled puppet himself. He wants to obviously put the microchip in your brain. He's wore the Baphomet for Halloween. The list goes on. But before I get into all that, here's some of the Tucker Carlson interview that he did with Trump. And they are definitely hinting at something major coming.
There started with protests against you, massive protests, organized protests by the left, and then it moved to impeachment twice, and now indictment. I mean, the next stage is violence. Are you worried that they're going to try and kill you? Why wouldn't they try and kill you, honestly?
They're savage animals. They are people that are sick, really sick. You have great people in the Democrat Party. You have great people that are Democrats. Most of the people in our country are fantastic, and I'm representing everybody. I'm not just Republicans or conservatives. I represent everybody. I'm the president of everybody.
Do you think we're moving towards civil war?
There's tremendous passion and there's tremendous love. January 6th was a very interesting day because they don't report it properly. I believe it was the largest crowd I've ever spoken before. And some of the crowds I've spoken before. And like July 4th on the mall, I think they had 1 million people there. But I think that the biggest crowd I've ever spoken before was on January 6th. And people that were in that crowd, a very, very small group of people. And we said patriotically and peacefully and patriotically, right? Nobody ever says that. Go peacefully and patriotically. But people that were in that crowd that day, very small group of people, went down there, and then there are a lot of scenarios that we can talk about. But people in that crowd said it was the most beautiful day they've ever experienced. There was love in that crowd. There was love and unity. I have never seen such spirit and such passion and such love. And I've also never seen simultaneously and from the same people such hatred of what they've done to our country.
So do you think it's possible that there's open conflict? We seem to be moving towards something.
I don't know because I don't know what it, I can say this. There's a level of passion that I've never seen. There's a level of hatred that I've never seen, and that's probably a bad combination.
And as you heard, they're talking about how, Civil War stuff and a possible assassination, attempt, and they've actually been predictive programming that for quite some time. But this is supposed to be his mugshot. It looks rather AI generated to me. And it looks like one big joke, one big ritual, one big psyop. One big distraction. You have all of the weird stuff happening in Maui. And now you have all this Trump stuff happening to distract people's attention away from the real pressing matters. It's like clockwork with these people. They always got to do something to distract you, to take your attention away from real pressing matters. Don't pay attention to the economy crashing. Don't pay attention to the dollar crashing. Don't pay attention to what's going on here, what's going on there. Pay attention to this. And people are eating this up, They're like, oh, yeah. Trump's going to get his revenge. He's going to save the day. As I've stated, I voted for Trump both times. Okay. So I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I'm holier than thou. But I woke up and realized that politics are entertainment. It's a sham. It's a way to divide you. It's a way to keep you arguing, keep you fighting, keep you bickering among each other while they push what they push. And Let's not forget that Trump proposed freedom cities, which is smart cities, his version. Earlier this year on March the 3rd, 3333, one of their favorite numbers they love to use. Let's not forget that. Have we quickly forgotten that? Because I know that I've not forgotten that. And I'm not going to forget it, because all of these politicians, Biden, Trump, Obama, whoever else, they're all puppets, and they're all playing to a script to divide people. And look at this. President Donald Trump equals 248. And he came out at 2:48 a.m. Eastern time to accept the presidency when he won it. And from January 20th, 2017, the inauguration, to August 24th, 2023, it's been exactly 2,408 days. So you get that 248 there. Also, look at this. 33 right there. You see where it says 3,300? He carefully has this, or his team, I should say, carefully has 33 right there for you to see. This whole Trump thing is one big joke. It's one big psyop. And as I've already stated, I really believe he's going to be the 47th president. All signs are pointing towards that. And Trump equals 88, and reverse 47. Judge equals 47, and reverse 88. Beast equals 47, and reverse 88. Now, am I saying that Trump is the Antichrist? I'm not saying that. But he very well could be. This could all be a way to prop him up to where everyone falls in love with him. He does constantly flash the Illuminati, the Freemason hand signs, the 666 hand signs. And that 88 is very prominent too, because the Maui fires started back on 8/8. And 8/8 is also associated with the Lionsgate portal. So there's a lot of interesting things regarding this man. Also, speaking of 88, he literally has 88 in his text thing, where you text Trump to 88022. So there's a lot of differing aspects to all of this. And they are alluding towards something major coming. They are alluding towards a massive civil war. But I believe it's going to be a way to divide everything into different sectors, because they want these smart cities. Trump's already talked about his 10 freedom cities, and you've already seen the stuff going on in Maui. You see all these controlled burnings. I believe all of this stuff is connected. Even the Trump stuff is connected to the fire stuff. It is all connected. Don't forget also that MAGA is literally the 5th degree in the Church of Satan. Don't forget that. And, some people are going to be like, MAGA has multiple meanings. It means make America great again. That's what it means. You can believe that all that you want, but I hate to break it to you. It's the 5th degree in the Satanic Church. So anytime you're doing that MAGA stuff, maybe you should think about that the next time you don a MAGA cap or whatever else. But if you still believe in Trump, that's your own choice. We all have choices to make. And speaking more about the numbers, authority equals 47, president equals 47. And if Trump wins again, he will be the 47th president of the United States. So there's definitely a lot of signs. There's definitely a lot of numbers pointing towards the fact that he's going to be the president. And all this stuff going on with the whole mugshot and arrest and everything else, this is all just a bunch of baloney. And they are trying to create more chaos, because remember, these people love to create chaos. Remember, order out of chaos. So if they have a lot of chaos going on, they will then instill their order. Make no mistake about it. This is why you're going to continue to see this phrase being used. Civil war and outrage, and we need to rise up and everything else. It's all part of the script. They put these keywords out there for a reason. They want you to see these keywords. It is all part of a psychological operation, a psyop. It is all put in place to instill fear into the regular person, and it's all being purposely done to create chaos. That's why you see all of these talking heads talking about the same thing. How a civil war could possibly happen, and blah, 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 blah. This is all part of the show. This is all part of the script. And the jury is still out if Trump is the Antichrist or not. He could be, or he could be the puppet being put in place to set the stage for the Antichrist. I don't know. But here's this clip too, where they're even talking about a civil war. You read the headline already where she was talking about it, but here's this clip of her talking about this.
Do you have concern for the country as I do?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think those who are conducting this travesty and creating this two-tier system of justice, I mean, I want to ask them, what the heck? Do you want us to be in civil war? Because that's what's going to happen. We're not going to keep putting up with this. And Eric, I like that you suggested that we need to get angry. We do need to rise up and take our country back.
Don't be deceived by any of this entertainment, because that's exactly what it is. It's nothing more than a script being put in place to continue to create division amongst everybody. And then eventually they're going to instill their order. Remember that. Order out of chaos. As always, I do want to hear from each and every one of you. Do you agree? Do you disagree? Do you believe in Trump? Do you not believe in Trump? Like I said, if you choose to believe in Trump still, that's your own choice. I'm not going to sit here and bash you. But me personally, I believe all politics are a sham. That's just my personal belief. I'm not saying I'm 100% correct, but that's what I believe. What do you believe? I want to hear from you. Share the content wherever you can think of sharing the content. I thank you for your continued support. And most of all, the best way you can support me and the channel is by hitting that like button on your way out, because it gets the word out to more people. God bless each and every one of you. And this is Truth Seeker signing out.
You know, whether or not there's actually something going on in regard to, we're going to save the planet because they don't know any better. We'll stop them beating me. I'm not saying I think that's what's happening, but certainly possible. If you think that's outside the range of what they're capable of, you are not paying attention. So be on guard for where this goes, because right now they're already beginning to push these vaccines again. That's Dr. Peter McCullough, who, by the way, I just interviewed Dr. Mercola, Joseph Mercola. That'll be coming Destiny Resendez. I was going to put them out today, but I got busy and on and on. Those both will come out tomorrow. But Dr. Peter McCullough points out the same thing I've been saying. And again, whether or not you think these are even there, the point, but from their narrative, even the narrative exposes this won't work based on the previous narrative, even if none of these existed. That they already made it clear that based on a previous variant, so many times removed, that the injections are not working. Probably because they're not working for anybody, quite frankly, but it's the narrative we're talking about, right? So he says XBB.1.5, nearly gone in the United States. Booster too late again. It's amazing how we can say this. Again, just narrative. And yet they just keep going with the same points. Here he says the same thing. New booster for XBB.1.5, which is what they all aimed at, all of them, has no hope of working against Ares EG5, which is very mild and brief head cold. It's less than the one before it. I am easily treating cases in my practice in vaccinated and unvaccinated. America should not line up for any more boosters. And this Naomi Wolf clip where she's saying that they approved these back in June, which we've already talked about. Here's a clip from Fox News making some of these points as well. But I find this very interesting. Check out here. The point in general is that in June, they already agreed to put forward. They don't need new safety tests. They used to take 2-3 years to do these trials, phase 3 trials. Remember all that? Doesn't exist anymore. Are we in a pandemic? Are we all in danger? No. That's what they claimed was the reason they skipped it last time. Now they just go, we're just going to keep doing that though, because we want to, because it's faster. Okay, was it safer? Well, yes. Not really though. It's not at all. You can very clearly prove that if you're skipping safety testing. Just a thought. Go back to that point though. This clip literally says FDA approves updated COVID boosters. This is from 3 weeks ago. My point in this is that people will look at that and not even watch the video. They'll, oh, they approved it. It's approved. Go ahead and get it. It's approved. Well, the video is quite literally saying they might do that later in August, but they just literally title it FDA approves the booster. Like just everything about everything they're doing is so on the surface dishonest. It makes me sick. Here's a clip.
FDA could give the green light to Pfizer's updated COVID-19 booster shot by the end of August. The new vaccine targets a new Omicron subvariant and could be ready to be rolled out in September. Moderna made a similar request to the FDA for its vaccine in June. Joining us now to talk about that and a couple of other health topics is Dr. Bill Hartman, clinical trialist at UW Health. What are your feelings, Dr. Hartman, on these subvariant targeted vaccines? Do you think that we're going to be pretty well prepared for the upcoming cold flu and now COVID season?
I do think so. The new monovalent vaccines that were authorized or voted on last June for XBB.1.5 should be still very effective against the...
Should be. Oh, I feel better. Definitely should possibly work, maybe, if you take enough, maybe. Like, look, the bottom line is, all jokes aside, that's not science. That's a guess. They're probably going to work. Well, that's exactly what happened last time. But see, the point is they're creating coercion again, shutting down schools, creating barriers. This is all the same thing based on a hypothetical. And even less testing, even less, it's worse than before. And we already have the examples, Delta, Omicron, or even in between there. You have examples where these things were arguably about some variant, and then they made it too late, and then it didn't. In fact, it hurt everybody. Over and over and over. That's whether or not it's even aligned properly. But then you add in the concept of molecular mimicry, pathogen priming, out of antibody-dependent enhancement, your body's attacking itself, autoimmune issues, immune suppression, all these things. That's not even getting into myocarditis and Bell's palsy. And I could go on for 45 minutes about the things that they claim are happening, but super rare, even though none of them appear to be rare at all. But should work, though. It should work. Feel better about that.
Should be still very effective against the subvariant that seems to be infecting more and more people right.
Well, what's funny is he says should still be very effective, but the last one's not effective. They're admitting that. Well, that was but all they're doing is basing it on like the hypothetical of how effective it would be should it be focused on the one thing they originally made it for. But that's ridiculous. That's not even remotely what's actually happening if it's even there. So this point that it's still just as effective. Like, as effective as what? The very first thing wasn't effective. This is just narrative. It's staggering.
Now in this mini surge that we're seeing at the end of the summer here, the XBB.1.16. This makes up about 15% of the cases, but it's very genetically similar to the COVID.
So not the same. So you're taking an injection. It's not for the same thing, but it might work, should work.
Booster that was approved. So when these get authorized by the FDA and then the CDC.
So they've been approved, but they're not authorized. Okay, we're just in clown world land now.
Hopefully, we'll have a vaccine available for our most vulnerable people.
Oh, right, the people that are most harmed by these things, the people that need them the least in regard to the children. That's what they're talking about. They're talking about kids and elderly. The same thing is starting all over again. It's as if these people have no idea. Maybe they don't. Every single thing they're doing has already been proven to be dangerous. It didn't work. I mean, at the very least, the idea that children should even be on the table. Every single thing we went through shows that's ridiculous. Everything. From the fact that they're not even at risk, even according to the very original thing they say was more dangerous, which it wasn't. But even then, these are less dangerous according to whatever they're saying. So the point is, kids are less at risk than ever before, which was basically nothing. And you're going to make them take this? It wasn't tested on pregnant people, which they include in that group, but they're going to tell them to take it because they're most vulnerable because COVID's super dangerous, even though at the same time they're saying it's not that dangerous. But it could be.
So when you say that about 15% of the cases are this specific subvariant they're now identifying, what about the other 85% of cases? Or do we not really know?
There's kind of a mixture out there. Still, the XBB 0.1, 0.5 is making up about the same amount as the 0.1.16 variant, and so these are pretty similar. I expect that this 0.1, 0.16 subvariant is going to continue to make its way around the United States, and we'll see this 15% grow expeditiously over the next couple of weeks.
It doesn't make any sense. I'm also going to point out that probably why they're using where was it? A clinical trialist as opposed to a virologist, or I'm just going to go and throw it out there that it's because most of these people are not buying it anymore. Like, it's very interesting how they still push the narrative that all the scientists agree. Well, where are they? You don't seem to be floating any real strong candidates lately on any of these channels about what they're saying. But there's always going to be somebody who is in a field who wants to be the person on the news.
1.16 subvariant of weeks.
It's interesting to kind of see how all of that just happens. And I know you've watched it time and time again. Talk to us more now about this new effort to try to find effective treatments for people with COVID.
Right. So this is part of the RECOVER program.
You realize that they still have never proven that's actually what's happening. Like, even the leading science is going, here's what we think these are from. But they're treating it, though. And they're diagnosing it, though. Right next to SIDS and SADS. That's actually what's happening. It is another undefined, we don't know what's happening diagnosis. At what point do we start? We're going to look forward in 10 years and 90% of what we get diagnosed with is, or another one of those I don't know things. Right? You're in this category. This is not medicine. I don't even know what you call it. They're just making up categories and catching things, even though we can prove that SIDS and SADS are directly tied to vaccines.
Which is looking to identify symptoms of long COVID and then treatments for those symptoms. Some of the common symptoms that occur are brain fog.
So all we really said is we're going to identify symptoms, which the things they list off can be caused by literally everything, cold, flu, and on and on. And then we treat those symptoms. So all you're doing is treating symptoms. You could do that with common cold medicine. So all the point, they're calling everything long COVID based on a few symptoms that happen anywhere, even within a year, in fact, of what they claim is COVID, which is probably a false positive test. That's quite literally what's happening. Anyway, I'm not wasting any more time on these ridiculous people. I'll include this so you can look at it yourself. There's now 2 peer-reviewed studies that find that long COVID is largely psychosomatic, not real. And that's not me saying I think that. That's what the studies are finding. The newest study finds that long COVID is associated with factors other than SARS-CoV-2 infection, including psychological factors. The reason I said that is because I think it's predominantly vaccine side effects. The point is that these studies, even the science they're telling you to trust, is going, that's not what's happening. It's not from the COVID. It's because you're losing your mind. Or, being kind of facetiously, but that's what's happening. WebMD points out, updated Pfizer COVID booster may be approved by the end of August. It says August 2nd, this was written. So 20 days ago, Pfizer CEO said the FDA could approve the company's updated COVID booster by the end of the month. Albert Bourla made the statement Tuesday during an investor call. So just know often the media is reporting as fact what the representative of the company profiting from the sale of the thing is saying. I mean, we just saw Steve Gottlieb on CNN brought on, or no, it was MSNBC, as, let us know what's going on, Steve. What's the current, what do we need to do? The guy's on the board of Pfizer. Like, these people are clowns. So you're telling us that they may do this because the guy who wants us to know that, who works for this company, said it's stupid. Pfizer and Moderna asked the FDA in June to approve a new version of their boosters aimed at the XBB1 subvariant. That's it. The subvariant makes up 12.3% of new cases. This is the point in June where it's simply saying in a unanimous vote, recommended an update to this based only on XBB.1.5 in June. So once these things come out, now, next month, whatever, realize all they've ever been doing is building and making. They have not safety tested these things, let alone at the level that we used to pretend was absolutely mandatory. How does anybody make sense of that? Why is anybody out there who has listened to anything we've ever said about medicine believing this makes sense? They're trying to abuse the new technology angle. So hoping that you're too dumb to know, you're not a doctor, you're not a scientist, shut up and trust what Tedros says. Oh, he's not a doctor, science either. Okay. Now the point is that clearly they're trying to scare you back, just like always. Here's CNN. Updated COVID vaccines are coming mid-September, officials say. It says they are also expected to retain potency against closely related strains. Expected means we don't know, but we'll go ahead and tell you we think that might happen because that's what we're supposed to say. All 3 vaccine manufacturers say testing shows that vaccines are effective against EG5. But wait a minute, aren't we talking about BA262 or FLX947 or whatever their numbers are? Like, it's actually really ridiculous to pretend with 5 other variants they're telling you are on the rise that this thing somehow works for all of them. They're the ones who have already told us that's not how this works. They don't care. This is desperation. I see it across the board. The CDC says, well, the new COVID lineage, didn't you just tell us this is another subvariant of Omicron? How is that a new COVID lineage? Could cause infections in vaccinated individuals. Aha. Well, they need to explain this. Because here's what's really happening, guys. People that have been sick or just have healthy immune systems are not struggling with this. Same thing throughout the whole process, in fact. Right now, what they're seeing is an explosion in the same problem that's always been there, the pandemic of the vaccinated. And now they need to justify that. Now, look, I'm not going to I mean, I can theorize about what my concerns about why, what might be done with future vaccinations and maybe with surreptitious angles to it. I'm just going to go ahead and tell you in general from a position of somebody who's never taken those things. There's nothing that's going to make me go near this. Plus, not just because these things are dangerous, but because of what else might be going on. And I'm terrified of that. Not just trying to scare anybody, but I've seen some pretty evil things in this process. And I am convinced that there are actions that would be taken, maybe by individuals, maybe by the entire process, that are evil, terrible. So my point is, now they're going, the new thing is causing them. No, that's been the case from the very beginning. We showed you this in the UK's original data. We showed you in New South Wales, in Ontario, and everywhere around the world. People that were vaccinated suffered more. The areas that had higher vaccinations had higher excess death. The places that had higher vaccinations had higher incidence of everything we're talking about compared to the ones that didn't. I mean, I was actually just talking about this with Jeremiah. I was on his radio show this morning, and he was the one that made the argument that it's just the overlap of it all is so very clear. The people that got vaccinated are continuing to get sick. The people that got the injections are the ones continuing to spread it. And the information has showed you that from day one. It's just transparent. And now what they're trying to do is kind of cover this all up by blaming it on you the same way they did all from the very beginning. Now it says the US CDC said on Wednesday the new BA.2.86 lineage, see, everyone was pointing at something, one of the different ones, may be more capable than older variants of causing infection. Except, why they wouldn't put this right after that? I think you know why. But it said the current increase in hospitalizations is not likely driven by this lineage. Okay. The virus samples are not broadly available for more reliable laboratory testing of antibodies. They're keeping an eye on BA.2.6 lineage because it has 36 mutations. You're telling me with 36 mutations that we're pretending it's going to be effective? That's really stupid. But they don't have enough samples to test. That's exactly what we keep telling you. So how exactly are you testing with PCR test if you don't even have the ability? I mean, we're being lied to wholesale. And it's not more dangerous. And by the way, if you have ever been sick by whatever you call this, based on all, and actually I will bring this up since I mentioned it. Which one was this? Oh, perfect. Both of them. Both of these studies show you, peer-reviewed science, this is July 2020, that showed you that people in their control ended up having antibodies. So the test was about people that had T-cell immunity for COVID-19 and people that had SARS, trying to see if there's an overlap. But it turned out that people that were in their controls, who were supposed to be the control to the people with SARS, also had antibodies. And it's kind of, oh, look at that. That's an important study. They had antibodies before COVID began. How do you explain that? Well, they could be the cold and the flu because those are coronaviruses, the cold anyway. So we're told. But then you got this one too, 2021. It's amazing how they trust the science crowd. Didn't ever talk about any of this. A majority of uninfected adults had pre-existing antibodies. Same kind of thing. A majority of adults, why did we ever give injections then? Because obviously something else was going on. But this was the one I always like to show. This is also 2021. Ultra-potent antibodies against diverse and highly transmissible variants. This is science.org. And the important point, as always, is they identified, or the main part was, the conclusion I think is better. Or was it? Right here. The bottom one's even better, but just make it quick. It says they demonstrated that people that got convalescent subjects, people that got sick from the beginning, before all this madness, from COVID, they argue, previously infected with the ancestral strain, the original strain, produce antibodies that cross-neutralize emerging variants of concern with high potency. That leads into the Omicron discussion. None of this gets discussed because they're lying to you. So when they try to tell you it's not just vaccinated, it's everybody who's ever sick, they're lying. People that are vaccinated are the ones that have immune systems that have been destroyed, and it's even getting worse for them, and the injections don't really seem to make a difference. Here's NIH as well, from 2021. The very group telling you that they don't know had a post in 2021, lasting immunity found after recovery from COVID-19. Did they just forget about that? I guess so. And then, of course, you have these ridiculous Reuters fact checks. Oh, I think I actually looked it up. That's right. Oh, no, that was wrong. I thought I looked it up down. Anyway, I think I did and then actually closed it. But I usually look these up so you can read them for yourselves. But you saw this as well. This was actually a fact check by Reuters in December 2022. Fact check finding that most people dying from COVID-19 are vaccinated does not mean vaccines don't work. And this guy goes, yes, it does. My God. Well, you could make an argument that there's a circumstance where that wouldn't necessarily mean that, but it does mean that because we showed that, but also because the data at the time showed you that it was also the risk per 100,000. They just lied. The UK data was exploding. They had 3 to 4 times more likely to get sick from COVID if they had 2 or more injections in their body. And that's when they just stopped showing the data. They said, you're lying. There we go. I'll just show you. They got caught. Ontario, New South Wales, they all did the same thing. They got shown and they just stopped showing you. The point was very clearly, yes, it does. The reality was obviously that this thing was hurting people and they're just trying to cover that up. Well, there's many other examples for that. WikiLeaks points out one even on top of what we've been showing you, which is that they never studied this in pregnant people. The data from right now still shows you that. And click on any one of these. I haven't looked at them in a minute, but I can tell you right now that it says the same thing. I forget what page this is on. This is from June 2023. Let's see. Should I have it pulled up? This is about the missing information pages, where it gets into the different things that they didn't study, one of them being pregnancy. Here it is. And as well as the rest of them, they're all important, right? So the very first thing, use in pregnancy. The safety profile of the vaccine is not fully known in pregnant or breastfeeding women due to their initial exclusion from the trial. But they talk about, but real world evidence, but that's you guys lying about what you tell us is happening. The real world evidence, if you look at the VAERS data and all the rest of them, are showing an explosion. Just ask Scotland as they ignore all the prenatal deaths they pretend aren't happening. It's disgusting. The point is still to this day, as of June 2023, they don't know if it's safe for pregnant people. I posted this on October 2022, and well before that, I've been talking about it. But the point is that WikiLeaks, on top of all that, points out that the new Freedom of Information request from this week, and this was August 20th, confirms that NHS in particular, the Manchester University NHS Foundation Trust, did not perform any safety monitoring of pregnant women who were given investigational mRNA products within an undeclared and unapproved clinical trial for which the hospital received $250,000 grant and then suppressed the release of it. I mean, even in their individual things, these people are criminals, man. And then they push it on pregnant women, which is what's happening because they call them the most vulnerable. But it's not just the pregnant women. Right now, what they're saying most vulnerable, that includes immunocompromised. They're out there going, get the immunocompromised, get it first. Historically, that's been the opposite. They're the last of the people that don't get it because their bodies can't deal with it. But same thing. It's not known because they didn't test them. But then why are you telling them they need it first? It's horrifying. We could point out the idea of frail patients, which means elderly people, frail comorbidities. There's limited information. They don't know. But they're telling old people, get it first. Autoimmune disorders, same thing. Interaction with other vaccines. So as Josh tells you, get a flu shot, get them together because they're safe. They're lying to you. COVID-19 vaccines will be used in individuals who also may receive other vaccines. Studies to determine if the co-administration of COVID-19 vaccines with other vaccines may affect the efficacy or the safety of either have not been performed. Again, get this in front of somebody. I guarantee there's somebody out there who's huge that would scream about this and it would go viral around the world. We've been talking about this from the beginning, from I think 2020 or 2021 when this document first came out. It blew me away. Or how about the fact that it still says long-term safety data? That long-term safety data is unknown. How in the world is that possible? This is June 2023. We don't know what'll happen in a year from now, but take it. You have to. That's just mind-blowing to me. But that's why you guys are here, because we've been knocking this down together from the beginning. That's why I genuinely think that we have a gigantic, an audience that's far bigger than we're allowed to see. But another point, growing concern, vaccine heart damage in adolescents may be permanent. Dr. Peter McCullough, John Leake, we interviewed both of them, by the way. That's actually a really great interview. Let's see if I get that to come up. Yeah. See if it pops up. There it is. Bingo. A good interview. You're gonna say, oh, look at that. I even used the same image. I've used this a few times, actually. I made this a while ago, and I like it. It really gives a very particular feel, you know, the puppeteering of the whole thing. But this was Dr. Peter McCullough, John Leake interview, The Courage to Face the Truth About COVID-19 and Those Behind It. It's a really good interview. But the point, they're finding, this Hong Kong study finds that 58%, almost 60% of COVID-19 vaccine myocarditis confirmed by MRI has not resolved a year later. What happened to all those screams about it goes right away? Well, I've been the one shouting, even though I'm seeing this pop up again, which is good. But I've been showing you the study from, I think it was actually 2021 when I talked about it, but it goes way before that, that non-filament, non-serious myocarditis, according to the NIH, I think it was 25 to 56% increase of mortality within the next 10 years, even non-serious versions. That's why they're acting like it goes right away. Well, what happens in a year or 5 years or 10 years? Well, 56% of them die. It's just amazing what they know it. They have their own study. They just hide it. But it's a good interview, or a good article. You should read this. It's important. The point is the myocarditis, the heart damage in children and everybody else is not going away. And here's a clip from Stephen Kirch and Dr. Peter McCullough speaking about this exact point. Blood clots, sudden death. It's terrible, man.
Asks, how might you establish that a death was caused by the mRNA shot when the death occurs 4 months or longer after vaccination?
Well, remember, temporal association is just one of the criteria. So, the farther it gets out, we have to consider other intervening factors. But there are now circumstances. For instance, blood clots. We know the risk of blood clotting is elevated at least 2 years later. And we know the risk of myocarditis sudden death can happen 2 years later. So right now, I'd put it at about 2 years. And if there's more data, I showed you the Fisher paper showing myocarditis before COVID. It was a 5-year risk, 15-year risk horizon. We could have an indefinite risk horizon here. It's very possible, certainly for the cardiovascular.
Oh, I just realized something, by the way. I do this far too often, and I know you guys know it. Hopefully you love me for it. But I have so many thoughts flying around that I'll kind of jump to. I won't finish my sentence. But what I was saying about Jeremiah, by the way, who had a great interview with him today, is the argument being that we can see the correlation of the excess death and all these problems. His point was, and I agree with this, that and Dr. Peter McCullough says something very similar, that it's causal now. We are long past the idea of correlation. The times align, the continued increase and decrease, depending on vaccinations or not in certain countries. I mean, it's almost airtight at this point. At the very least, the idea that it can't, as Dr. Peter McCullough has been saying, that at this point, we need to engage with this as it's the vaccine until proven otherwise. And it's not because that's what he thinks. He's basing this on the scientific research and the body of work, the evidence. It's very, very clear that most of these are, and that's why ultimately that's how we should engage with it. Not that we assume it is, but that we, I guess I kind of said it that way, but that we, not that we conclude that it is before we prove it, but that we is going forward on the assumption that this is likely the case and we research in that direction. The point, though, is that the excess death around the world is unbelievable. Every country that has high vaccination rates is dealing with confusing, baffling excess death. All the ones like Sweden are it's obvious. It's very, very obvious. And again, at this point, you guys should watch the show. It's crazy. U.S. government funded research on coronavirus-induced myocarditis. And here we are. Oh, and then Florida, by the way, is moving to try to ban the COVID-19 vaccine, calling it a biological weapon. It's kind of hard not to see that right now. We'll see what happens, but I find that pretty interesting because we are in the time here about, like, it's interesting. I'll play this clip again. We just talked about this. At a time after the RFK point about the ethnic weapons and how weird it got handled, even though it's very provable. Same thing with like Maui and directed energy weapons. Like these things are public knowledge, but yet they get shouted down as entirely fake stories because, I don't know, narrative control. I'm not even suggesting that I think that was involved in Maui. I just think that there is a possibility that could have been used. And we should entertain that, especially since they have a directed energy directorate right there on the mountain range. But my point in this is that he makes this point, RFK, and it gets shouted down Even though, and I think that's why, even though we're literally in the time of exactly this. And this is at this Aspen Security Forum. This guy's a member of the government entity, and he is literally telling you that they know they can make weapons focused on one person alone. So I just think it's really concerning that as we go into this, like you could look at it more than one way. A wholesale kind of government-wide experiment, that's always certainly possible. Or is it not possible that maybe somebody, one person or one group could decide, maybe for the betterment of all society, or maybe because they're just petty and want to hurt somebody that they don't like, that they could design something that would hurt one person or one group? You know that exists. We know that Israel's government has worked on these exact kind of ethnic weapons. They worked with South Africa during apartheid to make these things directly. I mean, it's all on the record. We know that Israel's currently doing that now. We know the U.S. government's doing that now. We know that China's doing that right now. It's easy to look up. Whether you think they've done it or not, that's for you to decide. But this is all real stuff. So you could take that on a larger scale. But again, you could ask whether or not one of these injections might be used to take out one individual, whether that could even be found out. I think this stuff is terrifying. And here's what he had to say so we can understand the reality of this.
Clear, I think one of the things we're talking about here is that there are now weapons under development and developed that are designed to target specific people. That's what this is, where you can actually take someone's DNA, take their medical profile, and you can target a biological weapon that will kill that person or take them off the battlefield or make them inoperable. So you can't have a discussion about this without talking about privacy and commercial data and the protection of commercial data, because expectations of privacy have degraded over the last 20 years. Young folks actually have very little expectation of privacy. That's what the polling and the data show.
I don't know if that's accurate. I hear that a lot, and it does make sense, to a degree, because they've been engineered that way and they're just a different mindset. They're more technologically minded, but I just don't know if that's true. That's what they want us to think for sure. So I just question everything.
And people will very rapidly spit into a cup and send it into 23andMe and get really interesting data about their background. And guess what? Their DNA is now owned by a private company. It can be sold off with very little intellectual property protection or privacy protection. And we don't have legal and regulatory regimes to deal with that. So we have to have an open and public discussion. And this is going to have to be a political discussion about what does the protection of healthcare information, DNA information, and your data look like, because that data is actually going to be procured and collected by our adversaries for the development of these systems.
Yeah, it's incredible. And as our buddy Pasta shouted out as he's hosting the Jimmy Dore show, he gives a shout out and was pointing out this very clip. That this is it's the idea that this is something that is being discussed is always a joke, and we always make this point in the show. They give the lip service like we have to discuss how this is going to affect privacy. It's like, well, did you do that before it came? I mean, it's already literally being developed, so pretty sure you don't really care about that. It's just always like a nod to make us think they care. The fact that this is even being discussed is, in my opinion, because it's time for us to be aware of this stuff, and of course because bad guys, adversaries, even though we literally just said we're doing this, we know how to do it, but they're going to do it. As always, it's like cluster bombs in Ukraine, which I made the same point last time. Well, they're using bad things, so we have to. No, you don't. So you're going to be the bad guy because they did it first, or you're going to be the bad guy first. Like, it just doesn't make sense. They're just making up justifications to do what they want to do, whether or not the so-called bad guy has done first. It's just, these are bad people. They're gaming people to get what they want. And here's a study from 2006. One of the great challenges for the 21st century medicine is to deliver effective therapies that are tailored to the exact biology or biological state of an individual to enable so-called personalized healthcare solutions. So you see how that sounds very different? Because you could even say they are different, even though they're talking about the same thing. That's what I want people to understand. They're talking about the same thing. Here you're talking about tailoring a weapon to someone's DNA, right? Well, you need to realize that's that. All the difference is they're making it a weapon versus making it a helpful tool. It's dual use. All of this is. And really, quite frankly, so is vaccine technology. If you really understand that it could be used to kill somebody too. The bottom line, though, is this is more specifically about creating something that could be tailored towards very specific ethnicities and save others, right? It's like we talked about the insect allies. When they came out with this big program and scientists around the world were like, you're lying. That's a bioweapon. That's designed to destroy crops of your adversaries. And all you're doing is inverting it to be helpful when you want it to be. That's what all of this is. That's why most of this stuff comes from the military, which again, something we talked about today. We talked about that in general, that this is all a military discussion, all of it. That's where it all stems from. Possibly that's what everything stems from. Amazing Polly points out something really important about this exact study, which by the way is where I saw it first. So thank you for that, Polly. Think eugenics and applied biology. Oh, she's saying it there. Did you think eugenics and applied biology died with the Nazi Party or the Soviets? Sorry, no. It's big business now. Now, as she frames it, rich people will get tailored medicine off the backs of the general population who really haven't earned the right to live very long. And I do agree with that. But at the same time, we're going to see the other way around, right? Where they use this to affect the people, the peons, in a way that they want, in a negative way, I would argue, or eugenics in the way of getting rid of the people they don't think are useful, and so on. But that way is right too. The idea that we're going to see this kind of division of species where people who are rich have genetic engineering and genetic manipulation that make them faster, stronger, everything. It's literally working right now. It's already happening. There are people that are already deciding to take certain, I mean, you can go off on this forever. The truth is that this is what's already being developed. They're already talking about this. They're finding ways to try to extend life or make you, stronger, have a certain eye color. All these things are already being discussed. In some cases, already being used to make sure your child has a certain eye color, for example. It's going to get intense. Now, I want to play this video, not just before we even ended, because I think this is so important. We need to remember about the risk of all this, where this actually started. This is a great clip from Matt Orfalea showing you the lie, the lie that started all of it. Even and literally, the only reason this is even still going is because of the original scaremongering tactic that this was super dangerous. It turned out it wasn't at all. And those of us in the beginning who were saying that were right. But so then why now is it still going? Well, because it could be more dangerous. Well, okay, if it was never to begin with, why don't you do the same thing for the flu? You see, it's a game, and it's very easy to see that. Now, I'm not saying that I know all the people involved in that game are aware they're being lied to or aware that they're not accurate. Plenty of them are just too stupid to see it or don't care. But at some level, some of these people know this. I genuinely believe that. And they know this lie about it being extra dangerous is keeping this going. And so they have to recreate that danger. I think that's what's happening now. But here's what he said. Don't forget the lie. Neil Ferguson, Imperial College of London, that what we've now proven that the entire formulation of this number was based on an assumption. And yet it's still being used.
For the World Health Organization, the death rate from the coronavirus is rising.
3.4% is higher.
Twice as deadly as previous estimates.
3.4% state of emergency.
Well, I think the 3.4% is really a false number. Based on a lot of conversations with a lot of people that do this, I think the number is way under 1%.
So to fact check, the World Health Organization says the coronavirus death rate is 3.4%.
President Trump lies that the World Health Organization is wrong.
The number is 3.4%. 3.4% is what it's being reported around the world.
Making it there's so much death.
The death rate.
The percentage is 3.4%. And no hunch from the president can change that.
Trump lied about the most recent World Health Organization estimate that the global death rate of coronavirus is 3.4%.
Just all these cackling talking heads, just yucking it up. Oh, they're so stupid. And all the night show hosts that are just wildly ignorant. And they don't even care. They're still doing it today, even though they're not. They can look back and see that or maybe they don't know. Maybe they just don't care. Not smart enough to see that they were wrong. But the point is, they didn't do research. They just repeated what they were told by people that they decided to trust. That's the definition of ignorance. Blind following without any due diligence. They were all wrong.
The 3.4% death rate was wrong, and WHO data later updated it to
A fraction of 1%.
Let's go back into history.
Trump has a hunch that the death rate is lower than 1%.
Way under 1%. Way under 1%.
Will someone put a mozzarella stick in his stupid old...
And this is how they use people like this, whether Trump is aware of that or not. And I consider possibly that he was. But it's like I talk about the Alex Jones effect, the Joe Rogan effect. It doesn't mean that they're dishonest. It simply means that they get used this way. If he said it, therefore we dismiss it. And in many cases, they allow it to come out that way because they know that people who believe Trump will trust what he says, even if it's false. And people that don't trust Trump will dismiss it, even if it's true. It gets used against us every single day.
and viewers about the mortality rate.
Way under 1%.
False information.
He's spreading disinformation.
Misinformation and dangerous disinformation.
If you're president of the United States, you have the world's greatest scientists at your disposal. You listen to them.
Leading scientists, including Dr. Fauci, wrote in the New England Journal of Medicine that the death rate could be considerably less than 1%.
Way under 1%.
Why are you going on national television and contradicting experts based on a hunch? His fake hunch was some fake math. The president somehow thinks it could be lower than 1% based on nothing.
Based on a lot of conversations with a lot of people that do this.
Outright lies, contradicting health officials on fatality rates.
It's not a time for Donald Trump to be calling into cable shows. It's a time for the CDC.
What is CDC's best estimate of the fatality rate?
Somewhere between 0.5% and 1%.
That's all wrong too, by the way. I'll show you when we're done. These are all just petty children. And frankly, I see Trump in the same way, but in this case, he was right.
A fraction of 1%.
The president is spreading false information.
Information, discarding what the health professionals are saying.
Outright bogus information.
Science is not based on hunches.
A hunch about what he thinks is going on.
In fact, science of today is literally based on hunches. We're being shown right now. We think it'll work. It'll probably work.
Trusting information from doctors and scientists.
He has a hunch.
Hunch.
It's not a time for Donald Trump's hunches. It's a time for science. It's a time for doctors.
Welcome, Dr. Jay Bhattacharya.
My hypothesis
My hunch.
was it was likely to be less deadly than the World Health Organization was saying.
3.4%.
There's no way that was true.
Really a false number.
This is why I ran the study in April of 2020.
And what did you discover?
The infection fatality rate was 0.2%.
Way under 1%.
Trump continues to contradict and downplay all things coronavirus.
The president appearing to contradict medical experts on the mortality rate of the virus.
Personally, I would say the number is way under 1%.
Later on CNN.
Our estimates are probably pretty inflated.
Very high because the easy cases, they don't report to doctors or the hospital in many cases. So
Initially, WHO released estimates of 3.4%.
really a false number.
The true infection fatality rate is likely to be far, far less.
Way under 1%.
It could be in the range of a seasonal influenza.
A fraction of 1%. And this is just my hunch.
He is spreading misinformation and disinformation.
You can even call it information.
An outbreak of sketchy information coming from the
He's
president.
using a hunch. He said it's to the Global Authority on Public Health.
hunch.
There's a lot to be concerned about.
His hunch.
Hunches.
Just my hunch.
His hunch. His hunch.
My hunch.
Based on a lot of conversations with a lot of people. That's not what you want for the American people.
A hunch.
I think in retrospect, those quotes are going to look even more damning.
Sometimes you have to laugh.
It's a good video. I mean, of course, a lot of people will take it as, Trump was right, and that's kind of how they want it, but that's not really what it's about for me, right? Obviously, in my opinion, this is about, where were we again? About the fact that the media will dismiss whatever they're told to dismiss. And, I think Trump plays a part of that. Look, you can't pretend that it makes sense that he still promotes the vaccine. I don't care what kind of mental gymnastics you're doing to pretend that makes sense. You do not allow children to continue to die for politics. Whatever you make sense, he just wants to get elected. Okay, so children die, so you get elected? That's okay with you? No, man, that's not okay. If he knows what his followers are saying, so he either sees it and doesn't care, or dismisses or doesn't agree with them and thinks it's his legacy. Either way, you should be supporting these people. But bottom line, it was less. Dramatically less. January 2023 from the Ioannidis Group, peer-reviewed, not retracted, age-stratified infection fatality rate of COVID-19 in non-elderly populations. At a global level, before vaccination, the infection fatality rate may have been as low as 0.03% under 59 and 0.07 under 69. That's 0.07, not 0.5, not less than not 0.5%, 0.03 or 0.07. And the main point is that 94% of the entire population falls within that category, younger than 70. 94% of the population, dramatically less than the flu. Dramatically. The flu being 0.1, maybe 0.2, 0.03. It's just unbelievable. This didn't even exist. Of course, then we also have the 2022 peer-reviewed Elsevier Science Direct document that makes it very clear that it was also far, far more dangerous to take the vaccine. Isn't that funny how that works out? So side by side, you got the peer-reviewed study that's still there, leading study on the point that it's less than the flu from the very beginning. Then you got another peer-reviewed study right now, not retracted, still from 2022 at the end of the year, saying that the Pfizer trial showed 36% more serious adverse events than not taking it. So you have a less than the flu issue and a vaccine that causes 36% increase in death, hospitalization, and serious disability. Gee, I wonder what happened. That's all you need to see right there. So we have people taking the vaccine injection to problems that get called COVID-19 and other types of baffling illnesses we need to make more vaccines for, even though it's all being created by the very thing they're giving them to treat something that is dramatically less than the flu. It's as simple as that, but it gets a lot more complicated when you look at everything else. Here's another thing I think is very simple, by the way. Pierre Corey points out the safe and effective is the lie that justified mandating the vax and gaslighting everybody whose life was ruined by it. The world needs to know what occurred in the fraudulent trials and just how badly the permanently injured participants were treated. This is crazy. You know most of this from the show. Read this. The point is that people who were ill, who were injured, got cast aside. We talked about Mata Daguerre, one of those people who still gets listed as a stomach ache. She's still in a wheelchair to this day, eating through a tube because of that injection. They still have it written down as a stomach ache, but they kicked her out of the trial though because stomach aches are worthy of not participation. I mean, everywhere you look, there's dishonesty. Everywhere you look, there is undeniable lies. Just look at the Pfizer trials in Australia. It's mind-blowing. But here's what I wanted to show you on this. Oh, first of all, here's another corporate news outlet right now telling you, right now in 2023, that vaccines are safe and effective. You mean the one that hasn't come out yet? This is real, guys. These are local channels that are telling people in New York, go get your children vaccinated with the new vaccine for COVID because they're safe and effective. The ones that are about to come out, right? Or the ones that are not out or that are out that we know aren't safe and effective, that we know are hurting people. Which ones do you mean? It doesn't matter. It's just narrative. They're safe and effective because they're safe and effective and safe and effective, right? Well, here's something we need to understand. Have you ever looked at the definition of the word safe? We should. For the podcast, the definition of the word safe means free from harm or risk. Not just harm, but or risk. Okay? So taking something that could hurt you is not safe. So by definition, this is not safe. But then just free from harm. They're the ones telling you it's causing myocarditis. I don't even care if it's 1 in a billion. By definition, that means not safe. That means, I mean, whatever you want to call it. It's not the word safe. Okay, what's the other word? Effective. What does that mean? Having an intended or expected effect. Well, what was the intended effect? Stopping transmission? That didn't work. Stopping them getting sick? No, that didn't happen either. Reducing symptoms? No, people are dying. Well, how about the fact that it's everything? Having an intended effect does not mean 20% effective. That's partially effective. But the bottom line is if you say safe and effective, that's not what this is. It causes harm, as we can all prove. And it's definitely not working the way they said it was. Even they admit that. So let's stand back and realize that as they keep yelling safe and effective, it has literally never been either of those things based on the definition of the words. I'm actually willing to bet you there's probably some contorted medical version of these definitions that are on some CDC book that we don't see. That's how this tends to work. But either way, when people say safe and effective on a local platform, the people hearing it think safe and effective. They think it's safe, meaning it's not causing harm, free from harm, and it's effective, meaning it's going to work the way they say it's going to work, which is 100% of the time. None of that actually happened. And here's why this is happening. Jeffrey Tucker points out, well, they're going to remove the vSafe database. Well, they don't even care about VAERS because they just pretend it doesn't work, even though it works exactly the way it was designed to, and they just don't like what it shows. It's a safety signal system. It was never meant to be proven. The whole point was we don't prove these things. We just use the high enough signal. And now they just go, oh, we don't like the signal, so we're going to pretend it's not real. Well, there was also vSafe. But now, no more vSafe. They literally are telling you, if you read the article, it says that I'll just show you real quick. The title doesn't really show. It's saying the CDC closed enrollment in the vSafe vaccine. So it's going to stop. We're done. And he says, no more vSafe, but rest assured, the COVID vaccines are truly safe. That much we know. True. We've taken the reporting system offline, but we'll develop another one that is better at reaching the conclusions we know to be true. Right? So we're going to make a system that better aligns with what we want you to see. The point is the systems have shown you that they're dangerous. That's why they're stopping. In real time, it's very clear what's going on. Here's just one more side example of one of the endless things we can get into about what these things are doing, aside from the very, very seriously, immediately dangerous problems that they're causing, let alone not helping you with any kind of illness. The fact that the IgG4 antibody issue is very important, and we've talked about this a lot. We did an entire show on this. Here is Igor Chudov's article, which is where we first saw this. Booster-caused IgG4 immune tolerance explains the excess mortality and the chronic COVID, the endless issues. Now, you could call that long COVID if you want, and maybe that is part of it. But I ultimately think that the science has shown is by and large vaccine side effects. Well, actually, let's put it this way. That's what he's saying. He's saying the vaccine is leading to the chronic, what appears to be COVID, but it's really just vaccine side effects. So it's kind of the same thing. The bottom line is IgG4 is what's created when you take an allergy shot. So it creates something that allows that thing to be present, but lessens the immediate problem. But the point is, if you have something in your body like a spike protein or the continual production of spike proteins, and your body's allowing that to freely continue to be made, well, you're eventually going to have a problem. And that's the point. Kind of this chronic ongoing illness that kind of culminates in a massive heart attack or things like that. Read it for yourself. It's horrifying. And it's easily provable. This is a Refuge of Sinners pointing out a dramatic increase in IgG4 antibodies is seen after 3 mRNA injections, which we've already proven. They don't care about that. This class switch to IgG4 antibody has consequences. That's not how it was designed, by the way. So one more example of it not being effective. That's not what they're telling you is happening, but science is proving it. It says, number one of the things that are happening, tolerance towards the spike protein, like we just said, means such individuals are more likely to be reinfected. Well, look at that. Isn't that what we're already seeing? Oh, look at that. More vaccinated individuals. It's not the new lineage. It's just these people's bodies have been destroyed. He also points out it could lead to development of chronic infection. Isn't that what we're also seeing? Constantly sick, over and over, more infections. Yep. I.e., virus might persist for longer time once the person is infected. Repeated mRNA injections might suppress proper interferon functioning. We already talked about that, resulting in reduced immune response to SARS-CoV-2 and other viruses as well. Here, I'll just include this one since this is an important one. Highlight all of these things. Here it is. Study showing you, this is also 2022, that the mRNA vaccines promote sustained creation of the spike protein. That's the spike protein is neurotoxic and does impair DNA mechanisms. The mRNA vaccine potentially causes increased risk to infectious diseases and cancer. Right? All these things, peer-reviewed, not pulled down. Trust the science. Number 4, development of autoimmune disease, including autoimmune myocarditis. All of this is happening, and you can prove the IgG4 issue. It's in. He's got the studies right here in this article. You can read them for yourselves. I mean, it's really crazy that this is so. Oops, I want to sign in. I just want to show you this study right here. Class switch toward a non-inflammatory spike-specific IgG4 antibodies after repeated SARS-CoV-2 vaccination. Peer-reviewed. Amazing. They don't care about that though, right? Well, in the interest of time, I was going to take a lot. I'm probably going to do. To be quite frank, I'm just so I'm so tired of having to continue to prove this mask discussion. You guys know, you remember how much I was on this story. Like I've included this link. This isn't even going to be that extensive on mask, to be quite honest, because I think this is overwhelmingly obvious. All of the peer-reviewed science is very clear. The only things they point at are weird meta-analysis of observational studies and things that happened during COVID. The reality was always there. People lost their minds during COVID, as I played that from Fauci in the beginning, and now they're going back to it. It's amazing to me. Honestly, the only people that are going for this are people that are mindless followers or people that are somehow pushing this for other reasons, because we've already proven to you, actually, I'll go over it in the study, that these things actually create illness. They create bacterial pneumonia. They create systemic inflammation. They create all sorts of things like oral thrush. They cause other kinds of infections in your body. Dentists have been screaming about this. It causes your mouth to dry out, which then causes that bacteria in your mouth to fall back into your lungs very easily. Like these mechanisms have been identified long before COVID. It's very simple. But here's CNN. If you're at high risk of serious illness or death from COVID, it's time to dust off the N95s. Who are they talking about? Pregnant people, immunocompromised, elderly children, all the ones that are going to be worst affected by the things. And worst of all, they don't have an effect on suppressing the infection or the transmission. There's not a statistically significant effect in reducing transmission. Not N95s, not medical masks, not cloth masks. The science is pretty damn clear on that, but it's funny that they don't want to trust the science. Well, let's listen to Mr. Petty again, who I played many times. I'm not going to play the whole thing, but I want to play this because this guy is an expert, like the actual expert on masks. He'll tell you himself in the clip, and he'll make the point. These doctors aren't, I forget the term he uses. His field is about PPE. He is educated, highly educated on this topic. He's telling you that doctors and the rest of them, they're not educated on the use of masks. They just tell you what they think. He is the expert on this topic, and he will continue to tell you that these things do not work the way that they say that they do.
First of all, I want to thank Melissa and the committee for the opportunity to talk. Again, my name is Stephen Petty. I'm a certified industrial hygienist, certified safety professional, professional engineer. I've been working 45 years in the field of health and safety. Spent my entire life trying to protect workers and the public from toxins, a sample for anthrax, biotoxins, the whole list. I've been in over 400.
We also covered him in East Palestine, by the way.
Cases named with respect to exposure control and exposure and PPE. And most recently, I testified in the state of Kentucky, and as a result of my testimony, the mask mandate was overturned statewide. So let me introduce the topic of industrial hygiene. Industrial hygiene is not well understood by many. We have a lot of physicians talking about industrial hygiene. It's not their field. Industrial hygiene is a science and art devoted to anticipation, recognition, evaluation, and control of environmental factors and stressors that can cause you to be sick, make you feel bad, or even kill you. And I've testified 400 times in those sorts of cases. The problem is that we have a lot of physicians talking about things like that, and they may be perfectly talented folks, but it's not their sandbox. When I'm in trials, we have a physician that talks about the disease, and I talk about exposure and exposure control and PPE. The physician that talked earlier, I'm here to show you that every statement he made is false. Let me go then. There's really 3 ways you can look at why masks can and cannot work, and I'm on page 3 of my handouts, the top slide. This is a plot of cases of COVID in New Hampshire with time. If you really believe that masks could work, you would expect the cases would drop with time. They do not. You can draw this plot for any state or any country in the world. What you see is where people are indoors more in the northern climates, the wintertime, disease rates go up. That's a well understood industrial hygiene fact that's over 100 years old. And you see that in this plot. Now I want to move you on to the epidemiology, and there are lots of studies, but at the bottom of page 4, probably the one that's most relevant is the Bundgaard study out of Denmark. They looked at 6,000 or so folks, 3,000 with masks, 3,000 without masks. They found no difference in disease rate. Similar study was done on schools in Florida, same outcome, and that's on the bottom of page 5. The reality is that I testified in federal court in Michigan about the CDC studies and showed that almost all the studies they cited suffered from 2 flaws. One, they didn't have a control group. That is a group not wearing masks as similar to a group that was wearing masks to see what the differences were. You don't have a control group. How do you know it makes a difference?
Right.
The other thing is there were confounding factors where there were multiple things going on at the same time.
That's what we keep showing you, but every study they use usually almost always overlaps it with both masks, hand washing, and distancing. So it's intentionally confounded with the obvious reality that people that aren't near other people are likely not going to get sick. And they go, oh, the mask worked. That's very intentional.
With or without a control group, like air conditioning changes, separation, quarantine, and masking. There's no way to know whether masking has any effect at all. The real solution has always been, for 50 years, engineering controls of ventilation, dilution, or destruction. And those solutions I've actually implemented in real schools beginning in 2020. And I work with many, many school districts to implement them, getting rid of the problem. I'm on page 7. If you can see visible dust, it's on the order of 50 microns. that may or may not mean anything. The virus is 500 times smaller than what you can see. If you look at a cross-section of a human hair, I've got a plot on the bottom of page 7. You see that dot. That dot is 10 times the size of a virus. It's a micron or so. So the COVID particle is 1,000 times smaller than the cross-section of human hair. And I ask everybody the simple question. You wear your mask, can you slip a human hair by the side of your mask? Of course you can, especially below the eyes. It's a super freeway for
or through the mask itself, which we've already proven.
The virus to come and go. This source control argument is bogus. Source control means the person wearing the mask somehow or other, those viruses can't escape the mask. That's just nonsense. If you've got this super freeway, the virus doesn't care where it's coming in or going out. A couple of things that need to be talked about real quickly. There's been great disinformation about COVID being a droplet. Now, particles can be classified in 2 bins, droplets and aerosols. The data I show on page 8 shows that over 99.9% of the particles are aerosols, less than 5 microns. They're not droplets. That's not the problem. The other thing that you see on the bottom is droplets fall to the ground very quickly. So even though they're a very small fraction, they'll fall to the ground on the order of minutes. If you look on the top of page 9, though, and you look at aerosols, it takes up to 50 days for them to fall. So these things are suspended in the air for days and days. So there's no way you have a COVID meter on your chest or your head. The only way that you're going to know if somebody's in aisle 4 and is sick the day before, you have no way of knowing whether that stuff's still there or not. So what's the solution? The solution is dilute it with ventilation, filter it out, or destroy it. It always has been the solution. The National Safety Council gave us those solutions.
Now, I would be clear here that he's giving you the solution based on that report that this is droplets versus aerosol. But that's being taken from other research that I think we've shown is not entirely accurate, but you guys can decide for yourselves. He's just simply saying if and when we're dealing with something that's more aerosol than droplet, obviously ventilation is more valid. But the point, though, is I think we've continued to show that is not entirely accurate with the COVID discussion. But in any case, I think the point is more about what he gets into with the...
From an industrial hygiene standpoint. I also want to talk a little bit, they say, well, I'm now on page 11. I want to whip through this. They say, well, they might do a little bit of good. Well, that is in industrial hygiene. We don't look at solutions that do a little bit of good. It might help 1% of the people. We have a requirement that if we're going to provide a solution that helps the public, it better have at least a 90% relative risk reduction. So how would you feel if I walked in and I said to asbestos workers, let's put you in a mask, it might save 1% of you from asbestosis, but the other 99% will get it. I think I would lose all my licenses. And by the way, asbestos fiber on average is 50 times larger than a COVID particle. And we have very high-end respirators, PAPRs, that are used to protect asbestos workers. And I'm certified in protecting asbestos workers.
It's basic realities like that that just make this ridiculous. And of course, what they've fallen back into is that, well, like he said, oh, if it stops any of it, that's ridiculous. So what you're admitting is that you don't even know if any of this makes a difference, but why not? Well, then sure, why not? Then I get to decide. Then I'm going to say no, because if you're just going, why not give it a shot? I'm going to go ahead and say no, I'll make my choice and say no. Because we're not even getting into the deleterious effects of all of this. The fact that this, in fact, very clearly, which I'll show you, leads to hypercapnia, hypoxia, all sorts of issues, systemic inflammation, bacterial pneumonia, all of these, which in many cases get called COVID-19.
So why in the world would you take a 1% solution when you need 90% when we have solutions like ventilation, destruction, and filtration that do meet that 90% requirement from industrial hygiene? The other thing you hear about all the time is on page 12, you see the top. Well, let's move on to N95s. As I just said, we wouldn't even use an N95 for asbestos workers.
Right.
But here's a study by Shaw et al. That shows even for an N95 where you glue it onto a board, and that's where most of these mask studies are done. They literally glue the mask onto a mannequin or a board. Now, do you glue your mask on your face? Of course not. So what happens when it's not? So if it's glued on, they say, well, it has 46% effectiveness. Well, what if you put a gap on it? 3% effectiveness.
Exactly.
And that's the real world.
And it took them 2 years to go, okay, sorry, not cloth, go to N95. Doesn't work. And they know this, guys. The studies have been there the entire time. This is just a game of extension. And I'm going to get into showing you why they chose the cloth mask first. It's very clear.
So about masks, on to page 13. On January 2nd, 2022, Scott Gottlieb, FDA commissioner and Face the Nation, spilled the beans. He said, basically, masks don't work. I've been.
And let's not forget that right after that, Lena Wen went on the other channel, CNN, and said the same thing. Isn't that strange? It's almost like they coordinated that, because they did. That's my opinion, obviously, but how is it possible they could do the exact? Clearly, there was a choice to shift it away. One was the conservative narrative, one was the left narrative. They both said, nope, we've realized they don't work. Well, what changed? Well, nothing changed, and I proved that. There was no new study. There was no new information. They just woke up one day and said, oh, looks like we've realized cloth masks are the wrong thing. Go to N95s. So it's amazing that the entire medical apparatus couldn't figure that out, but we did in 2021. Obviously, there's something more going on.
Putting real engineering controls in real schools for 2 years. You can imagine as somebody who spent his whole life defending workers in toxic tort trials and the public, how infuriating it is to see people propose solutions that cannot and do not work. He admitted it. We also had CDC finally admit on January 14th of 2022, well, these masks aren't very effective, so let's move to N95s. I said, no, let's move to engineering controls.
He means like ventilation in the rooms and stuff, right? But how is that possible that CDC can, it looks like it'll work? Even though we were being censored for saying that using peer-reviewed science in 2021. In fact, in 2020, if you talk about masks in particular, I'll show you that next, which you remember, the 2015 peer-reviewed random controlled trial on cloth masks. If you're going to say trust the science, that's the only study you should look at for this. And specifically in regard to cloth masks, there was not another study that was done like that before this. And yet, magically, they didn't know it was there.
If you follow the CDC guidance, I said, what science changes its position 180 degrees in 2 years? Mask, no mask, mask, no mask.
Right.
No science does that, along with 8 other industrial hygiene folk complaining about this, as well as to Fauci in the White House, not designated to be used by children. That they've been trained on how to wear it, and they've been trained on how to replace it. Curriculum Associates is
I want to see things at the end.
Also the England Department of 750 autistic children in place since 19.
We thank you.
Oh, it doesn't show it
already, so I'd be glad to do that. Thank you for the time.
It's cut. So there in the full video, I think there was this guy on the right that asked a really stupid question at the end after everything that was talked about, and he asked some really dumb question about.
I think this committee has heard, and Mr. Petty.
I don't want to waste more time on it, but it was just, he goes through all the science and all the information, and he goes like, "Can you find these on Google?" or something really stupid like that. It's just like, oh my God, these are the people making decisions, right? It's embarrassing. They didn't even listen to him. As people in the chat pointed out, that woman with the mask in the corner didn't even pick up the paper. They don't care. Now here's Kevin Bass, PhD, pointing out specifically on N95s. Everything we already told you. The best evidence shows no effect of N95s on respiratory viral infection. Not that they don't have effects in plenty of ways, but M3, the website for these masks themselves, on the record say these things are not capable of It means they stop 95% of things under a 0.3 micron level. That does not include COVID-19. I've talked about this many times. It says, yet we are told by experts that we should mask up for N95s for the next wave. Here's a study. You can look at it for yourself. CDC acknowledges significant harms of N95s due to CO2 buildup. You know, the part that was a fake story in the beginning, but now they're being grudgingly forced to admit, even though the science has always been there, that they hurt you. And we were saying that from the beginning. You remember yourself. Here's one of the studies from 2022. N95 respirators and surgical masks to prevent SARS-CoV-2 infection. It says there was no statistically significant difference in respirator or surgical mask effectiveness in preventing SARS-CoV-2. What do you know? It's magic. I guess they didn't like that one, so nobody talks about it. Healthcare workers experience significantly more headaches, distress, facial irritation, injuries. Yeah, because that's what this when you're wearing something you're not supposed to wear all day long, that's what happens. Here's the one that I've been showing you since 2020. 2015, British Medical Journal, random controlled trial. A cluster of randomized trial cloth masks compared with medical masks. Very important. It says cloth masks had significantly higher rates of influenza-like illness, just in general, compared with the control arm. So one of the most important things they found was that if you wear a cloth mask, you get sick. It's quite clear, isn't it? So just like when they talk about the parasite stress theory or the PCR test or everything else, they said, what in this? I said this from the beginning. It almost seems like they made choices that encouraged illness, right? We give an injection that causes your immune system to collapse. You give them a mask that causes you to get sick. You continue to keep people on the defensive. Your body is getting worse. Illness over and over. They knew this, guys. It's not. They chose this. The study is the first, and as far as I can tell, only random control trial on just cloth masks, and the results quite literally caution against the use of masks in general. In general, this is an important finding to conform occupational health. Moisture retention, what do you know? And reuse of them, exactly. And pore filtration may result in the increased risk of infection. In general, flu, pneumonia, systemic inflammation, oral thrush, everything, your body gets sick. Further research is needed. However, as a precautionary measure, cloth masks should not be recommended. Guess what they did? Everybody should wear cloth masks. And I have it saved, by the way. You can show the CDC's page was literally cloth masks. It was entitled cloth masks. They said everybody should wear cloth masks. How do you make sense of that? Show me the scientific study that says cloth masks work. You won't find it because it doesn't exist. So what science were they trusting when they told you to wear cloth masks? Guys, it's just that simple. And here's an even more ridiculous point from the New York Times, 2023, from February 2023. The mask mandates did nothing. Will any lessons be learned? Well, the answer is a resounding no, because we're right back in it. Here's a new study from 2023 from the Royal Society, saying lockdowns and masks unequivocally reduced infection. Not a joke. I mean, this is unbelievably stupid. And here's just one of the most important parts. Dr. Gary Seidley, speaking with the Daily Skeptic earlier today, which is what this is posted on, gave a good summary of the real state of evidence of face masks. He says, quote, "It is a long-established conclusion from the scientific world that face masks achieve no appreciable reduction in viral transmission." It's what the CDC, that's actually another one that we've always brought up from the very beginning. Let me see if I can still have it. I lost a lot when my last computer crashed, by the way. One of the problems. Well, of course, I don't see it in my notes here, but the point was, it was not this one. No, I'm not going to try to find it. It'll take too long. Frustrating. Hey, that's probably one of the reasons why that stuff happens. But the bottom line is the CDC's own meta-analysis. Maybe I should frame it like that. Hold on. And then we're going to wrap this up. Maybe that's it. One of my older tweets. Oh, no. Let's do 2020. Let's see if this pops up. Is that it? Oh, I bet you they changed it. Is that the one that popped up? No, this does look like it's it. I think this looks different. But in any case, this is the CDC's May 2020 meta-analysis. I believe this is it. Yeah, this is right. I just haven't looked at it in a while. So down here on face masks, it says some pretty clear things. It's saying, where was it? It does look like, I actually do think it's different. But in one study, let's see, there's a main part in this where it says, you know what? I'm going to have to come back to this. I think they literally changed this. Hold on a second. You know what? It's going to take too much time. You guys remember this, though. I mean, all the people that have been watching the show from the very beginning. From 2020, we were pointing out this meta-analysis from the CDC. And let me just read from the top, make sure I'm missing it. So it does say, this is the part, I do remember this part. We identified 10 random control trials that reported estimates of the effectiveness of face masks in reducing, ILL, influenza-like illness. And so I know it's different because this is a different paragraph now. It looks different. But the point is, in pooled analysis, we found no significant reduction in influenza transmission with the use of face masks in general. And that applies to the COVID-19 discussion because they're talking about this in regard to influenza-like illness. Laboratory confirmed influenza in this case. Now it says 1 study evaluated the use of masks among pilgrims, 2 studies university settings. The overall reduction in influenza-like illness in face mask group was not significant in either of the studies. They also did 7 household studies. 10 random controlled trials. They found no difference. I'm going to go back through this and see what they changed. It's very interesting. But in any case, the main point is still there. So 2020, the CDC says they don't work, not in the context of reducing infection. And then, like he says, 180 degrees, boom, change it all back. Very interesting. I should add this to masks too, so I don't lose it. Okay, so let's wrap it up here, guys. And the point is, in the actual study that they're citing in this discussion, it says we knew this in 2015 to 16 with regard. Oh no, this is him talking about the mask not working. In 2015 to 16, that's the study we point at, 2015, with surgeons and patients. We knew this from 2020 in the gold standard Cochrane review and analysis of 14 studies on influenza that conclude that masks may paradoxically lead to more transmissions. There you go. We knew this in 2021 with the Danish study. I mean, over and over, all the stuff we pointed at. It says, so what do the Royal Society researchers present in counter this wealth of high quality evidence? That's what it is. Random control trials, CDC meta-analysis, it's the gold standard for the most part. A whole pile of poor quality observational studies. That's how this works. They come in, they go, here's some observational studies, we win. Well, no, you don't. You guys are using the bottom level of information. It says the investigation includes 35 studies, 32 of which were observational studies. And they're telling you they work. Hooray. I mean, it's just embarrassing. So if you want to go through and look at our work, I just looked at the word mask and probably covered 1,000 different things about masks. You guys can check it out for yourselves. One last point on this, guys, is that it's interesting now. And this, I honestly even think that Dr. Drew in this case, or his show, has just come around to understanding the truth. But I think it is still interesting to point out, as somebody tagged me on this going, hey, look at this. So here's Dr. Drew, August 24th, 2023, or his show. Why mask mandates are bad. He says, quote, it looks like you put something in front of you and it blocks what goes through, he says. This is the Yale professor. He says, but in reality, what you're talking about is, guess what, guys? Putting up a chain link fence and hoping it blocks mosquitoes. Wow. Where'd they hear that novel analogy? It's almost like they've listened to other people talking about this before. Well, here's what's interesting. If you look up Dr. Drew, you'll find him in 2020 screaming that masks need to be wear. Just wear a mask. So I don't know about that, guys. Now, I mean, even as I say that, I almost want to take it back because he's a doctor, right? He must have known the science in 2020, just like I did, showing that masks weren't effective in this regard. And yet in 2020, he towed the line like everybody else did. You better wear a mask, stay well, wear a mask, over and over and over. Well, now they're falling into the same analogy. So I stress skepticism, guys. There's a lot of people stepping into the field and who, are sort of insiders or completely insiders who are now saying the things we were saying in 2020 because it's all starting over again. I'm hoping I'm wrong. I hope people are honest and just about, because we should keep it open for people that are evolving their opinions. That's what we're doing here, right? That's the whole point. But at the same time, just be cautious because I'm very concerned, as always, with how we are being set up yet again. And finally, it's not just masks and all the rest of it. Kentucky district cancels classes less than 2 weeks into the year, literally due to COVID, flu, and strep outbreaks. Which, by the way, if you read it, it's really nothing. It's the numbers and the information. This is cold, flu, sniffles. These people aren't suffering. But it could be worse. So just in case. Well, no, we already went over what this did to children. We already went over what this did to society. But it doesn't matter because who knows? It might be worse. I mean, guys, if we fall for this again, if people walk into this again, we deserve what we get. I mean, this is ridiculous. I don't really mean that, to be quite honest. I just think it's I'm so exacerbated by how ridiculous all this is. And the information is as clear as it's ever been in anything I've ever seen. So I'm hoping people can see through it. So thank you for continuing to support this platform. We really have had an overwhelming show of support this month, guys, and it just means everything to me. I mean, it really does. Like, I sit back and just am blown away by how lucky I am to have an audience like you guys that support what we're doing, who believe in doing this for the right reasons. It gives me faith in humanity, to be quite honest. So let's keep fighting. Let's keep pushing information out because I genuinely believe, whether or not they stop, because one pessimistic note, I don't think that's going to happen, but I do believe that we are standing up as society, as the peoples of these countries, and that will make a difference, that we can change things because we already have. And that's right now we're watching that play out. So just stay the course and continue to fight for what you believe and stand by what you believe. Have integrity, even when it's difficult, because that's what they're trying to weed away from you. Is they want us to just fall back into our positions and get scared. Is it real this time? Maybe. Even if it is, the point is, you know what's right, and your choice always matters, no matter what they tell you is going on. So thank you for being here, guys. I love you all. As always, question everything. Come to your own conclusions. Stay vigilant.
Questions get asked when people have hesitancy or reluctance to get vaccinated. Did you go too quickly is the first. The answer to that is the speed was a reflection of extraordinary scientific advances and did not compromise safety, nor did it compromise scientific integrity. The next question is, okay, but what about the fact, is it really safe and is it really effective? Or is this something the government is trying to put over on us? Is this something that companies want to take advantage of? Well, let's take a look at what's happened over the past few months. We've had clinical trials, and thanks to the volunteers in that trial, in tens of thousands who have put themselves on the line to prove to the country and the world that these are safe and effective products. It is really bittersweet. The bitterness is the fact of what the Vice President mentioned. We still are in the middle of a very difficult situation with with record numbers of cases, hospitalizations, and deaths. But the sweetness is the light at the end of the tunnel, which I can tell you, as we get into January, February, March, and April, that light is going to get brighter and brighter, and the bitterness is going to be replaced by the sweetness. And we all hope, and I think this is doable, that by the time we get to several months into this year, we will have enough people protected that we can start thinking seriously about the return to normality. And that's up to all of us to step forward and get vaccinated.
All right, y'all. Welcome back. Welcome back. It is Black Balloon, and I'm coming back with another video. So y'all already know what's going on. All right, y'all. So look, I just want to jump right into it with this video, right? So we can call this the update, or we call it a part 2 to the Maui fires, right? I don't think I did. I mentioned in the first part about how they didn't sound off the sirens to alert the people of a disaster, basically, right? So news today, which is probably the most recent news about the fires, is that the head of Maui's emergency management agency has resigned, citing health reasons. Now, look, they're making this a lot worse on themselves because he did an interview and he basically said he didn't regret not sounding off the sirens. His reason for not regretting it or not sounding them off was that they're not actually used for wildfires. And if he sounded off the sirens, people would seek higher ground because that's what they're trained to do. And when they did try to seek higher grounds, they would literally run into the fire.
Emergency managers on the island are defending their decision not to activate warning sirens.
Wildfire survivors in Maui have been showing up at this temporary morgue searching for closure.
I feel sorry for the other families. What they lost their family, their homes, and Maui is hurting.
Lahaina resident Michael Richter lost his home during the fire, and his stepdad, 79-year-old James Smith.
He's gone. I just want to identify the body.
Out of the rubble and ash, Richter managed to find his dog with burns to his body and paws, but still alive.
I just screamed his name one last time, and he just popped up. His eyes were just shut, and he was black.
As the search and recovery effort continues, the head of Maui's emergency management agency is defending his decision not to activate sirens when the fires broke out.
Had we sounded the siren that night, we're afraid that people would have gone Malka. And if that was the case, then they would have gone into a fire.
All right, y'all. So look, check it out. So that was just the day before he decided to resign. Or, the government there, they just said, hey, somebody has to pay for this, so you're going to have to go ahead and publicly resign. So it reads, the head of Maui's emergency management agency has resigned, citing health reasons, a day after he defended the silence of the island siren system last week during the deadliest U.S. wildfire in more than 100 years. No details were released about Maui Emergency Management Agency Administrator Herman Adia's health. His resignation was effective immediately, and his role will be filled as quickly as possible. The wildfires that ignited August 8th have killed at least 111 people. Now, my question to y'all is, when has there ever been this much talk and doubt about a natural caused wildfire, like in the history of wildfires? This one has gotten the most media attention as far as it being caused by DEWs, something that looks like it's out of an apocalypse. I even heard one of the locals describe like a fire cloud or a fire bomb. I forget how he said it, but I have the clip right here. Check this out. It's really short.
Fire bombs were so big, they were sucking oxygen out of the air. People didn't have oxygen to breathe. I think this is an absolutely top-level national disaster. We've never seen anything like it. I've been here 32 years. Fire bombs were so big, they were sucking oxygen out of the air. People didn't have oxygen to breathe. I think this is an absolutely top-level national disaster. We've never seen anything like it. I've been here 32 years.
Now, a lot of the people that live there and that are locals, they're like, they've never seen anything like this before. He said he's been there 32 years and he's never seen anything like it. It's just out of nowhere. This just happens. And then you get everything that's going on, as far as it possibly being a land grab. Even USA Today, as they usually do, put out an article trying to debunk everything about it possibly being, something that has to do with smart city development, AI, weather manipulation, so on and so on. And they debunked a random video on Instagram that didn't really mean anything because there's videos on YouTube that have damn near 1 million views about it. And they're actually talking about DEWs. So it just goes to show you their mission of trying to debunk stuff and, claim so-called conspiracies as misleading or false facts and whatever is very strong. And they're going to always try to keep people thinking that this is, not as deep as it really is, because we all know it's much deeper than what they're trying to tell us. Then you get the whole thing, with Oprah buying up so much land there. Yeah, Oprah has lived in Hawaii, they say part-time for the last 15 years, but she also recently purchased about 1,000 acres of land in Maui. And there's just so much, there's so much that's going on with it because I've looked at like everything. I scroll down so many videos, so many news clips. They don't actually know what exactly caused the fire. There's just a bunch of articles about the wind, low humidity and just random shit to really make you believe that it was a natural wildfire when you know damn well, where did the fire come from? That's the biggest question. Like, okay, so a piece of grass just caught on fire because of high wind and low humidity, and boom, now you have this huge wildfire that destroys a whole city. Where did it start? Where did it come from? There's literally like 3 different videos of where they think it started, and none of them, is like conclusive. None of them it can actually tell you that this is what started the wildfire.
Last week, just before the fires, the cameras at this bird sanctuary captured a bright flash. Staff believe it's a tree falling on a power line. Shortly afterwards, flames could be seen in the forest. Ross Hart saw something similar before his home burned down.
We could hear some trees falling here and there at the distance, and one big one fell here on the bridge, and it knocked over the power lines.
And then you saw the house, you could see it burn.
I saw it begin to burn, and they wouldn't let me stay to watch it.
Now that clip right there is probably the most evident that they're literally trying to cover their ass. Or on the other hand, that might be direct evidence that this was a DEW and this was not naturally caused by power lines. Now there's also another video that I have, so it goes to show you that they're trying to shoot a narrative that the fire was caused by power lines. I'm going to play a short clip of that as well.
Live right across the street from my house. Freaking power line just went down. I hear a pop coming from across the street. As soon as I hear the pop, all I heard is like electrical, like just going on the ground there. Look, there's a power line right there. See them right there? That's the power line that started from up the road there, and all of that is still burning. From there, to me, it simulated a fuse, like somebody lit a fuse for a fire, and it just followed a straight line all the way up to the pole where the thing was, and it landed in a bigger pile of dry grass, and that just ignited. You get all this wind blowing, and now you get a fire. That was fuel, and just in a matter of minutes, that whole place was just engulfed. They came up with a water truck, started dousing it. Had another couple local construction companies brought up their water tankers, just also helped and assist in just knocking down the fire. Hey, heads up, the line is live on the ground right there. I sent my family away already. Thank you. We thought it was all contained. And then from there, just went ahead about our day, thinking that it was all done. Unbeknownst that later on that afternoon, the winds just continued to just smoke the whole day. And I guess that's what just fueled the restarting. I'm happy that it was out there for them to see. And a lot of them got warning when they saw the Facebook Live. Maybe it'll bring closure to some of the families to answer some of the questions.
That makes, I think, about 2 or 3 videos that I've seen where they're trying to blame the start in about 3 different places on power lines because of the high mile per hour winds. They're literally trying to tell us that in 3 different places, because of the wind, power lines fell onto a tree or grass, and boom, fire just starts immediately. Now y'all just saw the clip. I've never seen a power line hit a tree and start a fire that fucking fast. Am I wrong? Is there an expert out there on power lines and trees and grass, and y'all can tell me that the fire does actually start that fast when it falls? Please let me know. So it goes either way. Like I just said, either they're trying to cover their ass and make us believe some bullshit. I mean, I think that came from BBC News or something. So we can't really, take that for the truth anyway. Or, what is it? Is that direct proof right there that that was not caused by something natural? So this whole thing is very questionable. To me, it's gotten the most attention. I've never seen this many, videos on YouTube of people trying to figure out what actually went on. I've never seen it. And it all just feels like, it all feels ritualistic. This could be bigger. They say so many kids are missing. Remember in the last video how it was like it's just a big focus on kids. We just never really know. I don't think we will ever know the true count of how many people died and how many kids, are unaccounted for. I don't think we will ever really know the real number because it's already more than what they're telling us now. And a lot of this seems like, it's ritualistic. It's like a mass sacrifice, especially for children, to, all to Molech, all to the god of children sacrifice, basically. Now, real quick, I don't want to make this too long, but I guess we might as well go into a little bit about the deity, Molech, the ancient god of child sacrifice. So it says, perhaps no pagan deity was as revealed as Molech, a god whose cult reportedly sacrificed children in a furnace set inside the belly of a bronze bull. This is for context, because when I talk about things like this, I want us to be completely aware of how, these people operate and who they choose to, do these rituals to. They're giving this up. They're giving their blood up to someone. They sacrifice to someone for something. Throughout antiquity, sacrifice might have been utilized in times of great strife, but one cult stands out from the rest of its brutality, the cult of Molech. The cult of Molech, or Molech, however you want to say it, is said to have boiled children alive in the bowels of a big bronze statue with the body of a man and the head of a bull. Offerings, at least according to some inscriptions in the Hebrew Bible, were to be reaped through either fire or war, and it's rumored that it can still be found to this day. The code of Molech, and we're just going to go over this real quick. I don't want to make it too long. If y'all want, y'all can go and research this on your own, or we could come around with another video a little bit later. It says the code of Molech is believed to have been practiced by the people of Levant region from at least the early Bronze Age, and images of the bullish head with a child burning in its belly persist into the medieval times. His name likely derives from the Hebrew word Melech, which usually stands for king. There are also references to a Moloch in ancient Greek translations of old Judaic texts as well. These date back to the Second Temple period between 516 BC and 70 CE, before the Second Temple of Jerusalem was destroyed by the Romans. Molech is most frequently referred to in Leviticus. And here's a passage from Leviticus condemning child sacrifice. Do not allow any of your children to be offered to Molech. So you don't have to go too deep into this. This just gives us a little bit of context on why a lot of little ones go missing every single year and why they do rituals and sacrifice little ones to the god Molech, who is here represented by a man with a bull head. You know, you could go down multiple avenues with this stuff because it's, you know, it's crazy at the end of the day, man. At the end of the day, a lot of people lost their lives. A lot of kids are missing. A lot of kids lost their lives, animals. So it's serious. You know, it's not nothing that we don't take serious, but it's also something where we really want to know the truth. And like I said, I'll say it again, I don't think I've ever seen this many people talking about what supposedly was a wildfire. That in itself tells us, you know, that this is way deeper than something that could have happened natural. You know, people aren't stupid. There's not going to be a million people talking about this thing possibly being the use of direct energy weapons or something, some kind of laser that may have caused a fire, or, you know, however the fire was weaponized. You know, there's not going to be this many people talking about it if there's not some kind of truth to it. You know, not everybody's crazy and just, or, you know, some kind of random theory to base on people losing their lives, you know. So they can't fool us forever, you know. And it's been started, man. It's been started. People are catching on to this kind of stuff. And as they become more blatant, you know, it becomes more obvious to us what is actually going on. So yeah, man, I think we'll leave it alone right here. You know, I didn't want to cover every single thing that I saw about the Maui fires because a lot of it gets, you know, it gets a little crazy. You know, there's just a lot out there that people think is happening, and I just wanted to kind of cover the facts and, you know, hit over a couple of points again, man. But y'all let me know if y'all found anything new in the comments. This will probably be the last video I do on it for now until something else comes out that I feel is worth recording another video. And y'all already know what's going on, man. So with that being said, it's Black Balloon, and I'm gonna see y'all soon. I'm out.
As my plastic surgeon always said, if you gotta go, go with the smoke.
Smells gas. He's gonna kill everybody!
Everybody keep their masks on until they're out of here and out of danger. Listen, he's gonna kill everybody. Get out of
Yes, sir. I'll have the rest of them off the mountain in 1 hour.
Take it off! Take it off! Take it off! Take it crazy! Take it off! 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 Who is this? Golden Globe winner, Academy Award nominee for the scariest movie ever. From The Exorcist is Linda Blair.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Wow!
Lionsgate is bringing back the mask mandates. Okay, so they decided to go ahead and reinstate it after a possible outbreak that happened at the offices, as reported yesterday. So apparently there's been a rise of COVID cases in Los Angeles when Lionsgate's brought back the mask mandate for nearly half the company's employees at its flagship office. The policy change was announced internally by Summer McElroy, who's the response manager for Lionsgate, and Stars in an email. It was also implemented in response to several employees recently tested positive for COVID. It involves a mandatory mask mandate effective immediately and until further notice for the 3rd and 5th floors of the 5-story building, according to that email. The email said that employees must wear a medical grade face covering or surgical mask K95 or N95 when indoors, except for when alone in the office with the door closed, actively eating, actively drinking at their desk or workstation, or if they are the only individual present in large open workspace.
Ooh, scary.
Tired of wearing the same old face Halloween after Halloween? Why not try a Fright Night nose mask from Bud and Bud Light? There's Fat Face, Scary Witch, Mr. Pumpkin, and Big Black Cat. Best of all, these amazing masks are available where Bud and Bud Light are sold. So, next time.
I love this one.
I have one thing to say. Do you mind putting your mask back on? Do you mind putting your mask back on?
I love this one.
I have one thing to say.
But like sick in a good way.
Mask. It's sick. It's sick.
I'm sorry.
Brandon said it, but you must be hot.
I'm feeling so satisfied. But like sick in a good way.
Hi, COVID. Hello.
Lionsgate is also planning to conduct contact tracing and providing at-home COVID tests upon request to those who request for it or who feel that they may need it. Now, the LA County Department of Public Health reported recently small increases in COVID-19 indicators over the past 4 weeks, indicating increased transmission. And they stressed this in a statement that overall metrics remain at a low level of concern. Now, if we've seen this before, that means that the metrics are someday going to rise up again.
How do you see Bruce Wayne? I'm sorry, Mr. Wayne doesn't take unscheduled calls, even from a police officer.
And if I go get a warrant for the investigation of Harvey Dent's murder, I still count as unscheduled.
What can I do for you, officer?
Commissioner Gordon's been shot. He chased a gunman down into the sewers. I pulled him out. He was babbling about an underground army, a masked man called Bane.
Well, shouldn't you be telling your superior officers about this?
They asked me if he saw any giant alligators. He needs you. He needs a Batman.
Commissioner Gordon thinks.
He doesn't know or care who you are. But we've met before. It was a long time ago. I was a kid. St. Swithin's used to be funded by the Wayne Foundation. It's an orphanage.
And that is Bruce Wayne's grandfather, Mrs. Cooper?
His great-grandfather.
I understand he was tapped for Skull and Bones.
Tapped for it? Sir, he founded Skull and Bones.
My mom died when I was small. It was a car accident. I don't really remember it. My dad got shot a couple years later for a gambling debt. And I remember that one just fine. Not a lot of people know what it feels like, do they? To be angry in your bones.
Where am I? Grandpa? What are you doing here?
Chris, welcome to the Skull and Bones Society. This is where the most powerful men in the world are groomed for their futures. Every president, every CEO, every douchebag named Ryan Seacrest. The Skull and Bones Society has been a part of my family for decades, and we want you to become a member.
Really? Wow, cool.
Excellent. You get your own stock portfolio, a percentage of the 9/11 Victims Fund, and the best medical care on the planet. You'll be kept as healthy as a horse.
I mean, they understand. The foster parents, everybody understands. For a while. Then they want the angry little kid to do something he knows he can't do. Move on. So after a while, they stop understanding. They send the angry kid to a boys' home. I figured it out too late. You gotta learn to hide the anger. Practice smiling in the mirror. It's like putting on a mask.
Gas masks are often used in times of war. But the demand for them is skyrocketing thanks to the coronavirus pandemic, wildfires, and protests.
We're sending survival kits to Turkey, to Japan, to Australia, to the European Union.
Roman Zdrajewski sells safety gear through his company, Mira Safety. His main customers used to be traditional doomsday preppers who feared nuclear disasters. But that has changed. His daily sales are 20 times higher than they were last year.
The people who are purchasing are really just normal, everyday citizens looking to protect themselves. People are actually really excited about it. They're like, wow, I can't believe you guys created these products. This is great.
His most popular product is a full-face gas mask.
It works perfect for any kind of viral contaminants.
Masks have long been used as a protection for diseases, but they have mostly been used in times of turmoil. World War I soldiers used respirators to protect against new chemical agents. Fears of another war drove the British government to distribute millions of masks to civilians in 1938. They were also seen on the streets during the political upheaval of the 1960s. Roman also worries about his family. After his daughter Sophia was born, he introduced hazmat suits for children and even respirators for babies.
You start thinking about all the possibilities of things that can happen and when a murder is protected.
And Roman's clients haven't just to protect their kids.
I'm sorry, sir. You're inquiring about what exactly?
Your gas mask section, there's a carrier for a small child or a dog.
Yes, sir.
30 pounds.
Yes, sir.
I love my little dog.
And he expects the calls to keep coming.
Coronavirus continues to spread and all the civil unrest we've been seeing across the country. So we see our business growing and we're just stocking up on as much product as possible to prepare for that.
When somebody puts on a mask, it's transformative. As soon as you put that mask on, nobody knows who you are. You have become that person.
Oh, it's on. Release the meteor!
He's looking at you, kid.
I dig it.
So you showed up this one day. A cool car, pretty girl on your arm. We were so excited. Bruce Wayne, billionaire orphan. I mean, we used to make up stories about you, man.
In a few moments, Bruce Wayne will be live on stage to explain his sudden interest in Gotham politics. The infamous Playboy millionaire has never been one to...
Billionaire, Vicky. Millionaire was so last year.
Legend. And with the other kids, that's all it was, just stories. But right when I saw you, I knew who you really were. I'd seen that look on your face before. It's the same one I taught myself. I don't know why you took the fall for Dent's murder, but I'm still a believer in the Batman, even if you're not.
Why did you say that your boys' home used to be funded by the Wayne Foundation?
Because the money stopped. Might be time to get some fresh air, start paying attention to the details. Some of those details might need your help.
They're all covered with filthy germs, aren't they, Smithers? Why, what do you mean, sir?
Freemasons run the country!
Good morning, Miss Garcia.
Good morning, Sunshine. I miss you. I could kiss you right now.
Someday.
Curfew is now in effect. All unauthorized citizens must stay indoors.
Tensions rise as we enter the 215th week of lockdown.
A grim new reality emerges.
COVID-23 has mutated.
Beginning thermal scan. Thermal scan normal.
A horrifying new development
New
today.
data confirms the virus attacks the brain tissue.
Whoa, I'm immune! I'm immune!
Worldwide death toll rises to over 110 million.
All infected Americans are being forced into quarantine camps.
Sarah, what's going on?
Department of Sanitation.
And giving it back to you, the people.
And we give it back to you, the people.
But we are transferring power from Washington, D.C., and giving it back to you, the people.
And we give it back to you, the people.
This mask is from the future, and just wait till you see how much this costs. This is the Foodie mask, and this has some insane features. This has a completely customizable display, and these eyes actually show emotion. When I talk, the lips on the mask move like this, and even the eyes blink on the mask. This is insane, and what's more insane is that this recognizes nods. Can it show text with head movements? Do I like Maggie with ketchup? You can also choose from a ton of different trippy faces and go crazy at a party. What's insanely cool is that these lights sync with music, and your face becomes a visualizer. You can also choose different emotions to show on this mask. Happy, sad, angry, love. You can even have custom text on this display. This is for all the party animals out there, and for people who don't know what to do with their money.
This is an interesting piece, Mr. Ipkiss. Looks like 4th or 5th century Scandinavian, possibly a representation of one of the Norse night gods, maybe Loki.
Loki? Who's Loki?
The Norse god of mischief. Supposedly he caused so much trouble that Odin banished him from Valhalla forever.
And he could banish him into that mask.
I'm talking about mythology, Mr. Ipkiss. This is a piece of wood.
Look.
My book's about masks as a metaphor, Mr. Ipkiss. A metaphor, not to be taken literally.
A number of years ago, I was in a little town, Darjeeling, on the northern boundary of India, where it met Tibet. And there were several visitors from various countries, and the hotel management decided it would be appropriate to give a little entertainment in the Tibetan spirit. So they brought in about a half a dozen Tibetan dancers with their masks and regalia to entertain. And among them was a little boy about 8 years old, a very cute, chubby little rascal, and everyone liked immediately. But when the time for the dance came, he put on one of the most grotesque masks you'd ever want to see. He really it looked like a nightmare. And of course, everyone knew it was the little boy. But during the dance, he started and moved over very rapidly towards the audience, as though he's getting ready to attack them. And you should have seen the audience scatter. They all knew it was a little boy, but with the mask, something happened. And a real spirit of ancient and primary fear moved in on those people. They actually, subconsciously, were terrified. On another occasion, I remember in the Japanese no drama, where the principal actors are masked. Many of the themes are highly sacred. And in the various performances, the actors are nearly always concealed behind these wood-carved masks that are well painted and decorated, but of course have no expression except that of the original carving. But under a careful handling of lights, particularly by the postures of the head in relationship to the source of light, these faces seem to change. And in moments of joy, the face really seemed to smile. And in sorrow, the face looked very tragic. And yet it was done with a wooden mask, but everyone felt it. The skill with which the mask was handled was the principal factor. In the southwest of the United States, we have a series of ritualistic dances by the various Indian tribes, the Zunis, Hopis, Navajos. These dances often include masked figures, and everyone knows that these masked figures are members of the local community. One of the men with a mask, very carefully developed, but rather crude mask concealment, actually has two children in the audience. They all know that it's father, but when he dances toward them with a sacred column, they kneel instinctively as though he was a god. Something happens when the masks begin to take a part in religious ritual.
What was I gonna do? I let myself go. Now we're flying through.
Somebody needs to help her. Somebody needs to help her.
Somebody get up there. Hey. Somebody get up there. She's coming. Get a medic right now.
Now. I'm right here to take it off.
Brave citizen of Staten Island, thank you for your participation in this groundbreaking experiment. You are one of the pioneers. In 1 week, you will make history. As part of a program that could change our nation forever, you will be among the first Americans to purge. The experiment will commence with the sound of this alarm. For the next 12 hours, all crime within the Staten Island borders will be legal, and all emergency services will be suspended.
That siren, known by many from the movie The Purge, was not received well by some living in Crowley. Chris Welty spoke to the chief on his decision to sound the siren as a part of the city's curfew.
Crowley Police Chief Jimmy Broussard says he's never seen The Purge, but he knows the sound to be an old military siren. Since the alert Thursday night, the department has received mixed messages about their curfew warning to residents. Ty Abshire was caught off guard when he heard the Purge siren echoing through the streets of Crowley around 9 o'clock Thursday night.
It was just crazy. I knew they had the curfew, but nobody was expecting to hear that kind of siren.
Police Chief Jimmy Broussard says his intent was never to scare anyone.
As we examined it, we didn't want to go through with our regular sirens because we didn't want to create more havoc. And one of the officers who is military approached me and said, well, you know, Chief, there is an old military siren that was used. It was used in the movie Purge, but it's been used for many, many years. And after listening to it, I said, well, it's a more muffled tone and, you know, wouldn't create to me as much havoc.
The department has since received more than 500 comments on Facebook questioning why they use the siren and why the curfew is being strictly enforced.
It was to remind people that this is a very serious matter. It's a very serious disease. It's a very serious pandemic going on. I think part of the issue is people are not seeing, even if they look at the statistics, it's not real to them.
What do you want, Crowley? I want your soul, of course. That is, my master wants it. Do it yours. Give me my sister. You're a businessman, Mr. Wayne. You know that saying something doesn't make it so? I'll need a contract. Inked in your blood. Oh, please spare me, Mr. George. I don't believe in Satan. Oh, you're modern, rational, well-educated, a civilized man of peace and moderation. Of course you don't believe in Satan, but that doesn't matter. Satan believes in you. It's you he wants. Your spiritual essence, not your company.
Alistair is just a very wise and loving man. A teacher.
In exchange for my sister's liberty, I have to sell my soul to the devil. Precisely.
Abshire says he understands the chief's intentions, but says people on Facebook are now going too far.
Posts on Facebook saying, oh, I know who I'm going to go kill tonight. Oh, it's your time. Oh, have it coming, things like that. So I just definitely thought a better siren could have been issued.
Our purpose was to let people know, and if they know now, even through this, how dangerous this pandemic is, how dangerous this COVID-19 is, then okay, it was accomplished.
Abshire hopes through all of this, people do see the good work first responders are doing to stop the spread of COVID-19.
Thank y'all. And continue to do what y'all do and be heroes out on the streets.
The chief says moving forward, he doesn't plan to use any sirens for a situation like this. In Crowley, Chris Welty, KATC TV3.
Weapons of Class 4 and lower are authorized for use. All other weapons are restricted. You can purge as an individual or as a group for whatever reason you choose. You may want to settle a personal score or simply release the rage that is burning inside of you. If you believe in the goals of the experiment but do not wish to participate, leave a sign of support outside your home. We suggest a bouquet of blue Baptisia flowers, a symbol of rebirth. News media and government surveillance will operate with a heavy presence throughout the experiment. If you are concerned about revealing your identity, we suggest you wear a disguise or a mask. However you choose to purge, you are a true patriot. God bless you and all who purge. And God bless the United States of America, a nation reborn.
Masks were used in Egypt, we know, in the temple mysteries. And even today, the various carvings and manuscripts of Egyptian origin show human beings with the masks of birds and animals. The Greeks used masks in their theater also. Nearly always, a mask becomes a complete change of personality. If accompanied by adequate religious ritual, the mask becomes a secret of the development of a peculiar theological belief that there was a divine power in the mask. And when it was worn correctly and under ritual supervision, it brought a deity into contact with humanity. Well, in the course of time, the mask cults have gradually faded, but in many primitive countries, they still survive. Then came another step forward in the study of human psychology. It is almost impossible for the average person to understand a completely abstract principle.
Tell us about your head-to-toe look.
When I was designing, I just wanted to play around with pattern and kind of break down the monotony of what otherwise Pat could do. So I just started cutting it up. I wanted to create shapes. I wanted to create volume.
What I loved here is the boldness of that.
The last time you were here, I believe you were about to receive a very prestigious honor, the OBE, which stands for
Order of the British Empire.
Order of the British Empire.
Yes. Officer. No, I think it's officer. Officer of the British Empire. I can't remember.
Seems like you should know that.
Yeah, I should know that.
This is a photograph. You showed up wearing a kilt, which is tradition.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I assume it's tradition.
It is. Well, I mean, I love wearing a kilt, and it's not often you get. I'm not wearing my kilt.
No.
So this was a very. I know. Maybe I should wear it more often. But this is a very special occasion, and so I wore it on that.
What is the thing in the front here? Is this where the bagpipes go?
No, that's a sporran, and it covers the zip.
Sporran is the Scottish word for fanny pack?
There's no zip.
Zip.
I said it covers the zip, but it's for keeping your for keeping your pocket change in.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, well, that's practical. Yeah, I guess you do need a place for your wallet.
It's a pocket.
Yeah, you can't really tuck that in back there, can you?
No.
And then you of course, there's the prince. And were there a lot of rules as far as meeting the prince?
Yeah, there's a lot of people honoured on this day, and it was a really lovely special thing. There's a lot of servicemen given MBs or OBs or CBs, whatever, and some interesting people, different people from different walks of life. But as you go out, there's a guy that comes and tells you exactly what you're meant to walk out, bow, step forward, shake his hand, and then at the end you're meant to step back, bow, don't shake his hand, and it's It's the simplest thing in the world, but when it comes to your turn, you're guaranteed to get it all wrong.
Yeah, right.
Absolutely.
And then if an actor can't get it right, who is going to get
I was
it
thinking,
right?
oh, that's easy. And then everyone's standing in the wings looking to check.
Did you know that the honor you got is better than the ones the Beatles got? The Beatles got an MBE, you got an OBE, and OBE ranks higher than MBE.
Is that right?
I'm told. Anyway, so, although years later, Paul McCartney got a knighthood. Right, he could have you beheaded if
He
he
could
wanted.
take my head off, yeah.
As soon as she walked out, I thought, oh, she's sick. As soon as she walked out, I thought, oh, she's sick. But like sick in a good way. It's sick. The outfit is sick.
I loved COVID's look. Thank you. Do you mind putting your mask back on?
Notice COVID's detail, this 3D applique.
I mean, it just gets better. We should probably take the mask off. Can you breathe in there? A little bit. It's a good look when we want to keep you alive. It's a good look when we want to keep you alive. Do you mind putting your mask back on? Do you mind putting your mask back on?
It is very hard to visualize something that has no form, or to visualize an energy which is completely unembodied. From very early times, it became apparently necessary to present nearly all of the important truths of life symbolically.
With more activity outside our homes, we would now advise people to wear a cloth face covering in enclosed spaces where social distancing is not always possible, and you're more likely to come in contact with people you don't normally meet. The reason is face coverings can help to protect each other and reduce the spread of the disease, particularly if you have coronavirus-like symptoms. But this does not mean, I must stress this does not mean wearing medical face masks, 2R or FFP3, which must be reserved for people who need them.
Do you think we should wear masks forever?
Indefinitely? Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Oh, be quiet. Why are you guys so anti-dictators? Imagine if America was a dictatorship. You could let 1% of the people have all the nation's wealth. You could help your rich friends get richer by cutting their taxes and bailing them out when they gamble and lose. You could ignore the needs of the poor for healthcare and education. Your media would appear free, but would secretly be controlled by one person and his family. I know this is hard for you Americans to imagine, but please try.
I wear a mask to keep my grandmother safe.
My dad. My sister, who's immunocompromised.
I wear a mask to protect my coworkers, to make my office safe.
So businesses can stay open and don't close again, and jobs can come back.
I wear a mask to help my favorite restaurant.
To help my favorite store.
To protect my customers.
Please wear a mask in public. It's up to all of us.
Every little thing gonna be all right. And remember, stay safe, sane, and sanitized.
For too long, a small group in our nation's capital has reaped the rewards of government, while the people have borne the cost.
The oppressors of generations who have kept you down with myths of opportunity.
Out of hope, one more I pray to bring more. When I'm far from home, don't call me on phone, tell me your love. It's easy to deceive.
The establishment protected itself, but not the citizens of our country.
And do you accept the resignation of all of these liars, of all the corrupt?
That all changes starting right here and right now, because this moment is your moment. It belongs to you.
None shall interfere. Do as you please.
January 20th, 2017 will be remembered as the day the people became the rulers of this nation again. The United States of America.
It will endure.
Eyes without a face. Eyes without a face. Eyes without a face. Got no human grace. Your eyes without a face.
Jesus, what is this? A way out.
I'm going to vote blue. Vote all you want. This is a free dictatorship.
If we turn against each other based on divisions of race or religion,
Come on, try getting it out.
Can I go home now?
Mm-hmm.
Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field which the Lord God had made. And he said unto the woman, Yea, hath God said, Ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden? And the woman said unto the serpent, We may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden, but of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, God hath said, Ye shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die.
But evil, it is the stuff of life itself. It is vital, alive, immortal, for those who have found the way, and I have found the way. Eternal life through the infinite power of evil. Through the rich black arts, the devil himself breathed upon my chilled cheek and gave me eternal life. I have embraced him and he me. I exist and will exist until that final trump when Satan emerges. Till that final trump when Satan emerges.
The devil went down to Georgia. He was looking for a soul to steal. He was in a bind because he was way behind and he was willing to make a deal. When he came across this young man sawing on the fiddle and playing it hot, and the devil jumped up on the hickory stumps and boy, let me tell you what. I guess you didn't know it, but I'm a fiddle player too. And if you'd care to take a dare, I'll make a bet with you. Now you played pretty good fiddle, boy, but give the devil his due. I bet a fiddle of gold against your soul, so I think I'm better than you.
Don't ever let him see you coming. That's the gap, my friend. You got to keep yourself small, innocuous. You're a little guy. I'm the hand of Mona Lisa's skirt. I'm a surprise, Kevin. They don't see me coming. That's what you're missing.
Moderate somebody wants to meet Kevin and Marianne Lomax. This is Senator Alphonse D'Amato. Ambassador John Pagano. In case you didn't know, these are the Republicans of New York.
You know, Barjoon always overstates things.
Donald Trump is supposed to be here tonight. A business emergency. Probably with Zuckerman.
In case you didn't know, these are the Republicans of New York.
You know, Barjoon always overstates things.
Donald Trump is supposed to be here tonight. A business emergency. Probably with Zuckerman.
Why do we have to keep going? Because it needs to be clear, Mr. Cullen. Because I need to know and understand exactly what happened. You're standing there. You look down. There's the gun. You kneel down and pick it up.
You work late. You come home. You walk in. Everybody's dead.
It's not something you plan for. Stop. Back up. 2 prints by the gun. Right hand, right knee. Right knee.
We have been over this.
I'm trying to picture it. I'm trying to picture it. Your hand. Your hand came from inside and underneath.
I'm the hand of Mona Lisa's skirt. I'm a surprise, Kevin. They don't see me coming. That's what you're missing.
There's so many brilliant things in the Bible, and you can read it over, and many people have done this, and they've led their life that way, but you can read it hundreds and hundreds of times. You know, David, they say great art, like the Mona Lisa. Some people, they look at it, and it doesn't look as great at the beginning, and then they'll look at it. By the time they see it many, many times, it becomes the most, they can't take their eyes off it. Whereas art that's not great, you look at it, it looks beautiful at the beginning, but you get tired of it. The Bible is special. The Bible, the more you see it, the more you read it, the more incredible it is, and the more you realize, like a great, you could say, I mean, I don't like to use this analogy, but like a great movie, a great, incredible movie.
I'm the hand of Mona Lisa's skirt. I'm a surprise, Kevin. They don't see me coming.
The boy said, my name's Johnny, and it might be a sin, but I'll take your bet you're going to regret because I'm the best it's ever been. Johnny, rosin up your bow and play your fiddle hard, cause hell's broke loose in Georgia and the devil deals the cards. And if you win, you get this shiny fiddle made of gold, but if you lose, the devil gets your soul. The devil opened up his case and he said, I'll start this show, and fire flew from his fingertips as he rosined up his bow. And he pulled the bow across the strings and it made an evil hiss, and then a band of demons joined in and it sounded something like this.
You're a puzzle mouth. Why don't you tell us?
I'm a what?
You can talk to snakes.
I know. I mean, I accidentally set a python on my cousin Dudley at the zoo once. Once. But so what? I bet loads of people here can do it.
No, they can't. It's not a very common gift, Harry. This is bad.
What's bad? If I hadn't told that snake not to attack Justin...
Oh, that's what you said to it.
You were there. You heard me.
I heard you speaking parcel tongue. Snake language.
I spoke a different language. But I didn't realise it. How can I speak a language without knowing I can?
I don't know, Harry, but it sounded like you were egging the snake on or something. Harry, listen to me. There's a reason the symbol of Slytherin House is a serpent. Salazar Slytherin was a parcel mouth. He could talk to snakes too. Exactly. Now the whole school's going to think you're his great-great-great-grandson or something.
But I'm not. I can't be.
He lived 1,000 years ago. For all we know, you could be.
I'm not a fool, Pliskin.
Call me Snake.
I told you I wasn't a fool, Pliskin.
Call me Snake.
Near to you, too, Pliskin.
Call me Snake.
So here it is, the snake. It's called the snake.
It was an accident. About an hour ago, a small jet went down inside New York City. The president was on board.
President of what?
That's not funny, Pliskin.
Call me Snake.
Ever ask God for forgiveness?
That's a tough question. I don't think in terms of, I'm a religious person. Shockingly, because people are so shocked when they find this out. I'm Protestant, I'm Presbyterian. And I go to church and I love God and I love my church. And Norman Vincent Peale, the great Norman Vincent Peale was my pastor. The power of positive thinking. Everybody's heard of Norman Vincent Peale. He was so great. He would give a sermon. You never wanted to leave. Sometimes we have sermons, and every once in a while we think about leaving a little early, right, even though we're Christian. Dr. Norman Vincent Peale, Frank, would give a sermon. I'm telling you, I still remember his sermons. It was unbelievable. And what he would do is he'd bring real-life situations, modern-day situations, into the sermon.
Johnny, you're awesome up your bow and play your fiddle hard. Cause hell's broke loose in Georgia and the devil deals the cards.
On her way to work one morning, down the path alongside the lake, a tender-hearted woman saw a poor half-frozen snake. His pretty colored skin had been all frosted with a dew. Oh, well, she cried, I'll take you in and I'll take care of you. Take me in, oh, tender woman. Take me in, for heaven's sake. Take me in, tender woman. Sighed the snake. Now she wrapped him up all cozy in a coverture of silk, and then laid him by the fireside with some honey and some milk. Now she hurried home from her work that night. As soon as she arrived, now she found that pretty snake she'd been taken in had been revived. Take me in, oh tender woman. Take me in, for heaven's sake. Take me in, tender woman. Sighed the snake.
Keep it right in your head. Keep your thoughts good, not bad. Keep your thoughts decent, not indecent. Keep your thoughts full of faith.
I'll be right here.
Keep it right in your head.
Former president refusing to answer some questions that were shouted at him before he boarded his plane, and also posting on X for the first time ever since when he was barred from the social media app Twitter. At Real Donald Trump, posting a picture of his mugshot with the words "election interference" and "never surrender." You can see he also included a link to his website. So how long has it been since President Trump, the former president, posted on Twitter? Well, this is his first post since his account was suspended, and that was January 8th of 2021. Then Elon Musk took over and restored his account. That was November 20th of 2022. But still no post. That is until today, 958 days since his last post. That's more than 2 years and 7 months. So a lot of firsts today for the former president.
The devil went down to Georgia. He was looking for a soul to steal. He was in the bind because he was way behind and he was willing to make a deal. When he came across this young man sawing on a fiddle and playing it hot, and the devil jumped up on a hickory stump and said, "Boy, let me tell you what. And the devil's in you, and the devil's in me, and the devil's gonna make hard."
Hey, Maria! Thank you, Maria. Thank you.
Listen, I had kind of a pressing appointment, but I thought you might run into a roadblock, so I asked someone to drop by. Mike? Sure.
Randall? Donald.
Mr. Trump here wrote The Art of the Deal. Then he wrote a new bestseller, The Art of the Comeback.
2 books.
Wow.
Well, sit down. Well, that must have been tough coming up with that much material.
No.
It's been hard getting started, though, right?
First day, 9 chapters.
9 chapters.
You should call your next book The Art of Not Helping.
And you could listen to him all day long. When you left the church, you were disappointed that it was over. He was the greatest guy. And then, he passed away, but he was a great. He wrote The Power of Positive Thinking, which is great.
But have you ever asked God for forgiveness?
I'm not sure I have. I just go and try and do a better job in the world. I don't think so. I think if I do something wrong, I think I just try and make it right. I don't bring God into that picture. I don't. Yeah, when I take, when we go in church and when I drink my little wine, which is the only wine I drink, and have my little cracker, I guess that's a form of asking for forgiveness. And I do that as often as possible because I feel cleansed.
The gains have been substantial, both for ourselves and for you, the human power elite. You have given us entree to the resources we need in our ongoing quest for multidimensional expansion.
You still don't get it, do you, boys? There ain't no countries anymore. No more good guys. They're running the whole show. They own everything.
He's a tall, Caucasian male that doesn't appear armed, wearing sunglasses.
I have come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass. And I'm all out of bubblegum.
Hello? Are you there? What are you doing with the rest of your life?
Catching up on some me time, thank God.
My soul loves Jesus.
My soul loves Jesus. My soul loves Jesus. Bless his name. My soul, it loves Jesus. Oh, yes, it does. Oh, yes, it does. Oh, yeah. My soul. My soul. Over in the midnight hour, my soul. He speaks to my soul. Tells me everything is going to be all right. My soul, it loves Jesus. I'm so glad. My soul loves Jesus. Bless his name.
Somehow my goofy grape, my countenance somehow seems to bring more people are inclined to stop by if I'm on the camera, but I don't think the connection's going to allow, and depending on how stingy Verizon decides to get with my hotspot data allotment, I'm now on the hotspot because the motel Wi-Fi is predictably shit the bed, as it does. And I do have the blessing of the library, although they don't open until noon today. But even the library, I must wait until 9. Don't they know I'm an old man and I wake up before the butt crack of dawn? If I could slide in there about 6 a.m. How does one win friends and influence people within the library system? I need my own key to the library. A SOC is an internet login used for two facing on the internet. Oh, this sounds like Urban Dictionary. A seemingly mysterious account with intent to badmouth or cause chaos under the protection and safety of being snug within a SOC. Yeah, I'm just not a fan of the term, but I can't do anything about the reality that that's now what that's called. That is now what that is called. Situation normal, all fucked up. Indeed. Yeah, Snafu doesn't quite know what to do with people when they agree with him. He's flummoxed. He doesn't know what to do now. Yes. Oh, Urban Dictionary. Indeed. Snafu, by the way, this is his wheelhouse, so we should probably yield to Snafu on some level with respect to this particular material. Pogo agendas in play, privately owned, government operated, infiltrated media relations. Yes, and that's certainly a thing, Snafu. At no point have I ever said my point. My greater point was that it's all effectively one thing anyway. There is no public versus private as far as the state. As far as the state is concerned, everything is the state. Everything is one with the state. Everything belongs to the state. So I've found it not to be as necessarily helpful to discuss the various fingers on Benito Mussolini's helicopter hand, although I do reserve the right to do so, and I go there at times as well. So how about you? Unauthentic platform? I don't know what you mean by that. I would say just about anything on the internet that is not of one's own creation it's got to be corrupted, right? Because remember, this is the internet. We still, and maybe we will always be able to, but at this time, a person can spend their hard-earned money or however they got it, and they can make their own website and do damn near anything they want on there within some bounds. Like I've said with the old Nightmare Dystopia podcast, I pretty much get to say whatever I want as long as what I'm saying will not cause the FBI to come visit me. So that's what I used, and I certainly brushed up against that at times. I'm certain. Yeah, I never have really figured out the whole doxing snafu. I was out of the loop for the doxing talk. I've heard bits and pieces here and there, but I never completely understood what was going on. This Montegraph character I was completely unfamiliar with. So this is all new to me on some level. But to be clear, if you're referring to YouTube, Keith, and sometimes it's hard for me to know what the comment refers to because of the timing. I don't necessarily know when did the comment come in. And I do this to live streamers when I'm in the live chat. I'll write something and then later I'm like, oh, they're not going to know what I mean unless they read it like right as I typed it. It's a clickbait platform. We know that. When people whine about clickbait in the comments, I'm just like, yo, it's a clickbait platform. So it's like, leave, right? And don't. But my thing is, how can somebody be on what is clearly a clickbait platform and then like complain about the clickbait? Well, and then I do want to, highly suspect. And I knew that he was unable to connect. Once we got past the fact that for some insane reason, StreamYard on iOS demands that the person has to use Safari, although I'm sure there's some way around that. I just mean out of the box. He was trying, Keith was attempting to use Google Chrome on iOS, which does not work for StreamYard. But then watching him attempt to, once that hurdle was cleared, watching him attempt to connect and it's saying device is not connected. And I know it's like, yeah, he's like me. He's just trained to say no to everything the phone wants to do. It's very hard to unlearn that. Just say no to everything. So it's like, no, you must allow it to control your camera and your microphone. So to somebody that's in that space, and I won't even say paranoia because it's certainly well-founded. At this point, it's so pervasive though. My thing is, once the person chooses to log on to the internet, sure, do whatever makes reasonable sense for privacy or security. Beyond that, the answer is, why are you on the internet? If a person is really this concerned, like on some level, I'm proving that I'm not that concerned with my privacy and safety. The fact that I'm choosing to come into the internet. If I was really that concerned, I wouldn't do that. And then whoever this bozo was that was trying to say, well, I can't believe you use Proton Mail. Well, meanwhile, my nerd says that's still the best privacy choice when you compare it to all the other ones. But it's like my response was, man, if I'm worried about security, I'm not going to log on to the internet. I mean, doesn't that seem like probably the number one way to compromise one's own safety and security unnecessarily, arguably, is to log on to the public internet? I mean, am I crazy? So it is somewhat crazy on a level. And again, I've been this person too, to choose to subject oneself to the internet and then just like say no to everything. But again, I've been that person. So that's how I knew what was happening. Right. It's like, oh yeah, been there. But although I was probably so afflicted at the time, my thing would have been like, well, no, if it wants to have permissions over my camera and my microphone, I'm probably just not going to use it. But even that, again, why even have a phone then? Why even have a computer? Why even have network access? I mean, to me, it seems like I'm agreeing to some level of being, what would this be called?
Assimilated.
Well, yes, and like scrutinized, as if I'm an animal in a zoo on some level, like peeped at. Yeah, I'm being peeped at. Well, and so much so that, I'm actually in my free time, I'm putting myself out there to be peeped at, but, more addressing the fact that a person who's determined can pretty much figure out everything I do online. Now, I understand that if I want to, I can take measures to make that more difficult, but, I was a computer nerd. I'm not really trying to go back to computer nerd status. And some of that privacy and security stuff, if anybody that thinks they can install a VPN and have a Faraday cage and that does anything, if you view the totality of internet security and privacy, VPNs and Faraday cages are basically useless in the context of greater security, and they do something, but not what people think they do.
Yep, we just have to accept that we're all exhibitionists at this point.
Hey, that's a good point, sir. I like how there's some element of that. At least I am, right? And you to some extent, Christos. And then we have the voyeurs of the live chat, right?
That word always rang oddly to me.
Voyeur.
Yeah, like even before I knew what it was. When I
I
was
never
young, when I
liked it
first saw
either,
it.
Christos, to be honest with you. But sorry for stepping on your point there. But please go ahead.
No, it's good. It's just like I don't know. I just remember being like real young in school, and I was playing Modern Warfare 2 on the PS3 calling card that had something about, I think it was voyeurism or no, okay, never mind. I came across this word when I was younger, and I just remember
Yeah.
the first time seeing it. Like something
It's
told me innately that there was like something off or unappealing about it, and what the connotations were.
It's a creepy
that
fucking word, Christos.
possibly.
It's a
Yeah,
creepy
right.
word.
Exactly.
It is.
Right. So
Yeah,
it's
creepy.
like there's energy embedded into words
Yes.
as they're used over time. And that's always an interesting phenomenon when you kind of get like that gut feeling or intuition of what
Yes.
something is. Even just there is some type of energetic attachment, but that's besides the point. I also just wanted to say I understood what you were saying earlier about the logic thing with like
Mhm.
not Scott to be specifically, but people coming into communities, the state. It's like I didn't get a chance to say this. I was actually realizing I was falling behind. I need to get going with my day, but everything is important and interesting to the state. You could say it's like the ripple outward in all directions. It's like you might as well just grab everything on the way. Like there is no data or info that's unimportant to them. It's all important. And so I've been kind of thinking about that all-seeing eye, eagle eye type thing a lot recently. In fact, I had a strange experience I'm not gonna go into too much right now. I think I just smoked some weed prior, just like I normally would. I wasn't on psychedelics or anything, but I looked at this picture of the all-seeing eye, and it's like I just had like it felt like something in like a movie almost. Like I had like some flashback, and I heard like this like eagle screaming, and it was very bizarre. I felt like I had like some quick psychedelic experience from looking at this eye in the pyramid, and it was very bizarre. But the greater point I was making is like there's even that like movie Eagle Eye, and we were talking about like the surveillance state, data, the Eye of Sauron, AI, and Satan, like the assimilation of the Borg, like all these different things that kind of singularity, another word
Yes.
I think is important here.
Kurzweil.
Yeah, my dad told me about Ray Kurzweil when I was pretty young. Like, very interesting stuff. My dad was reading a lot about this shit. He was reading Ray Kurzweil's stuff, and I remember even years ago asking people like, "Hey, you ever heard of Ray Kurzweil?" Never. I mean, but as Gen Z, like I didn't have a lot of people in my generation around me, I guess, or just people in my life that necessarily knew. But anyway, yeah, all these things, man, it's a fucking trip. I don't even know where I was going with that, but it's like I said, it ripples in all directions. Everything is important. So yeah. Anyway, I understood what you were getting at earlier. That's all. Who
Cool,
hopped
man.
up here?
That is Mr. Highly Suspect, who's recently
Okay, awesome.
corrected his status. We were talking to him yesterday. If you were here for that.
Hey guys.
Yeah, I remember him. Awesome.
Hey, Keith.
How y'all doing? You all right?
Oh, I'm good, man. Thanks for asking. How are you?
Awesome, man. Man, just a beautiful day. Glad to be alive.
Amen.
And enjoying the shit show that we call life or whatever this is. I mean, it's comical and also hauntingly sickening, at times. Going to Walmart and the Circle K with the NPCs, that shit sucks. But anyway, So the VPN, like, I got a guy that's like really like tech savvy at shit, you know, at work.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So he was trying to explain to me about the VPNs and how they go to different servers all over the world and all that shit, you know, and he got into some Bitcoin shit. If like, he kind of said that in a way that like, Bitcoin can just run off of any server, like somebody in any location can just shut it down or keep it up. Is that a thing?
Well, the thing is, a VPN does something very specific. What the major thing the VPN does is that when I'm connected to the internet, I'm connected through an internet service provider. So that internet service provider knows exactly where all of my packets of data are going.
Okay.
And they can intercept these packets, which that, again, everything's being intercepted. It's just it's built into the internet. But the point I'm making is if I connect to a VPN, the only thing my internet service provider knows is that my packets are going to the VPN. It does not know what happens after that. That's the main number one thing a VPN accomplishes. But it also has some other benefits that I'm not an expert in, and I don't want to misspeak. But what I just described, that's primarily what a VPN does.
Okay, so...
And it doesn't do much more than that, just so you know. It does a few more things than that, but not many. Not many.
Well, he mentioned that, like, out in Utah, there is like I don't know. I didn't.
Yes, but that has nothing to do with the VPN. A VPN won't keep you out of the desert in Utah.
No, he was saying like there's just these acres of
yes, there is
quantum supercomputers that's just recording everything.
No, literally everything that's done on a phone or near a phone is collected and goes into databases. Period.
Well,
End of story.
Okay. Wow. I mean, like, that's kind of... Go ahead.
Let me give you guys a little back view of the VPN situation, especially because I worked closely with Mike Strutton, Marfugel, one of the head developers of URL tracking, hacking, and VPN. Remember early in the day when NordVPN, remember that they got in trouble for hacking and billions of people fucking security supposedly leak or whatever, and NordVPN got in trouble. Right, and they finally had to like admit, yeah, we got hacked or information got leaked. Well, you get these certain Pogo channels during that time when NordVPN got hacked. Notice all the Pogo channels that I keep screaming about, like Richie from Boston's, fucking Marfugel TV and News, fucking Jacob Israel's, all the bigger channels. What was the affiliate VPN that they started pushing? It was the exact time that Nord was in trouble for their hack, and all of a sudden these Pogo YouTubers took them on as an affiliate. That should tell you something. They have a lot of third-party contracts for data collection, selling through different agencies and so forth. That's why some people have these softwares for a VPN that's not through the main ones that will transfer, as he said, different servers, Russia, Ukraine, Australia, United States, and every 3 seconds it switches up. That's the type of stuff we use on the ones that we need protected with certain files. But the fact is these Pogos were pushing NordVPN during the exact time that NordVPN was in trouble and publicly had to tell everyone, yeah, we had lost billions of your personal information. And that should teach you, because you know, you see these YouTubers like Marfugel and them who are completely fraud, scam, charity fraud, but all these other Pogos took on the same thing. We're going to push NordVPN. If you'd like a VPN, please get NordVPN. What they didn't tell you is most of those contracts, when these YouTubers picked up those affiliates, of course they didn't tell you, oh, by the way, NordVPN's in an international huge scandal of losing the data to unbeknownst whoever. And you could go Google this, look it up, and just look at the timelines of, like, especially with Marfugo and Dex and them picked it up exactly at that time. Because again, Mike Strutton, data collection, but all the Pogo channels started promoting the NordVPN one. And then most of these bigger VPNs do have third-party data collection contracts. So like you said, Benton, everything is at this point, we're tracked. And might I add, the nanotechnology that has been added to our cellular level through foods and the air and everything else is also a big part of this. So that's all I wanted to share.
Hey, man. Thanks, Snafu. That was perfect and on point. And I certainly appreciate you adding to the conversation. Anything else, or we're going to let
No,
you get out of
Mr.
here?
Benton, you take care, man. Stay healthy, man. Do you, man. Keep putting
Thanks,
your
brother.
truth out.
Indeed,
And
sir.
all you guys, Snafu Snaps 8, my channel got hit because I did a video on the Finders, which is a CIA, FBI linked to trafficking. Of course, I got hit. So I have a Snafu Snaps 8 coming out, which again, nothing new. The censorship is real, but no, I just like great subjects, man. Great stream, Benton, and as always, man, do you, man, and keep it up.
Right on, brother. Appreciate
All right.
you.
Thank you, guys.
Indeed.
So, Benton.
Well, real quick, I want to get back to the VPN, but I am techie.
Yeah.
So we can't have and I'm never gonna stop bringing up these people that you've been spending time with. I can't degenerate my own intellect and consciousness down to their level. I can't do that. So I can't sit here and talk about VPNs in that way.
Okay. No.
Well, here's what happened. Here's what happened with VPNs is people like where you live, the MAGA people, at a certain point, very late in the game, they suddenly became concerned with internet security. And just like somebody who wants to eat healthy, they really don't want to eat healthy. They want to feel like they ate healthy. So these people don't want internet security. They don't want internet privacy. They want to feel like they've done something to protect their security and privacy online. And a way for them to feel like they've protected their privacy and security online is to purchase a VPN service. And that's a product. And in America, everything's a business. See, so companies are profiting from their fear. Then Snafu came on and said, oh yeah, and also don't forget NordVPN that all these live streamers and YouTube channels were pushing, as a partnered ad, where the host of the channel actually reads the ad. I do remember when that happened, what Snafu was talking about with NordVPN. So the system was actually pushing something. So when we look at all these big tech companies, and they say, well, if it's free, then that means you are the product. Well, what they mean is your data. So the fact is, when you go onto the internet, your data has a monetary value to these companies. So without a VPN, your ISP has first dibs on your data because that's who's getting you onto the internet. If you connect through a VPN, now your ISP, it's going to make it much more difficult for them to get your data, although they'll still have access to some of it because you probably have an account with them and you're logging in. See how complex this already is? So what the VPN does, when I want to go use BitTorrent, or if I want to go to some site and I don't want my ISP to know what site I'm going to, I go through a VPN. And now my ISP doesn't know that I'm going to BitTorrent because the ISP knows they can get sued if they let me illegally download movies over their internet connection. But I can connect to a VPN and I can download the same movie from the same BitTorrent. And now my ISP doesn't have to worry about getting sued. That's what a VPN does. Now, it also does things like it can cause Netflix to think that one is in a country that they're not actually in. But that's an ancillary benefit. So people don't know what a VPN is. They don't know what it does, but they want to feel as if they're secure and safe online. I'm here to tell you a VPN does not make you safe and secure or private online, period. End of story. Does it have specific uses? Yes. Can it be a piece of the puzzle? Yes. Does it accomplish those things? No.
Okay. So at the risk of sounding like a ass, what is a Pogo channel?
Oh, that's kind of Snafu's thing. That's a privately owned, government operated.
Oh, okay.
That's his.
New
That's
to me.
it's what I call Benito Mussolini's helicopter hand.
All right, new to me.
Yep.
Yeah.
Privately owned, government operated entities, which I'm
Okay.
sure is a thing. But Snafu, we disagree as to how important that phenomenon is. But he's right in a way, because that is a lot of the measures being enacted by the people, especially the things I've referred to as communist. When I say that America is a covertly communist country, that's the mechanism by which a lot of that's accomplished, is entities that we believe are independent of the government, and in fact are owned and operated by individuals, when in fact the government is operating them by proxy through those individuals.
Right, like a puppet. Yeah, I got you. Okay.
Yeah,
And
proxy.
the sock channel thing, like the sock, I didn't even know that was a thing either.
Well, that's like when Toilet Bowl Earth comes on as different screen names, but we say, hey, that's Toilet Bowl Earth, because we can tell it's him. But
Okay.
his name doesn't say, and that's Tinfoil. You used to know him as Tinfoil Straightjacket. So even though it's got a different name and a different picture, we all know it's Tinfoil or Toilet Bowl Earth. That's
Yeah.
literally what a sock is.
Okay, so that's like, in my opinion only, is like a inauthentic.
Well, of course.
Yeah.
Of course it is. But we're old fashioned, sir. This is the young folks don't think about this like me and you think about it. Most of them, it's just that's a thing that happens on the internet. It's not I am a man with a code and I can't be viewed as using multiple screen names. They don't have that layer like me and you have. It's not, they don't work on those layers. They don't operate within those contexts at any point of the day, ever.
Okay.
And I understand, because because me and you were socialized in the same way. I know what you mean.
Yeah, it's just, the phony fake type thing is just like, it doesn't resonate with me.
Well, but if a person is born into a phony, fake, inauthentic world, and much unlike me and you, they very early on come to know that they've entered into a realm that's fake, phony, and inauthentic. Why are you expecting them to be deadly serious, but only in certain specific regards?
I can't answer that.
Well, I know the reason, but my
Yeah,
point is I'm pointing out the absurdity of the situation.
Agreed. Yeah.
The situation is absurd.
Agreed. Yeah. It's just, it's really unsettling. I guess I don't even have a word for it. Like, why would you present yourself?
Well, but you can't say why, because the answer to that question always is because they have a reason or reasons that make sense to them at the time they're doing the thing. That's literally the answer to why would you X, Y, or Z.
Okay. All right.
I know.
Yeah.
Look, and I know it sounds asinine, but that's literally the reason. They have a reason. It makes sense to them. I have no fucking idea, because clearly their reason makes no sense to me. So the fact that their reason makes no sense to me, but I can prove that it makes sense to them, the fact that it doesn't make sense to me is literally irrelevant. And this is where dumb people, and I'm not talking about you, you're very smart and intelligent. I know this to be true. The dumb people that you've been around, they can't figure that out. So they get tricked by a very weak thought form.
Right.
And you've adopted that for some reason.
Yeah, I have. Well, if you just spend 12 hours a day with men that are, have been beta-tized through 1,000 concessions and just go along to get along, I guess. I mean, for lack of a better definition, which is what I believe they're doing. It's saddening, but also understandable. I get it. Like, I may have or may have not been in that position before. Probably, most likely, I have, just trying to get along with the herd, and then when you step out of that, it's and you kind of like you have a few moments to look and see what's really going on. Yeah, it kind of sucks. Like, and I kind of feel bad, or not bad, but I kind of feel sad for them, I guess. If that makes sense.
Logic, reason, and dare I say truth do not involve themselves in human emotion.
Right. Agreed.
So when I'm talking logic and reason and dare I say truth, I'm not considering the emotional unless I am. See what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, I do.
it's not relevant that they have chosen to use illogical, weak thought forms. It's not relevant what the emotions are around the thought forms. And they've chosen to do something that is very foolish and harmful, in my view.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree with that.
What if I just showed up to the job site and just started doing all sorts of things that everybody knows is fucking stupid, asinine, and unintelligent, and I look like a bozo? Should everybody just let me do all of those things?
But if
even though they know that that's not the right thing. So should I just let people, because they've chosen to get to this point in life with a stupid mentality? So I'm just supposed to let them be stupid when I'm here?
Well,
so just let them come onto the job site and perform all kinds of ridiculous and borderline dangerous activities?
Okay.
Doesn't make sense.
No, but if
Like, why would somebody do X, Y, or Z? That's a weak, stupid thought form.
Yeah.
So should I just let that slide here?
No, by no means. But if everyone else is doing that, then it doesn't seem out of the norm.
I understood. That's where the patterns develop. The patterns develop. Yes.
Yeah. So they're all,
Yes.
yeah, and that's what is, I don't want to say baffling, but fucking unsettling, or unnerving. It makes you, and you just try to reach out repeatedly, which is pointless at this, juncture, whatever. But they're all doing it, and it's like you wake up and then kind of like Neo.
Let me say this, sir. My intellect can never be defeated by the collective intellectual output of fucking dumbos via a war of attrition. That can never happen. I won't allow it, but it's happened to you on some level.
Yeah, it has. And it's almost like I do at some point want to go along and get along, but there's just something about it that won't let me, like I try to, and then I'm just like, no, motherfucker, stop. This is ridiculous. This is insane. Yeah, I catch myself. I mean, like I might get caught up in it momentarily, and then I'm like, whoa, no, hey, no, this does not serve any purpose whatsoever, positively for you to do this, but I think, we all want to be socially accepted at some point or some level, but then you're like, wait a minute, I don't want to be part of this.
Bro, I say smart as fuck shit everywhere I go my whole life, and I've never suffered at the level of social acceptance ever.
Yeah, right. Agreed.
I don't need to mimic a bunch of morons to be socially accepted. That's insanity. Right. I say shit where I know the people don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Why am I going to be? Why would I ever be less than what I am because they can't figure out the words that are coming out of my mouth? Fuck them.
Agreed. Yeah, agreed. And I get that. And like I mentioned before, like in a group setting, hey man, you're fucking crazy. You're a conspiracy theorist or whatever the fuck. But then individually, hey, what about that shit you said earlier? And I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. Where's that motherfucker at that, 2 hours ago thought I was a fucking, idiot or a fucking dumbass or whatever.
And I was 17 years old, and the Offspring's album came out, and I found it first because I always found the new music first. I played it for my stupid friends. They said, what the fuck is this? They looked at me like I was nuts. A week later, the fucking song hit, and everybody fell in love with it. Do you think they connected? Do you think when I said, "Hey, bozos, I showed up with that CD a week ago," you laughed me out of the room. Do you think that connection was ever made in their mind? No, it wasn't. So I learned at age 17 what you're talking about, and I moved forward in life based on the new information. What I never did was continue to martyr myself emotionally because, well, they should recognize that I have this superior ability to pick out music or whatever. It's never going to happen, man.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Have you met the people? This is just not what they do. Once they show you what they do, man, just fucking take them at their word.
Right.
That's what I do. I mean, I can't give advice.
Well, I got you.
What the fuck?
I understand that. It's
This
just
is how the people are, man. They're not changing. They're not changing for you. They're not even going to change for themselves or their loved ones or their families.
yeah. Agreed. Okay. I got you. Still, and why this bothers me is fucking beyond me. Like I want so badly to like help them kind of wake up, or if that's a thing, or
Becoming them is definitely not going to help.
yeah, right.
Definitely not going to help.
Yeah, yeah. It is, and then there's like these little glimpses of like they get it, and then they're too scared to act on it. Like, you know,
I'm going to say this for the 10 millionth time, sir. Let's put ourselves in their shoes. If they're just accept your new information, they cannot accept your new information in a vacuum, sir. Literally everything they believe about literally everything must now be re-examined in light of the new information. It's too disorienting. It's too jarring. So they reject your information out of hand to avoid that process. That's what happens.
Okay.
Who are you that they should put themselves through that disorientation and discomfort when people will do damn near anything to avoid disorientation and discomfort?
Yes, agreed.
You're behaving like an insane person.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm giving you a middle finger right now.
Good. Thank you.
Uncomfortable. Yeah.
Well, but I mean, seriously, that's
no, I got
expectations are nowhere near in alignment with reality.
Yeah.
Like nowhere near what could actually happen. And I'm speaking on a best case scenario. I mean, that's if everybody's actually trying today. You know, some days, you know what I'm saying? Like even at their best, right?
So there's this 80-year-old dude I discovered who claims he's able to download information like Neo in the Matrix and develop.
Hello and welcome to the One-on-One Podcast. If you're enjoying the show, consider signing up for the Patreon. There you get ad-free content, early access, exclusive episodes, and monthly supporter hangouts. You can find it at patreon.com/the One-on-One Podcast. If you don't like the subscription-based model,
maybe you'll come back in and come and let us know what's going on.
It's weird too, because I get like mad about stuff. I'm like, I was literally coming to pick a fight with Ray. And I'm like, then this happens, and it's like a lesson for me. Like, dude, like it's just not worth it, man. You know what I mean? It's like,
Do you know what? I appreciate that.
I'm gonna make some people cry.
Right. I don't like, you know, picking fights.
Right.
Like
it's bad. It's my bad quality.
We can have disagreements about stuff, but picking fights isn't constructive.
It's not, and it's my problem, man.
Here he is. Here he is. He's come back.
Yeah, I'm back again.
Because
Seth from Soust. What is that? Explain your handle, please.
Oh, Seth from Soust. Because we had Boston Ray. He's back. Here he is. Here he is. How you doing, bud?
Hey, the Conqueror. Muted.
Can't hear you. You're muted.
Def and mute from Boston. No,
still muted.
Not. I'm muted over here in Boston. Parked my car at Harvard Yard, and then I walked over to the bar, and I had a beer.
Is that your Boston? Your Boston.
hello and welcome to the One-on-One Podcast. If you're enjoying the show, consider signing up for the Patreon. There you get ad-free content, early access, exclusive episodes, and monthly supporter hangouts. You can find it at patreon.com/the Juan on Juan podcast. If you don't like the subscription-based models, there are other ways of supporting the show that are linked in the description. Thank you for tuning in and enjoy this episode.
Welcome to the Juan on Juan podcast with your host, Juan Ayala.
Surely it would sell a few thousand. Violent cells, sex, weird religion. Put them together and you clean up. Clean up. Odd expression for publishing garbage. Find it all in the Bible. Yeah, Dante and Shakespeare, I know. So get your academic ass off that high horse. I'm talking about a highly relevant piece of work, Gordon. A penetrating look at Western society that warns us where we're headed. I can tell you where you're headed. Read with me, please. Coach, you want to work here, you work to my rules, Professor, or you go back to the cloister you came from.
I think this goes. Bro, you're not totally wrong, but for this sake right now, I'm stretching out the full 12-hour stream because I'm on the end of my use on this account because it's a free account. And I gotta log in with a different email next stream. So I'm just riding out the maximum, you know what I'm saying? So I got coming up on 8 hours. So I still got another 8, 9. I still got another 4 hours left of recording time. So I'm gonna be at this for a few hours. So I've been wanting to watch this stream, and yeah, that's how I do it. That's not always how I do it though. Like yesterday's stream, I didn't because, well, largely because, let me think. I think I could have gone over it last stream if I dragged it out the full 12. But yeah, I wanted to do Saturday stream also, this one that we're doing now, without running out. So without having to log into a different email or whatever. But yeah, I figure I should check out more Juan stuff because I still want to know more about the people who want to collab, who are willing to collab with me. So I should probably look up a Logic Before Authority video too, because I'm not as familiar as I'd like to be with his stuff. Not that I'm gonna end up collabing with him anyway, but at the end of the day, it's up to me for the most part. So it's up to me to get my shit together, get back onto the main channels, and yeah. So without further ado, this is Synchro Magicians, Altered States of Netflix Dimensions with Emily Moyer. And Emily Moyer is interesting. Pretty sure I first heard her on Beyond the Veil on their channel, talking about frequency manipulation and other very interesting topics. Yeah, I'm gonna just let it ride. So much love, y'all. Happy Sunday. I think first of all, if you're going to start dabbling in alchemy and esoteric and occult sciences, which, like, let's just be honest, that is what we're doing here, right? We're not just talking about, we're seeing what happens when we do this, when we do that. What I said earlier about integrity, but when you're in integrity, when you are, and integrity doesn't just mean like, oh, you're behaving.
Yeah, it's just, see, that's what's weird to me is that why, where did this guy come from? Where did this supposedly self-proclaimed 32nd degree Freemason come from to be in the quote-unquote truth community? Not that I'm saying that's a thing, but, it's a thing, non-thing, right? Truth, community, non-community, whatever. Where did this guy come from? And why is everyone collabing with him? He does have some very interesting inputs. I'm not saying that, and his artwork is pretty cool, but where did he come from, man? I don't know. Optics are high. That's all I'm saying. Very weird. Fucking Masons out here. What's next? Is there going to be some Templars in the? Is there going to be some Maltas, some Boulets? Like, what's going on here? Some fucking Eastern Stars. Like, I'm sure there already are. I guarantee it. At least he's admitting that he's. Again, he could be lying and trying to. He could be a baby Mason
He could be a second degree Mason saying he's a 32nd degree Mason. I don't know, but Ian Ferguson is a Templar. Who's Ian Ferguson again? Isn't that the dude Isn't that the dude? Ian Unslaved. Isn't that the guy who changed his name to Ian Unslaved? Ian Ferguson. Am I wrong there? I don't know. Anyway.
Right way, or you're being, like honesty has things to do with it, whatever, but also like your body.
Correct me if I'm wrong there, sir.
Your vessel in integrity. Are you eating and drinking and exercising and doing all the things to sort of maintain coherence?
For real? The guy you did an interview with? Are you trolling or are you serious? Is he actually a Templar? That's pretty serious, bro. It's pretty serious, bro. I mean, look, at the end of the day, dude, I mean, it doesn't always necessarily mean shit. Well, although the Templar, I don't know. Templar is kind of a little more dark than the Masonry off the bat in my book, but from my findings, from my research, but the White Lotus of Light. Yeah, I know a lot of people out here are, I mean, you can be wrapped up in multiple fraternities. No, I mean, you can be at least I think you can. I'm sure sometimes it becomes an issue, but anyway, I'm gonna let this ride. Keep it coming. Feel free to just keep commenting, and I'll keep commenting on it.
Regardless of what is going on around you, can you stare at the abyss? How long can you stare? What if the energy of
Oh, but yeah, I was noticing when I was watching the interview, I couldn't help but feel like she was on,
that abyss?
like she was on ecstasy or something because of what she was, like just some of the things she was doing, and she looked like she was also kind of clenching her jaw or like moving it around weird. Her eyes looked pretty, like her pupils look kind of dilated. So nothing wrong with taking ecstasy, but it was an interesting. Well, there is actually. It puts holes in your brain. Whatever. I've done it. I can't say shit. Done it more times than I can think of. It's been a long time, but yeah, she is a very interesting person. So from what I can gather.
this breaks down the body if it's not in good condition? What if occult science and alchemy requires the same level of physical well-being as like a finely tuned athlete? And a lot of people are not thinking that because they're just tinkering around in the lab and whatever, right? And so the integrity is on a lot of levels. It's in the ethics and the morality, but it's also in physical integrity. Like if you have, a house that's not built well, it's going to fall. If you have a pair of cheap jeans that when you wash them too many times, they're going to fall apart. This is the kind of thing I'm talking about. Like how do you build yourself to be coherent across all dimensions?
Overpriced filler and marketing hype don't improve supplements, so stop paying for them. With bulk supplements.
Shadowband Syndicate. And Skynet Shenanigans.
Welcome back to another episode of the Juan on Juan Podcast. I'm your host, as always, Juan. And make sure to follow me on social media at the Juan on Juan Podcast, at the Juan on Juan Podcast. Some people say I say it too quickly, but just like so used to it, right? TJOJP.com. And today we have Emily Moyer with us again. What's up, Emily?
Hi, Juan. Nice to see you. I just always wonder which Juan is with us today. Juan on Juan, right? Which one?
Well, that's actually in my comic book. I have my power is being able to split off into like two different Juans.
Yes. So which one are you?
I don't know. I never thought about it. The curious Juan.
Juan.
Yeah, the inquisitive mind, the researcher, philosopher. I guess if I could classify myself as that, right?
There's
Podcasting.
a breakfast taco place here. I think I've told you this, called Juan in a Million. I haven't been there. It always has a long line, right? So.
Well, whenever I visit, we'll go. And
we'll go, dude. I should have I ended up being in Orlando an extra day than I expected, but like the way it all played out, I had really no time to visit with anyone because it's stupid. I went to the airport and then they're like, yeah, your flight's not going to go. So I wasted a bunch of time there and then just.
Yeah, you're gonna what do you call it? I mean, why am I saying you're gonna? That's not how I meant to start the sentence. Just because someone's in the lodges, in the whatever it might be, doesn't mean anything off the bat per se. I'm just the type to be so like anti everything in a sense, and so wanting to just blaze my own trail that I feel the fraternities and sororities and groups and clubs and schools and societies and such are usually, or at least oftentimes, a trap, if you will, and oftentimes are a recipe for getting something stuck in your butt that you don't want. I just put it out there. Just say it straight up. You know what I mean? If you want to jerk off in a coffin, that's on you. While telling all your deep, dark secrets, drinking blood and stuff like this. I'm all right. Personally.
Like went to the hotel and slept and came back to the airport, right? If I had known I was going to be the extra day, you and I could have been dining and chattering, but
yeah, it's all good for the next one. I mean, whenever you are, and I know it was a kind of like impromptu thing, but whenever you're back in town, just let me know and we can chop it up.
We will do it up.
So, Emily, where can people find your work? And also for those interested, I played I played the Glass Bead game with Emily on her show, and if you want to check that out, where can they find that, Emily? Where can they sign up for that?
All right, so like the area where you can go to start to branch off into all my stuff is on my YouTube channel, which is my name. There are some changes going on in my sphere or my plane or my realm or whatever it is. I think I'm taking most of my work underground. I think that I have gotten to the place I think we've long since passed, but like for some reason it flew over my head and I didn't catch it. We have reached and passed the same moment in this alternative information realm that was reached in the rave scene many years ago, where there was like this split, right? And some things became very commercial and very festival oriented, and some things went deep underground. And it is clear to me that time is upon us. And so much of my content, the stuff that's already available publicly, will stay there, but I'm going to be doing less and less public content and more deeply weird, but deeply meaningful underground content that is really just for those people who are really into this, right? Like I'm not for any kind of like censorship or having things be exclusive based on like leaving people out, but I don't think everything is for everyone. I think we're closing in on information here that is, like a full-time pursuit, not just something you like listen to while you're diddling around doing other stuff, or, like it's skin in the game time. Right. And I didn't like what happened to the party scene when it became more commercial.
So there you go, talking about, the party scene, the rave scene. So yeah, I think she was fucking, maybe, unless she was just got a permanent thing. She was, when I saw her on Beyond the Veil, then she was probably rolling, because that's what it, or, maybe she was on Adderall. I don't fucking know. Doesn't matter. But can you see this search bar? Can you guys see this search bar here? Where I'm typing in Maui and it's got the drop down of all these different search items here. Because it's funny, man. I mean, it's literally recommended Maui fires conspiracy, Maui fires conspiracy blue, Maui laser beams, Maui conspiracy lasers, like Maui do. I mean, like, really? I haven't typed any of this in. Is it just the algorithm pushing it out to me, or is this what's trending? Is this what they're pushing people to search for? I mean, this is fucking funny to me, man. Funny. It's making me think that, all these narratives coming out of Maui are controlled op fucking nonsense to keep everyone distracted on shit that doesn't matter. Because in a lot of ways, the details don't matter. But in a lot of ways, they definitely do at the same time, because I want to get more into the plasma fire. The plasma fire stuff. Definitely, obviously seems like that's what the fuck's going on. Like with some other places. Like Jeff Snyder was showing in those videos in Greece and Cali and Canada, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, can you see this drop down menu? Okay. Geeking. All right, anyway.
I found it more and more difficult to find parties that I like. And there's a few cities in the United States and other places, there's more, that have very healthy underground scenes that can kind of balance that with a commercial scene. But in a lot of places, they harm, that commercial scene harms the underground scene. It steals from it. It doesn't, a few people are able to capitalize on things or make a lot of money to the detriment of the quality of the music and the experience. And I see a lot of that gone in the information realm as well. And I want to be able to keep it creepy and keep it weird, man. When I say creepy, I don't mean like in some weird kind of way, but like we're talking about like weird shit here, right? And I don't like having to watch my words. You experienced that recently when, I've had strikes, I've had that stuff happen to me on YouTube before. I've also had, the weirder thing where your like private hosting company also censors you. And so then
Been there, done that, sister. So I'm going to test this out live, right? Maui plasma fires. Everything's coming up as mainstream. So I'm going to set the filters by things from this week and see if I can get. Okay, so there's this here. I don't know what the fuck that is though. That's not on topic. I'm trying to beat the algorithm here on the search algorithm, whatever the fuck. Yeah, it's not working out. Not working out. Whatever.
you don't have a place to put your paid content until you figure that out, and that's a shit show, right? So we're going underground, but it allows more freedom to talk about weird stuff, and also it allows me to like really know the people who are listening to my content. Like I have a cool community, and so if you like the weirder wonders of the world, come play with us. My website is emilycmoyer.com. I'm on patreon.com at Off Planet Media, locals both. So there's like emilymoyer.locals.com. There's projectkids.locals.com for the work I've done with Michael, and now with a rotating cast of characters, of which you are one, as well as something I do with Elisa E called Cenote. And then I'm also on rockfin.com/Emily Moyer. Different things available at different places. Like there's a level on Patreon that is like all in everything, Glass Bead Gamer level. But for the people who would like to go check out your episodes of the Glass Bead Game, I'll give you a promo code where they can go and get a free month on the Project Kids Locals page. One way of getting, I'm right for and we colleagues.
Conversation. A friend of the show talk about how if you had a Patreon, you were kind of like a sellout or whatever. And he was, I think he was misunderstood, but I don't make exclusive content either. And I do push my Patreon a lot, but because I want to be able to do this for a living. You can't do this for a living without money. And not only that, but it costs money to produce shows such as this one, the hosting, the equipment, the StreamYard that we're on right now. Everything costs money. The Canva to make the thumbnails, the AI art generator, all these things cost money. So it would only make sense to at least cut even. But then you have these people. I've noticed that when you get in this community, when you get to a certain point of exposure, there's people in the community who will just bash those people, that they're dedicated just to talk shit about the people who have the bigger shows than them. Now, I'm not throwing any shit at anybody, but I'm sure people, if you're in my circle, you know who I'm talking about. I'm talking about Andy from the Deep Show. He made some comments, and there was some other stuff on their podcast. I don't deal with drama, nor do I involve myself, but I just want to make it clear that if somebody's paying me for something, not only are they a supporter, some people just want to pay you and support you for who you are. But I also, if I do a Patreon exclusive show behind a paywall, it's just as fire as my main channel, but I give the people who support a little extra so that way they feel like they're paying for something instead of paying for nothing. And that's just the way I conduct business and do it my way. Again, everyone can do it their own way, but I don't think that we should shun people for monetizing their content. I think we should encourage it more, because everyone wants to break out of this matrix that we all talk about and we all criticize. How I experienced recently being censored, because we're back in alchemical times. The alchemists are back. We have to talk in code in order to avoid these algorithmic whatever daemons or whatever you want to entities, whatever you want to call them. And it kind of freaked me out a little bit. I'm like, I have to use these major platforms as tools and use them accordingly, right? But then you got to stay in line. You got to play ball, and I'm playing ball, but I'm not selling out or censoring myself whatsoever. But I am playing ball to a certain extent. But it's scary because it's like if you can't host your content anywhere else, where are you going to go? What's the point? Like, if you can't say words, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody has to decide for themselves, every creator, and then every person who's taking in, some people take it in a consumptive way, others take it in a really meaningful way. So I don't want to call them consumers, but people who are experiencing our content, everyone has to decide what's okay for them, right? Like they're willing to pay, they're not willing to pay, they're willing to charge people, they're not willing to charge. I think there should be a variety of ways to do it. But this takes to do what we do and to do it well, which the longer you do it, there becomes more expensive because you're just fiddling around at the beginning, right? And then you get into more information, higher level information, which requires research, books, sometimes travel, right? You start experiencing censorship. So suddenly you're having to pay to have all your content hosted. Some of those hosting sites come with data limits. When you hit that, you have to pay more. People complain about sound. People complain about this and that. So you want to make it sound good. All of that kind of stuff, right? And like I think I averaged out one time, like with whatever money I make for what I do and how many hours I put into it, it was like less than minimum wage, even then, right? So it's like, okay. But at this point, like I have another job because, you know, for a while I was doing this full time during COVID, right? Which I never expected to do this full time. And thankfully, like I experienced growth that allowed me to do that during that time that would have otherwise been somewhat challenging. But like I work another job. I live in a 750 square foot apartment. I get to go on like maybe a vacation. I travel to see family and to do things related to work. But in terms of something that's considered a vacation, I go on one a year, and I usually suffer for it when I get home because I miss work and I don't have a job that gives me paid vacation or anything like that. So I think everyone needs to decide for themselves what they need to do to be able to live a life that feels reasonable for them, and then to be able to do the content in the way that they want. I don't want to have to say things that I think are stupid. I see people out there creating huge channels for them. Like, I don't know if it's even a question of selling out or not, but it's like when you start to grow and you get used to making a certain amount of money, inside you know when people respond to what you say. So you start calibrating the things you say one way or the other, even if that was not your intention, or even if like, you know, somebody didn't come in and put the CIA check for you and tell you say this, don't say that, or whatever it is, right? Like humans are humans, and when people clap, they want to give them more of what they're clapping for. And like me having another job and me, you know, doing things the way I'm doing allows me to maintain my creative independence and not be A, captured by an audience, B, trying to earn money by like having a lot of views. I don't care if I have a lot of viewers anymore. Like there was a time when it was like, oh, okay, grow.
I'm gonna go through the pictures again anyway. This is Africa, in that region. From Wyoming to Portland. Denver down to Colorado. Montana. What else we got? New Mexico. Phoenix, Arizona. Phoenix area. Los Angeles. Las Vegas.
We learning StreamYard, family. We learning. Damn it. Shit.
Video of the series, Sacred Geometry of Machu Picchu, Freemasonry, and the Comox Valley. I highly recommend you start there if you're interested in looking into the subject. As always, there is more to be said, so I've created a short video connecting the Masonic capital building in Washington and Georgia Guidestones to what we've already seen with Sandy Hook and the Statue of Liberty. This video is exclusive for those who sign up to the newsletter at ArmyIslandMysterySchool.com.
All right, y'all heard him. I don't know if it's still active or whatnot. This is a 7-year-old video. You know, y'all go support. Make sure y'all go subscribe to the channel. I see y'all feedback. I said, yeah, we like videos like this, like organic content, right? I don't mind videos like this.
Good though. They take it all to do it though. Why? What they know about the wood? Did you know that? They got it out here. Everything. But if you don't grasp this whole concept before we even get to that point, that you electricity, then they do everything. Not just me, everywhere. They stop people everywhere. All right? This is why black people like to say, yo, hood ain't no tough in mind. But that's a real deeper esoteric thing. No, ain't none of our hood no tough.
Ensuring that it's not a corporation.
So,
And they found out it's not about this or about that. It's actually about something else.
For and like me having another job and me, you know, doing things the way I'm doing allows me to maintain my creative independence and not be A, captured by an audience, B, trying to earn money by like having a lot of views. I don't care if I have a lot of viewers anymore. Like there was a time when it was like, oh, okay, growing is good, and now it's like, dude, this is not material for everyone what you and I are into, and like I want the right group of people to like practice this alchemy and these experiences and experiments and ideas that we have, right? And that's what I want to do. And so the way that I've chosen to do it is just a way that will enable me to keep doing it. And that's it, right? Like I don't I feel like I'm a healthier person when I also have another job than this. So it's not like, oh, I'm trying to like, you know, become rich doing this or anything like that. It certainly isn't that. But I also feel like some of the things that, at least the kind of way that I do my material, and you've been inside on the inside, I share a lot of personal content. I feel like that has been like maybe my unique contribution to this thing that we're all doing, is that I share a lot of personal stories, sometimes to the, you know, like it's maybe not in like my overall benefit to do that, but I feel like it's the right thing to do because it's the experiences I know for sure. And those are the things I share that a lot of people find the most meaningful. Sometimes it comes at a cost for me. Sometimes my family and friends are not comfortable with some of the things that I say, but I'm saying them not because I'm trying to be like, you know, shocking or whatever. Like I feel like it needs to be said, right? And so, you know, it's not always easy. Some of that you've like had shit rain down on you when you say some crazy shit that someone else disagrees with and whatever, right? It's a lot of work and it's a lot of sharing of yourself. And I think
at some point you came out of your confusion and everyone else went in.
Yes, exactly. Actually, I came out of my confusion.
You're saying that you wouldn't be with a single mother?
At some point you came out of your confusion and everyone else went in.
Yes, exactly. Actually, I came out of my confusion and they fucking clinged on to theirs. They're like, no, you can't take my confusion. I don't want to listen to you. I'm going to imagine horrible things about you instead. All right. Well, praise God.
Holy shit.
At some point, you came out of your confusion and everyone else went in.
Yes, exactly. Actually, I came out of my confusion and they fucking clinged on to theirs. They're like, no, you can't take my confusion. I don't want to listen to you. I'm going to imagine horrible things about you instead. All right. Well, praise God.
At some
Praise God. Praise God.
You all have
Praise
like,
God.
a right to say, this is my work and this is what I think it's worth. And if you enjoy it and you want to pay it, cool. And if not, that's also cool. Like, I'm glad you enjoy the stuff I put out publicly. I've given thousands of hours of free content to the YouTube, whatever that is, right? And now it's like I want to further this work, and that requires the ability to continue doing it. And it's the same for you. You work as hard as I do. I see it, so yeah.
And I've gotten to the point where I feel like my channel hasn't blown up in that sense because of the content that I talk about. It's a lot deeper than the regular layman, and it's more of I've seen my audience really. I love that I have a small dedicated audience, and it's growing little by little every month. And I love that they consider it like a think tank, right? They go on these deep dives, and I've had people message me and email me things to further along my research. And that's, people have to understand that I talk about what I like. I talk about what I find interesting. I'm not going to talk about Tartaria because I know it's hot in the media right now to get a whole bunch of views and downloads.
That's the audience capture.
It's like, no, I don't care about that, right? I'm gonna talk about it, and it sounds interesting, but I'm not gonna make it my identity how some people do. And again, there's nothing wrong with that. If you focus on one aspect of whatever it is in this realm, more power to you. But I talk about everything that I find interesting, and I think that's important to talk about, because when people always ask me, what can I do to start making content? It's like, well, I always tell them the same thing. Research whatever you like, because when you research whatever you like, your passion is going to come out in that work, and people are going to notice, and they're going to be they're gravitated towards genuineness, not genuinity, genuineness, right? If you're genuine, I'm the same person off the podcast and I am on the podcast.
Authenticity is an easier way to say it.
Authenticity, right? So when you're authentic, people gravitate towards that. And I agree with you. I'd rather have a small, tight-knit community versus having, like, my Instagram, I had a reel go viral and I got a bunch of followers, and I'm like, I kind of, whatever, I didn't like that because I got a surge of like new followers. I got like 5,000 or 6,000 followers like off the bat in a span of like a month. And I kind of didn't like that. I liked it better when it was like the people who are actually following me because of my content that I post on there, not because of a viral reel that I had go right. You know what I mean? So it's like, but I feel like that my channel hasn't really taken off. And when I mean taken off, like my friend Narco Longo, when I met him, he had 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. Not saying that your subscriber count is, has a correlation on your success, but he went from 1,000 subscribers to over 30,000 in less than a couple months, right? But because he's in a niche crowd of a certain topic that people are gravitating to, and he's an awesome lecturer, and he does he puts in his work, right? He puts in work, and it shows. So people are going to be gravitated towards that. But I am more in the right. I have a sloth on my thing, because that's my spirit animal. Slow and steady wins the race. I do my research and I present it as it comes to me, and people come, you put one episode out a week. Like, I move my mic out of my face so people can see my face, and I get comments, where the fuck's the sloth? Like, people want to see the sloth now.
The sloth is more famous than you are.
Yeah, so it's like, right. And again, I see what people say, and I think that I don't really get that much pushback on like the stuff that I put out, because again, and I don't care if I get pushback, right? I'll make fun of it, and I use that energy. I take the trolls' energy, the people who do troll, and I turn it back around.
It's alchemy. You can completely alchemize that energy. But yeah, I'm going to talk about the things that interest me, and to the extent that they interest other people, and I can talk about it with them. That's awesome. My channel's smaller than yours, even though I've been around longer than you have. Like, I think the people that are interested in what I talk about have already found me. So I don't know that I don't know that I care about growth or blowing up. I mean, but I'm not like anti that necessarily. But like, now it's like, I've got my people, I've got my crew. How far can we go? Let's go. Right. And that's kind of just where I'm at with it. And that's it. I like how I do it for me. I don't like to feel like compressed by a set of like rules or expectations that don't feel good to me. And so, yeah, to each their own. All right. What does Aleister Crowley say? Do as thou will. Right. Fuck
Aleister Crowley. But I always tell people it's the Juan on Juan, because Juan likes to talk about whatever Juan likes to talk about. And that's why I never had a co-host, because I know I was going to butt heads with them. And again, I love my format, and I'm going to be switching things up. I'm working on a very big collaboration, probably not my magnum opus, but I think that this next collaboration that I'm working on is going to level up my channel to that next level and that next tier. So we'll see what happens with that. But we're getting some echoes and feedback, Emily.
Is it coming on my end? You want me to be closer to the mic?
Test. I can hear myself again. Hold on.
Oh, so it's you.
I don't think it's coming from me. It's coming from your end. Hold on. Test. Now it went away. Okay. That was weird.
I'll mute when I'm not talking, and that helps. Okay.
All right. Test. All right. So Yeah, let's talk about what we were going to talk
That's
about.
weird. I know, like this was like the shopkeeping has been coming up a lot with people on the shows lately, but I think it's because they ask about what you were.
No, but what you were talking, I wanted to address that because again, I saw that whole thing pop off with Andy from the Deep Share, and people were going off on that. And then there's people again in the community who are just here to bash other creators. Or it's like, but if I don't get involved in that, but I just wanted to address that because again, just because you have a Patreon doesn't mean you're a sellout. I encourage people to monetize your stuff. If people are there to, if they want to pay for it, awesome. If not, then that's awesome too.
I like to think of, I don't know if you've ever been to one, but like I like the idea of like private membership club, right? Like
It's called a secret society, Emily.
It's called a secret society, right? Here, like the ones that I'm talking about that are kind of interesting, they call them private membership clubs. Like there's a private membership club here in Austin called Pershing Club. Like I worked an event there for my cocktail thing. And they were closed for 2 days they weren't subject to the rest of the rules that everyone else was subject to because they're a private membership club. I like that aspect of operating that way, right? When you're a smaller group of people and it's an agreed upon kind of scenario and situation, there's more flexibility. So I also see it more as that than as like a paywall, right? So yeah.
Absolutely. So I want to talk about something that you know about, right? What do they call it? A mixologist or whatever, a person who mixes drinks together.
It's just a different kind of alchemy, yes.
So at the time of this recording, I just went on a cruise, and I went on a cruise for my birthday because, again, in a little vacation with the family, a 3-day cruise. I was originally supposed to go thank you. I was originally supposed to go to Bimini, but last second they rerouted us to Nassau, Bahamas, which I've been there like 6 or 7 times. It's kind of old to me now, but I was in the Bermuda Triangle this weekend, and I don't know if it's me or what, but whenever I'm somewhere, I'm always focusing on the occult symbolism. And I have this theory that I'm working on with alchemy in regard, because I talk about alchemy a lot, that a ship is a vessel, right? Well, what do alchemists use to do their work?
Shout out to the chat. McCoy, good to see you, sir. As always, this is Samantha Sweet. Blessings. Happy Sunday, y'all. Hope you're doing well. Maybe you got a cup of piss, like Brian O'Shea. Maybe you got a cup of coffee, like a more normal person who doesn't enjoy their own waste. Hopefully you got some fruit instead of a donut or bagel. Highly recommended. Much love. I'm just catching up on some. I'm kind of still catching up on sleep here, but I am listening to this. I've been meaning to watch this for a little bit, so you're watching what I was gonna watch anyway. So much love. Much love, brothers and sisters. Much love.
At some point, you came out of your confusion and everyone else went in.
Yes, exactly. Actually, I came out of my confusion and they fucking clinged on to theirs. They're like, no, you can't take my confusion. I don't want to listen to you. I'm going to imagine horrible things about you instead. All right. Well, praise God.
That's
Do you know what happens inside your body when you eat fast food? New research suggests that most people have up to 8 undigested meals in their gut at any given time.
But whenever I'm somewhere, I'm always focusing on the occult symbolism. And I have this theory that I'm working on with alchemy in regard, because I talk about alchemy a lot, that a ship is a vessel, right? Well, what do alchemists use to do their workings? Vessels, right?
Was I muted that whole fucking time?
Bottles, whatever, containers, well, a vessel, and then you have Noah's Ark. And the reason I came across this was because I am doing research on Rosicrucianism, and the invisible college plate, the one that everybody always looks at, I forget the name of it. I was looking at it, and in the corner on top of a mountain is Noah's Ark. And also Edward Kelly did a plate where he depicts the Philosopher's Stone, and in this egg-like thing, it's hovering over water. And in the egg, there's like a vision of 2 of every animal. And I'm like, I've been putting that together. I go, was Noah like some sort of great alchemist? 2 of every animal. What if that was alchemical code for something else, something much deeper? So
I don't think I'm sick at all, but I am laying down in bed, so I may be like one of my nostrils is maybe a little bit. I'm not used to drinking, and I drank a beer last night. So I drink like a half a beer, and then like about another half a beer, which equals a beer. So that could be it. Just those 2 half beers, that might have done me in.
I've been developing that, and then lo and behold, these things kind of sort of follow me around. On the ship that I was on, the vessel, there was a bar called literally Alchemy Bar, and it had alchemical things. Like it had like the periodic table. It had the caduceus with the 2 serpents sword on this board that they had, and then of course the room that I was, and it was right down the hall from the casino. So if you think about money and the exchange of energies, right, alchemy. And then in the room that I was eating was called the Golden something or other symposium or something like that. It was like a restaurant. and it was all gold. Right, it wasn't gold, but the decor was gold. It was painted in this very weird Greek-like symbolism. And I'm just eating, just looking around. I'm always looking for stuff. I don't really have anybody to talk to about this. I can't talk to my wife about it because she doesn't give a shit about any of this. But I'm taking.
You know what's funny about the new variant? If I'm not mistaken, it's like got some weird name. It made me think immediately of Elon and Grimes' baby's name, even though it's not the same. It reminds me of it. It's like just a mixture of letters and numbers and fucking a hyphen or something. Yeah, I might want to look that up later. I think I played a good video a couple hours ago. I think I might have fallen asleep for that part, but yeah. Anyway, shout out to One on One, but more importantly, shout out to the chat. Love you guys.
As I'm there, right? I'm taking mental notes as I'm there, and she saw me take a picture of the alchemy bar, right? Which she probably knows I'm gonna bring it up on the podcast. And then I was messaging my friend Cheney, which you've had on the show.
I love Cheney. Shout out to Cheney.
Shout out to Cheney from the Project Cheney. She's awesome. And I was like, hey, I'm on a cruise, whatever. And she's like, oh yeah, people on cruises, they're in a trance. And I was like, I can believe that, because if this cruise did anything for me, I'm a hermit, right? Like I wouldn't call myself antisocial, but the less I have to interact with people, and it's funny, right? Because I talk to people and do interviews with people, but the less I have to interact with somebody, the better. I don't know. Again, and this cruise just solidified that for me. Like, I don't think I'm gonna go on a cruise for a very long time after this one. Just
At some point, you came out of your confusion and everyone.
I wouldn't call myself antisocial, but the less I have to interact with people, and it's funny, right? Because I talk to people and do interviews with people, but the less I have to interact with somebody, the better. I don't know. Again, and this cruise just solidified that for me. Like, I don't think I'm gonna go on a cruise for a very long time after this one, just because like that NPC mentality. And again, I know that gets controversial because like, oh, how are you gonna say that there aren't real people? I'm not saying that, but if you think about it, we were in the Bermuda Triangle, and there was something about, like, my wife kept complaining about how slow time was going. And then when you're on this ship, all you want to do is eat. Like, it's like this weird.
Yep.
So you are in this trance like state where you're almost, again, it's like being sloth, like one of the 7 deadly sins, being sloth or whatever. And you're just eating and just consuming and consuming and consuming, and you're in this vessel with other people, and you're just going somewhere. And I was hoping, this was my hopes, that when we would get to Bimini, there would be the shady tour guide that would offer me a tour to go to the Bimini Road, right? So I could go see, right, the road to Atlantis. Like, that was my hopes and dreams. And then, of course, there was a storm.
It will focus the sun's beam in a deadly ray.
Umbrellas and trees untouched. So this is what we're gonna go after. These umbrellas right here. Got all the devastation right next to it, but we got these umbrellas and these trees.
First off, I'd like to thank the good people.
It will focus the sun's beam in a dead.
Part of the Omega, I think it was part of the Omega storm or something like that, that was pushing rain down or something or other, and the waves were choppy, so we couldn't go there. We ended up getting rerouted, which again sucked because I've been to Nassau a whole bunch of times. But yeah, I was in the Bermuda Triangle this past weekend, and one of the 12 Via vortices, one of the 12 Devil's Triangles, and I survived. Or did I?
So you just said a lot, and it's interesting. This happens a lot and more that, like, I'll be off doing my own thing, having my own weird set of thoughts, and then you'll go off and do yours. And when we come together, it's like, oh, we were kind of talking about or doing the same thing over the same period of time in totally different places with totally different people, right? So all of that stuff is up, and it's being played with in the pop culture, which is why your bar was called Alchemy and, you know, whatever, all that kind of stuff. And the periodic table, like I for years have talked about the periodic table, but I've been talking about it a lot lately, and I'm starting to look at the periodic table in a new light based on a few things that I've discovered. Right. It's something more than just what it says it is. Right. For sure. It's encoded.
And really quickly, Emily, not to cut you off, but I really wanted to get a drink from there, but like something was telling me not to, because like I was like, I'm not gonna get a drink from there, but I want to get like a picture of me drinking at the Alchemy bar, but I didn't. And also, I said this before, but bar in Sumerian means altar. When you go to a bar, you drink wine and spirits. So again, that's just another little detail. But yeah, continue, please.
I mean, I think that I enjoy experiencing other people's alchemy, but I do it consciously, right? And it doesn't mean that I never make a mistake and go into something unconsciously, but I usually have a set of thoughts pretty quickly after that let me know, oh shit, man, I fucking fell for that one, and it's all good, it's all learning experience. But part of the way you build up to being able to withstand whatever the effects of someone else's alchemy is by maintaining the integrity of your own system, right? Like if your body, be it your physical body, your energy body, right? Like one of the many bodies. Some people think there's 4, some people 5, some there's 12. The more coherent they are, the more the more integral their sort of makeup, then the more flexibility you have for that type of thing, to be able to have an experience and not have it knock you off your center. And so by integrity, like we can talk about that in terms of like a physical health thing, and emotional, psychological health, but also just being in alignment with yourself in terms of having the things you say and the things you do match, right? Or at least until you learn a new thing, and then sometimes you have to course correct and whatnot. So I get that, but I do enjoy the experience of other people's alchemy and the alchemy of situations. Have you seen the television series 1899?
I started. I think I got to the 3rd or 4th episode. It was very slow at the start, but yeah,
it was very slow.
I know what you're
talking about. It was very slow.
Good day, Sir Lewis. I hope you're doing well, sir. Time was slow for her because she wasn't having any fun. Yeah, that could be. I've only been on a cruise once. I was probably about 13, if I had to guess, and it was a fucking time of my life. Actually, it was probably, let me think. I'm trying to remember, it was either right before or right after I was bar mitzvahed at 13. So I was either like 12 or 14, somewhere around there, I think. I think I was 12. It was a blast, man. That was one of the best times ever. And yeah, just all the food. It's like, I got to go back on a cruise sometime. Even though the food's probably, whatever. It's me. It's probably equivalent of like most hotels, free breakfast, but as much of it as you want. So that's the good thing. Get completely sick and puke off the side of the boat and then go back. It's good stuff. But no, the key is obviously, if you can afford it, obviously go to a better one than Carnival. That's what we went on when I was younger. We went on Carnival. And on a Carnival, I'd love to go on like Royal Caribbean, at the least, if not one of the better ones. But man, I'll take Carnival. I'll fucking take Carnival if I can go back on a cruise. It's not even like they're that necessarily outrageously expensive if you got it, especially. So I got to do that again one day. Got to do that again. That's on the bucket list for sure. For sure. No, I haven't been awake all night, sir. I've been falling in and out, and I'm probably I highly suspect I'm gonna nod off at some point during this too, and then wake back up. It's kind of the way it goes when you're doing a 12-hour broadcast. So much love, y'all.
It will focus the sun's beam in a deadly ray.
But it's just one season, and it was canceled, so it's not coming back. By the end, you really felt that they had dropped a whole bunch of nuggets.
So this is what we're going to go after.
They were like,
these umbrellas right here. Got all the devastation right next to it, but we got these umbrellas and these trees.
I don't get it. Where is this coming from? I'm playing. What the fuck is going on? That was bizarre, dude. It was playing the short in the background, but I don't even have it open anymore. So how the fuck, where is it playing it from? Fucking weird.
I recommend finishing that show, because what you described about being in a trance, right? And that, you were like, I was full of NPCs, right? So think of it as kind of like,
that was weird.
When you go to like watch a show or a concert, there's like all the background dancers that are doing the same moves as each other. And then there's the star of the show who is doing their own moves. They're dancing to the beat of their own thing. So it's like the NPCs, it's not that they're not people. It's just like they're background dancers. They're all doing the same routine. They're not dancing to their own beat. They're not, right. And the individual that is sort of awakened, aware, on some levels enlightened or curious, or is not dancing to the same music, or is hearing the music differently, right? Is doing their own move. Even if it's the same music, they're sort of doing their own moves, right? So I've never been on like a cruise that was more than just for a few hours. Like I've been like whale watching, or like on the dinner cruise or the party barge. I don't think cruises are for me, probably. I have a little bit more claustrophobia than that. But yeah, no, I mean, I think it's definitely unusual, and you went to an interesting place. What you said about that periodic table, like I'm really I've talked a lot about the periodic table for a long time, but I had something come up just on the spur of the moment in the show, like a week or two ago, in regards to some strange things about my mother that really has me looking hard at the periodic table and its associations to things related to masonry and how they choose to bring their children into the world, name their children, time their activities and whatnot, right? My mother's name is, my mother, just the one who she just passed, but her name is Ruth Ann, which is an unusual name, right? And when I was doing some research, when I typed in Ruth Ann, the name ruthenium, which is an element on the periodic table, and it's one that I've looked into before, but separately about different stuff. Like, when you're typing something in on Google, like there's a list of options that drops down. Ruthenium was there. So we were doing some research on my mom, whose name is Ruth Ann, who was born in 1944. And ruthenium is the 44th element on the periodic table. And when I looked up the goddess Ruth, ruthenium, all of this kind of stuff, it was like, oh, now I'm understanding why my mom's name is this. And she was born in 1944. Had she been born in a different year, they likely wouldn't have named her that. She comes from, a very Masonic family. And the story of ruthenium, of this element and where it comes from, is kind of fascinating in light of other things that I've been looking at in terms of specific. I did some shows on Iboga with James Johansson, right? And the Iboga comes from Gabon. It's a country. It's a country in Africa. It's like a specific tribe, right?
Iboga, the drug.
Iboga, the medicine, the drug, the plant, however you choose to call those things, right? So Iboga is like in its holistic form. Ibogaine is when they start doing, synthesizing the parts of it and whatnot. But that's where it comes from. It comes from Gabon. And Gabon is where, like, literally the biggest load of ruthenium that creates basically natural fusion is. And it's in Gabon, right? And ruthenium is one of these items that is like, it's a stable item in the midst of a fusion reaction. So there could be, right, it's like different elements are stable or unstable or do different things in these conditions, right? What I've been talking a lot about is genetics connection to nuclear fusion, and that some people's bodies can withstand that energy field and others couldn't, i.e. this is how they're picking some people for projects. My mother's name, identity, place, and location of birth and all of this kind of stuff seem to indicate that's what her identity is, that she would be a person that could withstand this kind of thing and therefore useful in these activities. Now, I don't know if that makes it true that that's what she was, but we were looking at something completely else, and we unwound this entire thread around this element on the periodical table. Ruthenium, Ruth Ann, right? Ruthenium, Ruth Ann Moyer was her name. So Ruth Ann and then M. I'm Emily Moyer, EM, and whatever. So we were just playing around with all this stuff, and we started looking at the different symbols on the periodic table, the different 2-letter codes, and possibly who they could have represented in like biblical stories or mythology. And I've done this before, but only generally, but we started getting more specific, right? And I think that if we're talking about important characters in either true or mythological history, people who come from bloodline families, or even simply down to celebrities or people who may have been involved in scientific projects or MK Ultra kind of stuff or whatever, starting to consider the periodic table as code to who and what this person is a valid line of research in the same way we use astrology, in the same way we use numerology, gematria, all of that kind of stuff. I think the periodic table of elements, especially if you look at it the way that like Walter Russell lays it out, which he has a different periodic table that he works with that brings like sound, light, and color into the mix. I think we're getting to the place of identification there.
It's funny you bring up the periodic table, because as of recently on one of my more recent episodes, a live stream I did last week, I think it was, where we talked about Spinoza. We talked about the Voynich manuscript, Spinoza, and occulted gods. And Gabe, Slick Dissident, I don't know if you had him on, but you should have him on your show. Shout out to Gabe. He brought up the periodic table, I think, on that episode, and how you're saying these occulted, these words that we use, our language has a lot of occulted aspects to it. I mean, if you go back to the origins of what we consider English today, I mean, it goes back to William Shakespeare, Francis Bacon, or whoever you want to go down that whole rabbit hole, right? Which they quite literally single-handedly shaped our language today. I mean, that wasn't that long ago. That was fairly recent. So if you want to believe in science or seance, right, you also have that aspect of it. The people who created these things, they're going to put codes in them because that's how they talk to each other. That's how they communicate with each other. And I forgot what was the context that Gabe brought it up, but he did bring up the periodic table. Oh, he related it to Spinoza and God or something or other, where he did this whole cipher thing. And I think that's how they communicate. You're absolutely right. Now,
so think about this just for a second, okay? So ruthenium is an element that does appear in people's blood, right? So let's just say, for the sake of discussion, that you named someone, like, that they chose to name my mother Ruth Ann, and her mother's name was Ruth, right? And they chose to name her with this because she has a high amount of ruthenium in her blood, right? And she was born in 1944. So ruthenium is the 44th element on the periodic table. Then that makes her identifiable to anybody else who would be in the know, who needed to know that this is a person with a lot of ruthenium in her blood. And the things that her energy field can either create or tolerate is going to be different than other people. So then she can move around from corporation to corporation, or school to school, or think tank to think tank, thinking she's a student, thinking she's working there. And all the while, everyone knows by the name she introduces herself as to what her capabilities are, in addition to those that she thinks she understands.
And also check out the atomic weight 101, which is symbolic of portals, right? The 101 or the 11. 11 is the number of magic with a K, according to the Typhonian order. I've been studying.
I've been doing some shows on nuclear fusion and DNA, and they're interested in creating custom strands of DNA to use in order to enable like nuclear fusion on a grander scale. But the problem is they need DNA that has very little electrical resistance, right? What that means basically is that it can be a superconductor while staying cool, right? So some crazy shit can happen and it's not going to freak out, which also sounds like a person with a lot of ruthenium in their blood is tolerant of a fusion environment. So it's basically describing this kind of low electrical resistance makeup in the body that would be a person that could withstand specific energy field, or maybe has DNA that could be used to power nuclear fusion devices, right? So you start to be able to unwind like a lot of that. And I got into like a related thread yesterday with Michael that we were following around her and her family's movements and correlating it to things related to the Philadelphia experiment, and then to certain things related to electromagnetism and schizophrenia and whatever. And you start to be able to build out the parallel story of my mother's life that like most people wouldn't have any insight into. But when I look at my mother, I'm like, oh, there's some weird shit going on here. And when I look at all this stuff, this is a better explanation for the person she seems to be to me than any of the stories that anybody else might tell about her, right?
Yeah, and again, how you said, that could be a possibility, right? That doesn't necessarily mean that it's true, but how you're saying you knew her better than anybody else, and then her history as well. Not saying that she was some sort of, because the conspiracy crowd people sometimes, right? They start to turn me off when they're like, yeah, that movie was made and modeled after me. It's like, come on, man. You know, like Disney made this movie and it was, that was because of me that they made. Come on, right?
This is what I'm saying, Juan. I'm saying something almost opposite to what you're saying. I don't like that either when someone is like, oh, like I'm, every movie is written about me, or every song is about me, or I'm special because I was a super soldier, or blah, 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 blah. What I'm saying actually is this is far more common than people understand. So on one level, yes, the movies are about you, but they're also about you and you and you and you and you.
Because they're hitting those archetypes.
The idea, I mean, we are all unique individuals. There's no one here that is exactly the same as the other, even with cloning and things like that. The fidelity is not 100%, right? But let's just say we're all people, we're all unique. And so we all should be appreciated and celebrated as such. But these projects tested everyone. Remember in school when they would be like, we're going to have someone come and run the class through a little bit of tests today. Not only did they do stuff with people who did well, but the people who didn't do well, when they saw the reason maybe why they didn't do well, they saw some other potential user ability, right? So like if you auditioned for a job at the FBI or the CIA and you got denied, that doesn't mean that you didn't end up as an intelligence asset outside of your awareness in some other project or program, right? Like everyone, whatever this thing is that we're living in has crowdsourced the answers to all their problems to the general population without letting them know that they are basically the intelligence that is backing this system.
So I'm looking at my screen as you're talking, or I'm listening to what you're saying, and I look over and mind you that chemistry, right, is a successor, right, when it comes after alchemy, right? Is that successor or predecessor? No, the predecessor comes before, successor comes after. So it's
after
the successor to alchemy. Now I'm looking here. It says discovery date 1844, right? And then discovered by Karl Karlovich Klaus. So it's KKK. And it's funny because the other day I just purchased a property and there's some contamination on the property, and the contamination is arsenic. So me being me, I Google arsenic, and of course the atomic number of arsenic is 33, right? Out of all the numbers. And the other day I was go-karting and I was stuck behind this car for a little bit. Right. And I posted the results on Instagram. I got first place, and I was stuck behind this one car, and I'm looking at the back of the car. I'm trying to pass the girl. And as soon as I shift my eyes up, there's numbers behind the cars, like on the back of the seats, 33. So it's like these numbers and these things follow at least me around. Right. And I'm not saying that it's like, oh, but what are your thoughts on synchronicities, Emily? I don't know if we've talked about this. Are you supposed to take them for what they are? Because I know in that show, they had the scarab beetle show up. And that's a very Jungian thing. We're talking about archetypes and all these things. But when you have a synchronicity, is it us just being schizophrenics, or is it something that it should be taken seriously, or can you just brush it off, or what can you do?
I think you should do all of those things. I think you should play each position, right? And I don't think, like, okay, so you want to know the craziest thing about the scarab? So when we were reading so Laura and I were reading this book called Synchronicity by F. David Pete. And when it got to the part of the book where he was describing, where he was doing the piece on Jung and his scarab beetle, a scarab beetle came and landed on the book in our backyard as we were fucking.
You're a liar. There's no scarab beetles in Texas.
There's an entire fucking show that we did with Michael about it when it happened. It was like, first few months of COVID, right? Like we're living one of those beetles with like a green iridescent kind of skin or whatever. I'd never seen a fucking beetle in the backyard before, right? It landed on the page we were reading about Jung's fucking beetle on.
Bro, there's scarab beetles there are more than 100 species of scarab beetles in Texas. Wow. Okay. So would you say it was synchronicity by who?
It's Synchronicity by F. David Pete. I highly recommend this book to people because it explains a lot about how our world really works and the importance of synchronicity. So, like, I think that you should consider all of those things. Like, is this magic? Is this surveillance and control? Is this me being schizophrenic? And I'm just telling you, people should not discount schizophrenia, because I actually think schizophrenia is a very enlightened state of mind. And there are a lot of people who would love to have access to schizophrenic brain power and then the ability to control it, right? They would like to be able to turn the schizophrenia on and turn the schizophrenia off, because I'm telling you, the shit that schizophrenic talks about is there.
I just made a new term. You want to hear it? It's really cool.
Let's hear.
Synchro magicians.
There you go.
So
All
the
right.
people who want to utilize, because I know one schizophrenic person, and how you're saying their brain. I mean, it would make sense, right? The mainstream would tell us they're broken, they need to be suppressed, they need to be medicated to take care of these symptoms. But then there's also that other aspect. And I've been looking into Rosicrucianism, and it's heavily related to theosophy, where they believe in clairvoyance and all these different things of perceptions of these other worlds, essentially. These other, you mentioned the etheric body or whatever it was. Well, there's different layers of the etheric bodies and different layers of the spirit realm, whatever it is. Like, we can't deny the fact that there are things outside, right? There's a reason why there are religious experiences, like and mystical and spiritual awakenings that people have. There's reasons why that happens. And again, I always find myself thinking, what if it's all bullshit? But then it's there for a reason. Like the homunculus, like it's such a weird topic, but it's like it has some credibility to it. Like people are entertaining it but it's ludicrous. It's wild to even think about something like that. But at one point in time, it was some sort of a reality. And I mean, that's what I love about this entire realm of things of reality, if you will. It's a different history. It's a different, whatever you want to call it, whatever you want to consider.
So the synchronicity, and this is important for people in our reality who, lots of us are practicing synchromysticism or different kinds of syncretism and whatnot. Like, it's very important to, like, you know, be able to consider a lot of positions on the experience you're having, right? Sometimes we're experiencing a synchronicity that has been generated by something else. Sometimes we are generating the synchronicity. Sometimes we're starting to cross over and share them with other people. Sometimes it's just like some fucking dumb shit. Like some people will be like, oh man, I had a huge synchronicity, dude. Like, you know, I fucking ate at McDonald's today and then my phone gave me a fucking ad for McDonald's, and, you know, or whatever. It's like, we know the difference, right? But I think that you have to know for yourself, and for each person, it's a different point. Like when you have to stop and like regroup and take a break. Like I call it glass beating so hard, right? Like when I get some days, like you would not believe some of the, like people around me, it'll start spilling over outside of me. It'll start happening to people around me, even people around me who don't know what I'm doing, like my family, like my dad, or da-da-da-da-da. Like he'll start saying some shit that goes along with, right? Like it's almost like it's almost like the flu or chickenpox, right? Like it's like a kind of thing. Like it generates an energy field that starts to bring everything into a certain kind of coherence and connectivity, right? And it can be fun, it can be scary, it can be like enlightening, it can guide you on adventures, and learning to develop the wisdom to know, like, it's time for me to go to bed and see how I feel about this tomorrow, right? And know when sort of the thread has reached its end for now. And it doesn't mean that you can't pick back up later, right? But it's a different balance for everybody, right? Like I think we don't quite understand the energetics of this realm. We don't understand the elasticity of time and the, you know, and space and all of this kind of stuff. And I think that synchronicity is something that arises when somebody is coming to sort of a soft spot in whatever the construct is. Like when you're first move into a house and you're feeling the wall and you can feel like, oh, the integrity of this part of the wall is like different. It's not as solid or as firm. Like, okay, like what is this? Should I push through or not? Am I going to make it worse if I push through, or fuck, let's go see if there's a secret room back there.
You found the glory hole of reality.
You have to decide for yourself if you're ready for whatever might be on the other side of that glory hole.
Do you stick it in or not? It's like, you might encounter homunculus on the other side, but I agree with you. And my favorite part of all this is when my wife's not into any of this shit, and whenever we share a synchronicity, like whenever we have an issue, like, wow, it's weird. I was like, don't look at me, right? Like, because she knows I'm into all this weird shit. Like, I'm like, don't look over this way. But I can't think of one right now, but there have been a few where her and I will be either texting or something while she's at work, and then I'll be in the car and the radio says what she was talking
Much
about.
love,
Like,
Lou.
weird stuff like that or anything else. And
Your
so,
blessings,
yeah, I think
sir.
that's I've never really seen anybody put it that way. So where the closer you get to
Count your blessings, sir, because life is short. And yeah, I actually my dad's mother just passed about a little over a week ago, and so that's actually the last. Well, okay, so it's the last. Besides my mom's mom, that's my last grandparent. So my mom's mom is my last living grandparent now, and I always knew this day would come. So, and she's 86, and you know, it's just, life is short, man. So count it all joy, count your blessings. But and yeah, and I mean, my dad's brother is still around in his family. So it's not like, and then there's a lot of other family too on his side, but as far as closer family, you know, grandparents, whatever, that is no more. So it was my dad in 2010, and then my dad's dad passed in on 11/11 2021. And then now my dad's mom, get this, on 8/18 at 81, on 8/18 at 81 years old. So for a little synchronicity there. But yeah, sir, count your blessings. Have a great day. Happy Sunday, sir. And talk to you soon, man. You know, I'll see you on Paul's or someone's, I'm sure.
Right, the apocalypse, which is the unveiling, the more these things start to happen to you. And on the topic of Jung, it makes me think of what he was dabbling in. He was dabbling in the occult from a scholarly point of view, and he figured the most interesting thing to me about Jung was the way he figured out how to interact with this other reality. And he did it through writing. But I was talking to, I forgot who I was talking to about this, but I think I was on William Ramsey yesterday. I was on his podcast, and we were talking about how all these cultists of all time, they end up driving themselves insane. And I think that's what happens to a lot of these guys that start looking, right? You look into the abyss long enough, and the abyss starts to look back into you, or you turn into the monster that the monsters that you're looking for. I'm paraphrasing it, but right, you have Nietzsche, you have Crowley, you had Austin Osman Spar, you had all these occultists that went insane towards the end of their lives. Jung being one of them, by he was doing what some people would consider soul alchemy, but that's because he was obsessed with alchemy. So
I think this goes to a couple of things. So I think first of all, if you're going to start dabbling in alchemy and esoteric and occult sciences, which, like, let's just be honest, that is what we're doing here, right? We're not just talking about, we're seeing what happens when we do this, when we do that, we're kind of thing, right? So what I said earlier about integrity, right? And I can't decide for you what is integrous. Everyone has to decide for themselves. But when you're in integrity, when you are, and integrity doesn't just mean like, oh, you're behaving the right way, or you're, being, like, honesty has things to do with it and whatever, but also like your body is your vessel in integrity. Are you eating and drinking and exercising and doing all the things to sort of maintain coherence regardless of what is going on around you? Can you stare in the abyss? How long can you stare? Like, what if the energy of that abyss breaks down the body if it's not in good condition? What if occult science and alchemy requires the same level of like physical well-being as like a finely tuned athlete? And a lot of people are not thinking that because they're just carrying around in the lab and whatever, right? And so the integrity is on a lot of levels. It's in the ethics and the morality, but it's also in physical integrity. Like, if you have, a house that's not built well, it's going to fall. If you have a pair of cheap, shitty jeans that when you wash them too many times, they're going to fall apart. This is the kind of thing I'm talking about. Like, how do you build yourself to be coherent across all dimensions, right? Like, and it's a process, and it's something you have to maintain. And also, I think having interests that are something other than that, it can be related, right? Like, but I think a lot of people get really focused on their experiments and their magic, and they don't balance it. They don't go out and play soccer in the park with their kid, or, like, go listen to music, or, enjoy a fine meal or whatever. They get obsessively hyper-focused and like that we've talked about. And that is a strength, but you also have to know, just like when you know that you're done with the synchronicities for the day, you have to know that, like, I've stared in the abyss long enough. Now I need to go do some other things and come back and see if the abyss still looks the same. You have to know when you're done. And done doesn't have to mean done forever, but when you're done for now, just like, when you've had enough drinks at the bar, right? When you have to learn what your own personal limit is. And that, again, is part of this integrity that I'm talking about, right? And I'm just starting to come into understanding, like, there's shit that used to whack me the fuck out that, like, hardly phases me anymore. And when I ask myself the question, why, everything, I'm like, oh, I see, like, I've gotten better at this. I'm more honest with myself about that. I eat better. I sleep better. It's all the things. It isn't just like one specific thing, right? Being able to stay cool when things get hot, being able to stay centered when everything is like wobbling all around, right? That's something that comes from a variety of experiences and choices and developments and things that you've done with yourself. And so I think the alchemist that is going to be successful at knowing these other things exist and deciding which of them they would like to engage and being being sort of able to make that choice for themselves, not like being thrown unprepared into a scenario or not able to achieve, right? I think they need to consider all of these things.
Yeah, and that was one of the things I think that you and I talked about at one time, or it was like finding the balance, right? Because obviously, with the production of a show, people see things differently than they would otherwise, right? Whenever they see this, they probably think, oh, we recorded a couple of days ago. Maybe they don't know that I recorded it weeks ago or something or other, right? So they get this idea of like, oh, this dude's super smart. But I always tell people, I go, the research that I do, it's like over time, right? It's over large spans of time. But my issue that I have is hyper focusing on research, and not necessarily that it's worthless, but how you're saying, you have to be able to find that balance. Because if you get too lost in the sauce, especially if you have a family or whatever else, I mean, it's not healthy. You can't, it's not good. And it's also not good for your own self.
2 streams at once. Did I do it?
Stories of alchemists that would have their clothes, like the clothing in the front would be a different clothing in the back because they were in front of the furnace for so long. And I think maybe that might be symbolic too, right? Like,
yep, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Yep.
So it's like have everything in a healthy kind of thing. But I have a form of what I call occult ADHD, where it's like I am always looking for, I can't enjoy movies anymore because I'm always looking for the occult aspect of it, or shows or whatever it may be. And it could be anything. It could be a show about, right, Love is Blind. Like, I found occult stuff on Love is Blind, like weird stuff that it's like, is it there? Is it? Who knows? Because I mean, these are shows that are at the forefront, and I know you and I don't know if you want to talk about the Netflix dimensions, because that's something I want to talk to you about. You know, we talked about being on a ship, on a boat, and potentially having some of my essence taken away, right? In the Bermuda Triangle, in this portal. And I was also looking for UFOs because you're in the middle of the ocean, you're in the middle of these large, vast areas. So I'm always on the lookout for strangeness as well. I do believe that things like Bigfoot and all these other phenomena, I do think that there's like this area in this realm of what we talk about, these topics, that they can exist. And one of my guilty pleasures is cryptids. So I'm always looking for UFOs wherever I go, or Dogman or Bigfoot or whatever. And so, yeah, and I think the alchemist having his clothing turned into a different color, that might be symbolic for, hey, step away a couple of times and smell, what is it? Smell the roses and enjoy the time that you have in the everlasting now.
Yeah. No, I also think there's a direct one-to-one relationship between what is going on in your mind and what you will see on the outside. So I think that when somebody experiences a UFO or Bigfoot or any one of these types of anomalies.
What are your thoughts on that, by the way, Emily, when you're done there?
So none of those have ever been the focus of my research. But I'm starting to understand like the conditions for those experiences, the conditions for those states. And I think the relationship between what is going on inside of someone and what is going on outside of them has not ever been paid enough sort of attention or respect by lots of people. Not all, I'm sure there's some people who really deeply get into that kind of stuff, right? But I think that if you really look at what's going on in the sky and what's going on with like things related to UFOs, and then you do some deep research into brain mapping and into like cellular membranes and integrity and things in sort of the makeup of the mind or the brain, you'll notice that the brain lights up in unusual patterns. And my guess would be when you have certain kinds of synaptic activities or certain things sort of firing in the brain, you're more likely to have one of those experiences. And I don't know if the thing in your brain causes that, or if the thing out there causes the thing in your brain, but it requires a certain state of mind, or a certain flow happening in your body for one of those experiences to materialize. And so I'm just saying, I'm not saying I know the exact answer, but there's always a relationship between what's happening externally and what's happening internally when one of those things occurs. The conditions are right for that, and it's a participatory experience. It's not just like you're part of the experience. It isn't just happening and you're witnessing it generally. Mm-hmm. There is some resonance that allows your awareness that it is occurring to be, right? So I think that this is why, like, most people just who go out somewhere looking for UFOs don't find them, but people who are just engaged in some maybe slightly unusual activity, or they find themselves in a place they didn't expect to be in an unusual state of mind, it gets compounded by one of these experiences. It's because their state of being participated in setting the conditions for the experience to materialize. So I think it's a lot of inner. I think we live in a participatory universe, not in the universe where things just happen to people.
But the people who are sitting idly, letting the universe go by, right, for lack of a better term, that you could consider that an NPC. Instead of partaking consciously in the experience, they're just letting the experience take them, right?
For most things, right? Like sometimes we choose to sit in a state of just witnessing or observation or meditation, but that is done intentionally. But there's like a lot of people who are just doing the current thing or whatever. It's just passing them by, right? Like I don't think of the world like, oh, things are happening to me. I feel like I'm doing stuff. And to the extent things are happening, they're happening sometimes because of what I'm doing, or because other people are doing things too. But, like I've noticed this too with certain people with research, or people who get into topics, whether they're like researching them or experimenting in them or just talking about them, that there's a lot of people who approach these things from like, what is being done to us, and others who approach them from what am I doing or what can I do? And it's not that whatever one you're doing, you shouldn't pay attention to the other. But I've noticed sometimes now when I'm talking to someone, oh, I see, this is a person who's spending a lot of their time trying to understand or stop what they think is happening to them. And I'm interested in like, what can I make happen? Like what little tinkerings around that I can do that, whatever. And it's just a different way of being in the same environment. And how you experience that environment is directly connected to that.
And you recently did an episode with Christopher, and shout out to him. And I'm going to be doing an episode with him too soon. And one of the things that he said on the topic of UFOs was the idea of these local spirits, where when you start looking into the night sky and you start to notice them, they start to notice you. And that kind of freaked me out, because I'd been wanting to get a pair of like night vision goggles to look into the sky. And it's like, are those things how you're saying? Because Jung was one of these guys that talked about how UFOs were a projection of our psyche. And you're saying there's like this cocktail and this concoction of all the right elements and situation that manifest these experiences into reality, right? What happens when I start to look into the night sky and you start dabbling into things that and he said pretty much like, you gotta be careful, because once you start to notice these local spirits, they'll come around and they'll start to mess around with you. And that you get that kind of like hitchhiker effect, which kind of freaked me out when he said that, because everyone who I've known that has had night vision goggles, they always say, oh, you look into the sky, there's so much activity going on up there that people wouldn't otherwise see, because again, the light pollution and all these things. But Paracelsus talked about the elementals and things that exist right? Little, you can call them fairies, you can call them spirits, you can call them sprites, whatever you want, that exist in their realm and wherever they come from. And it could be in this, like the other night I was reading about, I was reading Kenneth Grant, and as soon as I got to that part of them being in contact with outside entities, this freaking owl in my backyard just starts going crazy. It just starts hooing away. I'm like, you weren't doing that until I got to this part of the outside influences and these entities that are talking about, right? If we truly are interacting with something that is conscious on the outside of reality, right?
It can be really simple too. Like sometimes you have like a grand experience out there with something in the sky or an animal, but like one of the things we've noticed, and there's at least at this point 30 or 50 occurrences that have happened on camera, that when I hit on like an idea that is like, oh, we just moved into new space, some weird white thing, like looks like we call them the lint UFOs in my apartment or whatever, will float down. I can't see it in my apartment. Like it'll come down, you can see it on the camera. Like I can't see it here, but like that could simply be something like just some particle of metal or dust or something that has some element in it that was reactive to that energy or that spark that I gave off at the moment I had it. So it's like acknowledging the kind of thing, right? Like it's funny because it doesn't ever just happen when I'm like, hey, what's going on, dude? Nice. Like when we're doing conspiracy cocktail and I'm talking to people and we're just chattering about like whatever fancy cocktail I'm drinking. It never happens. It always happens when it's like, oh shit, man, ruthenium is fucking 44 on the periodic table. It's raining, you know. It looks like the in Stranger Things when they're in the upside down and there's like that white dust.
Yes.
It looks kind of like that, or like a feather, like a piece of a feather from an angel's wing or something like that, right? The other thing is we have lots of particulates in our sky, and I think that we may be experiencing some magnetic mirrors or Dyson sphere type things that are placed in our outer atmosphere, and they're reflective. So sometimes when you start to interact with something that you think is out there, you're interacting with yourself, right? It's like you're being shown. It's like a mirror reflection back to you. Like, you know, like if you ever looked in the mirror after like, you know, you had like a long, hard day or a hard night of partying and you like almost don't recognize yourself in the mirror, right? It's like, who the fuck are you? Are you one or are you one, right? Which one are you, right? But I think that like some of our thought forms that we sometimes we're aware of them, sometimes we're even not, that we're sort of generating when we're looking up at the night sky, just get sent right back to us. It doesn't even have to be another, though it certainly could be some other spirit. It could just be something holding a mirror up and going, hey, look at yourself, dude, right? Answering, you know, providing yourself the answer to your own question. In the book, Inside the Earth, they talk about that the things we think of as planets and celestial bodies are simply beings that have had a lot of attention. They start, right? They are like, right. Like, I think it's the show Jeff likes, American Gods or whatever. Like they need to have a certain amount of attention in order to continue to have power and exist. That planets are just like individuals or spirits or gods or whatever that have received. It's like it's an accretion disk. They keep building up. They're growing with every time their name is mentioned. Every time someone looks at them through the telescope, it's like adding to their body. Like, have you ever watched someone make cotton candy? When it's spinning and they're grabbing the sugar with the thing and it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger until finally you have this huge ball of cotton candy from something that looks like a little bit of sugar. It's like that, right? It's growing. The book Inside the Earth is an interesting book. If you haven't read it, you should read it.
The author for them?
Radu Sinamar. Right. I think there's a lot of accuracies in that book. You know, so but yeah, so I think there's all kinds of things like when we go out to like the desert or something and we're sky watching or we've eaten mushrooms and we're checking out the biological UFOs or whatever it is. But sometimes Laura will start to sing. Right. She likes to sing in Hebrew and the stars start fucking flashing and doing dances and shit. Like Laura went through a period of time where she was in like a religious cult called Hebrew Roots of the Christian Faith. Right. And she at this point has fully extracted herself from all of that. But she likes that language. She feels like in touch with that, right? So she'll sing, and the stars start. Like we're like in Joshua Tree. She's fucking singing in Hebrew, and they're like doing things that are making it look like menorahs in the sky. And I think menorah is a technology, right? Like it looks like some kind of like ancient device for some type of activity or whatever. When I see it in the inner vision realm, but to watch the difference between when we were just talking, what the sky looked like, and what the sky looked like when she started singing, it was like they were doing a performance. Whatever they were, whether they were stars or UFOs or whatever the sparkly, twinkly things in the sky were that night, they were singing, they were dancing to that song.
Are you talking about like the Jewish menorah, like this?
Yeah.
You think that this is some sort of tech?
Yep.
Interesting. I mean, the Senate, the hearing room is in the form of a menorah, so I mean, it might have some sort of resonance technology amplification of some sort. Yeah, that would
it was
make sense.
weird. Like this one trip when we were in Joshua Tree, like everything I saw.
And
was
Joshua
like
Tree's a weird place too.
Made of menorahs, and what was weird was like I didn't say anything about it. Right, I'm just having my trip and noticing, wow, there's like a lot of menorahs in my trip. I don't think about menorahs. This is weird, right? And my friend Vanessa, who was there, who she did not want to eat mushrooms, but she wanted to be in the experience with us, so she just put a tiny bit of it in her mouth. She didn't take enough to trip, right? But she said, you know, she's like, Emily, it was weird when I was watching you. Like, I kept seeing menorahs. I didn't say shit about the menorahs, right? I didn't say anything. She's like, I saw the fucking menorahs, right? So like, I don't know now. Like, I'm half Jewish. My dad is Jewish, right? And it was like that time of year. But it was like I wasn't thinking about menorahs. I don't practice any kind of Judaism, but it was showing it to me. And then like everything I saw for a couple of days, like I would see a menorah, like it would show me how like this is modeled after something from the menorah. Like we were at like a gardening place and there was like some crate to like start growing your seeds in, and like the shape that it was in was like that. I'm like, that's fucking weird. It looked just like the fucking menorahs, right? Like it's some kind of sacred shape in order to like harness energy or grow something in a specific direction. Like it's a technology that like generates a certain pattern, which a lot of technologies do, right? But I didn't know that thing about the Congress, so that's interesting.
Yeah, and you have the law of attraction, law of correspondence. So
Yes.
the idea behind sacred instruments in a ritualistic setting is because the air dagger, or the dagger of fire, or the chalice of water, whatever, like they're they're conducting alchemy, so they're corresponding to that resonance of whatever sound or frequency or vibration that element has. So by modeling this after this menorah technology, or whatever you want to refer to it as, it's that sort of resonance. And not only that, but then you charge it with everybody looking at it on TV and on the news and on C-SPAN that's running what, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. People are charging.
Wow, the Senate chamber. What's so funny is I have my blanket here with me. Here, let me just show it here. I have my Hanukkah blanket right here. Literally, darling, literally. Just for some synchronicity. Check this shit out. Check it out. Yep. How about them apple? Right there. I know what you're thinking. Damn, that guy Jewish as fuck, bruh. But nah. From when I was way younger, and I just still use it. There you go. Synchro-mystic synchronicity. Yep. Much love, brother. Peace, peace. I'm gonna keep playing this. I keep meaning to skip to the next episode, but I keep getting intrigued by this. So
this tech, I mean, that's how that works. That's how they capture your energy. And then look at all these people. I mean, you can't tell me that's not a secret society. I've been there. I've been to the. I've stood in this room before.
I did too when I was younger, like when I was like 12 or 13.
And it goes back to the whole Pythagorean palace idea that they encapsulate a higher dimension. But I mean, and this is in the capital. So think about if there's
Where's QAnon shaman? That was his desk. What's going on?
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
The idea that if there's a more occulted laid out.
Supposedly, all types of people, the last thing they see before they're abducted by aliens is an owl. So explain that. Explain that shit.
Look at how that top looks like an Alex Gray painting.
Yeah.
Right. It's very the fucking Congress is super psychedelic, dude. I told you, watch the Congress of our government, but also watch the movie The Congress because it ain't far off from that.
This is the chariot card. I mean, look at this. Look at that. Look at that. I mean, they're doing it now. And what's the name of the cult? The guy with the golden tablets. What was his name? Was that the Jehovah's Witness? Was that?
Okay, I was talking about the Hebrew roots of the Christian faith, but you have a different cult you want to talk about?
Well, are they related? Because you talk about she sings in Hebrew, but Enochian has that reality too, and there are certain chants that you do to invoke changes in reality. And I think it was the Jehovah's Witness because one of my friends tagged me in something. He wanted to do an episode on Enochian magic, and I think it was Jehovah's Witness where he read some tablets and he brought his brother back from the dead or sacrificed it or something like that.
So the Enochian magic is interesting. I'm also interested in Enochian chess, right? But there's this book that I read a couple of years ago that was interesting, but it just popped up the other day for me with some things that happened, and I'm like, I need to go back and read that book again because I think there were some answers in there that I wasn't sophisticated enough in my knowledge to understand at that point that I think would mean there's something different to me right now. And it's called The Keys of Enoch. It's at home. It's at that apartment. It's by J.J. here. What's it called? Keys of Enoch. I'm looking it up so I can tell you. By
James J. Hurtak. I think I have.
Yeah.
The Book of Knowledge.
It's this one that looked like that, and then I've discovered many more, including the one I talk about a lot here in Austin called The Independent, where you have these buildings that have separate segments that are almost like some kind of weird Jenga kind of thing, right? Where each section of the building looks like its own compartment. It's modular and it's off center. I think that these people understand that buildings are the things that connect dimensions. And if someone, not only do they connect dimensions, but even within the own building, I think that, let's say that there's an office with a lot of secrets right above you and you're sitting right below it. If I'm a person that's intuitive at all and I'm sitting right below the desk where the secrets are, I can envision them easier than if I can't connect to it that way. So if you have an office that you want to be completely secure, you don't want it to be attached to anything else in the building, right? Because it makes it sort of less reachable by somebody who is trying to do corporate espionage or some type of other magic. But if you watched the OA or even in Fringe, right, where they were moving back and forth between levels of reality at the same location, right? If the blueprint is the same for the buildings, then they can find you. But if let's just say you have an exact same building, but in this reality, one of the floors is slightly off center, right? If they're jumping through, they're not going to land in your spot. So I think a lot of these buildings are built with the idea in mind of having certain segments of the building be compartmentalized in a specific type of way. But also, if you look at cityscapes, the way some of these buildings reflect in the other buildings, this is a way to, like, sometimes you look at one of these buildings that I call interdimensional architecture, but when you look at it reflecting in another building, it looks just like a straight building. It doesn't look, you can't see all the definition of all of that kind of stuff, right? I think this does something to its like penetrability. Like, I think it's less easy to penetrate when it's not predictable. Right. I think it's a special kind of pathetic. Like if you're trying to hide your secret to your alchemical recipe in a compartment of your mind that no remote viewer can get, you're going to compartmentalize that section differently than you do the rest of your palace. Right. You're going to have different modes of entry for the most inner space, the most inner room, the most inner cavern, or the one that you want to keep your secret files in. Right. That's going to be approachable by almost no one, or at least you're going to try and build it that way. It doesn't mean it's going to succeed. Right. So I think this is strategic architecture, not just from a visual standpoint, but I literally think that there's like dimensional warfare going on in the construction of some of these buildings.
So it's on Winchester Boulevard, and I looked up the etymology of Winchester, and Chester comes from Old English back up into the 11th century. You have city of the legions from Old English Ciaster, Roman town or city. And then this one over here caught my eye where it goes, a post-Roman name. The place was the base of the Second Legion, Audrix, I guess, in the 70s CE, and later the 20th Legion Valeria Victrix. But the town's name in Roman times was some name I can't say, from its situation on the river Dee, a Celtic river meaning the goddess, the Holy One. So again, that's the etymology of Winchester or Chester. And I mean, they have the building, they have building G, F, E, and then D. Where's A, B, and C? Right? So
I'm not sure. Is this the one in Los Angeles?
Yeah, there's the one in Los Angeles. They have 4 different buildings.
Yeah, there's all, yeah, okay. So they have several buildings. So, okay, the other thing, if you go back to looking at the actual buildings instead of the Google Earth map, right? If you go back to just the pictures that were available on Google, just go back to like the images so I can see if I can find one that shows you certain things.
Check out the latest deals on all oil changes at Firestone Complete Auto Care.
We're here to change your oil, but also check on everything else on your vehicle, bumper to bumper. That's what we're here for.
Book now at Fire.
Okay, so some of the some of the sections look like strips of film. Like if you've ever developed like film strips, right? Like the building looks sort of like that. It also, if you look at like the top floor where it's like a white box that has like a big window, that can be like kind of an observation deck. And look at the way that, like in this picture you have here in the bigger box on the right, the way the sky is reflecting in that. Like, what if that observation deck is like binoculars looking to a certain point in the sky? Where does that point to? Does it point to the Hollywood sign? Where does it point to Griffith Park? What are we looking at? What are we observing? What do we want to have our like a front row seat at? If you look at like film strips, or like my dad used to have a slide projector, right? Do you know what a slide projector looks like? Those buildings, the windows look like the slides that my dad, he used to like take pictures and get them developed as slides, and we'd watch them on the wall at the house, like when he would get back from his trips and stuff like that. And we're talking about a company that makes films or that shows films. Now, I think that, so my interdimensional architecture was literally inspired running sort of different experiments, a different version of the same experiment to see which is that whatever, right? But it's the same type of thing. And it isn't like, sure, we look at a lot of shows that seem to be speaking about our reality in terms of like, you can get into obviously a lot of the science fiction or the woo or the mind control-y, you know, whatever, Westworld-y kind of things, or you can get into like, you know, there's a lot of like documentaries on reality kind of stuff. There's also political shows like, what was that one, like House of Cards, or now there's The Diplomat, that give an insight into how Washington works, and you can see how people respond to seeing that. Do they think that's really how it is, or that that's dramatized? But even some of these pieces, that you also have, like, remember that How to Make a Murderer, or How to Make a Murder? Did you ever see that one?
I think so, yeah.
Or the Jeffrey Dahmer, like the How to Make a Murder thing. Like, how much can you show people about how corrupt our system is, and they still are just like, oh,
the guy in Wisconsin, right? That was framed.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So like they're putting it out there to see
how to
like,
make it not make sense.
How can we string these people along? How long will they accept this nonsense, both from our system and from this television show, this series, this network kind of thing? There's also things like the Jeffrey Dahmer stuff that came out last year, right? So they test the waters between the crossover and like the push for all this LGBTQ stuff, but also cannibalism. Will the gay community be offended by that part of it? Will the cannibal movie, all of this about the community, all be turned? You can do all kinds of like looking and seeing and moving things around in the petri dish, but even things that are supposedly like either feel good pieces, or like if you think of a movie, and it wasn't a Netflix movie, but if you think of a movie like Bohemian Rhapsody about Freddie Mercury, or there was just a new Netflix movie that came out that we just watched the other night about Whitney Houston, right? And I am shocked at how much I keep thinking about this movie about Whitney Houston, that how it's, and I remember that when we watched the Freddie Mercury movie, like Laura was singing fucking Queen songs for like days and weeks. She was waking up in the middle of the night singing Queen songs and whatever. But if you look at the person that was Freddie Mercury, there's some interesting stories that have gone around over the years about him and what he may have really represented and what may have actually happened to him and why. And I don't know the veracity of all those, right? But this movie about Whitney Houston was pretty insightful and pretty good. Right. And we also know all the conspiracies that have been laid down about what happened to her and why. And was it some kind of occult ritual? Who did it? Was it the Illuminati? Sure, all those things are possible. They don't really address that in the movie, but that's hanging out there in the conspiracy community. But, you know, one of the things that I brought up with Laura, that after watching this movie, it seemed like it could almost have been transactional, taking her out. Here you have a person who was one of the most successful artists in all of history, whose catalog is not as extensively big as someone like Michael Jackson's or the Beatles or whatever, but holds more consecutive number ones and songs. Like, I don't think about Whitney Houston very often. I couldn't believe, like, when they started playing those songs, it took me right back to the first time I ever heard them. And I was like, dancing around, it's really in our blood. It's in us. These songs we heard when we were younger that were like meaningful, right? And she had damaged her voice. She had verse in perpetuity. What the fuck is that?
Yeah.
Right?
It goes back to that Faustian pact. And I talked a lot about, like, what are you willing to give up for whatever it is that you're getting in exchange? Are you willing to, right? I mean, the ultimate price is your soul. And then that thing that you're talking about in people's skin, it has to do with the thing that rhymes with Google Chrome. So, there's that aspect of it as well. And I do think that a lot of these people are born, they're not they're not just elected, they're selected, and they've been in this realm since the very beginning, right? And it goes back to what we were talking about, that right. I think that this reality, a lot of it is orchestrated, a lot of it is already pre-planned. And I think just like how any regular program, you're not able to do certain things unless you have that command prompt. Well, I think they have that command prompt and they're able to have their inputs in that, and they know how to navigate, right, this reality in a way that the regular layperson doesn't know how to. And I mean, that's in the most cryptic way I can possibly say it, but you get exactly what I'm talking about. And it's got to do with the media.
Exactly what you're talking about.
And again, forming this collective conscious around your thing, around the Netflix or your Hulu or whatever, your political party, you name it, they put these people in these reality tunnels. And I mean, that's the perfect alchemical mixture for a shit show, quite literally. So
and we're living in it.
Yeah, we're living in it, right? So
we have achieved the perfected alchemy of shit. Right?
Theater of the absurd.
It's fabulous.
Yeah, Theater of the Absurd. I recently named an episode that with My Maria 777. You should have her on too. She's great. And
My Maria 777.
Yeah, you should hit her up and have her on. She's got some really interesting. She's Cheney's best friend, so hit up Cheney. And so, yeah, Emily, this is great. I always enjoy having conversations with you because I mean, we talk always. It always seems like I'm going to run out of things to talk about whenever I do a podcast, but there's always something new to talk about. And that happens always when you come on, you unlock this thing in my brain and we're able to just navigate the realm and have an interesting conversation, thought-provoking.
Well, I always enjoy it as well, my friend. Thank you for having me. I'll send you that code I talked about so you can include in the show description, but I'll just say it here. For people who want to see his Glassbead episodes, you can go to projectkids.locals.com. And if you use the promo code PKLovesYou, all caps, all one word, it'll give you a free month. You can find his Glassbead Fractal series, for series 1.1 through 1.3, as well as the last couple of years of Project Kids and Glassbead games that Michael and I have done, and Cenote series with Elisa E., who wrote the book Our Life Beyond MK Ultra. Lots of interesting stuff there. If you like it, stick around. But if not, just enjoy your boy. And I'm sure I will see you here again, and you will see him with me again. Thank you, my friend.
Viewing the sound of my voice this evening, I can hear you tonight. Put one hand on your radio. I can hear you tonight. Viewing the sound of my voice this evening, I can hear you tonight. Put one hand on your radio. I can hear you tonight.
It's the trick, so I let it be known, y'all get blown. Out the zone, lovers, so you leave us alone. We can go from the fuck of it, homegrown, we loving it. Nigga better know by now, we on some other shit. Planet E, living for me, this is the mothership. All the nigga with me, a brothership, smooth beats, keep it bubbling. Until we troubling, coming in, where you don't get rushed by the double in. Your time's up, you suck, it's stumbling. Give a fuck, leaving them crushed and wondering. How to get ahead of the game from the beginning. It's survival of the fittest, so the illest remain. It's a shame how we do it wrong, we too strong. Put it on, either get with us or get gone. It's a long time overdue. In order to represent for everyone, and it's gotta be proved. Open your eardrums, let it infiltrate your soul. Control in the rap game, swallow them whole. Mental finish, transcend the lyrical exercise. Survival of the fittest, my eyes are open wide. Chokehold MCs retain the recipe. Next up the beats, more beats in order to eat. Turn up the heat, it's time to place the street. Give them what they want, the real, that's unique. Questions, second guessing, this lethal weapon. Life support, cut short for half stepping. Plan and method, revive the unliving. Bless the whole through soul, embrace rhythm. Dirty South, born and raised, who keep it gutter. That's the smooth beats, who's the coldest motherfucker. Take nothing without, dangerous bound, form to eat. Smooth beats, what we talking about? You need to stand up and be a soldier. I thought I told ya. Ain't nobody fucking around, the game will fold ya. Get a hold of yourself, you know it's over. Hit 'em with the rhythm of a cobra. That's keep it flashed off the doja like I'm supposed to. Haters wanna bug me, mug, and grab a toaster. Fuck a murder, turn money to earn. Another day, another lesson, and I'm hungry to learn. In the South, but we something to burn, we stay firm. Chicken dance, fucking for nothing, we take turn. Out of town, y'all ain't got the grounds to claim. We didn't have to play it sound the same. Still young, so we bound to change at some age. One thing, we can still get him at close range. If it's more than you in our wage, let it be set the stage for the recipe. It's on the E, it's smooth beats.
Definitely not one of the better episodes, but
Overpriced filler and
all good.
marketing hype
All good.
don't improve
Shout out to
supplements.
One on One.
So stop paying for them. With
Emily Moyer.
bulksupplements.com,
Hey, what is going on with y'all, man? It's Black Balloon, and I'm coming back with another video, a highly requested part 2 with Donald Marshall and the cloning centers, right? All right, y'all. So I really liked all of the comments, all the love from the first video we did on Donald Marshall. Like I said, it's probably, you know, the most requests I've seen for a part 2 under any video I've done. You know, like sometimes I'll, you know, sprinkle in like, yo, I could do a part 2 just to see how many of y'all requested, you know, and it'll kind of let me know if it's, you know, needed to be done or not, you know. And this time it was like overwhelming almost. It was like, oh, everybody wants to see a part 2, which I didn't really expect. So, you know, I thought that was cool. So I was like, you know, I'm gonna go ahead, get on this part 2 and get this video out to y'all. And, you know, start back getting on other requests and, you know, videos that are kind of the normal for the channel, especially this Sunday. I think this Sunday we'll jump back on, you know, another sacrifice video, and just kind of keep the ball rolling, you know. So y'all already know what's going on with that. So in this video, we got more clips. I have another clip that I want to show y'all that was from the same interview as the last video, and also got something from another interview as well. So, you know, without me talking y'all heads off too much throughout this video, I try to keep it as minimal as possible. We'll go ahead and jump into this first clip. All right, so check this out.
They cannibalize on each other underground. Anyway, Queen Elizabeth is really in with these things, okay? Her family has been for a long time. Now, these bloodlines, all that they are super inbred people, okay? What the edicts of Lucifer, like my family are down with this stuff. That's why I don't talk to them anymore. Inbreeding makes you strong. Pedophilia keeps you young, and helping lizards gives you good luck or something from the devil and stuff. They used to do this thing, kill your firstborn son, it gives you fortune in life or something, and it's pretty sick. So anyways, you know, all that stuff is, you know, true, and they know it. They just keep it going for like some stupid club, like the Devil Club. Ooh, we're cool, we're evil. It's just they're a bunch of, basically, it's a bunch of really rich, fat old people. They can't get laid, so they enslave people there to perv on them, right? Drug them, make them compliant through fear or drugs, and use them because they'd have a hard time even paying a prostitute. Really, like, you ever see Kissinger?
As Kissinger said, power is the ultimate aphrodisiac.
Yeah, he's there. Met him as clones. I met a bunch of them as clones. They all wanted to meet the guy that made all these songs, and I don't even want to talk about the songs thing because some people said, "Oh, you just want to be known for making all these songs and stuff." And really, I just want to shut these people down because everyone else, there's a bunch of celebrities there, and they're scared. Like Whitney Houston, they killed Whitney Houston with an aneurysm just recently. Like, and then all the celebrities there said, "Okay, we're not going to have any more of us get killed this way." What happened with her? She wanted to leave show business entirely. Didn't want to sing anymore. No concerts. Didn't want to be on TV, and didn't want to attend the cloning station to be used as a sex slave. But in the beginning of her career, she basically sold her soul. That's what they all talk about, selling your soul to the Illuminati. You're selling your clone to be used by old freaks at the cloning center for an aspect slave. Yeah, they do that. You know how they cover up their one eye?
Oh yeah.
That means two things. That means watch out, you don't get the lizard that stick a thing in the eye, or like well, it means a couple different things to different people. It means like don't you only half see things, and I always figured it was the lizard in the eye thing because I get introduced.
I've seen so many artists and pictures of them doing the triangle around the eye sort of thing.
Oh, yeah.
Like you do your thumbs and your index fingers together, and just look and put your hands together and just look through them like that, and your other fingers sort of look like sun rays coming out, sort of thing. I've seen so many artists do that.
Well, the thing with the pyramid in the eye thing is the whole symbol is a joke. It's once you know what the pyramid is for, then you know when you're pretty much Illuminati. But I'm going to break that whole thing right now. I'm going to ruin it. You got to look on my page and look at the schematics for the pyramid. I explain what it's for. It was basically a vril trap. It's a giant cockroach trap for vrils. Okay, these little vents that went in, they were at an angle. They were lined with smooth limestone, and anything that went in didn't come out because these crab nasties claws. Well, that's why I call them crab nasties, the vrils. I've been calling them that my whole life. So these people. You heard about the celebrities selling their souls to the place, so that's what they're doing. They're selling themselves to be used as clones at the cloning center. Now the thing is, after a while, they have kids, and they want to bring their kids there too to induct them into the family, right? They just want perv on them, and they're all too scared to say no, and they do bring their kids there and mess them all up, keep them memory repressed, and just mess with them. And then they do all kinds of stuff with different technologies that they have there. Like I'm trying to, like I know about a bunch of different technologies they have, and I wanted to tell everyone about it, but not enough time on your show to tell about all of it, so I'm trying to tell about the most important things: the cloning lizards. Oh, and the head chips. I didn't tell you about the head chips, but to the vrils, the 3 different types. The small ones they use to drone people, to host people, because the proboscis on young lizard type 1s, they're small enough to go into an eye and not ruin the eye, right? Because they're supposed to do this to animals with bigger eyeballs, probably freaking dinosaurs. So these lizards, it squiggles in, the thing takes over, total domination, right? Old person dies, and it becomes a totally compliant slave, basically, does whatever the people want it to do because it's just happy to live life as a human being now, right? It's totally coherent, and it knows that its life is dependent on it mimicking human behavior, so it does really well. Even with other animals, it's smart enough to instinctually mimic the animal's behavior, right? It incorporates that animal's brain to, I don't know, it just takes over in the worst way. It's a parasitic lizard. It's nasty. Now, the head chip thing, man, I know this is a lot. Like, I had to explain about all this stuff, my total disclosure and phases, because I didn't want to lump it all out in at one time for people, because it's
What,
way-
you're afraid they'd think you were crazy? I mean, it doesn't matter, man. I mean, like, as far as most people are concerned, you know, as soon as you opened your mouth, it's insanity.
Education, a local college, university. I've had people tell me that they're just
You
loaded.
cannot get a job unless you're special, elite, irregular. Now, the frightening thing here is number one. This is the underlying thing. This is what happened in Nazi Germany. This is exactly the same pattern that happened in Nazi Germany, the exclusion of women and mothers who love their children. Now, I'm pragmatic enough to realize and say, look, we mothers look at history and we look at the future. We're pretty daggone damn wise. I don't use profanity unless I'm talking to soldiers, but I've learned to use, you know, this is what they listen to. They're really, you know, I can talk sailor talk, I can talk Marine talk, I can talk commando talk, because I'm the, you know, little bitch who loves Jesus. And so, I mean, when you're in the streets, Christ he wasn't out there with all the goody goodies. He was out there in the streets. He was out there talking to them, the drunks and so forth. I know how to reach them because I don't mind transgressing into this kind of little verbiage if that's what Jesus Christ did. But the danger here is that, yes, it's growing. It's a growth industry. It's growing exponentially. So what's going to happen? What's going to happen? They're cloning people. You know, do they need women? You know, which women are they going to have? The party girls, the bimbos?
Now, just across the board of this entire clone thing, a lot of it goes back to Nazi Germany. You know, just like the lady was talking about. I found that clip. It was kind of like mid-conversation. So the context of like what the entire interview was about is, you know, kind of unknown with that clip. But I just thought, you know, it would go well in the middle of this video just to kind of see it from someone I have no idea who that lady is. And she's talking about, you know, basically the government cloning people with a very serious face. And it doesn't have anything to do with celebrities. She's just talking about it in general. But, you know, she's obviously knowledgeable about damn near this stuff starting back with the Nazis, just how, you know, Operation Paperclip and everything that the Nazis were a part of back in that time. It all ties back to this cloning stuff, the real, so on and so on, which I got another clip from Donald Marshall that goes a little bit more into that real energy type of stuff, even though we've already covered that in a UFO video. But it's just kind of cool to hear from somebody else. I think 1 or 2 points in that clip he might have already mentioned in my last video, but he did several talks where he kind of talked about the same thing, and then he would go off for a couple of minutes talking about something new. So that's what this next clip is about. It has a couple new points in it, but if you hear anything you've already heard before, it's going to be very short. So excuse me for that. But another point he brought up was how they do the firstborn son rituals of celebrities and people that are part of this world. And that brings me to the next video that I'm going to post and talk about. I'm not sure if I put it on Patreon first, but the video I want to do about Bronny and LeBron. And, you know, we all know Bronny just had a heart attack about a week ago. Well, cardiac arrest. Basically, he died on the court. He didn't have a heart attack. His heart completely stopped. And that is also LeBron's first son, you know, so I want to get into that a little bit in the next video that I drop on YouTube. So y'all be on the lookout for that. But I just thought it was super interesting that Donald Marshall had kind of touched on that a little bit in that clip y'all just watched. So, you know, with that being said, we're gonna go ahead and jump into this next clip. Then I'll come back and kind of wrap the entire clone series up. I think this will be the last video that I'll do on it for a while. So with that being said, check this out.
Of you and the way that they transfer your consciousness into it. I'm not even exactly sure how they do it because I'm pretty sure there's a way to block it and they just don't want to let me be on it. They get you when you're in REM sleep, but only when you're in full REM sleep. If you have a clone there, they can press a button and transfer your consciousness into your clone. You will not have a dream. You'll just go there and you'll be walking around a little bit stupefied, but you'll be walking around communicating. This is how the Illuminati communicates. I guess they told me it started in 1945, 44 or 45. They only had that has anything to do with World War II, Donnie? I'm not sure. Like, they don't tell me everything. Like, they told me a lot, but they don't tell me the nitty-gritty on everything. Well, how it happened, how they got all the celebrities and stuff involved. It was all politicians at first. It was just communication, a government world communication zone. And then they started getting bored. So they started bringing, you know, Marilyn Monroe and all these celebrities and stuff. And they thought it was all cool. Hey, temporary bodies, we can do whatever we want. And then the politicians started showing off. The celebrities started showing off. And it got more depraved. And then they realized, hey, we can bring people here and have the memory repressed. We can bring anybody here and do whatever we want with them and send them back. And they won't be any the wiser. And so they started doing that with any pretty people they could find. And, you know, there's no way to get caught. So they're just, you know, having fun. And it got worse and worse and worse. And they started doing this thing called the sell your soul thing. All the celebrities saying they sell their soul to the devil. They're not selling their soul to the devil. They're selling their clone to the Illuminati to be used as a sex slave at night. Now, the problem is, they're fully aware then, even when they're awake, that they have clones like you are. Oh, yes, they are very aware. Well, let's see, they're pretty excited at first. They go there, they're not famous, they don't have money, and they're like, oh wow, when you're famous, okay, just use me a little bit, no problem. They don't realize that it's a contract for the rest of your life, like the rest of your life. You don't just get famous and then they okay, have a good life. They keep you. Also, if you ever have any children, they're included in the contract. You have to induct your children into the thing. Now,
Don't you answer right there? If they're including your children, do you other celebrities, are there politicians, other people that kind of just haphazardly find themselves there? Where if you're going to include my kids and I want to get out, have you noticed any certain type of, I guess, just human being, whether celebrity or not, where a line is drawn, then where can they go from there?
Well, it's a pretty. How can I explain it? It's a pretty big penalty for going against them. Like a couple other people have already, and they were killed. And they were killed in real bad ways. Like specifically, Bernie Mac, Chris Benoit, the ex-wrestler, and what was the other guy? Whitney Houston. They off her too because she said she didn't want to attend anymore. She made like a big stand. And she thought they were going to cave. She's open center dirt, and they're like threatening her. We'll kill you. We'll kill you. She's like, I don't care. You won't kill me. She thinks that she's like tequila. She can threaten, and they won't do anything. But they never have.
I have a question. You keep saying them and they, and you and I, we kind of become friends, and we discussed a few things. And you've told me that you have information that the fate of the world rests on. What is it? What is it? Who is it, or what is it that we should be afraid of at night? What are these creatures called? What are their names?
Okay, these creatures are called the Vril, aka the Anunnaki, aka the Pleiadians. They have all kinds of names throughout the centuries. Different cultures have named them different things. They come from underground. They're not from space. They come from underground. They've been around since before cavemen. There's paintings on cavemen.
Did they evolve, or did they? I mean, you said they came. Did you say they came from space?
No, I said they don't come from space. They're from underground.
So did they evolve, or were they? I mean, how do you know how they were created, or?
I'm not sure of their origins, but I'm not sure of their origins, but they're the highly evolved lizard species. They're reptilian. They actually have said that the stupid things can talk, and they're stupid, okay? They have said that they're not actually lizard. They're saurian, as in dinosaurian. They said that they live past the cataclysm that killed dinosaurs because they were so far underground. Anyway, different religious cultures and sects and stuff started interacting with them. China was big into them. Israel was big into them. They're underground in like different regions all around the world, and there's even different factions of Vril. That's their name, the Vril. That's a common name. They all call themselves Vril.
I've heard the name Vril before, Donnie, and it had to do with the Vril Occult Society, along with the Dual Society that backed up Hitler, and they had a very similar. They told sort of a similar story about these supernatural creatures that lived underground, and Vril was the energy they fed off of, but it was still deep underground. Is this related in any way? Or is it just the Vril sort of passing on their story, but masking it in a way?
It's the Vril power was abandoned technology left behind by the Atlantean civilization, and the Atlanteans used to call themselves the Thule, like Thule, but pronounced Toolie. That's what Atlantis are called. Anyway, they got wiped out. Nobody really talked about how that happened, but they hinted that the Vril tried to drone all these people. Now, what droning is, okay, these lizards have a unique biological property of their bodies. This is what people talk about with the shapeshift, okay? There's no twisting, morphing, the scales come out of the skin and the eyes turn into slits and stuff. That's a myth. And they promote that to throw people off of the scent, right? What they do, they have this thing on their head. It's like an ejectable brain and spinal column. Now, the smaller ones, they use smaller ones to get humans this way. They parasite a human's brain. Now, this top cap thing on the top of their head comes out. They can do this once in their life, and it just wiggles out, and it pulls their spinal column along with it, and they have to have assistance, like the human would have to be restrained or unconscious. And this, they call it the quill. It's a proboscis that comes out of the top of the lizard's head, and it goes into the eye, it spirals around the optic nerve until it gets to a specific part of the brain, and then it does something called sweating. Now, the sweating part, the juice that's in the spinal cord, it's excreted out of the tip of this thing, and it's the parasitic cells. Now, the parasitic cells go into the brain and then just take over and dominate totally. Okay, a bunch of billionaires and millionaires got together a long time ago. They said, I can cause wars, I can kill people, I can bring down monarchies even. One thing I can't do, I can't prevent myself from dying. And so they all got together. Said, let's put a bunch of Chinese people on it.
All right, y'all. So to go ahead and wrap this video up and kind of wrap up the series for now, in this last clip, I thought it was interesting. Like I said, I know he might have repeated a few things in that clip that you've already heard, but I tried to cut out some of that stuff as best as I could without ruining the context. He did talk about something we talked about before on this channel, and that was the Tula Society, the Vril energy, and the Vril in itself, and how those beings that he was talking about, you know, they went by different names: Vril, Pleiadians, Anunnaki, so on and so on. When I first heard the word Anunnaki and all of these other names, I didn't really believe in it. I more believed it to be fallen angels, right? Then he gets to talking about the Atlantis civilization. And there's a lot of evidence that the Atlantis civilization existed. You know, just as you could go as simple as the Atlantic Ocean, Atlanta, Georgia. There's a lot of, you know, like spinoffs of that name. And it gets way deeper. That's just surface level knowledge that a lot of people know about Atlantis and it being one of the original root civilizations of humanity, basically. I think one of the like 7 root races. You know, if y'all want, we can do a video on Atlantis a little bit deeper and go into it a little bit more, because I even have a little more research to do if I want to actually do a proper video. But a lot of people know them to be a civilization that mastered, I guess, crystal technology. And that would be one of the reasons why they were destroyed, why God destroyed that civilization, because they started basically doing everything. It's the same shit. It's the same shit as what's going to happen in our time as well. And, you know, history continues to repeat itself. They were mixing animals and humans and all kind of stuff. Shit that just is not in line with what God intended, you know, for things, how things would be on this earth. So that's like the surface knowledge that most people know about Atlantis, right? So I just thought it was interesting, you know, because he's tying all this stuff back to all the cloning stuff and where, you know, all of this stuff basically originates from, where, you know, Nazi Germany tried to seek the knowledge of it all from. And remember, I did a video where we talked about how Nazi Germany was heavily tied into this stuff. And, you know, they believed that they were descendants of the Aryan race, you know, the Atlantean race, so on and so on. They were obsessed with learning about the Vril. And it's just interesting to hear him say that the Vril energy is basically power that was left over, or, you know, they learned it from the Atlantis civilization, which makes sense because, you know, although I don't know if any of this stuff can be proven, you know, they were supposedly the race that mastered crystal technology. And I guess that would be the same thing, that Vril energy, you know, how deep it goes. I don't know. That's why I say we can do a proper video on it, you know, and we all could learn. We all could learn from it, because I actually think I want to. I think I want to deep dive into it, find something that's not too crazy, and for all of us to kind of be able to understand, you know, because at the end of the day, the Atlantis civilization is, I don't think anyone really knows the truth, but there is a lot of evidence out there that they existed, you know. So yeah, man, y'all let me know if y'all want a video on that, you know. But with that being said, y'all, we're gonna go ahead and wrap this video up right here. Wrap the clone series up. I told y'all I was gonna get a part 2 done, so I'm sticking to my word. And y'all already know what's going on, man. We got a lot more content on the way. Let me know what y'all think about this in the comments. It's Black Balloon, and I'm gonna see y'all soon. I'm out.
Sorry I'm late, everyone. How is it going? This is the Shepherd and Bella Show. Airs Monday through Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 Central. So there's a lot to talk about today. I had a couple issues getting going here, but nevertheless, here we are. Thanks to everyone for joining. I hope you're doing well. We're on Rumble, Rockfin, YouTube, all that. So you can check us out there. Don't forget to get the Subscribestar premium content at subscribestar.com/Shepherd and Bellas. You know, I was looking around at the Twitter's, you know, different various tweets, Twitter channels earlier this morning, and I think someone had sent me something. Ended up, a couple people might have sent this, and it ended up in my box. I'm gonna pull it up on. It's on my Twitter right now. Well, there's this, the Time magazine. Climate is everything. How can the pandemic lead us to better, greener world? And then, of course, it shows everything on fire. But let's play this guy talking real quick. Ooh, wow. So we got that going on right over there on my Twitter. And if we go to the Weather Underground, the Wonder Map, of course, we can see the different radar sections, and we can look over here at the severe weather map, I believe, and click wildfire. And if we do that, a map pops up. No audio, no audio. Do you guys hear me talking at all? Hello. Test, test. Testing, testing. Test. Okay. So I guess did that video have audio that I played from the Twitter? Okay. That's weird. All right. Well, basically this guy's showing all these maps on fire. That's bizarre that had no audio. I'm going to see if I can pull this up on another browser. Hold on one second. I would like to it was censoring my Twitter earlier on this other browser, which is weird. That's so bizarre that we were getting no audio on this. Okay, so this guy, can you hear him now? Can you hear the video if you're in the chat? Okay, that's bizarre. Anyways, this guy's talking about all these different fires. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over on the Wonder Map and just show these fires. I have no clue of why that audio is not working. Now, if you zoom out and you look at all the wildfires in the world right now, let's take a look at this. I'm going to zoom out. I mean, look at the South America, Africa, the United States. These are all the current wildfires. We can see that they had, these wildfires in Washington State. I heard one of those pretty much destroyed a whole town. But I mean, look at this, South America. This is unprecedented. Africa. This is where Africa is splitting in half, by the way. It says it's forming a new ocean in this area. So we're looking at tons and tons and tons of new fires. Can you guys hear my microphone? Can you hear my voice? So yeah, I mean, there's just tons of fires going on. That's so bizarre that my audio wasn't working on this. I mean, I find that really strange. Testing. Maybe it will work now because I had something off. Let me see. Sorry guys, I'm having a nightmare on my system today for some reason. It's not liking me. Let's see if it plays now when I pull it up, because I found one thing. Can you guys let me know if it plays now? Let's just test it. Can you hear that in chat, the video? Ah, no sound. That's so weird. Okay, so I got to figure that out. That's so bizarre. But anyways, basically this guy's just saying like all this stuff's on fire, and he brought that to my attention. Then I go and I look, and in the Greek islands, if we pull up Greek island, Smart Island, we see that there's the island of Telos, Hydra, Paros, Lipsy, and Andros. There's like 6 islands right here. And the Greek City Times reported on this. I guess I'm having some internet issues because, it's taking some time here. So there's 6 Greek islands that are part of a targeted EOT program. And they're calling this an ecological paradise in Greece over here. And they're saying that they want to do the same thing that they've done in Maui. They want to do these smart islands, and they want to have Amazon Web Services in on it. They have inaugurated a pilot project to turn the Greek island of Naxos into a smart island. A number of other companies, including Volkswagen, are also running island pilots in the Aegean Sea, and AWS, Amazon Web Services, they've launched the Smart Island project. And in a press release, Amazon said that existing infrastructure, such as the local marina, the energy grid, and the water management systems will be upgraded through the Internet of Things. That's IoT solutions and smart infrastructure management systems. Naxos has about 22,000 permanent residents and host more than 130,000 tourists. So they want to have AI run and govern this island. They want to do that with all these ecological paradises that they have. Any ecological paradise they want to run the smart grid, this microgrid and smart platform, and they want to push this on all these places where only the rich will be allowed to go. This will be like Elysium in the future. They're also going to track anyone and everyone when they're going to places like this. And if we look at wildfires in the Greek islands, we can see that islands are starting to burn, and we can only wonder. Well, there's wildfires all over in different villages in Greece. Also, there's the Canary Islands. Just it makes you wonder, what are all these fires? But also, I showed the Wonder Map. I mean, I showed the interactive map here where we turn on the wildfire layer, and you can clearly see that Earth is on fire as the world burns. Yes. I mean, unbelievable. As the world burns, you're listening to the Shepherd Umbrella Show, airs Monday through Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 Central. Don't forget to become a subscribestar.com/Shep premium member. That way you can get all the exclusive content. Tomorrow I'll be doing a show with Jason Goodman of Crowdsource the Truth. We're doing an IntelliHub exclusive show only for members. So subscribestar.com/Shep. And it's a major weather modification show where we're going to dive into ultra sensitive details and really get into it. So, what is going on with all this stuff? I don't know. The world appears to be burning. Can all these fires be natural? Can they all be directed energy, dews? All of this stuff is what I'm going to be diving into. Plasma fires from induction heating, volcanic stuff like Dutch Sense was saying that Craton was smoking right here, the North American Craton in the United States. So if that's true, they're also pulling this climate rhetoric. Things are worse than ever. Everything's burning. We see the propaganda on the cover of Time magazine. They're censoring my Twitter. It's so bizarre how they don't want anyone to see what I am posting. Absolutely unprecedented levels that they've come to. Guys, there's things on the screen right here. You can scan them. There's the PayPal, the Venmo, Subscribestar. Please support the show. There's links in the description. I need all the support I can get to even keep this thing going. I am hanging on by a thread. So yeah, there's no such thing as coincidence when it comes to any of this stuff. And also, doesn't this remind you of the end times stories, right? And biblical prophecy, of course, getting into the biblical prophecy, what is to come, the book of Revelations, the book of revelations, the book of revealing things. Okay. So why can this book reveal things? How did this book in the Bible come about to reveal things? Is this a cyclic cycle that essentially keeps happening over and over and over, and it's just so predictable, and man makes it to a certain point every time and then gets mud flooded out, burned out, scorched out, sloshed out by a passing celestial object, something like Planet X, something like in the Bible they call wormwood. Guys, smash the like button. Don't forget to hit the ringer. Really set yourself up to get notifications. You're going to want to get notifications. I got a lot of good shows and content coming up, but I need you guys to kick in, do some support. If you're a first-time listener, if you've never supported the show, there's regular people who throw in support. At subscribestar.com, you can become a member over there. Subscribestar.com/Shep. And that's really a great place to get all sorts of exclusive content right here. And I'll be doing a show tomorrow with Crowdsource the Truth. So I'm posting stuff on here that you can't get anywhere else. Subscribestar.com/Shep. So take advantage of that over there. We talked about these Greek islands on fire, how Maui was on fire, and how they're trying to build these smart islands in these areas. And then we see people like Oprah coming in and saying they're going to later on give, to rebuild. But hey, do they want stake in that? Do they want a stake in that smart city? Is that what they want? So that hurricane passed me here. There was pretty much no rain at all. It stayed pretty much dry. It was like a sandstorm, which is bizarre. I find really weird. I find it almost bizarre. I really thought there would be a lot of water. There was literally almost zero water. So it makes no sense to me. And then, of course, we see flooding in LA, and it makes me think that they could have geoengineered up LA. I saw some signs of it on the radar. So what's up, Jenny? What's up, Maxi Siren, the Truth Lady, Dark RP, AE, Pam, Raven, Brian, everyone, Nick. Guys, please share this out. And don't forget, if you go to the Shepherd Impulse YouTube channel, don't forget to browse down on all the playlists. There's a bunch of different playlists I added, but also click the live tab and listen to a bunch of the previous shows. Share them all out. Mahalo, Dwayne, what's up? Any intel out of Maui? Yeah, just aloha, Dwayne. Yeah. Just get this information out, and support the channel. Links in the description below, right there in the bio, and most importantly, like the Truth Lady says, share, get this out. I'll be doing some more detailed shows. I'll be back in the morning with IntelliHub's exclusive on subscribestar.com/shop, a members only show. So we'll get into some stuff in super detail for an hour on there, and then another half hour ahead of that on YouTube that people can catch. But we're going to get in depth on the members only. So that's a good way to support this and keep it all going. I'm building a new website in the meantime, and I got a lot of stuff coming. Nope, Hillary didn't really cause any damage or anything. It's bizarre. So I find that weird. I'll talk about that a little bit tomorrow on IntelliHub exclusive. Guys, sorry I was late today. I'll be back tomorrow. I was having tech problems. I got to get this audio going so I can play videos. I'll talk to you guys later. Thank you. Please contribute.
With Fargo, the new virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, you can instantly know what you spend on things like food.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries this month?
Hey, Dad, can the guy stay for dinner?
No.
Want faster, easier banking? You can with Wells Fargo.
Previously on Shadowban Syndicate, Juan, Sean, and Joel unraveled a circuit board of data, including possible paranormal attempts at sexual deviancy projected at Sean Chris while he was sleeping. They attempted to decode the father of the modern-day computer, Charles Babbage, his attempt or achievement in contacting the devil, Enochian language being the hardware to communicate with entities, Nikola Tesla and Aleister Crowley working together in the Wardenclyffe Tower, and the high priestess of the first computer, Ada Lovelace. The road was spellbounding, leaving the crew with more questions than answers, such as, who are these entities who want to merge with technology? Did fallen angels give evil Enoch the Enochian language used to progress the computer age? Will Sean always be looking over his back for ghost activity aimed at his butt cheeks? They may never know, but what we can look forward to is what is next for the crew. Find out this and more on this episode of Shadowban Syndicate. Shadowban Syndicate.
They want to tell me what you think. I am over all the lies. I'll uncover what is in there. You feel the shadow ban. Shadow ban. You either misses or non-binary. Shadow ban. Shadow ban. Shadowban Syndicate.
Shadowban Syndicate. Welcome back to another episode of Shadowban Syndicate. This is number 6, I think. We're gonna be doing something a little bit different today. Welcome. I'm Juan from the Juan on Juan Podcast. You can follow me at the Juan on Juan Podcast on all social media platforms, tjojp.com. And let's go around the room here and plug our stuff. We're doing something different today. We have a guest today, and we're gonna be going about it a different format. So it's gonna get interesting. But Sean, where can people find your stuff at, bro?
You could find us at killthemockingbirds.com. But if you still want to go on the Instagram and stuff like that, even though we're heavily shadow banned and censored, you can still follow us at Kill the Mockingbirds Podcast, Vantessa Music, and Sean Chris Music. And of course, don't forget to stream all of our music, Sean Chris and Joel Thomas. I think I got it all.
Joel, so yeah, you guys are a couple. So Joel, you want to plug anything?
Hey, are you
My boo already
cis-splaining
got
me?
it out of the way.
What'd you say, Sean?
I said, are you cis-splaining me?
Listen, dude, I want to publicly apologize, dude. But let's let Joel go and then Rodney go, and I'm gonna apologize, bro.
Yeah, ditto to everything that Sean said. So I'm good on all that, man. You find us at the same place. Yeah, killthemockingbirds.com. You can literally find all the other stuff from there.
Awesome. And today's guest, Rodney, bro, welcome to the show. You're the first ever guest, I think, right? It's the first time we ever have a guest on. Welcome, bro.
Yes.
Can you tell the people where they can find you?
Yeah, man. First off, thanks for having me. Very honored. It's good to talk to the homies again and meet you, Juan. You can find me at Lord Petty __ because the original ones have gotten nuked by the lizard peeps. So we just keep adding underscores. So yeah, Lord Petty, 2 underscores. You can find me there pretty much everywhere.
Tells me that you don't pay taxes, Rodney. Am
Yes,
I
sir.
sensing that correctly?
I do not, bro. Taxation is theft. You can get these at lordpetty.com.
That's amazing. Okay. So before we jump into, I just want to publicly apologize because we were getting some comments, and apparently Sean isn't the only one having paranormal molestation activities in his house. So some of the listeners have experienced things in their sleep as well. And they were kind of going at me for making a little bit of fun at Sean because he has a little ghost lover or something, boyfriend, girlfriend, doesn't matter, right? It's all love, right?
It's
So-
Sound of Freedom Paranormal Edition. That's what's going on, and people need to realize that there is these ghost molesters out there that are not only taking children but are taking grown ass adults. I mean,
we got
I'm
to
just trying
stop
put it out there.
the interdimensional crackheads. We have to keep the esoteric knowledge away from the interdimensional crackheads. We have to protect our 7-Elevens, our Wawas, our Sitkos, our Kangaroos, whatever gas station you have. We have to protect them from these interdimensional crackheads. And again, Sean, I just want to say I'm sorry, bro, that I didn't take you seriously when you told me about your issues at home with your interdimensional lover. So I just want to put that out there. And for everyone listening who's also having issues, I apologize. So
Hashtag me too.
Hashtag me too. So where do you guys want to begin with this? We're gonna be doing something. It's gonna be, what would you guys call it over text?
Like a conspiracy roulette. But I was just thinking we could just see where Rodney's at, right? See like because then I was like, well, what does Rodney know about? Like I know he's been dabbling into the conspiratorial world, and I know that for sure Juan and Joel got some heavy stuff. But like I was thinking maybe he could kind of introduce like what he sees into this disinformation zone that he stepped his foot into.
Nice. So before we go there, I wanted to address the realm, right? I told Joel that I wanted to give a little bit just to set the mood, because I feel like in this conspiratorial community, if you want to call it that, there are 3 camps. Okay. Mind you, whatever you believe, there's the opposite of 100% always. You believe in Nephilim, somebody else believes in homunculus. That's just the way it is. Okay. There's the opposition of it. But what I've noticed when it comes to all of this, especially as of lately, because I've been covering some mainstream current event type stuff, right? I've had a couple clips go viral. I've been called everything under the sun. So I'm kind of getting a gauge for it. So you have the first people, the ones that believe something is up, right? Something shady's going on. Then you have the people who don't believe anything is going on. And then you have the people who don't even believe it at all. Like that they don't believe it at all. Like it never even happened. For example, the Titan thing. Some people believe it did happen, that there was a submarine. It just went down there, it imploded, whatever. Right? Then you have the
Nah,
people
fuck that, dude. That was deep fakes.
well, there you go.
That
You have
was
the
a
people
distraction from Hunter Biden losing his crack.
You have the people who, bro, didn't never even happen. Oh, there's no videos, therefore never happened.
Oh,
at all.
it just imploded and disappeared. Yeah, perfect. Exactly.
So-
my W2 was in that sub too.
Yeah, my entire safe full of weapons was in there too. It got lost at the bottom of the ocean.
Exactly.
So that's how the realm really works. So like the camp that really believes something happened, the ones that it's just a regular thing, and then the ones that it never even happened at all, right? You have the people who believe in that thing that happened with the 2 towers. You have people who think it was a CGI. You have people who thought it was explosives. I mean, that's just the way it is. So with that said, what we're going to be talking about today, I just want to point out that there are multiple ways of interpreting it. There's multiple ways of creating a homunculus. There's multiple ways of skinning a cat. So I just want to put that out there. But yeah, I just
Also, Juan, depending on how you want to look at it, those camps will be divided off into separate camps as well. So especially when you're talking about the truther world, you're going to see people battling within that too. So it's not only that. Rarely do you see people, and I will honestly say this about the 4 people in this particular room, because I've talked to all you guys. You guys are very open-minded, and you're very much like, hey, this is what I believe, but at the same time, if that's what you believe, cool. Tell me how and why, and I'm open to seeing past that. A lot of people are just very cut and dry about like, hey, this is it. This is exactly right, and they don't really have an open mind to anything else.
They have the need to be right. This is the problem I've said since I've like joined this spectrum or community, or whatever the hell people want to call it. Like it wasn't truthers when we used to be, but now like people like you have to believe them. They have to be right. Like it's okay, man. You're gonna be wrong. Like I'm wrong all the time, man. I've been wrong all day today. My boss made sure that I stayed late so that I could learn my lesson. I guess I don't know, man. But stop. Who cares? That's the whole problem. It's the pride, the ego. We got to be right. We're discussing matters, and people are doing real research. Like I do some research, but Juan and Joel go deep, bro. Like I'm telling you, like if you heard everything that when they're talking on the side, that's my problem. Is just like, man, people are researching this, and now if you have some better research, okay, present it. You know what I'm saying? We're not saying or denying it. That's why I just like, dude, it's a discussion. And they get so uptight, like, oh man, I can't believe Joel. Look, he talked about Islam. Who cares, bro? He talked about Christianity. He talked about Catholics. It's not a big deal. Like, it's just he's analyzing, he's asking questions. Same thing with Juan, you're asking questions. And Rodney, though, I mean, I don't know.
I have a question. Without derailing the show, I just got to ask a quick question before we get too deep into things, because I'm sure I might rope somebody into this stream. It's kind of the same question. You said there's 2 camps. I'm not even going to try to say because I don't know. This is new to me. You said 2 camps. What are the 2 camps, and what is each one?
The homunculus versus the Nephilim.
Okay, let me jot that down.
So, all right. And then I just meant to say,
I saw Rodney's face when you said that too, and I'm like, this is perfect. This is why I wanted him on the show.
So, okay. I mean, I kind of wanted Joel to start first because mine and Joel's stuff piggybacks off each other, and I need to clarify some stuff with Joel once he starts, as far as the timelines, because he's real good with that. But I mean, yeah, there's 2 different camps. And I've always said it, right? The people who believe, the people who don't believe the mainstream narrative, right? The thing that happened, and the people who think that it never even happened. It never even occurred. I'm like, okay, whatever. Like, it is what it is. I'm just pointing that out because some people get too lost in the sauce. And the problem, Sean, it's not about wanting to be right. I think that the problem is, and it's not even a problem, it's that the imprinting that has been done on people's DNA, like this stuff goes deep. When you get into religion, it goes deep into people's DNA. It's encoded in their genetics. Okay, these beliefs. So when you present something that goes, and again, Christianity isn't that divided. There's only like 44,000 denominations. They're not that divided. Okay, they got their stuff together. But when
Are
you
they
start
homunculus?
we'll get to that.
You're challenging, but you're challenging their roots. They're dug into these roots. That's what I was more saying, not just about being right, but you're going a little further. It's the roots. They're so rooted into these beliefs that their cheeks are so like it's so tight that it's compressed into itself.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Like a self-implosion, a cheek implosion, if you will.
Yes. So relax the anus. Okay, if you're listening to this, relax the anus. It's all going to be okay. And Rodney's going to find out what a homunculus is on this episode, which is great because he's never heard about it. So
if there's not a rapper named Homunculus by now, somebody needs to jump on that.
Well, listen,
wait.
Word on the street is there's a rapper that's called Lil Homunk. I don't know. I've heard about that. That's just word on the street. That's all I'm saying. Okay.
Ear to the street. I love it.
Joel, you want to start us off with the Nephilim origins, bro?
Nephilim guy.
Nephilim, yeah.
Yeah, we'll start with the Nephilim, the Nephilim, however you want to pronounce it. They would be the giants of old. So this would be, it starts in the Bible, but it goes across all cultures. So this is something that's been talked about for centuries.
Is it mentioned? Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I have a million questions. So it's mentioned in the Bible by name?
Absolutely. Okay. Yeah. So you won't hear this from most mainstream Christianity because they've dumbed the Bible down a lot because they're not going to talk about the weird and the strange stuff that goes on in the Bible because there's a lot, especially when you look at any religious culture too. And I'm going to talk about how these Nephilim tie into Greek culture and everything. I mean, it's a list of them. They all talk about these giants that lived. So we're going to talk about in Genesis 6, and this is what most people, when they talk about the Nephilim, talk about because they use the word Nephilim in the Bible here. So Genesis 6, when man began to multiply on the face of the land and daughters were born to them, the sons of God saw that the daughters of man. Now, the sons of God, when it's translated into Hebrew, it doesn't mean humans. The sons of God are actually the sons of God or angelic beings. So these would be considered the fallen angels, the ones that left God. They are what some people would call demons, which I don't believe are demons, but these are the fallen angels. So these sons of God or fallen angels saw that the daughters of man were attractive, and they took them as their wives, and they chose them. Then the Lord said, my spirit shall not abide in man forever, for he is flesh. His days shall be 120 years. The Nephilim were on earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God came into the daughters of man, which they literally came into the daughters of man and bore children to them. These were the mighty men who were of old, the men of renown. So there's another verse in the Bible that uses the word Nephilim. These are the only two times it's talked about where they use that word. Now, these giants are talked about all through the Bible, but they're not talked about in this way. So in Numbers 13:32 through 33, where 10 of the 12 spies report that they have seen fearsome giants in Canaan, and there we saw the Nephilim, the sons of Anak, who come of the Nephilim, and we were in our own sight as grasshoppers, and so we were in their sight. So this is in the Bible where they do talk about these giants being born. So these fallen angels copulated with these daughters of men, and this trickles down from this bloodline of Cain. So when Adam and Eve had Cain and Abel, Cain killed Abel. He was shunned. Cain goes out and starts his own lineage, and part of that lineage, these fallen angels come and they copulate these fallen angels, and they end up corrupting mankind up until the flood when Noah gets on the ark. And basically that was kind of the way of washing this earth from all of this craziness going on with all these giants. So that is, in a nutshell, what these Nephilim are.
Wow.
And Ronnie, where are you at, bro, as far as like religious, spiritually? What do you practice? If you practice anything at all, and what do you believe in?
Are we just going full in? Are we worried about offending anybody?
No.
No, absolutely not. Everybody's cool here.
Everyone's anus is relaxed while they're listening to us.
I definitely believe in God, but I think there's a fundamental flaw with taking man-made scripture at face value.
I would agree with that. Yeah.
I agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's pretty much the extent of it. I mean, do I think that the earth just fell out of some vortex's asshole? I don't think so. Like, there's intelligent design, you know? When we look under a microscope, there's, you know what I mean? There's just, you just can't tell me that there's not intelligent design.
Mm-hmm.
But also, you can't tell me that, talking snakes started getting pissed off because some people were doing something with an apple. Like, I don't buy that.
It was never stated that it was an apple, but okay. I mean, good observation, because I just did a presentation on that where it's like we've always associated the apple with knowledge, or we've always been told to give a teacher an apple, right, at the first day of school. So
it is creepy though how, and I think it's just like generations of like, the symbolism that does come indirectly from the Bible that we aren't even aware of, like the apple. Like, I've never thought about that until you just said that. But yeah, apples have always signified something good, a giving, a good gesture. And then snakes just give this primal fear to us, and you have no explanation why you're scared of the snake. It just, it's kind of weird.
Religion is government too. You know what I mean? They ruled the world for a long time. Like, they're Jesuits, the Catholics, you know what I mean? All types of different governments, and they were just another structure. I think the religion, and for me, I'm with you, man. I think that man-made things, I just have to be skeptical of. I'm like, man, people can manipulate that. They can be saying like, hey, man, you should go this way. And I'm like, oh, yeah. And then, like, that totally gets me stuck into this slave matrix, whatever they want to call it, right? That's how I feel about it.
Well, it's a pretty good dig if you think about it, saying, hey, I was anointed by God. God speaks through me. You people listen to me, give me your resources, and I give you the word of God. Like, that's a pretty good hustle.
Sure. But I will say this, though, talking to other people, like, through, like, out the last few years, now, I still have my belief, and I still don't fully believe anything that goes from any book, but I do think there is, like everything, truth inside, like if you read between the lines, right? Like when Joel's talking about the Nephilim and the giants, like it's easy to be like, it's a biblical scripture, maybe they were trying to scare them. But when you go through, that's when you start going through history and you're like, wow, this native tribe that never even heard of this religion is talking about giants. Wow, this other civilization that lived centuries before this, they're talking. That's when I start getting like, okay, now I'm entertaining the thought, because you got me seeing different cultures from completely different, no faith. Now, for them to all have that same idea, that's when I start like, okay, maybe we're on something.
Yeah, that is kind of creepy to think about.
And Rodney, one more question for you, because it's an important one. You said the world, right? Earth. And from your point of view, flat or round? Where are you at?
I don't buy into the flat Earth thing because I don't see the benefit of it. Whenever I hear, I don't even want to use the word conspiracy, but whenever I hear an objection to what we think of the norm, whether it's the educational system or just common sense of, there's usually a reason. And nobody's ever given me a good enough reason why anybody would lie about the Earth being round. Like, who benefits from lying about the Earth being round? And it's not so much like the scientific part of it. Like, yeah, it could be flat. I mean, why wouldn't it? It's just nobody would benefit from lying about it. Like, to sell NASA CGI, maybe, but they're so fucking rich. Like, that's, yeah, I don't know. I think the Earth is round just because I have no reason to believe it would be lied that it's flat.
Okay. No, just saying because, again, that's one of the, you can usually get a gauge as to how radical somebody will get based on just that question alone. I mean, from my experience. Now, as of recently, I did convert. Now, I'm not full flat Earth. I'll just come out and say I'm not full flat Earth, but there is definitely something afoot. There is definitely some shenanigans afoot. And what really did it for me, I'll tell you what did it for me, was the bubbles in space. The NASA space station footage. And then I don't know where you see the bubbles pop up. That's the one. I think that space is the bottom of our oceans. I think that there's, how they show.
But could that just be faked? And then there's still really space? You know what I mean? Like, NASA could be a liar.
Space is a real place.
No, I'm saying, but you said the boat, because this is my question about flat Earth that just never has been answered. You say hey, the Earth is like this. I can get a camera and zoom all the way in. Then I'm like, why did they have light towers so tall? Like, what was the need to have a light tower so tall if you could just see across the ocean like that?
But you know what's funny about the whole thing, which is so hilarious, I've never thought of? Even if somebody thinks the Earth is flat, who gives a... This is one of those issues, you hear the people say, oh, well, who cares if people want to pretend they're... It's like, well, because now we're kind of messing with women's locker rooms and children, it kind of affects people. If somebody wants to think the Earth is flat, if they want to get on YouTube and say that, go ahead. Who's getting hurt by it? You know what I mean? They pin it like
totally agree.
Actual violent disinformation, like somebody's going to die. You know what I mean? They strike that down quicker than child porn, which is crazy to me. Like, I don't give a fuck.
And that's the problem when it comes to this community too, that these platforms will do that and they're only fueling the fire and they're giving more credibility. Like now getting pulled or getting a strike is street cred when it comes to this. And automatically when that happens, you associate it with, oh, I was telling the truth. That's why they pulled my stuff down, because I was telling, I'm on to something. I figured it out from my mom's basement, and I'll be damned if these lizard people at YouTube are going to stop me. So they're feeling that fire. And I think that's why it just rolls out of control and people go crazy and just let their imagination go wild, right? When it comes to these ideas.
Hey, I'll say this. When it comes to flat Earth, you see way more animosity from that camp than you do from the quote unquote globetards. You know what I mean? Like, you see them getting super angry anytime you question that could be a psyop. Like, well, maybe the flat Earth thing was made up to get all you guys together in one arena to battle it out. Look, I think NASA lies. I'm not going to tell you exactly what they're doing because I don't know. Do I think that they're hiding things from us that's going on in space and all that? Absolutely. I don't think the Earth's flat. That's just my personal opinion and the stuff I've looked into. But I think there's weird going on. I've seen the bubble. Juan. I agree with Sean though. I think those instances are fake. I think the space race, when we went to the moon, we were on the moon the first time. That was a whole thing to battle, like I said, the battle of the space race with all the countries. We had to prove we got there first before the other countries did. I mean, hell, we know over in China that they teach in their schools that our, us landing on the moon was fake. Now, again, that could be brainwashing on their end, but at the end of the day, we do know these things. But I don't know exactly what the agenda is. I'm not going to say that. And look, here's the thing. If the Earth ended up being flat, it doesn't change how I wake up in the morning and how I'm interacting with people and how I go to bed at night. I just don't understand why people get so angry about certain topics like this when they really don't matter in the big scheme of things. Like, does it matter about how you're going to be friends with people or connect your neighbor and just the normal walking through life? I don't think it should, but what is flat Earth will get people 0 to 60 faster than anything in this community I've ever seen in my life. And it's almost hilarious at this point.
The reason I brought it up was because in the Bible, I'm thinking of Job, where he talks about walking on the earth and within it. I mean, I'm paraphrasing, right? And some people say that it talks about the flat earth in certain ancient scripture. And so to jump back onto the Nephilim train, for those that I'm sure are familiar with David and Goliath, I mean, the story, I think even if you're not Christian, that's a story that you've probably heard about before, because it's supposed to, right, symbolic of overcoming obstacles, regardless of how bad it may look on your end, right? The whole thing was David believed with the power of God, he could take down this giant, this Nephilim, right? I mean, that's essentially what he was. And I remember as a kid asking about yo, why was this dude so big? And I could never get a straight answer in Sunday school. I was like, yo, is he the giant, bro? And then when you get into the actual nitty gritty of it, of hey, when you look at the other translations, it was talking about advanced technology and relics that they didn't really know what it was. It was was it a sword that he decapitated him with, or was it a piece of equipment that we interpreted as a sword, but it was maybe it was a lightsaber, right?
Well, actually, Juan, when you're talking about that piece of technology too, when David and the mighty men went hunting down Goliath's kinfolk in the mountains, when it says that one of his cousins or brothers pulled out a sword on him, when you translate it into Hebrew, there's no word to translate it into English. So they had to put sword there because it was some sort of piece of technology they didn't understand. And that kind of goes back to, I think ancient cultures had a different kind of technology than we did that we would probably think would be super advanced now. And I think that's that whole dumbing down of well, we think we're so advanced now, but I think that people were just as smart back then. They just utilized different things throughout history. I mean, how did these cultures build these expansive civilizations and some of these things that we can't build now? You know what I mean? You look at these megaliths all across the world, and yeah, I think maybe Nephilim could be tied into that, or some sort of piece of technology. Which, again, you're looking at places like the Smithsonian and some of these institutions that go to these sites and dig up these things, and we don't really know what was dug up at these sites. We only know what they show us that's been done there. So I think you got to have an open mind to say, like, hey, we really don't know a lot about history, maybe outside of maybe 100 or 150 years. We don't know a lot. We try to glean what we can from books. That's probably our best source, because we know that the internet, especially Google's pretty censored.
They're reliable.
For us
They're
getting
as
anything.
reliable as can be, bro. I trust Google, and I trust all of them. I love them.
But on the whole flat earth thing, man, the reason why I think people gravitate and push off like subjects like this, the main goal, and whether it's subconsciously or it's an actual plan that people are putting together, is to constantly divide the working class. Like, to me, it's keep the people divided, fighting over so many issues where we're boom, boom, hey, no, the earth's flat, no, this happened, no, even within it. And like when me and Joel have gone over with like Cass Sunstein's, paper, Cognitive Infiltration, he lays it all out there, like trying to divide these conspiracy groups. Like, people were really like, hey man, we want to know what happened in 9/11, and now it went from that to like the towers were CGI, and you're like, come on, bro, like let's talk about, like, as far as at least like Nephilim and Homunculus, to me, that still has historical like track record. Like, you can go track it down. Like, some of the stuff is just speculation, and I think that's the problem. But I think those interjections are intentional to keep us always fighting and not being able to like see eye to eye and actually have a discussion.
Rodney, you want to say something, bro?
I still don't understand what homunculus versus Nephilim means. Is it like good versus evil or something?
Oh, just wait. There's more.
Yeah. So okay. So let's get the homunculus thing, because it kind of links into the Nephilim. So the Nephilim, and the way I like the Nephilim narrative is, right, this was pre-deluge, so before the flood. Okay. And I know Joel's gonna probably disagree with this one, but I think that, right, if you want to believe, I think it's the second law of thermodynamics, that energy cannot be created nor destroyed, it can only be transformed. You have the idea that when the Nephilim were taken out with this flood with Noah, who I believe was also a great alchemist, the energies of the Nephilim exist, and that's how.
Hey, time I want Rodney. Do you know what alchemist is?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, sure.
What's your definition of alchemy, bro?
It's like the ancient magician type, like changing, like physicists, like ancient physicists, isn't it? Like creating gold and creating different compounds. I don't know. It's way over my head, but I have a general idea what it is.
So alchemy at its base level is, if you were to Google alchemy right now, it would be turning lead into gold. I mean, that's essentially.
Yeah.
So they call it projecting, and projection is taking a substance to its purest form, and that would be gold, right? So taking lead, turning it into gold, but it's a lot more complicated than that. And so, real quick, the Nephilim and the demonic entity origins, I believe that the entities that we encounter today, like the one that touched Sean, might have been of Nephilimic origins when the earth was reset, and these spirits, they didn't leave. They're still here, but they're just wandering, and that's why they're so angry, and that's why they touched Sean in his no-no area, because they're angry that they were taken out by God. And that's my interpretation of the origins of evil, and I get that from Dr. Lumpkin, who.
Why would I disagree with that?
I thought you said that. I could have sworn I've heard you say before that you don't think that Nephilim are demonic. So
absolutely not. I completely believe that the spirits of the Nephilim are the demons of today.
Oh well.
So can we break it down to its simplest form, right? So the Nephilim, right? Do they have scales? Are they human? Like, is it a spirit?
Depends. Basically,
what's
it's
the
like
physical form of Nephilim?
A fallen angel. Let me jump down for you, because I got this. This is my. Let me shine real quick. What's it called? Basically, it's a fallen angel, like a lady, like a human, and then it creates a new thing, and then that could be like sometimes a human, sometimes an animal, creating like who knows. It's like the infinite.
But at its core, it's a fallen angel.
A fallen angel procreating with another creature.
Oh.
And as far as physical characteristics, of what, 7 fingers? Did they
six
say
fingers,
six,
like right, 6 toes. Usually
double
it's
rows
a
of
debate.
teeth.
Yeah, double rows, but it's usually a debate between me and Joel. Like, I kind of think they're in that 15 to 20 foot range. Joel's like, hey, they could have been like 40 feet, but some of the stuff we were talking about on our new episode coming out.
Imagine the size of his
might be-
dick, bro, at 40 feet, dog. Dude.
Hey, I've got the answer of how that worked too.
Bro.
So ancient cultures actually on some of the hieroglyphs had these funnels that were attached to these women's vaginas, and you would see these giants spilling seed into the funneling systems.
Damn,
Yeah, we talked to Gary
Bukaki
Wayne
style.
about this, and Gary Wayne, yeah, Gary Wayne broke it down for us when he came on the show last year.
Damn,
And,
shout out
that
Gary.
is just deep. Yeah, because that was one of our biggest questions that we wanted to ask about it.
You
Is
just
like,
jumped
is
right
there
on it.
anything
Oh,
about
I got this one. They got a funnel. They got the 40-foot funnel.
Damn,
Yeah,
cheek
yeah,
spread and
yeah.
everything.
Yeah,
Wow.
Yeah, and then he said that the women Nephilim would have sex with like regular human men to procreate, and he's like, but I don't know how good that would feel for them.
Oh, so are there
So-
both? Are there male and female Nephilim then? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Interesting.
Are there
Also-
non-binary Nephilim?
Yes. I'm glad you asked this. But also, now that we talk more about it, like Joel taught me a lot, and like just going deeper into it in the last like year and a half or so, there's also could be Nephilim that are like human sized, right? Like over time, like there is different, like basically it's fallen angel bloodline. And that is, and then like I like Juan says this a lot, like whether it's real or they believe it. So elitists like that rule the world believe this. Whether it's true or not, they believe this to their core, and they have for a long time.
I believe it. I mean, what you know, where else does this generational bloodlines of elites come from? They were touched by the Nephilim, dude. I just learned about this and all. You know, when you hear something and something clicks. That's what's happening right now. I'm putting it all together. That's these fucking royal bloodlines and everything. That's why they want to keep the family, because they were touched by the Nephilim.
Like
You just got an episode right there. Touched by a Nephilim.
They call it the gene of Isis. So you've got different Nephilim bloodlines, the fairy bloodlines. You got a lot of different ones that break down from that. But the gene of Isis is what they think that they have. You know, whether they do or not is up for debate, but that's what they think that they have, and they protect these bloodlines. That's why you see a lot of inbreeding and stuff with some of these families, like the Rothschilds and all them, because they feel like they are of the blood of the gods. They said literally fallen angels had sex with our bloodline. We are of the gods, like we are above everyone else. And that's why when people think about money, power, and fame, that's not why they think they're better than us. They literally think that their bloodline is better than everyone else's.
Yeah, no, definitely. And so if you were to follow the chronology of the origins of alchemy, allegedly the origins of alchemy start with the Nephilim. The Nephilim taught, right, the daughters of men the arts of what, makeup, of how to interpret the stars. What else, Joel? Give me the other ones of the roots.
Astrology, sword making. They taught them how to make metals. It was all about taking something that, and I agree with you that Noah was an alchemist, and I think Adam was too. I think there's two different camps of alchemy. I think you had people that were using it to help the earth, and then you had this other bloodline that came along that was trying to corrupt it. So yeah, you've got these fallen angels like Azazel and some of those guys that were, you know, working with hand in hand with humankind plus their children, the Nephilim, which were these giants. And to the point that Sean always adds about how tall they were, there is a story, Rodney, about Alexander the Great. So he sent some scouts out to an island, and they were digging around this island, and they found 3 skeletons of giants, and they were in the 35-foot range, and he kept them in one of his hidden chambers of some of his trophies and stuff like that. So there's some stories of some massive giant skeletons found throughout history.
Yeah, I mean,
so alchemy was introduced by the fallen angels, right, to the daughters of men, and that's allegedly where the knowledge was spread on to, I think it was Ham, right, the one of the sons of Noah. Again, correct me if I'm wrong. This is where it gets blurry for me, Joel. And then, right, Noah would have known of the arts, right? So there's a correlation there. And also, I've seen the ark in some alchemical plates before, so references to Noah in alchemy as well. Now, alchemy at its face value is turning lead into gold. Now, it happened during the 16th century, but alchemy itself, it's a multi-layer topic. Now, not to get too lost in the sauce, but it's a biological, spiritual, a transcendental, and it's a topic that exists on multiple levels. Now, it was a philosophical movement. Some people would say that the lead into gold was the spirit of man, the consciousness of man. That's what they said the Freemasons were trying to do. Some people took it to the literal sense of turning lead, these balls of lead, into gold. So you have that. But within alchemy, the essential idea behind it was manipulate matter in this reality to have a metaphysical effect on reality and time itself. When you achieve the magnum opus, which is the great work in alchemy, and there are various magnum opus or opi, I don't know how you would say the multiple of that, where it's this work that you achieve. And Paracelsus, he said that you can only achieve the magnum opus if the alchemist himself was purified within himself. So it was almost like this self-initiation process. Now it's like gnosis, like the Gnostics are like, well, you can achieve divinity through gnosis. Well, what's gnosis? It's whatever divine knowledge it is to you, right? It's whatever, that one thing that'll click for you, and that's your gnosis to you. So in alchemy, when you achieve your magnum opus, you are able to step outside of space and time, and you become this immortal being, this ascended master. Now, that's one of the magnum opus. There's the divine androgen, where you become a divine androgen, where you, like Funkadelic Fulcanelli, where he was both man and female, right? You have the philosopher's stone, which is able to heal, able to turn things from lead into gold. You have the elixir of life, where you're able to live forever. And then there's one more, which I believe is, right, there's always a common theme when it comes to all this biblical religious talk, right? It's man wanting to emulate God and sometimes even become that God. So these Nephilim, these fallen angels, the story of Lucifer is like, oh, what happened with Lucifer? He wanted to be God, right? He wanted to become him. So the last magnum opus or opus within alchemy is the creation of a homunculus. Now, a homunculus is Latin for little man, and it's the artificial generation of life. Now, stay with me, Rodney, because it's going to get weird. The purpose of having a homunculus, which means little man, a homunculus is a magical little man. And the purpose for having a homunculus was to extract magical abilities from it by doing stuff with it. Now use your imagination, okay?
My imagination is too wild to be saying doing stuff.
All right. So there's various things you can do, okay? There's various things. You can, right? You can have it as a buddy. You can let it do stuff for you. You can mow your lawn. It'll divinate for you. It'll tell the future. It'll just hang out with you. And then if you let it grow into old age, it becomes a mythological giant or dwarf. It grows into these mythological beings. Now, depending on which grimoire you read, you can vivisect it or dissect it and use various parts of its body for various magical abilities.
Can other people see your homunculus, or is it your homunculus?
Other people can see your homunculus, absolutely.
Okay, because I was wondering, because a lot of children can see that adults can't.
Yes.
Children talk about having imaginary friends. It's like, okay, well, now this makes sense because it's just the homunculus looking over the children.
So that would be a sort of egregore, but that steps into the realm of homunculus.
How'd I forget about Egrador, dude.
God, hey,
idiot.
Is that a homunculus in your pocket or just
So
steaming?
a thought form, okay, a tulpa, a thought form. It's a sort of mental projection, which, again, Rodney, the homunculus has evolved throughout history. And being the head of homuncology here in Florida, right, the last living homuncologist, I know of these things because I study this on a daily basis. But one of the aspects of the homunculus was that there was a metaphysical one during the Taoist, which is an ancient Chinese religion that later on spread to Japan. But they believe that history has a funny way of repeating itself. But back then, and I'm talking about, right, this stems back to 2600 BCE, if you want to believe mainstream history. But back then, they believed, Rodney, that men, these alchemists, could impregnate themselves. Now, that sounds really familiar, but they believed that they could impregnate themselves with an immortal embryo, right? And then that embryo would become alive, and they could project it out of their body, and it would run in the wild for them. And they would escape samsara, they would escape reincarnation, they would escape whatever cycle they were in, because part of their physical body was living in the wild for them. Okay, so
You know, right now there's 4 guys recording a podcast and they're talking about somebody chasing a football, and we're doing this right now. And I just want to say this is way better. This is way more productive.
This is my impression of Rodney after Juan going on.
Oh, I love it. I love it, dude, because I'm not depressed or anything, dude, but I'm just kind of bored in my life. So I'm always looking at, like, okay, what haven't I done? What is something new? Where can my mind go? Because I feel you reach all right, what are we looking at right here? Are we looking at homunculus cartoons?
This is from the homunculus owner's manual.
Oh, goddamn, dude.
And this is, you can put your homunculus to do chores for you. So I've had mine mow my lawn before, and then you can do other stuff with it. You can fly later on, and you can do some freaky stuff. But I make sure to check that out. So tjljp.com or paranoidamerican.com. Yeah, there's a
so to piggyback off Juan a little bit into merging the Nephilim and homunculus idea, which he and I flirted with doing. We don't always go like battling each other and which is better. But
we're about to DP Rodney right now.
The Nephilim could have been a form of homunculus because we don't know how these women were impregnated. So if they were impregnated out of the system of their actual uterus in some sort of non-physical realm, then the Nephilim themselves could be a homunculus.
Because hold on, Rodney.
It makes sense, dude.
Rodney, hold on. Part of making, because this is a topic that goes so deep you don't even begin to comprehend. And I want to just put the tip in right now because I know you're a bit overwhelmed when it comes to this topic, and it's a lot to take in. Trust me.
I'm hanging in there, dude. We're doing all right.
Part of the formula to create homunculus was the absence of a woman. Okay, so it was straight up the semen in a bottle in an artificial matrix, right? A matrix is a womb or whatever. So they were like, hey, if I can impregnate a woman, this is the alchemist of old talking. If I can impregnate a woman and make a life, right, a little baby, what happens if I take my seed and I just put it in a cow or in a monkey or in a lamb or in whatever, XYZ, use your imagination, Rodney. So it gets very dark. So they believe that they could then birth chimeras like that. So
God, here comes the chimeras, dude.
Exactly. So, right.
Chimeras.
What if these chimeras of antiquity that we see in these old religious scripture and these old paintings was a byproduct of these alchemical shenanigans that were happening? Because as Joel was saying, now this is not me making this up. This is an actual argument from the 15th century. Okay. People were arguing, Rodney, if Jesus Christ was a homunculus. Because now, alchemically speaking, if there is no penetration and a baby is put inside of a woman,
right,
and they believe that through the menstrual blood of a woman, a human body was created. That's what they believed back then. Therefore, Jesus, when he was created in the womb of Mary, for example, he would have had to have been a condensed version at first. Therefore, being a homunculus according to Paracelsian principles. And Paracelsus was the alchemist that gave birth to the homunculus. Now, again,
I think Mary was just getting it on the low, dude.
Maybe, but I'm just putting that out there because Joel brings up a good point that these things could have been how do they say this? They say it divine intervention, these Nephilim, right? Of and not divine as far as angelic, but demonic in nature, right? So look at Merlin, right? In the Arthurian legend. Merlin, the wizard, the reason he has powers is because he's half human, half demon. His mom, similar to Sean, was touched by an entity and she was impregnated by a male demon. So that's why he has powers in the Arthurian legend, okay? Sean, it's all right, bro. Show me on the homunculus where he touched you.
No, I'm just saying, I just see Rodney over there, his mind's blown. I get it, man. He's like, man, wait a second. He's like, okay, I get it, man. When I heard the same thing, I feel what you're going through. When I was,
I'm kind
but you're comprehending, but it just seems sometimes he's like, yeah, it's a lot to me.
I'm being respectful of the show, and I'm not going to derail it, but I do have a million questions and a million opinions. So I'm just saying,
that's what this show's for.
Getting your
That's why we
info.
brought you up here to blow your mind and if you'd ask questions. So feel free.
So the chimeras, all right. Let's can we talk about them?
Yeah.
Put me up on game here because I need to know how deep this goes.
It goes deep, bro.
It goes deep. So you could go the route that Juan's going with
the alchemical
this homunculus thing, the alchemical route, or you could go the route that I like to go with, that fallen angels copulated with animal kind and created these chimeras. Also, these fallen angels were scientists themselves, so they helped splice DNA of different animal kind and humankind and created some of these chimeras throughout time as well.
Joe, how were you in school? How did you perform in high school and college? And if you went, were you just like, did you just soak everything up, or is this just a niche where your brain just clicks? Like, do you build rockets?
I did really well in school. Yeah, I did build rockets, but I did really well in school.
Okay. Did you go to college?
Yeah, I did.
What'd you study?
Internet specialist web design.
Okay, yeah, dude, your brain's on something else, dude. That's a compliment. I'm not.
No,
It's like you're this lizard, this walking encyclopedia of everything that's fucked up with the world. I need you.
I'm using that as a soundbite. That's great.
That's dope.
So, Rodney, what have I told you right now? In your head, according to neuroscience and neurology, there's a homunculus right now in your head.
Let me think about that. So, because we never talked about the physical presence of the homunculus, we just talked about the spirit amongst us battling the Nephilus, because it's kind of an equal opposite reaction, correct? Unless we get into the chimeras, which we think is the self biologically something bastard child of itself. It makes sense. It makes sense that it'd be in my head because we're all touched and influenced by the forces of the world. So yeah, I could see there'd be a little homunculus.
No. So according to neuroscience, the homunculus is an actual medical term, and it's supposed to represent your neural pathways in a representation of a little person. I'll pull up a picture here in a second.
So is that your inner voice? Because I always wonder what is the inner voice? Well, I'm not doing anything. I'm on autopilot. I have an inner voice telling me everything to do.
So, so the cortex. Let me show you the cortex, and then we'll go there. And as far as there being a physical homunculus, there are some people who did believe that there was a physical homunculus. There was, there was the spiritual one, then there was the actual physical one. Now, let me pull this up. This is a cortex, man, and this is in neuroscience. This is part of your brain. Okay, so this representation is supposed to be a representation of how much of a body part your brain uses. Okay, so you use it a lot to eat, your tongue, your hands, right? You use your hands a lot in motor skills, and this is the way that they're able to interpret that. So the cortical homunculus is a representation of your neural map, and the way it's put is that your homunculus is constantly changing on a day-to-day basis depending on your environment. So this is an actual medical term. Okay, so it's a distorted representation of the human body based on the neurological map of the areas and proportions of the human brains. And there's a motor homunculus, a sensory homunculus, and this is an actual thing in the field. Now, there is also the homunculus argument, which is a more philosophical idea that's linked to the Cartesian theater, that they said, hey, like you're thinking about what is consciousness. Well, back then, Rodney, they thought that consciousness was a little guy inside a little version of you inside your brain watching everything you're watching. But then they're like, wait a minute, what's inside that little guy's brain? Oh, that's right, another little guy watching what that little guy's watching on the main screen. But then they're like, wait a minute, what's in that little guy's brain? Ad infinitum, all the way down. So the homunculus argument is, again, an informal fallacy. So it's impossible because it goes on forever and ever. But that's what they believed back then. So they thought that the little person in your head, quite literally, was a little person in your head watching, observing everything that you do. Okay, and it goes to all, how I say turtles all the way down. Well, I say homunculi all the way down, and reality consists of homunculus all the way down. So depending on who you ask, right, the older you go in history, the more metaphysical the homunculus was. And then when you get to the 16th century, all around there were actually recipes, Rodney, on how to birth these physical beings into existence. Now that included chimeras. So animals, you have the cow with the face of a man, or a monkey, right, with the face of a dog, or vice versa. So they were birthing these things into existence, and some alchemists were extracting magical powers from these beasts because, again, they had different types of beliefs. Now it gets very, very, very complicated as to why they believe that, but essentially the homunculus gave its creator godlike powers. I don't know if you've ever heard of the golem, or you heard of the golem before?
No.
You've heard of Frankenstein, right?
Yeah.
So Frankenstein comes from the golem.
Is this considered right-wing extremism? Is that what this is? Or because if you think about it, isn't this the most, because they would label what we're talking about as right-wing extremism, right? But isn't this like as liberal as you can possibly be, completely opening up your mind to and be accepting of any idea? Yeah.
I believe in the government leaving me the alone. That's what I believe in.
Yeah.
That's what I like.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, good luck with that. But I'm saying those are my beliefs. So
I agree with Rocky.
What have they done to us? What did they do to us?
What the f is this?
What did they do to us? He's like, what is this world? That is how I feel sometimes when we're talking about stuff. We're like, what is it? Like, they just make people, and these angels come down, they have sex with their women, and then they have these kids that beat the shit out of us. It's like, man, this is a lose-lose situation. How do we win this? And you're worried about voting for Donald Trump, man.
Yeah, so I believe, Rodney, I mean, this is as recent. Look at the new Willy Wonka movie trailer. In the new Willy Wonka movie trailer, there is a homunculus. And not only that, but if we even go further back, so check this out. This is for the new Willy Wonka movie. Check that out. That's a little homunculus. It's kind of bad, but there's a little homunculus, and there's a guy in a little vessel, and that's how the homunculus are interpreted. Now, this may seem like science fiction, but as of lately, as of probably a few weeks ago, they came out with artificial embryos were created for the first time without the use of male or female. So this was June. It was June. What day was it? Shoot. Anyway, this was June 14th, I think it was. Synthetic human embryos created in groundbreaking advance. So this is a real thing.
I got a question for y'all. Have we seen in pop culture, movies, or anything? Have we seen any other representation of homunculus?
Yes.
Like what's an example?
So an example of homunculus would be, I would even say Edward Scissorhands. He was a synthetic humanoid created that was never finished. That's why they put scissors on his hands. He was created, artificially created. Now that gets more into the golem aspect of it, which is the typical Frankenstein's monster narrative. Your creation goes out of control and starts destroying you. But the thing about the golem, which is a magical man created through word magic, is that it's programmed to do one thing and one thing only. It's more of a robotic cybernetic AI, therefore more Terminator style. I create this thing. Oh, my creation just went out of control, which is the typical movie that we see in Hollywood. As far as homunculus, I mean, this gets into the realm of transference of consciousness, so altered carbon, where they're growing the bodies in a lab. And let's not even go too far out. The Matrix. What does Neo come out of at the beginning of the movie? And he looks around, and what does he see? A whole bunch of pods. And what are people? How are people created? Artificially. And these synthetic, the Matrix, the womb. And what does he do? He breaks out. So Neo would fall under this homunculus narrative, right? He's learning to see, learning to walk, right? He can't, right? You're a little bit like Neo right now when he first comes out. He's kind of shaken up. He's looking around, right? And he gets up and throws up. That's how you feel right now, Rodney, right? And you're asking, what is real right now, right? Are the Nephilim real? Are the homunculus real? No, what's going on? So you're Neo in the Matrix right now, dude. Let's not go too far.
I mean, I've been molested in my sleep as well by a ghost. So if you're telling me that that's the Nephilim, now I finally have some, because they told me it's sleep paralysis, and this was before, so I was like in 7th or 8th grade, and I didn't have Google at the time, so I had no idea. So I legitimately was having the feelings of being repeatedly molested by a demon. And then I get on Google years later. I say, hey, what was this demon that was R-wording me? And they said it was called sleep paralysis. So now I know that it was actually Nephilim.
The more you know. You know what I mean? The more you know. That's how you get better at life. But I think that
I'm gonna go back.
I would say a better analogy is Rodney's the blonde chick on the plane. He's not real. He's not real.
I felt bad for her, dude.
But again, this idea, it's not too far fetched now, especially this whole NPC talk, right? Especially with this. Now, think about it. They're thinking about the ethics of these. Now, this is the exoteric. This is a month old already. This is 1 month old. This is exoteric. This is what they're showing us just to get the tip in. Okay, just to get us used to, okay, all right. Now, they're talking about the ethical and legal issues. So now, similar to the 14th century when the alchemists were like, hey, I create a homunculus, I quickly destroy because I don't know if God died for that homunculus' sins. I don't know if it's going to have a good soul or a bad soul. Now they're talking about the ethical issues. You know, are these people going to pay taxes? Are they going to have a social security number? Are they going to, you know,
Rodney's going to have like a bunch of homunculus like buying a shirt.
They better. We just open up a whole new market.
So, and I think, Rodney, I think that this goes into, and I'm going to be using some words now to let's see here. There's me and Paranoid American started a website. It's called the Cult Decode. And we're going to be using this to, again, stay off the radar of the algorithmic daemons when it comes to the algorithms, right? So we have banned words, and you can type in a word here. You can either, if you're screen sharing, you can toggle this, right? And I probably should blur that out, but there's a lot of words in here that would be triggered by the algorithm. And you can type in whatever you want to substitute that word for, and you'll get an alternative that is safe on the YouTube or whatever platform that is very banny, right? That likes to ban people. It'll be safe on there. And I forgot where I was going to go with that, but
I don't know. That's a hell of a tool, though. What the
yeah, so we have a gematria calculator, and we use it because we talk about a lot of weird stuff, Rodney. Okay, I don't know if you've noticed, but we talk about a lot of weird things.
Not particularly.
So this is a tool, you know, people could use cultdecode.com. Go on here, you have a gematria calculator.
What does gematria mean?
So gematria is a form of assigning a letter to a numerical value. Now, some people, right, this gets into numerology. I believe that the elites assign numerical values to their names in order to sort of hack the matrix and have a resonance. And that's a whole other episode. But essentially, you can use words as talismans, Rodney. And what a talisman is something that augments your magical ability. Hence, a homunculus is a meat and bones talisman because it augments your magical abilities. So again, that's just, I wanted to plug that because that's something I've been using. And also I forgot where I was going to go with that, but yeah, guys, take it over. And yeah, I forgot. Go ahead. Sean, Joel.
Yeah, what you got for us, Sean?
Well, first I was to say about the homunculus, it kind of reminds me of that Rick and Morty episode where he thinks he impregnated a planet. You know what I mean? And then, like, it turns out the one person is controlled. So you could say that maybe there is homunculus that have been around amongst us forever, and they're controlled by one entity, like kind of like how mushrooms work. You know, how mushrooms like kind of all connected. They're like consciousness or whatever you call it, their nervous system. It's kind of remind me of that. I was like, well, it's really possible that when they do say NPCs, which I don't necessarily subscribe to that idea. I think an NPC, in my opinion, I can go and dabble in some of that like craziness, but for the most part, I think it's like face value, NPCs are things that we're creating ourselves, right? For the most part, NPCs are the people that are like yes, 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 gang, 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 gang.
Yo, what?
You know what I mean?
That's crazy.
Now everybody's doing that. They're calling it like AI. You see that, right? It's just wild. So to me, that's like the NPC lifestyle that is going out there. And you guys are like way like the things I kind of like. I think everybody has their base, right? Joel's like I wouldn't say his base is Nephilim, but that's his like main gig, and Juan is like homunculus. Mine are just like run of the mill, man. Hey, the government's corrupt. So it's not even like anything crazy, but you can entangle. The part that gets crazy is you can entangle. Like one of the things that I was gonna talk about was like the Franklin scandal. I don't know if you ever heard of the Franklin scandal. It's like where the Republicans and this dude that was running, I think his name's Damp. He was running with Reagan. He was pushing with Reagan. And anyways, it's a ring of boys that were found in the White House connected to different senators, George W.H. Bush, Reagan, and a lot of top Republicans. You know how we hear all this about, it's the Clintons are taking all the kids. But if you look into like the Franklin scandal, that whole thing uncovered a big sex ring by Republicans. So it kind of just shows you both sides because money is money. And when you go into the Nicaraguan wars and Gary Webb, like exposing that the Nicaraguan wars were funded by the CIA, smuggling it through Mexico, creating the cartels, and then creating it, letting people create crack rocks and ruins the community altogether to fund a war, to overthrow a government. So to me, when you open those doors, anything's on the table now. Because if you're going to lie about simple things, and I'm with you, Roddy, like the planet, who knows, right? Like it doesn't really matter. But when I start seeing like the shape of the planet, I don't think, like Joey says, it's not going to change how I wake up in the morning. These little things that we see, like 9/11, like, hey, Able Danger, why were they running an operation the same time? They were like a training exercise called Able Danger was the same time that planes were hitting the tower, right? That it's the same exercise. Like, yeah, it's going to be a hijacker. We're going to be looking through planes. You can hear when they get on the radio, they're like, is this real or is this exercise? So when I see that they can do stuff like that and like let it go, then I'm like, why couldn't the people that were in charge, like the Jesuits, why when the Catholics were in charge or whatever name, the Phoenicians, whoever was in charge at the time, the Romans, we could go on and on and on. Why wouldn't they manipulate other texts? Now, that doesn't mean the text is invalid, but what I'm saying is they use that Bible, in my opinion, as a tool to like kind of not just enslave people, but get them under that mindset and push people away from the true, like, kind of metaphysical abilities that we as human beings have. Like, and what does that mean? Does that mean we can fly? Maybe not, but to be able to manifest and to grow into a human being that could just find happiness, pure happiness, right? We're always into this stress and depression's big. Look at how music's coming through. They're covering it all up. And the reason why I think like then you get people like alchemy pushing harder for these homunculus, not necessarily to be nefarious, but to get away from the system at the time. But then it can be later on used nefariously. So to me, it's all connected. Like it's interwoven. So if they will lie today, why wouldn't they lie then? Now, does that mean that the Nephilim is really a real thing? I don't know. Is the homunculus a real thing? I don't know. But what is real is George W.
It's interesting, the word nefarious with the Nephilim. I like words. So that's an interesting connection right there.
And that's a more practical use. And I remember what I was going to say before I blanked out. I'm going to call him Dr. Eggman. Everyone knows that a whole bunch of people went on his airplane, right? Dr. Eggman and his island. Rodney, have you ever heard of Zorro Ranch in the middle of the desert?
No.
Where he wanted to impregnate 30 women?
No.
Well, I believe he was trying to create a homunculus or homunculi, plural. And what Sean was saying, if you take this idea of the homunculus and put it in modern terms, right? We have that stuff that rhymes with Google Chrome and that they want to extract that from people. Well, they're telling you in your face they can synthetically make humans.
What rhymes with Google Chrome?
You're not up to date with the whole, you really don't know Thrill Oxide? You never heard of it?
Nah, dude. Nah.
Man. How are you into conspiracies at all, bro? The stuff that they extract from children? That the elites? No?
No.
Chrome?
No.
He danced around and just said, you know what? Just throw it.
Wow. Okay. So it's a substance that supposedly is supposed to extend the life of the people who it's adrenaline mixed in with an oxygen, and it makes this whole concoction that's supposed to rejuvenate these elites, and they extract it from torturing then these kids.
Really big in the Pew crowd. Really.
Yeah. I know about that. I just don't know the term, dude.
Oh, well. Again,
yeah. So like if and I'm sure you've heard enough, because I know you and I've talked before, and you got some folks from this crowd following you, and you were like, man, you got these crazy like QAnons like following me or whatever. So yeah, that crowd was really like big at putting that word to the forefront, was and what these elites were taking these kids for.
And I think the tech companies have done a really good job about suppressing this kind of, because I'm such a workaholic and so in my own world that unless it falls in front of my face, I just don't know about it. So that was a question I was going to ask you guys, where you guys even seek this stuff out, because I wouldn't know where to start. Like I wouldn't even know. I would have never ended up on a Nephilim homunculus without having this conversation. It just would have never crossed my planes. So it's like, where do you start? What book do you go check out? Like where do you start?
I mean, as far as it goes for me, it's an accumulation of different literature, and I get this question all the times. I go, where should I start when it comes to all this esoterica or occultism? And I always tell people the same thing. I always say Manly P. Hall's The Secret Teachings of All Ages. Start off with that.
What's it called? Sorry, can you say it one more time?
Manly P. Hall, The Secret Teachings of All Ages, and it's an encyclopedia. And just start off with that. Just read that. Now it's going to blow your mind on its own if you're new to this stuff. And then anything else under occultism or esoterica is going to be those same subjects, but on a much deeper level.
Bro,
so
I'm
if you don't like that at the base level, you're not going to like the other stuff. And I mean,
I'm gonna get that book. I'm going camping in Canada on Friday for like 7 days, just out in Bump, Canada. And I'm gonna get that book. I'm gonna be reading that shit out in the woods, bro. It's gonna be sick.
Yeah. I don't know.
I got a book you should reach out to too. It's not on that level of homunculus or Nephilim, but Edward Benet's Propaganda, man. That's like, to me, is like a foundation piece, because he is the godfather of PR and propaganda. And it really kind of pieces together how the news and it doesn't really tell the intelligent aspect of it, but you can see how the intelligence agents are really using the news and the media, and now the tech and the influencers, to dictate and push the flow of where they want people to think.
Yeah, see, that's kind of my wheelhouse, is the whole human nature and manipulation and like the political side of like population control. Like that's how, Juan, you're probably wondering like, well, how this guy get into this conversation? Because that's how, Joel and I kind of cross paths on that sort of realm of talking about population control, human nature, all that kind of shit. That's more of my
yeah. And the thing is, Rodney, it all ties in together, and that's something that Sean and I preach on our show. And we've had you on the show before, and we do tons of stuff with Juan, and you can go to the utmost, deepest crevices of it, talking about homunculus and Nephilim and the occult, but you'll find the deeper you're going in the geopolitical realm, that all that stuff connects to the occult, because these guys that are in power, they believe this stuff. And what I preach is, listen, you don't have to believe at all that they think they're from these bloodlines or that they have these magical powers of creating homunculus behind the scenes, but guess what? They do, and they're willing to act on what they believe to control you, to suppress you because of their belief systems. We talk about how religion is constantly manipulated throughout history, and all religions for that matter. And it's all done in the guise of, we're here to help you. And this is what they do to us right now. And even in your wheelhouse, Rodney, you're still playing the same like sandbox we're in, because we're all trying to seek the truth. We're all trying to find out how it all connects together. And you can go super deep into alchemy and realize, hey, these guys at the top, these elites, they believe in alchemy just as much as Juan does.
Yeah, I got called a Satanist this week, so I'm gonna stop podcasting, guys. Yeah, I gotta tone it down. No, but yeah, exactly. That's how it all comes full circle, because I call it the political cult, because these political figures, some would say, Joel would say, that they are Nephilim puppets, right? That they are adhering to orders from up above or down below, however you want to say it, but outside forces is the whole point. And then again, it gets into this idea of being used as some sort of meat suit or flesh puppet, right? That they put on in the front, in the limelight for whoever it is watching. But yeah, it comes around full circle. I do think that these guys are occultists, the ones that are ruling, and they use symbols. I mean, it's all about symbols. Symbols are the language of the soul, and symbols will also be their downfall, in my opinion, because again, when you got to remember, Rodney, at least I am uninitiated, and to the uninitiates, when you read something, you may read a text, and this is universal when it comes to occultism. The uninitiated will read the text at face value, okay, and they're going to read it similar to the Bible. They say there's people who said there are alchemical symbolism and cryptography in the Bible itself, and hidden messages in the Bible, the original Bible, 1611 at least. And to the initiated, the people who are in the know in these clubs and these secret societies, whatever it is you want to call them, when they read that same text, they extract something completely different from it.
How do we get initiated? That's my lifelong goal.
You gotta do butt stuff, a lot of butt stuff, bro.
There's always a catch.
Yeah, and I got a question, because you said that Joel would say, and this is a serious question, that he would say that they were Nephilim puppets, but wouldn't they be fallen angel puppets?
Well, Joel?
No, I'm just wondering, curious. Just because I'm saying, like, because really that's what the Nephilim kind of
in
are.
the hierarchy.
They would play the puppet of, like, gotcha. The fallen angels playing puppet of the Nephilim playing puppet of the politician kind of thing.
Yeah, so if we're talking about Nephilim that died, right, they create these demons that harass us now. So I'm gonna blow your mind a little bit here, Rodney, too. The Rothschilds are actually not Jewish. They come from the Khazarian mafia, and the Khazars were what really were ruling what is now Ukraine and Russia. So they have integrated into the system. And part of what the Khazarian tribes did when they took over that area of land, they needed a religion for their community to hide behind the real religion that they had. So they brought three religions in front of them. They brought Judaism, they brought Christianity, and they brought Islam in front of them. Well, they realized if they picked Christianity, they'd have to fight with the Muslims. If they picked the Muslims, they'd have to fight with the Christians. So they picked Judaism to hide behind that guise, and then they integrated in the Jewish community. So really, it's the Khazars. These Nephilim bloodlines went through the Khazars, and what they've created now with these Rothschilds, they are essentially what Juan said, these meat puppets, because they allow these entities to take over them and avatar them, and that's what they do at the top right now to control us, control the money, the world banking system, and all that.
So think of like a Nephilim fleshlight. Pretty much is what the elites are, right? I mean,
but one thing that's for sure is if they didn't lie and they were transparent governments throughout time, If people that were in power didn't always try to hide the truth, there wouldn't be crazy speculation. And some of the speculation is based off of different books. And like I was saying earlier, when you combine a bunch of different authors that are saying the same thing from different centuries and different times, that there's no way they could have communicated with each other, you're tend to like believe it a little bit more. But in general, like any conspiracy whatsoever you want to call it, the only reason there's people talking about it is because someone's trying to hide what really happened. And maybe it was something that's not that crazy, right? It might be something real simple. Like I saw a whole documentary on JFK where they said, hey, maybe Oswald, and their whole perspective was that the car jerked, and behind them, the Secret Service car jerked, and they had an M16 in his hand or M4 in his hand. When he jerked, popped up, boom, Kennedy in the back of the head. Well, you kind of put that together, and you're like, well, yeah, if the Secret Service accidentally killed the president, you can't say that. So you have to hide it. And then there's the speculation of the mafia, the CIA. And I'm not saying that's what happened, but that's usually, to me, when you boil down stuff, it usually is the simplest thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Occam's razor.
Yep.
So the simplest answer is always the more likely, but we're not dealing with normal people. So that's the problem that we're
Yes.
dealing
And
with.
that's what I'm saying is that when I go back to like the books of, it's not just one book that we're like, that people are referencing. It's multiple throughout history, that they really believe this, and things were happening. We've all seen strange things, right? Like not the show Stranger Things, but in our life. The phenomenon of me and Joel talked about it with the boys, Krypton and Corn Boys, this ball lightning. It's just a ball of lightning. Now that phenomenon might it looks crazy, and yeah, I get it. It could be part of nature, but what is that? And these are things that people are going to speculate off of. And so when you hear like they're trying to do these things with homunculus, you're seeing like this push for, like, for instance, like the push for global warming. That all goes back to secret societies, the Club of Rome. They're trying to control the environment. That's where we get acid rain. You get the ozone layer. There's people behind the scenes, these think tanks, and those people at these think tanks do believe in this outcome, because everybody has some sort of, not everybody, but for most people have some sort of religion or something that they need to be attached to. Like for me, it's constantly trying to learn, talk to people, but some people need to have like an altar per se. You know what I mean? They need somebody helping them, guide them through it. And it's not always Christianity, Muslim, or Judaism. It's these occultic religions that believe all kinds of different gods, or all kinds of different entities rule the world, and they're praising them just as we would praise God. And now when we praise God and Jesus Christ, we're like, okay, we're thinking like, man, he's gonna help people, like stop the hunger, blah blah. These people are not necessarily thinking that. They're putting that energy towards negativity. Like, how can I get richer? How can I get more power? How can I have more control? How can my bloodline last forever? Now the debate could be between what is real and what is not, but the fact that these people are actually practicing, that's proven. You know what I mean? It's proven that people have.
Whoops.
Whoa, someone tried to call me. We just know that it's not on us, man. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? You know the thing. You know the thing.
And that was our last episode did pretty good with people too, because it was just that. It was the occult origins of technology. I mean, that's something that everyone's familiar with computers, AI, and all these different things. And we broke down some, a little bit of it. We really didn't go too crazy. That was the tip of the iceberg, really. On the origin, people are asking for an encore because they want to know more about, and it goes deep, right? Of the occult origins of technology and the people behind that. How you're saying, Sean, right? It's all about intention behind something. So just at the forefront of it, if it looks okay, but the intention, the prayer that's going behind that movement is negative or evil, it's like the ulterior motive. Like, what are they truly trying to push for?
Bro, oh, sorry. I think the tech industry killed Steve Jobs. I'm a big fan of Steve Jobs. And I think Steve Jobs was an outsider, and they saw him as a threat because he was so innovative and he was connected to reality and average people, even though he was a huge fucking asshole. And I think the lizard people came along and like, this guy's too dangerous. And I think they poisoned him and got rid of him.
Yikes.
Steve Jobs was a real one, dude. No one ever talks about this. I've never even heard this conspiracy anywhere, but I've been obsessed with Steve Jobs lately. Just like his mindset, just the way he was wired. And he's not just your average tech nerd. And I think, I think he got a little too, I think that crab climbed a little too far out of the bucket, if you know what I mean.
Yeah,
I think that's a really good way of looking at it. Yeah, crawling too far out of the bucket. I think, and to that point, Rodney, this is something that in the conspiratorial world we don't talk about enough about, is guys that are in situations that are working side by side with these guys, these elites that aren't necessarily aligned with them. I think we get too twisted a lot of times with people that have success, that are in positions, that they're all evil, that they're all part of these.
But they all die. The good ones, they all die. MLK, JFK, Steve Jobs, and you can even get into entertainment. Like all these people get killed off. Everybody that goes against the grain. Tupac, Biggie. I know Sean has a conspiracy that Tupac is gay, but it's okay.
I still love him. I mean, like LGBTQ, you know what I mean? Like all day.
I just feel like everybody, when somebody reaches a certain level of rebellion in whatever industry they're in, it doesn't matter what industry, all unanimously across the board, when somebody's so unique, they die young.
Or it seems that way, right? It seems that way because then we can go back to the lifestyle. I would tell you, if I would have got famous at 18 years old, I would not be alive right now. You know what I mean? Because the lifestyle I would live, I think they bring this onto themselves. And that could kind of play into the whole alchemy or like even the occultic world, how the worldview. Because think about Tupac. His whole persona was fake. He was not a real thug. I mean, he was in theater. He never was in a gang. But he played this role of this tough, street guy that was in the hood, that was a blood member. So then he pushed this reality that was not true, that became and manifested into him. And then his own demise he created. Same thing could be said for Kurt Cobain, right? Kurt Cobain had this like strange, like obsession with misery almost. And even though he still had good things to say, and he still had like, hey, like talking about conspiracies of like, hey, that's wrong, what they're doing this, and trying to change, and he hated MTV. But he had this strange addiction to depression and misery that he forced himself into that. And whether it was Courtney Love, I think Courtney Love killed him too. But his depression and that mindset pushed him to a woman of that nature, right? So like whether they say they flock together, right? Like birds of a feather flock together, and that's exactly
you said
what
the
I see.
perfect word, manifesting. We
Mhm.
manifest a lot of things by and that goes alchemically. That goes into what Juan talks about alchemy. Like alchemy is not just someone chanting incantations and creating these homunculus or whatever. Sometimes it's just the alchemy of the mind, right? Like we can manifest things of what we're focused on 24/7. So to Sean's point, if we're focused on misery and depression all the time, and outside of clinical things that can happen to people, but if we're focused on negativity all the time, we can manifest that negativeness around us. You look at, to your point, Rodney, you look at a lot of the rappers in the past 8 years that died, right? We're talking about XXXTentacion, we're talking about Juice WRLD, we're talking about a lot of these names, Lil Peep, a lot of these guys, but they were doing a lot of the same type of music, doing this in the same type of zones, doing the same type of drugs. And yes, I do think that maybe some of them, there's some weird stuff that's going on there for sure, because they did talk about the occult a lot, but at the baseline level, these guys were doing a lot of Xans, they were doing a lot of drugs that were going to kill you. Exactly. And it's like they manifested it onto themselves. And I think that plays a part in it too. Now, you want to mix in the occult with it? Sure, we can talk about demonic entities being influencers to the influencers, right? We could talk about that too. So I think there's different angles, but just at the baseline level, yes, I think that we can manifest on ourselves so much negativity, sometimes without even knowing it.
I think I found the perfect conspiracy for you though, Ronnie.
Let me take two. Let me take two really quick and let's get into this. Sorry, I apologize.
You're good.
Oh, I thought he was gonna take two with the.
I did too. Like
the mic.
Yeah, me too. All right. Cool. I thought that was me too.
Yeah, no, I think that right. Reality is stranger than fiction, and that there's something about these stories where they take real things in reality that happen and put it in a story, and that does something again alchemically. Because it's how you're saying, Joel. Alchemy goes way deeper than just the surface level. It goes into again inner alchemy, spiritual alchemy. Like it goes on all levels. And when you get into the idea of visualization and alchemy at its core, manipulating matter, arranging matter to create a favorable outcome for you, well, that applies on all levels. If you mentally move things around and manipulate your mind to have a certain effect, it's going to have that effect. You're saying if you align yourself with negative things, you're going to have a negative effect, and vice versa. If you do the good, the opposite, if you align yourself with good things, the good effect is going to happen, right? So it isn't just about the physical matter, which that plays a role too. Right, the moving around of things, geomancy, feng shui, whatever you want to call it, that also plays a role in.
And a good example on like a small scale though is just like hanging out with someone that has a different like slang. You hang out with them for 3 to 6 months, you're gonna pick up that slang. The same thing with energies. If you're hanging around people that are low energy, whether you want to say low frequency, but like just people that are doing, they're constantly like say robbing, you're gonna eventually like be either somehow an accessory. You're in the car, like maybe you don't want to go in the store and rob it, but you're gonna be in the car. You're putting that yourself into those situations. That's bringing that energy, and those people will bring that energy to you. And I think that's what these occultic people believe, and they do. So whether it's like this special magic, maybe it's not that, but it's enough with that 100 monkey theory of you get enough people thinking that, or 100 Nephilim, depends on who you talk to. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So I think that.
Yo, what questions do you have, Rodney?
Is the homunculus versus Nephilim, is this something you guys, is this a constant theme, or is this a new thing that is just really shining on this episode? Like, is this a underlying motivator for this type of content you guys are creating, or is this kind of a newer thing that's been brought up?
So me and Joel are planning a homunculus versus Nephilim episode. And no, it's not a competition or anything. It's that as researchers, you always lean towards one. You typically anchor yourself, and I'm speaking for myself. And usually, a lot of people that I know, they usually anchor themselves in like one camp, and they'll usually do the research based around that one idea. So for me, it's alchemy.
So does that mean you think the other side is bullshit, or
No, I think we're all talking about a similar or even the same concept, just with different names.
Is it like comparing Catholicism to like being a Lutheran or something like that? It's kind of within the same thing, within the same book, but different.
That's not a good analogy for me because I don't really know what Lutheranism is, so I wouldn't be able to. But I would compare it to like how you have the same symbolism throughout all ancient cultures, like the Mesoamericans and the ancient Egyptians, but they never talk to each other, but they have the same symbols, right? The same types of entities. And I think we're talking about the same thing, except different points in time. Therefore, they have different names, but they're kind of sort of related.
Will you guys each send me just like good starting points on both, because I'm curious on both of them.
Oh yeah, I got plenty of books for you, and I got starter books too that'll get you like in the door, and then I can give you the heavier stuff to peel your cat.
I'm just gonna send you I'm gonna send you the Mind Unveiled 10-hour documentary that I helped them make on homunculus.
But I don't know if you're gonna have time for that, because I just found out something you're just gonna be obsessed with this. Conspiracy theory: Steve Jobs hiding in Egypt after faking his death. So I mean, photo surfaces, outdoor cafe, Cairo. So I'm just saying, might be still alive. Might want to check into that.
Bro, there's certain types of people, Steve Jobs being the pinnacle of like just ruthless killer, corporate ambition. Like never, he was ready to let heads roll. Like he's one of those people that would his throat to get his way. He got kicked out of his company. he didn't need the money. He was a billionaire. Like, there's no way he would walk away from not even faking his death. Take faking death out of the picture. He wouldn't leave his company. He wouldn't let anybody let him walk away.
I think Bill Gates.
Ooh, that's spicy. You think Bill Gates and Warren Buffett were just like chilling on
Well,
Epstein's
because think
island?
about it. Steve Jobs, I mean, one thing that I will say about that, we could say what we want about the Apple phone, like, but man, they do not allow, I mean, they hacked it now, but their security was top notch. They didn't even allow the government when they claimed it was a terrorist act, you know, in that San Bernardino years ago, and they would not allow them to hack it. I mean, the government found somebody to hack it, but they did not allow that. So, and that was, I think, on his watch. I'm not sure if he was alive for that, but he set it up for that.
Bill Gates did bail out Apple at one point because he invested in, like, I don't know if it was one of the early Macintosh systems. He invested in it. It kind of bailed him out. It was a weird thing. So,
I love the government. I love Joe Biden, and I trust him with all my
Moob
heart.
City, man, you got to watch out for the people with moobs like that. You know what I mean? A man
moob? What the fuck's a moob?
A moob, a man boob. You know what I mean? Like,
oh, okay. I know what that is. I was thinking
you got to
too
watch
deep.
out for Gates, man. Like, he's lactating, so I would be careful.
When you said moob, I swear Rodney was looking like, is that something that a
Oh, is that a
homunculus
new?
has?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Wait,
started
a
thinking
move. I should have said a move is when a homunculus and a Nephilim procreate.
Oh, yeah, yeah, tell me more. You got any books, bro?
He's like taking down a moob, an alchemical moob. Okay.
Is that
Movies.
MOOO or M?
Yeah.
Yeah, just spell that for me, bro.
Got some nice movies on you, Sean. That's why, bro. That's why the spirits like you, bro. They're like,
I like
damn,
because I'm God's favorite, man. I'm telling you,
look at
man.
those
Everybody hates
tits.
on me. They're like, man, we gotta attack this guy.
Yeah, maybe in the shower just smacking Sean's moves, bro. Just like pop, pop, pop.
I got. They're running away now. You just gotta put hands on them, bro. You gotta like let them know fight back, man. Once they know that you ain't scared, these entities and stuff, they run real quick, man.
Dude, I got into an argument 2 days ago with this something about chest feeding or whatever, and and this guy. Okay, I'm gonna read you a comment that he sent me. He says, "Imagine claiming." Well, no, he sent it to somebody else, but it was my thread, right? Somebody's wife who works at a hospital said how they need to start using the term bonus hole and chest feeding, right? So the guy said, my wife, her hospital. So that's when he says, it just kind of makes sense out of it. He says, LOL, imagine claiming your wife has a hospital, which is just a complete deflection of the actual argument, them wanting to split hairs, and then claiming that breasts are something only women have and that men cannot make breast milk. Men have breasts and men can lactate. I'm going to take a wild guess that you're not very bright.
That's right. Got some leaky
Was that a
moobies.
man or a woman or a they or a them or?
It's this guy.
See, like when it's
yeah.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
What do you got? Like a little, you got like a little Miyagi.
Rule number one.
Looks like
Don't-
Miyagi mixed with Bobby Lee.
Don't read the comments.
Bro, I was crying. I was crying when he said so smug. I'm gonna take a wild guess. You're not very bright. Like, dude, I don't think a child could live off. It's gonna come out of a man tit. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go for it, man. Let's see how that works.
I'm not a fucking nutritionist, but I can guarantee you that that's come out of my nipple cannot sustain life. I promise.
Oh man.
I'm not the brightest bulb, but I promise you that my nipples will not sustain life, guy. That is not an ignorant thing for me to say.
No, it's not. I would agree with you, bro. Some people won't, but I mean,
See, this is my problem. I get too caught up in, instead of searching for truth, I get too caught up in slamming the idiots. Where you guys are
Fun.
smart. You go, well, I'm going to go over here and I'm going to seek some knowledge. I'm digging down here with the dumbest of the dumb and telling them
Oh,
why
I
they're
got some
dumb.
troll accounts. Oh, no, I got plenty of troll accounts.
Oh yeah, you're talking to the right guy though with Sean, man. He's got like 50 troll accounts, man.
troll
He
the-
changes the names out.
Yeah,
He's been in an ongoing battle with Talib Kweli for like.
I've been in a battle with Talib Kweli,
Yeah,
dude.
but he doesn't know. But he hates it with me because I have an account that he doesn't. I change the name all the time, and I have nobody's connected that I know at all. There's just a bunch of random followers, so he can't attack me. He's all, your account's private, coward. And I was like, it's not private. I just have no posts, idiot. Like, and then I started telling him, because he'll be like, see alert on. I'll be like, phobe alert, and I'll be like, I'm. He's like, you're not. And I was like, are you cis-planning me right now, bro? Like, he gets all mad, bro. It's fun, man. Every now and then you got to cheer yourself up,
here's the thing, dude. When it comes to those people, and I know I'm already clumping them up, those people, but when it comes to people, when it comes to individuals, when it comes to human beings, I don't think it's our job to wake them up to anything. I think that they should have a coming to, and they should awaken themselves. And when you get too lost in the sauce, when somebody's already been indoctrinated, I think not that you're wasting your time, but how I always tell people, I'm not here to convince you that this is all real. I'm here just to present and talk about interesting stuff. And if you want to believe me, you can believe me. If not, then,
I just think it's funny.
Oh, yeah.
I just think it's funny to get somebody that's so off. I mean, it's funny because they would say the opposite. Like if you get a regular normie, evening cable news watching person, if they were watching this podcast right now, they'd be like, these motherfuckers are off the deep end.
Yeah.
But you could say the same thing, and it's the same thing vice versa. So for me, getting these people going who are calling me like shallow thinking and consuming misinformation and oh, you can't think for yourself, because they'll see some news clip coming out of the tube, and then if you don't say exactly what aligns with that, they think you can't think for you or you're uneducated. You know what I mean? And I find that the whole concept to just be hilarious, because we talk about NPCs. It's like, I know everything that you're going to say. These people, I know everything that they're going to say, versus when I talk to you guys off of your own little deep end over here, at least I'm learning something. At least it's like, okay, this isn't predictable. This isn't, you know what I mean? Where with these people, it's just like, I know exactly where you're coming from. I've been there when I was like 12. I understand where they're coming from, and it's hilarious.
But the difference I would say is that we're more just like having a discussion and being like, hey, we're open to all thoughts. Everything's accepted in this realm. You know what I mean? Whatever we're talking about, like, you were like, hey, man, you think it's all right if I say, we're like, hey,
I'm not gay for pay, but yeah, we're pretty open minded.
Yeah, and that is the big difference. No, honestly, that's between. That's everything.
they're
Gets so
forced ideology.
politicized. Everything gets so politicized now, and I guarantee you, if we really got into the weeds, we all had completely different political opinions. But we're all open-minded to talk about life itself and concepts and like that. And I think that's just kind of how the world is divided at this point. It gets mispainted as a political thing. It's you're either open-minded and actually tolerant. Like that word tolerance is almost a dirty word now. It's like everybody, as long as people look different and all think the same, they call that tolerance and diversity versus actually having diverse thought and having, varying opinions and actual different backgrounds of people who think differently. And that's what I like about the spaces that I can fall into, like you guys, when come chop it up with you guys. Because even though we all have way different backgrounds and probably believe different political stances, we'll sit here and actually be open-minded and chop it up. And I don't see that with a lot of, people way on the left, for instance. I don't know how else to categorize them, which is kind of hypocritical that I said we're politicizing stuff. But
I would say way left and way right, man. Like I think that when you go into this like no man's land of like I'm all in, I'm rooted no matter what it is, whether it's politics, QAnon, flat earth, homunculus, Nephilim. See, if you bring a new idea to Juan that he has not heard of yet, he may not agree with you right away about the homunculus because he's like, man, I've been looking at this. But the more he look, it's going to hit him every day. He's gonna be like, was he right though, man? He's going to keep looking and have that because his mind's open enough. Same thing with like Joel with Nephilim. Yeah, he's not going to believe. We and him have like back and forth. Sometimes we're like, oh, maybe right. You don't know, but it's the core of what you're coming from. But you're able to be wrong and you're able to let your idea grow. The problem with most people, left or right, doesn't matter what sphere they're on, is that they're not willing to grow it and be like, this is how it is. Don't change it. They don't go, don't change it. That goes, mad.
Yeah, that goes back like the very first thing you were talking about, Sean, about people don't want to change their mind. That's like the thing we started off on. But I'm just kind of curious. So Juan and Joel, as far as, would you say you're equally versed on each homunculus and Nephilim and you still come to the same conclusion? Or do you think you know more about your respective corner, I guess? Another person just doesn't know as much as you do about either or. Does that question make sense?
Yeah, I would say that Joel knows a lot more about Nephilim than me. Yeah. And I mean, I would probably say about the homunculus, I know more about the homunculus than Joel does.
No, he's saying like, do you think that you know more about the homunculus than Joel knows about the Nephilim?
No. I guess no. I mean, because you guys have a fundamental disagreement. Is it fair to call it that?
No, I don't think so. I think that he's just more versed into the homunculus realm than I am, and I'm more versed in the Nephilim realm than him. And generally, more often than not, he and I agree with a lot of stuff. But it'll be more of if we're talking about like an occult situation where he'll take that same concept and immediately he's going to start working it into this homunculus realm. Whereas if I heard the same concept, I'm already working it into this Nephilim realm.
Yeah.
But we always find a lot of times that they just intertwine. Where I'm like, oh man, I never really thought about it that way because he's thinking about it from a whole different perspective than I am. And we tend to cross paths more often than not because we're playing in the same sandbox, like I said earlier. Yeah.
So what
same end goal, but just different paths.
So what's stopping you guys from diving deeper into each one? The opposite.
Oh, nothing. I mean, eventually you get there. It takes a lot of time, bro. It's just a lot of time and with everything else going on, but I'll eventually get there. I mean, I started with the Gnostics and I kind of sort of was into Nephilim at first, but then I went elsewhere, but I'll eventually get there. It's just busy, just one book at a time, bro.
And honestly,
only so much time.
Just becoming friends with Juan over the past year, I mean, I've gotten way more into, alchemy and that part of it where I wasn't near as much as before. So now when I'm digging into some sort of like biblical text, now I'm like cross-referencing it with something else that I wouldn't normally have done before. And I just think that happens with anything that you research. And I think, like he said, the more you research, you realize it's all merging to this like one place. It's just like there's a million streams to get there. Mm-hmm. So I think that's kind of where we're both at right now.
When you say reading biblical text, do you actually read the Bible itself, like the actual?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, I do. I actually have. So my dad is a preacher, so he actually just sent me some books. Well, actually, biblical.
I wouldn't say you're reading the Bible, Joe. I'd say you're reading source material, which is even a step further, from the regular layman stuff. So like the regular Bible.
Yeah, I get into the Hebrew. Yeah, I actually go back all the way.
Material. Yeah.
Yeah, so I would say that the King James is like the first English really publicized English version that we have now. There's a ton of different translations, but the original text, especially in the Old Testament, was Hebrew. That's where you're going to get your real meanings for a lot of these words. And like I said, my dad just sent me some Hebrew, like really thick versions of that. But again, I take the biblical text and then I'm also cross-referencing it with a lot of other cultures and other texts too, because that's where you're going to fill in a lot of gaps and you're going to go a lot of different rabbit holes as well. So yeah, it's just a lot of fun for me. So I have a good time with it.
Respect.
Yeah, it's all about having fun. If you're not having fun, then there's really no point in it. And I've always been a history buff, so I've always had a thing for learning and just the fact that these concepts even exist in history and you can find references to it. That alone should blow your mind. It's like, wait, what? Like there we're talking about creating an artificial little man in a beaker somewhere in a glass jar of vessels. Like, what are you on, bro? What were these dudes trying to portray? You know what I mean? That blows my mind.
No, it is cool. And that's why I was making the joke earlier. Like, I can't remember what the fuck we were talking about. We were talking about something nuts. And when I say nuts, I mean in a good way. But I said somewhere out there's 4 guys talking about rushing stats right now. And I'm so bored with, like, if I turn on the TV, I'm just so bored. And if I get on normie internet, I'm so bored. If I like the average book, okay, what am I gonna need? More fucking life advice about believing in yourself, or a stock market book, or it's just like, ugh, like, where's the good? And so that's why talking to you guys has been kind of a revamp for me. It's been inspirational. That's why I'm asking you. That's why I'm being a big dork and asking for like books and shit like that, because my brain needs to chew on. And so that's why it's cool, having homies like you guys that are already deeper into this and kind of point you in a direction of, giving your mind something to chew on that's not rushing stats.
Yeah, I got you, bro.
Exactly.
Some videos.
Yeah, and I'll send you videos. I'll send you some books too, and get you like going for sure. Because there's a lot of really interesting stuff. We talk about lizard people. I mean, there's so many different avenues to go when you're talking about
Yeah.
reptilians, man. That's a whole other rabbit hole to go down too. So I could definitely send you some stuff when it gets to those guys.
It's like being a kid again, dude. It's like when you're a kid and you're reading stories, you know what I mean? Then you get into adult, and it's like, all right, I need something that's not absolute bullshit that kind of ties in with reality and that makes sense. That might give me some sort of an inkling explanation for what the hell we're doing here.
Yeah.
What the hell's going on around me?
Yeah, I think that's what we're looking for too. And the more and more I look, I'll be honest, it's the unpopular opinion, but at the end of that tunnel, the only thing is God, having some sort of, because that's where you're gonna get your purpose from. And it's like, it's really dumb to say, it's like, oh, it's not cool, but I've trust me, I've the more and more I look, it always goes back to, it's like, yo, you need Jesus, bro.
Yeah.
And maybe not Jesus, maybe Krishna, Vishnu, whoever you want, but you need some sort of guidance and you need God in your life. And I think that's the more important part of it, because some people will wander and not have purpose.
And when I was a teen, I remember when I was a child, going to church with the fam, yada yada. I think, okay, Invisible Sky Man, all the book is what it is. And then it's like the Dunning-Kruger effect, but with spirituality. And then it's like, okay, the smarter people I talk to, it always like you hit this peak where, okay, the majority says, okay, this doesn't make sense. It obviously doesn't make sense. Religions, yada yada. But then you start talking to really smart people like neuroscientists and physicists, and they're saying, no, there is a God. So it's like, okay, well, let's look a little deeper into this. And then, even though I can't explain it, it just does make more sense that there's some sort of intelligent design. But I don't think it's that I was learning when I was 9. That goes back to what we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Dude. Go ahead.
And I think you're completely right with that. I grew up in the church for a long time, and I got to a certain point that I got away from it. I went down some dark paths and really tried to go the complete opposite of it. And I kind of came around full circle, but I realized that in coming back around full circle, it was like my journey with God and my like relationship with God, and you got to figure it out for yourself. And I don't ever try to push anything on anybody, but I do agree with Juan. Like and you may have something. I never thought about that though, Rodney, what you just said though, but maybe it is a certain level of intuitiveness. Maybe it's not intelligence, but intuitiveness. People that search for the truth so much end up finding it, and they end up saying like, yeah, there's got to be intelligent design here. There's just no other way for this to work. And I absolutely agree with that. I think that when you look at just creation, and I say that, not lightly, but creation, that, yeah, there was a design to all this, and there's a design to us as human beings, and we're supposed to connect to each other, and we're supposed to, be stewards of this earth, and, really, do this in a positive way. And yeah, there's a lot of negativity and a lot of evil out there, but hey, man, wake up in the morning, try to connect with somebody, try to grow. And I think that's what God wanted us here in the first place to do. And I think we find that more and more as we grow as people.
Well, I think you're right about the whole connection with everybody, but I think also it's looking within and knowing the only way to make things better is to make you better and have your energy radiate out to the world. Because I believe that our path to God, or wherever your creator, whatever you fill in the blank, is our own personal journey. There's not this whole, hey, we're all in this together. Like, as far as we're in this together, but our way to find it is our own personal journey, because we have free will. So I think what happens is a lot of people get lost in this massive, like the masses, where they're like, oh, well, they're doing that, I have to do that. That's the way to get to Jesus. That's the only way. And I think it's a personal journey. I think us growing and becoming better people and learning how to decipher, how to be happy, how to control emotions, how to actually live life to its fullest, that's the path. And I think everybody's going to be completely different.
Remember, guys, open minds, open cheeks. I think it was Enoch. Was it Enoch that said,
Book of the Giants, Enoch.
Gotta have them cheeks loose.
Yeah.
Loosen thy cheeks.
Loosen thy cheeks. Yeah.
No, another thing, you can't take yourself too seriously. That's another thing you have to have. You have to be loose, and maybe not loose cheeks, but just have fun, right? Because a lot of stuff gets dark, and yeah, when you focus on that, it can be overwhelming. So yeah, anything else, boys? We're closing in here on the 2-hour mark.
Damn, flew by.
Want to throw in any little extra sprinkles on top, cherry on top, guys?
Yeah, follow me on Instagram. Check out my podcast, Dangerous Misinformation. Pew, pew, pew.
Awesome.
And read Rodney's book.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Principles,
Thank you, Joel.
Which I have read, and it is a great book. I hear you work on another book, is what I heard through the grapevine, that there might be in the works.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I'm writing like 4 different things at the same time, and I'm having a hard time. Sore subject. It's kind of, it's one of those things I'm working out, where the plan was to have like 4 volumes. Like I had the covers all designed. I had the concepts for each one, because it was just supposed to be one giant ass book. But I figured with the ADD generation, it's like, okay, instead of releasing 500 pages, I'm going to release 4 different 120 pages, just to kind of keep things, more bite size. But I get distracted with other and I don't know if that's still the plan, but it is being written. I don't have a release date, but I appreciate you shouting that out. Thank you.
Yes, and people go pick it up. You can get it anywhere, and you can even get it just to, read off your Kindle or whatever else. And that's what I did. So it's a really good read, and it actually gives you insight into Rodney's life and what brought him into a space where he started questioning the narrative, and how, he came from a very left-leaning background into this weird space that us 4 are in now, where it's just questioning what's going on around us, questioning the narrative, looking deeper into something than just what, the basic information that's given to us. And that's what really I loved about the book. And it's a lot of comedy in it too, which I really loved. It had me laughing the whole time as well.
Means a lot, man. Just, like the respect I have for you is just I said it earlier, just as a, smart dude. So it means a lot for you to say that. So thank you.
Absolutely. I back the book 100%.
That's a dope cosign. I appreciate it.
Awesome. And you can catch me on the One and One podcast. No.
Fucking guy. Yeah. No, I followed you back, Rodney. I just saw you were following me. I just followed you back. So
appreciate you, brother.
Got you on Instagram. But yeah, Sean,
yeah, we're about to unload on Rodney over the next week with just info, videos, books.
Do it, man. I got flights and travels. I got a flight to DC, then I got a flight into Canada, and I got to take a 3-hour train. So load me up with it. I got a week being out in the woods. So just send me content, bro. Shamelessly.
Definitely.
Student of the game.
Definitely follow Rodney. Go to killthemockingbirds.com. Go to the One and One podcast. Go to Kill the Mockingbirds podcast. Give us a 5-star review if you're on the YouTube channel. Subscribe. Come on, man. Share the show.
That's right. Yeah. TJOJP.com, Homunculus Owner's Manual, YouTube, one-on-one, all that good stuff. You know where to find us. And this was the Shadow Band Syndicate because we're Shadow Band. Somebody I had a comment today tell me on the YouTube, they're like, how can I find your stuff without having to type in the whole title? And I was like, welcome to the Shadow Band realm. This is what it feels like to be here. So welcome. But yeah, make sure to comment, like, subscribe, whatever, reviews. This was fun. Love you guys. Have a good one. Bye-bye now.
30 hours of Utah, whoa, out of pocket a jukeball, go. Air a little bit thinner, crossing the Rockies. Cells in my head, learning me, it gotta be heartbeats. 30 hours of Utah, whoa, out of pocket a jukeball, go. Air a little bit thinner, crossing the Rockies. Cells in my head, learning me, it gotta be heartbeats. Drive off in the sunset, broaden my horizon. Lay low, you might get noticed, but trouble knows where to find him. Blaze down a dirt road, feel the heat of the night. Which way do I go? He got a Lucci inside. 30 hours of Utah, out of pocket a jukeball, air a little bit better crossing the Rockies. Cells in my head, learning me, and gotta be heartbeats. 30 hours of Utah, out of pocket a jukeball, air a little bit better crossing the Rockies. Cells in my head, learning me, and gotta be heartbeats. Trek through this desolation, mountains in the distance seen it. Trouble seems to follow me, that's how I back my lead. Orange faced in the horizon, Texas margarita. It's so long, can't wait to put my feet up. I'm just existing, my thoughts conflicting, paradigm shifting. What is resistance? What is transmitting? Always persisting, no coexisting. We're in remission. 30 hours of Utah, out of pocket a jukeball, go. Air a little bit thinner, crossing the Rockies. Cells in my head, learning me, it gotta be heartbeats. 30 hours of Utah, out of pocket a jukeball, go. Air a little bit thinner, crossing the Rockies. Cells in my head, learning me, it gotta be heartbeats.
Belief is the enemy of knowing.
All right, man. Welcome to Crow 777 Radio. This is episode 529. Jason Lehmer is with me, and Clive DeCarl returns once again. We're going to talk about the things we usually talk about with Clive. One of the things that I'm interested to learn more about is the methylene blue, but we're going to start in a different place here. Anyhow, welcome, Jason.
And another hot good morning.
All right, Clive, I know you haven't been feeling well. I hope you're well enough to get through it with us today.
Thank you. I wouldn't like anybody to think that I was unwell from a health reason. It's just I did a talk with somebody and we think we were poisoned.
Actually, it sounds like you were poisoned. It sounded like a stranger walked up and gave 2 people a drink, and both of them became ill pretty quickly.
Exactly. So I don't know what it was, but I'm on the mend.
Well, it's a terrible world when we've got to watch everyone around us and not accept drinks from people. But let's jump in. I'm going to follow kind of verbatim what you've laid down. I'm going to take a real interest in the methylene blue, which actually you have sent me, but I've been holding on to it till I know more about it. You can't look much up online that's not mainstream grading versus diagnosis, which is interesting. We just released an episode with Fortune, and he goes on and on and on about the pre-30s and how there was gnosis in homeopathic medicine and positive results. But let's
From the Greek is to know, agnosis is not to know. Therefore, I propose that diagnosis is two people not knowing.
That is classic. You broke down the prefix there.
So, we do know at a core level what we need. I would contend that, let's say you walked into the most fabulous health food store on the planet, and there's a big sign saying everything has been picked like 5 minutes ago and it's all free. Have whatever you like. Now, I think immediately our intuition would take over, and we would start eating as we did in the wild. If we came across the wild strawberries growing in the forest, we'd feast ourselves until we were full of wild strawberries. And I think we'd do the same. I think our eating habits would be totally different if really fresh, wonderful food was available and if it didn't cost us a fortune. So I think on that basis, we know just like animals do. An animal gets sick, it goes out and finds the grasses or whatever it needs to eat and clears itself out. And I think we have that ability. So I believe that actually it's way more than that. I think I may have told the story before, but one of my best results ever was using 4 frequency devices, which I'd wired up to one poor man, and he'd come with brain fog, pain, and eyesight problems. And at the end of the hour, he was the most happy client I'd ever had. And I looked over and I realized I'd forgotten to switch the machines on, and he'd done it all in his mind.
It's interesting. You don't even hear the idea of, we know what our body needs. The only time you really hear about it is with pregnant women, right? They talk about pregnant women having urges for foods they end up needing. But for my part, Clive, I think so many people are walking around thinking, well, I eat relatively healthy, but they're not getting the nutrients that were once in the food. For my part, just the magnesium alone made a huge difference in my life. But I think there's something to what you're saying. We should know something about ourselves, right? I mean, if we're lacking, we should have an idea of what that is.
Well, absolutely. And actually, it's not that hard necessarily to work it out. I mean, let's say that somebody's low on energy, and clearly a lot of people are low on energy. Probably the first thing I'd consider is that person low on selenium, the mineral selenium? Because there are huge areas of the United States where the selenium in the soil is pretty much gone. It may have been low in the first place, but a lot of states are very low on selenium. So pretty much everybody, for instance, with fibromyalgia or chronic fatigue is very likely to have a selenium deficiency right near the top of the list of things they could correct. So our bodies give us the warnings. For instance, let's say you've got little white dots on your fingernails. Well, that's your body telling you that you've got a zinc deficiency. Our body is very good at giving the indications. What we lack is the basic knowledge that should have been given to us in our education system at, let's say, 15, as to, okay, here are a whole bunch of symptoms, here are a whole bunch of likely causes for them. But we're not taught the right stuff.
Well, we're in a terrible spot now because of what's become of searching on the internet. Taking the selenium as an example, you sent me selenium, and it made a big difference for me. There were a few things. I think I was very undernourished because, like most people, I thought, well, I eat salads and I eat other things, but they're depleted. Now, when I took the selenium, oh, and by the way, you upgraded that. A later version of the selenium was much a thicker oil type thing called Targeted. Here's the interesting thing about the selenium, Clive. When I first took it, I did not care for it. I did not like that taste. Now, I don't even need water. I put it in my mouth. It doesn't bother me. But here's the rub about the internet. When you first talked about selenium and you had sent me some, I went to look it up and I found bad mouthing. I found that this was a toxin. This was listed as a toxin. And then I saw where they were talking about doses, but they were just micro doses. And I thought, is this even enough to make a difference? But that was my experience with the selenium. As a matter of fact, I regularly take the magnesium, the selenium, the iodine, and the fulvic minerals. No matter what I'm doing in the world, those things that you taught me about and provided to me are things that I take every day without fail. But getting back to the selenium, I don't think most people can even look it up and find truthful information about it.
Well, increasingly, when you do look things up, lies are being told where a few years ago it was truthful. So one of the problems is that the quality and the type of material we're talking about. So with selenium, there are several different types out there. And there's a type made from yeast, which is quite good. There's a type that's blended to the amino acid methionine, which is quite good. But as you know, the version that we do is a liquid version. The reason, by the way, that it tastes different is the manufacturing process. The manufacturing process can take up to 24 hours where the selenium is specially treated with a type of oil. And the reaction, we can measure the reaction. We know when it's happened, but sometimes it takes a few hours. Sometimes it takes double. And so each batch we make will have a different taste. It is the same stuff. And sometimes it tastes less bad than others, I suppose you might say.
But let me cut in. It's like a taste from nature, I guess I would describe it, but it was off-putting at first. Remember when I told you I was taking it, and if I used the iodine, it tasted like sesame, and then you said, oh, you can't take those two things together. So I learned to space everything out, but it's a similar taste as it ever was, Clive. I'm pointing out that my body is not put off by the taste anymore.
Yeah, it's funny you say that, because I found that with several substances. When I first started taking iodine 20 years ago, it tasted revolting to me. It was horrible. Now I quite like it. And I think the body learns. You take this for a little while, and then suddenly the body, actually, this is good for me. This is a really positive thing that you're putting in. And I think it changes one's appreciation of the taste.
That's why I brought it up, because we opened this conversation going in the other direction. And I think that's exactly what happened. I think my body realized that it needed that. And now it's actually a pleasant taste to me now. And it was far from a pleasant taste when I first started taking it.
Yeah. And I mean, one of the great things about selenium is that it makes your body work properly, in the sense that, the ultimate anti-inflammatory, the ultimate anti-poisoning, the ultimate antioxidant that the body makes is glutathione made in the liver. But without selenium, you can't make it. So a lot of people are ill for a host of reasons, but quite possibly basically due to their body's own inability to create the necessary healing substance, because it hasn't got the precursors. And this is really, in a way, what healing is about. It's about, the cells of the body, let's say the mitochondria, the energy-producing part of the cells, having the raw ingredients to function properly. And I would say mitochondrial dysfunction, leading to a lack of energy, lack of everything, is rampant, just because the food's rubbish.
Just because I don't want to forget, I want to ask you a question that's a little off topic. Do you have any experience with neem, Neem? Very popular in India. Are you familiar with it at all?
Well, yes, I am. I've been to India many times, and of the herbal remedies out there, neem is one of the top ones. They use it there for brushing their teeth. Make a toothpaste out of it. Let's say somebody had a fungal toenail, they might take neem oil and paint it on the fungal toenail until the fungus stopped. It's an incredible material. It's not one that I use a lot, but it is an amazing material, yes.
I brought it up because this is a real sidetrack. We'll just do it for a second. In one of the episodes, we got into a discussion about birth control, because until I was much older, I didn't realize what women had to go through and what an ongoing, I don't want to say nightmare, but what a big deal birth control is and how unhealthy so many of the options are. Well, I had one of the members email me after the fact and mention neem as a birth control. Now, I heard about it, and for quite a while, I was taking it every morning. Like, I think you're supposed to do it on an empty stomach with tepid water or something like that. And I noticed positive results. But the whole reason I brought it up is, are you familiar with any aspect of neem for birth control? And I guess while we're on the topic, before we get back to the list, do you have anything to offer women about birth control, if it's not neem, that can help get away from these things that are so unhealthy?
Well, it's an old-fashioned concept, but what women need to do is to avoid men. It's them that do it. It's the men. So otherwise, no, I've not heard of neem as a birth control pill, but I know almost nothing about it, really.
Yeah, I'm not sure that it's the pill form. Maybe we'll look into it. And actually, I'm guessing I'll probably get an email for having mentioned it. But taking a neem capsule in the morning, I had very positive results. It's just that I have to measure it out. Like, you've given me the focus pills, which are based on a mushroom. And the problem is I get so many supplements. You can't just do everything all the time. It's too many for me to keep track of. But let's get back on track here. By the way, Jason, do you want to get anything in before I start jumping on the toxification ideas?
Nope, good so far. Let's move forward.
All right. So friends like Fortune and others who are interested in healing people like yourself, Clive, commiserate that our very environment is toxic. And I don't think it's any secret that people see the plane spraying. Our air is toxic. You got to be careful with your food. So many toxins. The products, don't even need to mention it. If you just wander into a grocery store and get all these body, hair care, even makeup products just off the shelf, chances are you're scrubbing toxins all over your body. I noticed that you mentioned the Ohio disaster for detoxing from the jabs, which is what we're going to get into here. But really, whatever the news is pushing is a small sliver of how toxic our environment has come. So let's talk about detoxing.
Sure. Well, I've brought out several products recently, all to do with detoxification, because we're all toxically poisoned, obviously. So there are different types of toxins. The easy ones are the water-soluble toxins, because they're pretty easy to get out. The more difficult ones are the waxes, the ceramides, the prions, the misfolded proteins, the rancid fats. There are a whole different toxins that are actually very, very to get out. However, there is a group of molecules called cyclodextrins. We've got a product now called albadextrin, and albadextrin is capable of dissolving and reconstituting into more healthy materials, those fats and prions and so on, and then it's able to get them out. So it's effectively trying to turn fat-soluble toxins into water-soluble ones if one can, or otherwise dissolving, somehow changing those toxic waxes into a form that we can get rid of them. And it's actually, for a change, a nice tasting drink. It tastes quite good. And I've been using it, and I get a very good feeling for it. But there are other ways to do it. Of course, let's say we're in France, what you'd be using would probably be a suppository. You pop a suppository up your bum, and you can draw toxins straight from the liver and out that way. So we've got a couple of quite interesting materials which we put into suppositories. One is a mixture of EDTA, but a lot of people have heard of EDTA. It's one of the most effective ways to detoxify really nasty stuff, you might say. And there's glutathione in there, a few other materials. So you can just You get rid of toxins while you sleep, which is, of course, the ideal time to do it.
Why? I'm sorry to interrupt, but why France? Why did you single out France as the only place that would be using a suppository? Are you pointing out that it's an effective method and very few places do it?
Well, in France, it's considered normal. Whereas we might consider taking a tablet or a capsule as normal. They, more than anywhere else in the world that I'm aware of, use suppositories a lot. That's why I mentioned it. But, the first time I really saw suppositories in action was for reversing cancer, where somebody I know gives various treatments with cannabis. And of course, you can take a very strong dose of cannabis while you're asleep because you're going to sleep right through it. And taking it as a suppository is an ideal way to do it. And of course, it can be hugely valuable from the perspective of fixing issues in the lower part of the colon. So the other classics for getting rid of toxins are things like sulfur, MSM sulfur. MSM sulfur is incredible because its chemical mechanism is to sulfate things. Now, so if you've got a metal toxin like mercury or lead or something that you can't get out of the body, if you can sulfate it, turn it into mercury sulfate or lead sulfate, that's water soluble. So you can pee it out right away. So the water soluble toxins are easier, as I mentioned. So MSM sulfur is a good way to go. And generally speaking, it comes in capsules, but you can also get it as a pure powder. We have it on the site. And while most people might want to take half a teaspoonful or something like that, actually, in some cases, people have got incredible benefits from like 1 or 2 tablespoonfuls if there's an issue. And at one point, it was actually our best-selling product because it has a massive history of being anti-cancer as well. It's great for the skin and the hair and the nails.
What's it called, Clive?
MSM sulfur.
And that's a powder, right? Because you've sent that to me.
Yeah, it's been known about for years. If you ask any veterinarian or a horse owner, they'll probably tell you if the horse is ever injured. They give the horse MSM, they rub it in as gel, they give it in the feed. And so that top racing outfits for horses know all about MSM and how incredible it is. And of course, I know that you've interviewed Amanda Vollmer in the past about DMSO. And of course, DMSO and MSM are 2 versions, if you like, of the same thing.
Yeah, I don't know what I would do. DMSO is a bit of a miracle substance for people out there. I was having arthritis was starting to be a problem in my hands. And Fortunate told me to take DMSO and iodine, mix it 50-50. By the way, if you mix anything with DMSO, it heats up at first. And you don't use DMSO unless you know what you're doing. You've got to be very careful with what touches it because it'll draw things in the body, but it works quite quickly. But to get back to the MSM sulfur detox, here's the thing, Clive. We're all westernized and we have Western medicine ideas in our head. And this is one thing that baffles me, learning everything that I have about health from the types of people that I like to have on. Your body is toxic, our environment is toxic, and no portion of modern medicine even addresses the idea that there are toxins in you. How do you get them out? This was one of the reasons I was so big on the Gerson method and still am. It's showing you a way to get them out. And I don't think most Westerners think about that. If you get mercury or any toxin in you, the only way to get better is to get it out of you. The only way things come out of you is if you defecate, urinate, or maybe if you sweat. And like you said, so France doesn't have a cultural problem with inserting things up their anus. Well, in the United States, even getting someone to consider an enema is a huge thing. But I mean, let's talk about that for a minute. These things have to come out of your body some way, right? And that's what people don't consider, I think.
Well, most people don't realize that they're backed up. I had a guy reporting back to me after doing a 14-day fast. And he said, the funny thing was, he was still shitting for the first 8 days. And I suggested, well, maybe you were backed up 8 days. So just because you're going regularly doesn't mean it's not backed up. So it's an area to consider. Just back to horses for 1 second. I heard something very interesting by an elderly lady who'd been brought up in a racing yard. And she said that prior to the weigh-in, the jockeys would have concentrated baths in Epsom salts, magnesium sulfate, because it dehydrated them so they could lose weight on the scales. So lots of people are taking Epsom salt baths and they need to be aware that they are dehydrating themselves. They must drink lots of water.
So what are you suggesting? If you've taken it, a lot of people take those baths. Are you suggesting that you need to consciously rehydrate after that?
Absolutely so, yes, according to jockeys. And I didn't know that until recently.
Well, getting back to the guy who goes on the fast and then goes to the bathroom for 8 days, I would suggest that that's how many days backed up he was. And that's another thing about the Gerson method. And by the way, almost every healer that I respect that I've met will honestly tell you there's no such thing as a, what do you call the system? What's the system, Jason? Everyone always references that doesn't exist.
The immune system?
Yeah, the immune system. It's not a system that you could put up a diagram of the body and say, there's the system. And yet everywhere refers to it. Even drug companies, oh, your immune system. All the people I respect say that immunity starts with going to the bathroom regularly all the time without fail. And I think you agree with that, don't you?
I 100% agree. And of course, most people are backed up because they haven't got enough magnesium to get the bowels moving. If the bowels clench up, it's going to be difficult. Magnesium, being the mineral of relaxation, lets everything relax and things can move. Then people are dehydrated. And of course, if you're dehydrated, then things are going to get stuck as well. I probably just told you the story about a 28-year-old woman who came to me who had some bowel issues, and I suggested a mixture of bentonite clay and psyllium husk and lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of water. Next morning, she rings up, said, you never guess what came out? Small piece of yellow Lego that she assumed she must have swallowed accidentally 25 years previously.
Oh, my word. Yeah, we Jason and I have heard other stories recently. We heard, I guess we won't be specific, Jason, but a person associated with the medical field who is someone we respect, and they were having issues and they focused in on the bowels to make sure that the so-called immune system at its level, foundation, which is basically going number 2, and a 1.5 foot worm came out and they were astonished. And that's another thing, I use your magnesium every day, Clive, and what you just mentioned is part of the reason I use it. I never miss a day going to the bathroom, number 2. And if I do, that next morning, if not that day, I am all over it. And the way I deal with it is with your magnesium or with your vitamin C, because both of those things will get you going. But every night before I go to bed, I take 4 magnesium. And this is what everyone should know. When you first start taking magnesium, it can put you in the bathroom if you don't find out how much is right for you, which is fine to have diarrhea for a day. It's really not fine to do that for many days. My point being, you had said, I think you told me at one point you could take 8 magnesiums at once.
Yeah, I seem to have a huge tolerance for it, or a huge need for it, maybe.
So case in point, I can't, if I took 8 at once, I would be in the bathroom. So my balance point is 4. Every night before I go to bed, I take the thing that Fortune turned me onto called Chlorafresh, turns your poop green. I take 2 of those and I take the magnesium every night before bed. And that pretty much guarantees that the first thing I do in the morning is get my so-called immune system fired up. In other words, I went to the bathroom and I'm not holding waste products in my body.
So there's something called the auto brewery system. The auto brewery is where, let's say you have lots of orange juice and sugar puffs and sweet cereals or whatever for breakfast. If your bowels aren't working properly, those things will turn to sugar, which turns to alcohol. And there are kids getting drunk every morning at breakfast because their bowels are working so badly, they're creating alcohol in their guts and getting drunk.
Is that true?
Absolutely, yes. Yes, it's super crazy.
Do you think they would fail a breathalyzer test if they happen to encounter an officer of the law?
I don't know.
I promise, officer, I was just eating cereal. What do you think, Clive? Should we get the methylene blue in hour 1 or hour 2?
I'm happy to do it now. I have an extraordinary result, and this is applicable to people with epilepsy. I had an email from one of my customers who was having seizures and had done, I think, for many, many, many years. And she took 2 drops of methylene blue in water, and she had an unpleasant epileptic reaction. What happened next was that she felt that something changed in her brain, and her neurons or whatever suddenly accepted the methylene blue, and she felt a change. The next day, she took 1 drop, and she wrote to me, 17th of July. At that date, she hadn't had another epileptic fit since.
And she used to have them regularly?
Yes, yes. So, obviously, that's a one-off. So, who knows? But I thought that was pretty unusual. So we talked previously about methylene blue in another episode, but I think the core things to know is that it is a booster for one's neurology. If you want to be smarter, if you want to repair damaged myelin, multiple sclerosis people have got damaged myelin, somebody's got Alzheimer's, dementia, Parkinson's, those sort of issues, methylene blue is really one of the first things I think they could be researching, because it's had a long history. It's been used on a sort of medical basis since the 1890s. It was grandfathered into the American FDA system because it's been recognized as perhaps one of the most important antidotes to cyanide poisoning, one of the most important antidotes against carbon monoxide poisoning, all sorts of different poisons. It rebuilds people's brains. And so many people actually notice really quite rapidly that a dose might affect them in a very, very positive way. Along with that sort of neurological side, it's also an antidepressant. People feel happier. It repairs nerve damage. It carries oxygen all around the body. So if you get more oxygen to the brain, I'm told that makes you a brighter person. It's an antioxidant at the right doses. And I've got no proof of this, only what I've heard, that it can correct anaphylaxis. So people who go into anaphylactic shock, they haven't got their EpiPen with them. They could consider carrying some methylene blue. Obviously, they should do their own research there. But septic shock, the medical profession carry it. In the ER, there will be methylene blue because of all the things that they know it does. So, septic shock is a serious issue. So it will do things like repair memory loss, clear brain fog, partly because it's an antifungal. Some people will be familiar with methylene blue because they use not the type of humans would use, but they use a version for tropical fish. You put a drop of methylene blue in the fish tank and that kills all fungus. It's an incredible antifungal. It's quite an amazing material, but there's way more than that. It rebuilds the mitochondria, helps the mitochondria function better, I should say. Therefore, you've got more energy and more health. It's an electron recycler. The redox mechanism, we run on electrons. That's where we get our power, we get antioxidants, or use a Tesla machine, or touch the ground barefoot. And methylene blue allows the body to recycle electrons, to use them over, which is a pretty amazing thing. Many doctors recognize it as something you give people if they're going to have a stroke. But, it's incredible. It breaks down uric acid, so it can be good for people with gout. It's an amazing material. And I suppose, the last year or so, it's had a sort of resurgence of interest. So I make a version which is as good as it can be. And one often starts with perhaps 10 drops in a glass of water. And first thing you notice is, of course, the glass of water will go bright blue, because when it was originally discovered, it was discovered as a blue dye. And you begin to know that you're taking it because your pee will go blue. You want to dilute it a lot so that your teeth and tongue don't go blue.
10 drops. You're saying 10 drops.
Well, 10 drops is a very good starting dose. And let's say you took 10 drops. You can start with 1 drop, particularly if you've got an issue, start low and build up. But generally speaking, 10 drops in a glass of water, big glass of water. And you could next day perhaps take 10 drops twice a day. You could build up to maybe 60 drops a day. Now, there are doses above that. But again, like iodine, it's one of those things. It's really great to know what you're doing, so you don't get anything wrong. So your pee will go green and then blue. So don't be alarmed by that. At least you know it's going through and coming out the other side.
All right. So I've got a whole bunch of questions about methylene blue. In a hospital, how do they administer it?
Good question. I don't know.
Okay, because I noticed you said they had it on hand, and I'm guessing it's mostly to undo poisonings and things like that. But is it dangerous? Can it be toxic?
You can drown in water. Everything's dangerous beyond a certain point. But at the levels we're talking about, as I understand it, there are no toxins that one needs to be worried about. But if you're on a drug, a medication, you certainly want to be aware that you could have an interreaction, conceivably. And because I don't know about drugs, I can't answer that question. I'm just looking up in the book to look for any contraindications.
That was my next question, because when I went online prepping up for this again, because you had sent me some methylene blue, it was going on and on, I think, about pain pills. But what got my attention was some places mentioned, oh, absolutely, don't take this with, I think, ibuprofen or any kind of an opioid. And then other places didn't say anything about so-called pain pills.
Right. Really, the only thing that's really serious, I would say, is because it boosts serotonin, people who are on SSRIs should not take it, because too much serotonin would be a bad thing, clearly.
Define SSRI so people know exactly what that is.
It's the serotonin reuptake inhibitors. So, in other words, things like Prozac, the antidepressants, they're the SSRIs. Because methylene blue creates serotonin, which you could say is happiness. So you don't want too much serotonin, because that wouldn't be natural. So that's one. Then shouldn't be given to babies, and don't use it if you're pregnant or breastfeeding. I'm researching that from the book, The Ultimate Guide to Methylene Blue by Mark Sloan, who's a very, very interesting author. And in his book, he mentions it for pain, heart disease, cancer. He calls them viruses. I would tend to call them cellular debris, which people mistake for viruses, but it's very good for clearing up the debris, in my opinion. The list goes on and on.
All right. So the first time I ever became of methylene blue, I'm very good. Very good. It's one of my best skills at being able to hear if the bell rings or if the bell is cracked. That's how I describe it. Doesn't always tell me, almost never tells me everything I would like to know, but it does give me a basis. And from the first time I ever became aware of it and saw it, I knew that I was very interested and there was something to it. As I began to research, I realized, oh, this was a dye. Now I'm very interested in. You can go back to our episodes on color to know why I am so interested in dye. Dyeing used to be a complete art at a time way back when the artists or the craftsmen and women absolutely knew that they were creating a vibration rate. And they wanted to dye things and get an exact color because they know that's an exact vibration. This was a time when linen was known to be a very positive vibration. Now go back and think of all the places that wear linen, particularly in the Middle East. But here's my point. That blue, when you see it in powder form or other ways, it draws you in. It's a positive blue. And as a dye, as I've said so many times here, color is vibration, or at least part of what makes a color is based on vibration. And I just wanted to put all that out there, Clive, because I have a big interest in the methylene blue, which I'm going to start to try now, that I feel like I know a little bit more, that wasn't just some WebMD nonsense, but my gut tells me that it's important.
Well, I get that same feeling. And of course, blue was the most sought after of all the colors for dyes. There was indigo and one or two other blues, but it was incredibly sought after. And, frequency is everything. Let me just talk a bit about dosage some more. As with everything, dosage is weight dependent. If you're very small or very big, obviously you're going to need less or more. And on my website in the UK, we're not allowed to tell you the truth. We just can't say anything at all on the website. So what I've done is, as you know, I've got a membership club called secrethealthclub.com, and we've made a £1 membership, like a $1 membership, just for contractual reasons. Then you can be a member of the club and you can read how to dose methylene blue, for instance, properly, how to work it out by weight. It's very, very easy, luckily.
Because a club can say things legally where you are that you can't just talk about otherwise.
Well, exactly right. I started it in 2014 because the British government shut me down on YouTube, threatened me. So I thought, well, okay, I'll just start a private club, and all the information they don't want you to know, particularly the information they don't want you to know, I'm going to put it there. And that's what I do. So it's a club that you join, and it'll tell you about the Tesla devices and all the things that generally are hidden.
Yeah, the Tesla devices are a big deal. And I can't, people have no idea how common those devices were in America back in the day. And probably at about the same time that homeopathy was targeted by what they call Rockefeller medicine. Anyhow, go ahead. Keep up. By the way, the whole blue thing, all the prayer shawls. And everyone's heard the story about the snail, certain snail that created, I guess it's more of a purpley than a blue, but it did end up making something on the lines of a blue. All those prayer shawls, things like the Israeli flag, other flags that always skew towards a very specific, I would almost call it a sky blue. By the way, Clive, if you put a single drop in, say, an 8 or a 12-ounce glass of water, is it a deep blue as it is when you look at it, or does it become a lighter blue?
No, if you do it to a decent strength, 10 drops or more, it's a fantastically quite deep blue. And when you mix it with the water, you see the dye mixing with the water, and that itself is very beautiful, the patterns it makes.
It's an absolutely positive color vibration. I can assure anyone of that. But also, I am skewed. You can ask Jason. He's seen what I've built around my house. There's a lot of blue. Anything you want to get in here, Jason, with regard to the methylene blue?
Blue is good.
Blue is good. Just look up before you go further. Just so everybody knows, I used to have all these places that I support because I know their products are good under every episode. So up in the top navigation, there's a link called sponsored. If you go to that sponsored page, I just piled all the images in there. And the reason I did it is because I know these products are valuable and they're not commonplace. You can't just go get what's on offer here from any old place or most of them. And sometimes there are discounts. And that's what I was going to ask. Are you going to run any kind of a discount in conjunction with this?
Good question. You put me on the spot. I can only say yes. Yes,
Well,
we will.
no, you don't have to say yes,
No,
and
right.
I could actually edit that.
No, I'm happy. I'm happy to offer a discount. I'll talk to my Vicky, my colleague, and we'll work out what to do.
All right, and it'll come. Just so people know, go to the sponsored link at the top. When the page loads, the top left image says Clive DeCarlo, and it's got like a lotus flower image on it. He was the first person that we interviewed where I recognized that the things that he was offering, you're not getting, like that magnesium. I'm not getting that magnesium anywhere else. How many times have I contacted you guys, Clive, and said, I need like 50 more pounds of that?
Well, I was very lucky to have been able to learn from some of the greats. I've interviewed so many people like you. And, when I needed to know stuff like, what is the best magnesium? How do you work it out? What is it? I was literally able, luckily, to ring up literally people who wrote the books. And I've been educated by the best, luckily.
Well, I found a number of things to you, and a handful of them are part of how I live my daily life. Now, I wanted to touch on a thing. I wrote a note, and I skipped over it because I forgot. You mentioned white spots on the fingernail, which I knew that was showing a deficiency. What does it tell us if you know how a fingernail is supposed to be like dome-shaped? What if it's misshapen or flat, or does that tell us something?
Yeah, fingernail analysis is an incredibly useful device because you can go online onto Google even, and you can look up fingernail analysis, and you will see all the different fingernail types you can get. There are ones that some people have a black stripe down the middle of their fingernail, and that could be indicative of cancer. There are every deformity, if you like, of nail you can imagine with pictures. You can very easily look at your own nails. They might have horizontal stripes, vertical stripes. They might have bits coming out the sides, all sorts of different elements. And you can tell a lot from that, really a lot.
You can even take it into the more so-called occulted arena. As an example, the middle finger I won't call it occulted, maybe I'll call it alchemical ideas. Like the middle finger would be associated with Saturn. So this is kind of so in-depth. Back in the day, you could even get a finger or the right or left side down to planetary or luminary ideas. But anyhow, where would you like to go, Clive? We've got a bit left in hour one.
Well, we could talk about vitamin K2, which is so interesting. It's one of those overlooked elements. So there's been some research done recently about vitamin K2, and just tell you a little bit of it. Turns out that the people who are taking the correct amount of vitamin K2 have 26% less all-cause mortality. Now, it can go up to 36% in another study that they did. So if you take one mineral, vitamin K2, you could have, roughly speaking, a 30% less chance of dying. I mean, that's absolutely massive.
Okay, so hold on, put on the brakes before you go forward. Vitamin K, as we say, vitamin K2, is that a thing that you provide?
It is indeed, and it's a thing you can eat.
So what form does it come in from you?
Okay, the form that I use is called natto, which is short for nattokinase, which is a fermented soybean product that's popular in Japan. It's a very, very weird food. It's like gelatinous. Mucilaginous is the term that they use for it, and most people don't actually totally like the taste. However, it's the only way that a non-animal, somebody doesn't eat animal products, can get it. It's almost impossible to get any other way. So all vegans need to be aware that K2, along with B12 and taurine, one of the other things, K2 is one of the things that they may be low on. And what happens if you are low on K2 are things like osteoporosis. So people as they get older, the biggest cause of death out there for old people is a fall. That's what they think. They think they fall and they break their hip. Turns out that often the hip crumbles away, they fall, and then they think, oh, I broke my hip. But actually, it was the hip that collapsed. And vitamin K2 can be the reason why, or lack of it. So how it works is something called osteocalcin. So the body uses something called osteocalcin to convert calcium into the right place. You don't want calcium building up in the arteries or the pineal gland or in the heart. You don't want calcium building up in the form of arthritis. You want it in the bones where it belongs, and you need K2 to get it there. So this was discovered by the dentist Weston Price, so I think many people might have heard of, in the 20s, that sort of period of time. He used to go out to places that had just been discovered, newly discovered tribes, whatever it might be, and he had a camera. He's very keen on photography. All the photographs are on Google, and you can see all the photos he took. So, of course, none of the people he discovered there were brushing their teeth. That was unheard of. So some people had brown teeth, green teeth. Some of them used bits of stick, maybe, to clean their teeth. But he never saw a cavity, never saw a narrow arch, no need ever to remove extra teeth that didn't seem to fit anymore. Everybody had huge, big, wide mouths with lots of smiley teeth. And he noticed that as Western civilization interfered with their lifestyle, that their teeth started crumbling and falling apart. So he realized it was something in the original diets of people. Now, while the vegans might not like it, as far as we're aware, every society consumed animal products as part of the necessary diet. So he started to figure out what was it. And in the end, he called it Activator X. And Activator X he made from two products. He used cod liver oil, not fish oil, cod liver oil, and the butter oil from animals that had been eating the lush grass of, in England, April, May, June, when the grass is growing at rapid speed and is incredibly full of nutrients. And he found a combination of these two were curing, as in reversing, cavities in the 1930s, right? We knew how to do it years ago. Anyway, it took, I think, till 1997 until scientists worked out that Activator X was vitamin K2. So vitamin K2 is the answer for so many things. You can laugh about it. So back to the recent studies, 46% less cancer, 63% less advanced prostate cancer, 28% less cancer death, 20% less coronary artery calcification, 21% less coronary heart disease, another one, 9% less coronary heart disease, another one, 57% less coronary heart disease mortality, then ranging from 27, 49, and 82% less metabolic syndrome. So this is type 2 diabetics, right? Massive. Type 1 diabetics, 7% lower risk for each 10 micrograms of increased uptake. I recommend 250. So that might convert to 100%. Type 2 diabetes, 17% reduction for each 100 micrograms, another one 50%. Anyway, you get the picture. Vitamin K is outrageous, absolutely outrageous, and it makes vitamin D work properly. So, I've been recommending for 15 odd years taking vitamin D in winter, but it's even more important to bear in mind that in winter, probably there isn't that grass-fed butter or, grass-fed cheeses from that time of the year, and vitamin K2 might really be a massive answer, and it's inexpensive.
Yeah, good luck getting anything grass-fed in the United States unless you're in a fortunate farming area. But we're wrapping up hour 1 here. And by the way, so the vitamin K2, it's like a gelatin when it arrives?
No, it's dry powder in a capsule. So
okay.
Eat it to small size capsule, quite doable.
Okay. I can't remember if Vicky sent me that or not. I actually just fired off an email to her because, as you know, all the things that you really tout, I have to personally get involved with so that I can speak intelligently about it online. But go ahead and tell folks where they can find you and your wonderful products. And everybody remember the sponsored link at the top of my website puts you on a page where Clive is the top left, Clive P. Carl. And I guess probably there will be some benefit in terms of cost. Go ahead, Clive.
Yes, so just to click through the link, it's on Crow's site, it's clivedecarl.com, that's the actual website. And then I've got the other website is secrethealthclub.com. And that's a simple A to Z of quite a number of very common problems and what to do and what the supplements do. If you've got a thyroid problem, you hear a whole bunch of answers. It's simple, straightforward stuff.
So people should be aware for the Secret Health Club because I've seen people comment, why are you charging for help? Look, he can't talk about this. For anyone who's followed our law episodes, you realize that there are different rules for so-called clubs. How is it that a men's club openly doesn't invite women in this country, right? If it was anything else, someone would sue him or make a legal issue, but a club can do different things. So the Secret Health Club allows him to talk about things. And by the way, I have it on very good authority that places like Britain, Canada, Australia, just to say places under the thumb of the crown, are having a very difficult time with anything perceived as homeopathic. Anyhow, that brings hour 1 of episode 529 to a close. We're going to come back and talk about a whole host of more important health issues. As I've said, my life changed when I met Clive. So many things have changed. I used to have the idea that vitamins are stupid, you just pee them out. I have a very different view now, but I don't go to CVS to get those vitamins. There's a big difference between quality and over-the-counter nonsense. The first hour is free to everybody at Pro777radio.com. That is CRROW777radio.com. Members know to log in for the full member episode, which is typically around 2 hours. They get access to all the forums. There are many, as well as comments under each episode, which tend to be topical based on the information in that episode. They also get free access to the 2-hour film called Shoot the Moon, which covers all my telescope work. By the way, at the end of Shoot the Moon is the sun we don't see, the second sun that I first filmed in 2015. As far as I know, I may have been the first person to film it and put it together that it mattered. Just this last week, someone sent me a clip. Mr. BB333, I think I remembered that, has a YouTube channel, and people send him like clips about UFOs and things. But a person in Ohio and a person in Los Angeles legitimately filmed the second sun. This is going to be a thing. I would go so far as to say that we may well live in an era with 2 suns. Time will tell. We're going to prep up, come back for hour 2, and I'd like to wish you all a happy, healthy, and higher-minded new era. Cheers.
Belief is the enemy of knowing.
Yo, what up? It's Donut, and you tuning in to all your Illuminati news. Something strange about all of this blue. This is a live show today. Hello, we got a lot of people up in here, a lot of new subscribers as well to the channel. Thank you for subscribing. We're going to go over some wild stuff. I got these images sent by my friend in Lahaina as I was just out there. So this story is super, it just makes my gut feel really strange, this whole story. And my friend shared this picture to me of the blue still standing as we've been covering the blue. And I know it might be getting annoying for some people not looking into this, but that's what we look into on this channel, is these Fortean phenomenons. And this right here is a backyard of his friend's house. It's all burnt down, but there's the blue slide. I mean, this is never before seen pictures. We aired it last night on the Patreon with Ani and Tommy. And thank you for everybody for supporting us. We'll be releasing that video out to the public shortly. And shout out to this channel, Hustle. They actually played a clip of mine, and they're a quite larger channel doing some good work, it seems like. They give us a video. They showed the video that we did, the blue video. And this blue is in the mainstream news right here, Maui theory about the blue object. So, I mean, it's in the mainstream consciousness as well, as we're coming up on a blue moon, once in a blue moon. And these rituals that have been going down all year long is connected to the banking industry. So the day before or after an eclipse or a full moon, you got big people in the new crypto / new banking electronic cash system that Project Bluebeam talked about, coincidentally, people close to them passing away. So this will be taking place while 50 Cent is performing at the crypto stadium, and the new ISO 220 is blue. The old ISO, this is the SWIFT system, the bridge currency, the bridge goes over the water. It's all maritime law. A lot of these water fire rituals happening. It goes into the Theosophical Society. It goes deep into smart cities. It goes deep into a lot of different things. And Stacy, thank you. Stacy says, I've been with you, Donuts, since it was just 50 people. Lol, it's crazy to see how many are here now. I'm into it. It is wild. And the reason why is because you guys share this video out as we're streaming live while everybody is at the bar getting drunk. So if you share this out, they'll come home and they'll see the video. And especially if you smash that like button, it does help get these videos out very much. Hello, Melbourne, Australia. And yeah, a lot of comments are pointing to the date, September 23rd. I'll look into that. I'm getting a lot of comments pointing to this date. If you know why that is, please put it in the comment and I'll share it out. So the blue is popping up quite a bit. It could get annoying. Or am I just pointing at different blue things, right? Or is this just random blue things? This is the way the simulacrum works, I believe. That when this terrible, tragic event, and prayers out to everybody affected by this, happen, you see all the blue standing. There's the blue Hawaii. And while this was happening, Blue Beetle came out. And now Trump is viral for his blue steel. They hit us on so many different levels in the simulacrum. Oh, it looks like a green comet is coming 923. You know, that song, I'm blue, if I was green, I would die. I mean, that's what people hear when they hear that song. And this goes into sound frequencies. It also goes into optogenetics. We covered the purple blue lights before. We've done videos on that, how these lights and the spectrum through optogenetics can manipulate your cells and plant false memories into your head. And it's quite coincidental or ironic that these Taylor Swift shows, people are getting false memories implanted into their head, or they're losing them and not remembering it. Sounds a lot like some sort of Operation Artichoke. And here is one-on-one podcast where we go over the purple lights as well. Purple light, how it grows the plants better is because it's a remote control. And this is the optogenetics. It's a remote control, controlling your thoughts and your brains on a cellular level as well. The blueprint to life can be controlled. They've done these experiments on these worms and rats. Just a rat in a cage. Spine all my rage. I'm just a rat in a cage. And how like the terracotta soldiers were this Hans blue, Hans purple, and they could leave and transfer into another realm through it. So the magic flute right here, look, you can see the blue right here. Mozart put this together, and a lot of people hint that maybe he was taken out because he was revealing a lot of occult secrets in the magic flute. And look, it's blue, just to hint that. But it goes into the Theosophical Society, reminiscent of the biblical reference to a baptism of water and by fire. This is what it could be. Here's the magic flute from here. So these rituals going on could be some sort of baptism by fire. As there's a lot of fires going on right now. I don't know if you've seen this, but this is not really in the news. but the third biggest oil company right here, third largest U.S. oil refinery on fire. Fires all over the America, all over America. They got the fires. Look at that. That's wild. In Spokane, I think in Canada as well. Fires all over the place. Something strange about the blue, though. I just look up fire. They're saying that the list of people missing 388. I mean, this is a tragic. They're not telling us the real numbers. This is worse than that they're telling us. It's awful. It's just awful. But looking into the blue, I mean, leads me down so many different rabbit holes. Like Young Dolph, they were showing the blue car. Like, I wonder how long this has been going on. It's the red shift, blue shift. So you got a red lodge and a blue lodge. And look, we just crashed through 1,000 people viewing. We're up on Facebook and YouTube. So smash that like button. I'm going to remind y'all to smash the like button every time we crash through 1,000. But this ritual taking place is a year-long ritual. It's a storyline that is being told. So if you remember last year, all the color scheme was blue and yellow. We saw blue and yellow everywhere, right? That was the color code for the ritual. And now we're seeing blue everywhere. But what happened in the beginning of the year on February 12th, leaving 2 days left until the end of the year, we saw red everywhere. The red was all over the place. Doja Cat into red. So the beginning was red and now it's blue. So it's like this red shift, blue shift. I don't really know much about it, but this is what I think is happening. And all these strange concerts, things are happening. So here is Lana Del Rey, the Lana Del Rey concert. Look at the blue. There's the blue in the background. And people at this show collapsed like a domino effect. And look, it's blue in the background. So you probably won't be able to see it, but in the crowd, like they're all falling over. They're all knocking over in the crowd. I mean, big time. And I grew up in Vegas. So I've been to every concert, punk, juggalo, hardcore, Dropkick Murphys. I was in a riot at the Warped Tour with the Vandals. I mean, I've been everywhere. Hatebreed. I've been to all the hardcore concerts and all that. And I've never seen anything like this before. I've never seen people get trampled, 60 people injured at the Travis Scott event. This stuff doesn't happen. As a kid who grew up in Vegas going to concerts, I've never seen stuff like this. So is it some sort of frequency that's being played? Here's another video clip in the audience of the crowd knocking over. I've never seen nothing like that. And I've probably been to 2,000 concerts. No joke. 60 injured at Travis Scott, Circus Maximus, all connected to the Kardashians and the music industry. Cardi B just released her issue of Vogue, and she's in the blue. I mean, the blue is popping up everywhere. Here's the blue meanie going back to the Beatles, the Query Boys, which was a wholesome group. I want to hold your hand. And they turned the society into debauchery, pushing drugs on the culture. And there is rumors that they played high frequency pitches that they learned from the Third Realm to get the audience excited for the Beatles to come on. And I can't find any, evidence of this. This is just something I've heard through the grapevine. But they do have a song, A Day in the Life, where they do play high frequency pitches in the music, promoting the drugs. Where the heck is that? Let me pitch right here. High pitch tone right here of a dog whistle. And this was banned in a lot of places because of pushing drugs. I'd love to turn you on. Yes, that's what they said. And here's the Illuminatus trilogy. You got the Yellow Submarine in there. Remember the submersible, I think, was blue? There's the Illuminati Eye, the Beatles doing the hand gestures. And I mean, the Blue Beetle. I brought this up because of the Blue Beetle. Here's an ancient, I think it's the Day of the Dead. Not Day of the Dead. What am I? Here's an Egyptian hieroglyph from the Book of the Dead. It's a beetle. And so there's 4 of them on this yellow submarine looking thing. So lots of strange stuff there. But this all ties into new technology and smart cities. The new smart cities that are being built, especially in Hawaii. As you'll see that all the big tech elite are in Hawaii. Bill Gates got married in Hawaii. Bezos, with his Blue Origin, is in Hawaii. All these tech elites there, and a lot of them are going through rituals. Especially, we'll get into that. It's pretty wild. Donut, devil with a blue dress on, wicked smart. Oh, he's talking about Cardi B. Yeah, she dressed up as Satan, and people said she was part of the Illuminati, and she wrote "Stop with all the Illuminati s." But yeah, there's a lot of symbolism. I've done videos on her with that song that was promoted, Aroused Genitalia song, the wet Aroused Genitalia song, promoted all over the television through the blue light spectrum into the minds of the masses. So what's happening in Hawaii is the smart city, the smart grid coming worldwide. And this is straight connected to the entertainment fashion industry. So here's Beyonce's Renaissance tour. And you can see they're showcasing the robotic arms right here on the right. But down here's a fashion show doing the same thing. And the guy who put on this fashion show mysteriously died. Just like Zoolander, right? We're hearing about blue steel. Where's the blue steel? The blue steel is trending with Trump. He has this image. Okay, so that image, where's the image? It's important. Right here. This image, blue steel, is trending. And shout out to Tommy Truthful. Tommy Truthful pointed this out, and he got it from Jacob Israel. So shout out to Jacob Israel, and shout out to Anya Saru. We put together this presentation that is 3 hours long. After this, click the link below and subscribe to the Patreon to watch it. Get it early. I'm editing it. It's 3 hours, so it's going to take a while for me to edit it, but it's amazing information to all this. And I got both of their YouTube links down below as well, so make sure you go subscribe to them because I learned a lot. And a couple of the things I'm going to be bringing up in this presentation tonight. So the technology of the smart cities and the optogenetics and these award shows are showcasing the new technologies. The twerking Tesla bots were Bad Bunny was showing them, and then they released the black and white checkerboard twerking Tesla bots, and they're showing us the holographic technologies that they have for Blue Beam. And at the Grammys, they had the quantum computers all around them. I mean, it is wild. But how this is connected to the banking rituals, this blue moon that is about to pop up right here, once in a blue moon. Let me play a little clip of how this is all connected to banking rituals real quick. He was stabbed fatally on April 4th, and the pink moon was April 5th. Peter Thiel, who created PayPal, his boyfriend fell to his death on March 8th. On March 7th was the full moon. Evelyn de Rothschild, scion of the banking dynasty, died November 7th. November 8th was the full moon. So these sacrifices be going down like a day before or a day after these eclipse full moons happen. Even Terra Luna is named after the moon. Luna collapsed. Bank situation, this tragic event that happened in Louisville happened today on a Monday, a moon day. And it's all leading to the CBDCs. This recent bank ritual, the guy who stabbed the Cash App guy, he lives in apartment 201. And so it's all Illuminati symbolism. It's all Illuminati symbolism. So hopefully you can hear that. I played it straight off of my microphone. But this goes into the banking rituals with all this blue stuff. So as I showed you here, 50 Cent, who's on the 50 Cent? It's JFK. So I'm looking out for 50 Cent, the rapper, who was awarded a special day in Connecticut. But JP Morgan is the blue, right? And they have the blue sapphire preferred business card, right? Their credit card's the sapphire blue. And Ani here at the Spiritual Shade Room, you got to go subscribe to him, was showing how the Titanic had the sapphire blue. And so does JP Morgan has a sapphire blue, as JP Morgan owned the Titanic. And that was a ritual to bring in the Federal Reserve. So that was the banking rituals then. And now we're going through the banking rituals now with the submersible sinking and all of this. So, I mean, I got to pay Ani, got to give him a shout out, and Tommy Truthful as well, because we did the show and the link is down below. I mean, it is a great show. It's 3 hours long, so it's going to take me some time to edit it. But Ani pointed out that Elvis had the blue Hawaii. I mean, can you make this up? It's not that we're just pointing at anything blue. I mean, this is Blue Hawaii by Elvis, and Elvis is on the 36th parallel in Tennessee. And in the beginning of the year, I was showing how the 36th parallel, this is the old video, January 28th, I dropped this video, that all the rituals are connected to this 36th parallel ley line, which is Tennessee. And Gangsta Boo died from Tennessee, Memphis, Tennessee. And Miley Cyrus, she was performing the day that that happened on the New Year. And Lisa Marie Presley died this year as well. So, I mean, all this 36 king rituals with Elvis and whatnot, we've been covering all year long. All year long. So Miley Cyrus just released a new music video right here. Used to be young, not anymore. Narcissist hates getting old. Eventually, they come to terms that they're getting old, and they accept it. And actually, their narcissism will, I guess, go away later in life. But when they're getting old, they get really angry because the youth is part of their perceived perception of power. So this music video she just dropped, it's 322 minutes long. As you can see right up here, 322 minutes, her new video. And her last video, 7 months ago, 322 minutes long as well. Just a coincidence, though, right? That both of her new music videos, her one from 7 months ago, then she disappeared for the endless summer. And then this summer stuff is ending. And now she appears again with another 322 on it right here, 322, just like her other music video. And look at her right here. She's doing the Illuminati eye with her hair. And Britney Spears just posted that same picture with the Illuminati eye with their hair. Now they're both going through a humiliation ritual right now. They're both getting divorced from their handsome husbands that they were dating. She was dating the Hunger Games dude. And they were married. And she was married to some handsome dude as well. And they're both getting a public divorce. So I feel like they're both going through a humiliation ritual, as they're both Disney child stars, where the MK Ultra mind control programming began, right, with Disney and all those dark occult connections. Miley Cyrus is back to Disney. Here's how she was saved from child star curse. I mean, that goes into its own stuff there. Let's see if there's any. There's the Tennessee, and that's why I'm looking out for Tennessee, Young Buck. But Skull and Bones is in the news right now. Yale will be celebrating its 322 year where Skull and Bones is from. 50 Cent and George Bush, who went to Yale and was part of Skull and Bones, both have the same birthday on the Sirius conjunction 7-6 when the Georgia Guidestones collapsed on George Bush's 76th birthday. So you can see that these rituals are through dates, which are the astrological alignments, ley lines, symbols, and something new I'm learning is about the color code. I did not know how important the color code was, but now I'm seeing how important it is. Just like this red, black, and white you see in the New York Post, that's the Knights Templar color code. So Yale is releasing this stay off the streets, good luck warning to everybody because crime is rising 33%. This is getting everyone prepared for the eclipse in October, right after Friday the 13th, the Knights Templar Day, the Knights Templar celebration. Welcome to Yale, a survival guide for the first-year students of Yale University. And then once they graduate a little more, they can join Skull and Bones. There can be 15 members, but they show burglaries are up 33%. And look, it's a blue flyer. It's on the blue. And then they're holding it up, the blue flyer and the blue shirt. And it says 38 right there, which is, I believe, kill or murder in gematria or something like that. So Yale Police this is a prank. So look at the blue flyer. The blue flyer. Oh my goodness. It's all over the place, right? Let's see if I can make that bigger. This is the pranks that they do, the Skull and Bones pranks for the upcoming eclipse over the four corners, which goes into portal symbolism. And somebody writes, blue frequency is 666. So yes, the blue frequency is the 666. It's absolutely mind-boggling. So this is actually an old prank that went on in New York. And they're bringing it back. Bring it back, bring it back. So we got 1,500 people in here. Make sure you smash that like button, please. And thank you. I'm going to go to some comments real quick, and then we'll continue the presentation. Build Back Better scam. Absolutely. Stacy says blue in the South means evil will not hit this place. What up, Donut? Amanda B, hello. What up? Fire Festival. Freemasons get ahead of wait, where's Thin Blue Line? Thin Blue Line. I'm sorry, it's a song called Baptism and Fire by Travis Scott and Kid Cudi. Oh, wow. So there's a song called Baptism and Fire by Travis Scott and Kid Cudi. Enough said there. Kid Cudi does the day and night song, right? That's the black and white checkerboard. And they show that symbolism all throughout that video. And he dressed up in the dress and was promoted and opened up Rolling Loud, where they do all the satanic weird noises there as well. The UN helmets are blue, yes. Elvis Blue Hawaii. Oh, I got a aloha button. Yeah, I'm not good at pronouncing my T's. Button. Hey, everybody. Will you smash that like button? Smash the like button. See, does it sound good? Sounds weird. You my boy, Blue? Why do they say that? Blue light special at Kmart. I guess a green comment is about to come by. So 50 Cent, talking about Skull and Bones. Skull and Bones is in Connecticut, and 50 Cent was honored on August 11th, 8/11. The Leviathan Cross is 8/11, with his own day. He has his own day in Connecticut now. August 11th, the day hip hop was founded. 50 years of hip hop. August 11th, 50 Cent. August 11th, all tying up to a ritual. And that same day, August 11th, the Space Force created their first unit dedicated to targeting adversary satellites. Now, the satellites were shooting green lasers over Hawaii in the beginning of the year. I'm blue. If I was green, I would die. There's this video right here where it says Green Needle or Brainstorm. Interesting video that when you play it, if you look at the word Green Needle, you'll hear it say that. But if you look at the word Brainstorm, you'll hear it say that. Very interesting video. Let's see if I could pull that up. I won't pull it up. You guys could Google it. But here's that 666 wavelength. Now, Hawaii is connected to X, PayPal, all the elites over there. Here's Peter Thiel's boyfriend who wears the blue in a lot of his photos, who passed away on this full moon. Bill Gates, always wearing the blue and the red, the blue red, just like the house with the blue red.